Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the first AP World History Review session on YouTube. I'm so excited to be here today. We've got a great lesson for you to get you ready for the AP test in May. Today, we're going to begin looking at the Cold War, kind of where it came from, how it got started, things like that. We're also going to work on some skills today as well. We're going to talk a little bit of contextualization, kind of putting the Cold War in context of World War II, and I really want to look at some primary sources today and how to use those to make a historical argument. So before we begin, I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Mason Logereau, and yes, that is pronounced Logereau. I know that looks like Logirot or, Logirot is probably the most famous pronunciation that I get. I've heard a lot of them, even growing up in South Louisiana, where there's a lot of people with crazy French names. My name still gets mispronounced there. But now I'm in Texas. I live in Austin, Texas, and I teach at Pflugerville High School, which is in one of the Austin suburbs. Absolutely love Pflugerville. In fact, all my Pflugerville students today, I am wearing my Pflugerville shirt, so shout out to Pville for that. And yeah, I'm just really excited for what we got going on today. So let's get right into it. All right, so today, like I said, we're going to start with the sort of major causes of the Cold War. Now, a lot of you are aware that this year's AP test is actually only going to test things up until around 1900 or so. If you weren't aware of that, you need to talk to your AP teacher, make sure you get all the details about the changes for the test this year. So now you're thinking to yourself, okay, if the test only goes up to 1900, why are we talking about something that didn't start until 1945? A couple of reasons for that. First of all, remember that when you pass the AP test, you're telling your future college or university that you understand modern world history. And so I want to make sure that you at least have, at least learn a little bit about events post 1900 for the Cold War. Secondly, for a lot of you, you're in 10th grade right now. Next year, or maybe in your 12th grade year, you're going to be taking AP US history, in which case you will definitely be learning about the Cold War. So I want to make sure today that you're introduced to it, so that next year when you get to A-Push, you'll have that kind of information on your belt and ready to go. Thirdly, I want to consider that world history in the 1900s is extremely important for understanding our world today. I mean, kind of consider the current situation we're in right now with the coronavirus, something that is impacting people all over the world. In order to understand what's going on with that, you have to understand the last 120 years of world history. Now, speaking of the coronavirus, I know that right now it is a crazy time, and wherever you are, it's a crazy time where I am. We're all doing our best here to make it through. So I just want to tell you first off, I'm so glad that you're in here watching tonight. I think this is going to be a big benefit for you. But I also understand there's a lot of other things going on in your life right now. So I'm glad you're able to take some time out though to watch this video to help you with AP test in May. Actually, the kind of way I see it, I think there's kind of three types of people that are watching right now. First are the people that are excited about studying for the AP test in May and are really looking to get some help and review it, and that's great. That you need to keep working hard until May. Two, there's some of you that are just giant history nerds, just like me, and want to learn about the Cold War. And to you, I say, welcome, fellow history nerds. I'm glad to talk to you. And then thirdly, I think there's probably that group that you've been stuck in your house for the last couple of weeks with your family and your little siblings, and they're driving you nuts, and you just want 45 minutes away from them. And I completely understand. Look around. I'm in a back room of my house. It's nice and quiet right now, but I'm in a house with two small kids and two giant dogs, and it's nice to be here in peace and quiet. And something tells me over the next couple of weeks as we do these lessons, at some point, either the kids or dogs are going to barge in during the lesson. I'm going to try and stop them, but you know how it is. It is going to happen at some point. But if you're just looking for a little time to get away, I'm here for you. So let's do it. And I've got a couple of recommendations for some movies and books that you can read during quarantine time if you're looking for something to do. All right, so we're going to talk about the Cold War today. We're also going to talk about sourcing of documents, like I mentioned, which, by the way, is an extremely important skill that you need to understand to do well on the AP test. But also, I want to kind of think about what do you need to know before you start all this. You need to understand that coming out of World War II in 1945, the United States and the Soviet Union were the two main world superpowers in the world. We'll discuss why that's the case here in a second. You also need to make sure that you know how to at least identify the document's point of view, purpose, situation, audience. And I know that you've been doing that in your class all year, so we should be good there. All right, so let's do kind of a quick warm up. I don't know how you do warm ups in your school. This is going to be a little bit more informal, obviously. So if you have a piece of paper, you can jot down your answers to it. If you don't, you can just think of these in your head. But what I'd like to do is take a second and think about continuities and changes in these countries. These are kind of major players in World War II. Just take a second and think about what changed and what stayed the same for these countries from around 1939 to around 1945 during World War II. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. Jot down some things if you can. If you just want to think of them in your head, that's fine too. And then we'll go over some answers. Ready? Go. All right, now I know for some of you, this is probably pretty easy because maybe you just got done covering World War II in your school. For some of you, though, maybe your class didn't get to World War II before you had to stop for the coronavirus. So let me go through some answers, and hopefully this will help you out. Now, you may have different answers than me. That is totally fine. I would love to hear responses from you, but there are a lot of you watching right now, and sadly, we just don't have the ability to listen to answers from everybody. So as we're going through these questions today, as you're answering things, please talk to your teacher later on and ask them what they think about your answers if they differ from mine. Because there's a lot of correct answers that you could put down here, okay? I would love to help you, but there's only one of me, and there's like thousands of you watching right now, so I obviously can't grade them all. But your history teacher at your school most definitely can. So please reach out to them. Hopefully your school set up some kind of virtual classroom, either on Google Classroom or through email or something like that. But if we think about kind of big changes that these countries went through during World War II and how they came out the other side of it, consider England. England had a lot of destruction to their major cities through German bombings, but after World War II, you also see them beginning to lose a lot of their overseas colonies, India being the major one. We're actually going to talk more about that in detail next week during these lessons, so I'm not going to get into much detail now, but understand the British Empire is definitely beginning to shrink during World War II and after. For Germany, obviously they lost the war. Hopefully you've figured that out by now. We see the decline of the Nazi Party, obviously the suicide of Hitler. But for Germany also, remember, they're now being occupied by Allied forces after World War II. In the western half of Germany, you've got the United States, France, and Britain controlling that. In the eastern half, you have the Soviet Union. That's going to be a big part of the Cold War here in a second. Now for the Soviet Union, first off, remember, major loss of life, high casualties for the Soviet Union on the eastern front in World War II. You also, though, kind of before the war and during it, see a lot of increased industrialization in the Soviet Union, more than you see in that area, especially in the 19th century. And then, of course, after World War II is over, remember the Russians kind of swooped through Eastern Europe, pushed back the Germans. They now have troops all through Eastern Europe. And again, that's going to become very important here in a second when we start talking about the World War, about the Cold War, excuse me. For the United States, yes, a lot of Americans died in World War II, but when you compare it to the casualty numbers from other countries, the United States is way down on the list. So got out of the war fairly unscathed. A much improved economy coming out of the Great Depression in the 1930s after World War II. And at this point, at the end of World War II, the beginning of the Cold War in 1945, the United States is the only country with atomic weapons at this point. All right, now for Japan, of course, Japan also lost World War II and lost a lot of that territory in East Asia that they had gained because the Japanese Empire spread through most of East Asia during World War II. Obviously, they also had the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki with the atomic bombs, and for a few years after World War II, were being occupied by the United States. So that's kind of where we stand after World War II as we move into the Cold War. So I just want to make sure that you're clear on that before we move on. All right, so let's talk about what you need to know. I'm going to go through a few notes here with the Cold War. I'm also going to do some sourcing practice as we go through as well. Now, I also want you to understand, I'm really hitting the high points of the Cold War here today. I'm not going to be able to go into detail and tell you everything. So if you're looking for more information, make sure you use your textbook and make sure you're talking to your teacher. Okay, if there's something you're confused by, talk to your teacher as well. Because I'm going to go kind of fast through this, to be honest. I'm going to hit the high points. So if you have any questions, please talk to your teachers at your school. All right, so first off, kind of basics. With the Cold War, most historians would date it from somewhere around 1945, maybe 1947 as the start date, until 1991, the end of the Soviet Union. And really what you got to understand is that the Cold War is conflict and hostility between the United States and the Soviet Union. But there's never a direct military war or conflict between the two countries. And by the way, that's a very good thing that there was not a direct war, because of course by just a few years after the Cold War begins, both sides end up with atomic weapons. A war between the two would have been really bad for those countries and for the war and for the world. However, even though there's not direct conflict between the United States and the Soviets, there are plenty of what we call proxy wars throughout Asia and other parts of the world, where the United States is supporting one side and the Soviets are supporting another. The Korean War in the early 1950s is a perfect example. The Vietnam War in the 1960s, or the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in the 1980s. All those would be perfect examples of proxy wars. And over today, tomorrow, and Friday, we're going to look at a couple of those a little bit more in detail. But you also got to realize that during the Cold War, other things take on huge symbolic importance. Symbolic victories and losses between the US and the Soviet Union. For one, consider the space race. Okay, Sputnik. The Soviets launched the first satellite in the world in 1957. And when that happens, it freaks everybody in the United States out. Oh my God, the Soviets put a satellite into space? What if they start using that to shoot lasers and missiles at us from space? This is going to be terrible. Now, I realize a lot of that sounds kind of science fiction-y, and of course that never happened, but that was a legitimate fear of Americans in the 1950s. By the way, okay, movie recommendation number one, since you're in a quarantine and you got nothing else to do, great movie to watch would be October Sky. It's got a young Jake Gyllenhaal in high school. It's set in the 1950s. Sputnik is a major part of it. Highly recommend it if you haven't seen it before. Now, also the space race, 1969. We're the United States is the first country to land a man on the moon, Neil Armstrong. Again, that becomes a really important moment where it's like, ooh, look, we beat the Russians to the moon. But the Soviets are starting to get worried about that. There's fears in the Soviet Union that the United States might try to build some kind of military base or somehow harness natural resources of the moon. There's a fear there as well. And then there's the Olympics. Okay, you'll have to understand. The Olympics were a huge deal during the Cold War. And these days, we have the Winter Olympics and Summer Olympics every 2 years now. And of course, a lot of us watch the Olympics, and it's a big deal for a couple of weeks. And then we, kind of forget about it. But I grew up during the Cold War. I grew up in the 80s at the end of the Cold War, and the Olympics were a huge deal because this was an opportunity for the Soviets to beat the Americans, or the Americans beat the Soviets in the sports arena. There's a couple of crazy moments that happened in the Olympics. A big one is the 1972 gold medal basketball game between the United States and the Soviets. And I wish I could get into details and tell you the story of it, but sadly we don't have time. But if you look down below, right where I'm talking, in the information section of this video, there's another YouTube video to watch about that game. You need to watch that video. You're not going to believe what happened at the end of this basketball game. Now, I won't spoil it and tell you the Soviets did beat the Americans in basketball in 1972. There's a huge blow to USA basketball because basketball was invented in the United States. It's an American sport. The Americans always won gold in basketball. Beat them that year. But the Americans got their revenge in 1980. Winter Olympics, hockey, the semifinal match between the United States and the Soviets, and the US is able to pull the upset of the Soviet Union. By the way, movie recommendation number two. If you haven't seen Miracle, you gotta watch Miracle. It's a fantastic sports movie. It's one of my favorites ever. So again, you're in quarantine, you're at home, you're stuck at home, nothing to do. Watch Miracle. But one of the craziest kind of Cold War moments of the Olympics happens in 1956 in Melbourne, Australia. It is the most famous water polo match in history. And you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, Lojero, there's such a thing as a famous water polo match? Yes, there is. All right, 1956 is the semifinal water polo match of the tournament between Hungary and the Soviet Union. Hungary has always kind of been a major powerhouse in water polo. The Hungarian team goes to Australia for the Olympics. During the Olympics, the Soviet army is occupying Hungary, which is in Eastern Europe, and they begin cracking down on a revolution in Hungary. The Hungarian water polo team is hearing the news about this, but they're halfway across the world in Australia. In the semifinals, Hungary plays the Soviet Union. Hungary's winning, they're doing pretty well. There's a few minutes left, and then a huge fight breaks out between the Hungarian water polo team and the Soviet water polo team. They get into a fight in the pool. It's known as the blood in the water match because there was literally blood in the water as these two teams started fighting each other. And it didn't stop there. The Hungarians had a lot of supporters in the crowd. The crowd rushes down. They start jumping in the pool and getting involved in the fight too. It's just pandemonium. This is Irvin Zador right here. He was the star Hungarian water polo player. As you can see, he got hit in the eye. His eyes swole up. He couldn't see anything out of his right eye. The Hungarians end up winning the game. They eventually get it right pulled out. They finish the match. The Hungarians win. The Hungarians go on to the gold medal game. But Zador, their best player, is not able to play because he can't see out of his right eye. But the Hungarians win anyway and win the gold medal. But for a lot of those Hungarian players, they were never able to return to Hungary because the Soviets had cracked down in their country. In fact, Zador himself went straight from Australia after the Olympics. He moved to California. He became a swim coach in California and lived there his entire life. So just kind of consider, put yourself in the shoes of the Hungarian team. You head off for the Olympics. This is the high point of your life. And then while you're there, you find out that you can never return back to your home. So just understand that there's a lot of symbolic moments in the Cold War like this that take on huge added importance because of the political and military conflict. Okay, so now the question you're probably asking yourself, and you should be asking yourself right now, is why? Like, why are the United States and the Soviets fighting over all of this for the next 45 years? What's the big deal? What started this and all that? And that is a completely legitimate question. It's an excellent question you should ask yourself. But it always does kind of make me laugh because, like I told y'all, I grew up during the Cold War. When I was going to school in elementary school in the 80s, it just always made sense to us. Yeah, we live here in the United States. We hate the Soviets. They hate us. That's just the way things are. But now that we're 30 years after the end of the Cold War, yeah, this question of why, it doesn't make as much sense anymore. And I completely understand that. So when we're asking the question of why, how did this get started, you need to kind of think about the stated reason. Why did politicians and political leaders publicly say this is a thing versus the real reason? To American politicians and to American leaders, the stated reason was this is a fight for human rights. This is a fight for all those Enlightenment ideals. You remember that from a couple months ago? We studied that in school. Hopefully your teachers hammered Enlightenment ideals all the time. My students got tired of me saying Enlightenment ideals, and they knew this was going to come back up during this talk today. But those Enlightenment ideals of individual rights, the idea was to try and promote that around the world. However, there's also the kind of real reason that doesn't get talked about very much, and that is that the United States and Soviet Union were both fighting for allies around the world. Think of this as a fight for military allies and a fight for economic allies. Okay, I know that your teacher has talked about long distance trade all year long, going way back to the Silk Road, right? You understand the importance of long distance trade for economies of countries. You understand the need for natural resources, and now that we're in the late 1900s, oil is that main number one natural resource, but you also understand the need for markets to sell goods. I know that y'all been talking about that all year long. And for the United States and Soviets, they're both looking for economic allies as well to help improve the economies. So here's the big point that I want to make. I don't want y'all to forget this because a lot of times students think that the Cold War is the United States and the Soviet Union, and that's it. They're the only two involved. And that is most definitely not the case. This is something that hits every country around the world. Because as we're going to talk about next week, so I don't want to get too far ahead. Remember that there are countries in Africa and South Asia gaining their independence during the decolonization movement. And as these countries are gaining independence, they're kind of being pressured by the United States and the Soviet Union to ally themselves. And for a lot of countries, they're looking for a different route. They're thinking to themselves, we're not interested in communism, we're not interested in capitalism, trying to stay that neutral path. And those countries become known as part of the non-aligned movement, doing their best to try and stay neutral during this Cold War. So let's start with our first document here, and we'll talk about, kind of see an example of when I'm talking about the non-aligned movement. So imagine I had you write an essay. Don't worry, you're not writing an essay today. It's cool. But I said, analyze the causes and effects of the Cold War. If I was going to do that, and if I gave you a couple of documents, like a small DBQ to do that, you of course have to use those documents to make a historical claim. And then you also have to do a little bit of sourcing for those documents as well. So take a look at this document here. This is from the president of Indonesia, President Sukarno. He was speaking to a group of leaders from countries in Africa and Asia. I'm going to give you 1 minute to read this document, and I want you to think about what kind of claims could you make about the causes and effects of the Cold War. And we'll kind of do this one together later on. We'll give you a document to do by yourself. So just take a second to read it. I want to read it to you, and then we'll talk about possible claims. Okay, like I said, for the sake of time, I know you've read the document, you may not have had too much time to think about claims, but let me just give you a couple examples of what you could put. All right, so possible claims that you can make. And again, when I think about claims, think of these as sort of like mini thesis statements. Give me a cause or effect of the Cold War based on this document. So one you could put is, the Cold War caused people around the world to fear a nuclear war between the United States and the Soviet Union. If you go back to the document here, you can see in this last line, or actually sorry, beginning line, which talks about the potential for evil and possibility of war between the United States and the Soviet Union. And so you see that a lot of countries around the world are definitely fearful of a nuclear war between the United States and Soviets. You can also make a claim, the second one here, the countries outside the United States and Europe attempted to stay neutral despite heavy pressure from the United States and the USSR. So notice here, he's talking about the strength of countries in Africa and Asia and how they can call for the moral vows of nations in favor of peace. He demonstrates the minority of the world, in other words, minority being the United States and the Soviets, that they, the people of Asia and Africa, are the majority for peace, not for war. So notice something here when I made these claims. I did not give a direct claim about the document itself. So you can see here in red at the bottom, I didn't write President Sukarno did not want a nuclear war. Okay, that's true, for sure. But claims when looking at documents should be a little bit broader, a little bit more universal. Let's kind of think about based on this document. Let's make an inference about it too. It's a little bit broader. So notice here in my claims, I'm talking about things around the world, dealing with world history, not just in Indonesia with President Sukarno. Okay, now the other thing I want to do is brainstorm at least 2 different examples of how the document's point of view, audience, purpose, or situation is relevant to your argument. And that's the big key here, being relevant to your argument. So if we're going with possible ideas for sourcing, I have a couple of them here. And again, you may come up with something different than mine, and that is totally fine, but talk to your history teacher if you want some individualized feedback. All right, you can say something like, Sukarno was attempting to convince leaders of other Asian African countries to stay neutral so that they could use their power to call for peace. Or you could say that he's worried about the conflict because we think about the historical situation. This is right after the Korean War. He saw what happened in the Korean Peninsula when the United States and Soviets both got involved, and he was afraid that another conflict like that could lead to a possible nuclear war. So notice something when I did this sourcing. I didn't just identify the audience point of view, purpose, situation, all of that. Instead, I identified it, and then I took a step further and kind of gave it the so what. So when you're writing an essay like this, or if your teacher asks you to talk about the sourcing of a document, don't just identify it. Make sure you go a step further and make sure you talk about the so what of that. And you're gonna have a chance here in a second to practice this on your own. But before you do that, I want to think about the Cold War from the eyes of the Soviet Union and also from the United States. You can kind of understand what both sides are looking for in this conflict. So let's think about the Soviet Union first. First off, remember, as I said earlier, during World War II, the Russians lost millions of soldiers. In fact, around 14 million Soviet soldiers died in the war. And by the way, that doesn't include the 8 million civilians that also died when the Germans invaded Russia. So we're talking about a huge loss of life for the country. Also, if we go into a little bit deeper historical context here, remember, this is now the second time in 30 years that the Russians have gone to war against Germany, World War I being the first. So this is now twice in 30 years the Soviets have been threatened by Germany. You can understand why they might be a little bit fearful that there could be a third time. Also, the Soviets were afraid of a possible invasion by a United States force or a British force. Because remember, the United States has a lot of soldiers in Western Europe after the end of World War II, as do the British. And there were military leaders in the United States and in Britain who talked about a possible invasion of the Soviet Union. Not that it ever happened, but it was definitely a possibility. So if you're Joseph Stalin, if you're the leader of the Soviet Union, that's something you need to be afraid of. And so the Soviets were looking to take more control of Eastern Europe, because you have Soviet soldiers all through Eastern Europe after the war, and they wanted to keep those countries as satellite puppet regimes to the Soviet Union, almost as like a buffer between the Soviets and the British Americans in Western Europe. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to take a few minutes. I'm going to show you another document from a Soviet point of view, and I would like for you to do what I just did a second ago. You're going to write a historical claim. Again, think like a mini thesis statement, make it a little bit broader than just what's in the document. And then I want you to try and do at least two types of sourcing: point of view, audience, purpose, situation, two of those, and also talk about how it's relevant to your argument. Okay, so you're going to do historical claim and then two types of sourcing for the document. All right, here's your document. This is from the Foreign Minister of the Soviet Union. Read it. I'm going to give you about 5 minutes or so to come up with a claim and two ways to source. Ready? Go. All right, take about 1 more minute to go over this. All right, let's bring it back together and talk about possible claims. So possible claims. You could talk about Soviet mistrust of England and the United States. So if you look at this first sentence here, when it talks about how the United States and Great Britain have an international grouping, which has as its aim the consolidation of capitalism and the achievement of the domination of these countries over other peoples, that shows that there's a lot of Soviet mistrust. Remember, the Soviet Union and the United States and England all worked together during World War II to defeat the Germans. But even as they were sort of allies in World War II, that just completely breaks down once the German threat is gone. And you can see that mistrust bubbling up. That could be another cause of the Cold War. Or you could talk about disputes over the status of Eastern Europe, because in here talk about Yalta and Potsdam, which were conferences that the leaders of England, the United States, and the Soviet Union all met at during World War II to discuss what should the world look like after the war is over. And so you can talk about it because Eastern Europe is a major part of those disputes that lead to the Cold War. So again, notice that both times I make claims that are a little bit broader, a little bit more universal than just what's in those documents. If you want to talk about sourcing here, notice that Molotov was directly talking to the Russian people, because of course he realizes that if there's another war with the United States, which would mean now we're talking 3 wars in the first half of the 20th century for the Russians, 3 major wars, they're going to have the help of the Russian people. They're going to have that support. So again, notice that I identify the purpose, but also giving the so what of it as well. All right. You could also talk about the historical situation of it. That again, this is over what's happening in Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union had claimed that they were going to take their troops out of those countries of Eastern Europe, but yet they had not, and that was leading to a lot of tension between the Soviets and the Americans. In fact, the Soviets were going so far as to set up puppet communist regimes in many of those countries. So you can talk about the historical situation of that as well. That'd be a great way to talk about sourcing. Okay, so we look at the Soviet point of view, but also let's look at the American. A couple of things here from the American point of view after World War II. First off, remember that after World War II, you have economies across the country that are just in complete shambles. Now, American leaders such as President Harry Truman and Jr. on the right realize that in times of economic crisis in countries, a lot of times communism can be considered kind of appealing. Remember, one of the main promises of communism is that major needs will be taken care of: food, housing, etc. If you're living in a country where the economy is just in complete shambles, that sounds kind of nice, and you might be tempted to lean towards possibly some kind of communist revolution in your country. The American leadership realizes this. So after World War II, you see the United States spending millions and millions of dollars to help rebuild Europe, also to help rebuild Japan as well. As part of the Marshall Plan, we'll get to it next year in AP US history. I won't get into too much detail with it now. You also see the United States building up their military to levels never seen in United States history, spending more money, more soldiers, bigger weapons than ever been seen to combat that possible Soviet threat. And really, the main thing I want you to take away from the American point of view is the idea of containment. American leaders realized that they weren't going to be able to invade the Soviet Union and overthrow the communist government. It's too big, there's too many people, it'd be way too difficult. But the American goal during the Cold War was to contain communism. Don't let it spread. Now, as we're going to talk about Thursday and Friday, that doesn't really work, because of course China becomes communist pretty soon after the beginning of the Cold War, and there'll be some other countries that follow as well. But the guiding principle in American foreign policy from Harry Truman to George H.W. Bush in 1991 was containing communism. Which, by the way, real quickly before we end today, my third suggestion for a great book to read, Stephen King's book 11/22/63. I absolutely love it. It's about a man who time travels back to 1963 to stop President Kennedy from being assassinated, because according to him, he thinks that if he can stop Kennedy from being assassinated, then he can stop America from getting involved in the Vietnam War, because this person blames President Johnson, who came next, for getting the United States into the Vietnam War. Now, I really like the book. It's entertaining. It's a fun read. You'll really like it. But I got one major quibble here. I don't know that it was only Johnson's fault that we got involved in the Vietnam War. If Kennedy had lived past 1963, I think the United States would still have gotten involved in Vietnam because of the idea of containment. It didn't matter who's president. It didn't matter if they're Republican, Democrat, or anybody. Every president stuck to this idea of containment. So I promise you, I'm not one of those people that watches historical movies and says, "Oh, that never happened," or "That's not true." I enjoy them. I get them. I love historical books and movies. But that is one problem with the book. But you should still read it. It's really, really good. Hey, you got time right now, so enjoy yourself. Okay, I was going to do one more document with y'all, but we are running out of time. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the document here. Later on, if you want to watch a recording of this, you can pause the video here and you can work on it. So I'm going to show you the document. I'm about to show you the answers as well. So close your eyes right now if you don't want to see that, but you can come back to this later and pause it if you like. So there's the possible claims. I'll leave it here for a second. Again, if you're watching this video recording, you can pause it and read over that. And here's the possible sourcing that you could do as well. Again, I'll leave it here for a second. Pause this if you want, if you're watching a recording, and you can work on that by yourself. Okay, if you close your eyes, you can open them back up. So a quick summary of what we looked at today. All right, so the big things I want you to take away from today: how the Cold War got started, and also the historical context coming out of World War II, the breakdown of the alliance of the Allies leading to the Cold War. Also, we spent a lot of time talking about sourcing of documents. And remember, it's not just enough to identify point of view, purpose, situation, audience. You have to be able to identify it and then give the so what. How is it relevant to the claim that you're making, the historical claim? Okay, so every day when we do these lessons, I'm not going to call this homework because I'm not your teacher, so I can't make you do it. But it is extra practice that I would highly suggest that you do either tonight or maybe tomorrow, but definitely do it before tomorrow's session. And you can find that in the information section down below. There should be a Google Drive there, link to that. You might have to click the show more to see it, but it's got a different essay question, and there are 2 documents there that you're going to do the claims for and the source. It's not just causes and effects of the Cold War. It goes a little bit deeper than that. But I'd like for you to work on that tonight or tomorrow. And then tomorrow, you're going to have another teacher in here doing a world history lesson, and he's going to start off by going through these the answers to this practice. So he'll be here tomorrow. I'll be back on Friday at the same time for you to continue on with Cold War practice. So I want to thank you all so much. I've really enjoyed this today. I'm excited about where we're going for the next month. If there's anything you need, please reach out to your teachers at your school. They want to hear from you. Okay, believe me, as a teacher, I want to hear from my students. I want to make sure they're getting ready for this AP test in May, because even though we may not be in school right now, the AP test is still happening in May, and you need to be prepared for it. All right, thank you so much. Stay safe, stay inside, stay home. Make sure you're washing your hands, and I'll talk to you all again later. Thank you.
Welcome Welcome everybody to AP World History Modern live stream. Today we're going to talk about Unit 8, Topic 3, the effects of the Cold War. Before we get started, I want to introduce myself. My name is Chad Smith, and I'm from Dallas area in Texas. Technically, I'm from a town called Irving, and I work at MacArthur High School in Dallas, Texas. Before we get started in today's activity, I want to take an opportunity to review yesterday's assignment from Mr. Lozero. Yesterday, Mr. Lozero talked to you about the beginning of the Cold War and understanding the Cold War throughout the 20th century. And he showed you two different documents and asked you to analyze the source of each document. Today, I'm going to take a brief moment to look at each document and recognize a possible source analysis for each one. This is the first document he showed you. It's a memorandum written by the Assistant Secretary of State in the United States of America about attempting or supporting an overthrow, a coup d'etat of the government in Iran. One possible way to analyze this source is to look at the historical situation. The historical situation is that this source takes place during an American policy called containment. Containment is the American policy of stopping the spread of communism at all costs. And it also takes place in the U.S. disdain for Soviet Union and communism. It's important to note here that the Assistant Secretary of State mentions that the threat to the Iranian government is the Communist Party of Iran and that the Communist Party is the Soviet Union. He brings up this threat more than once throughout the document and reinforces it by talking about the Soviet Union, which emphasizes the threat the Iranian government poses not to itself but to the United States of America. This is not the only possible way that you could go about sourcing document 1. So if you came up with other options for sourcing document 1, I encourage you to also find a moment to talk to your teachers and ask them about this document. The second document is this victory carpet from Afghanistan. One way to source this document is through looking at the author's point of view. The individual who made this victory carpet did so after the organization, the Mujahideen, had become victorious against the Soviet Union. Being victorious against the Soviet Union was no small feat. They were one of the two global superpowers, the strongest governments in the world, and to compete with them was an extraordinary accomplishment. So this author demonstrates her pride, or his pride, in several ways. By writing "Made in Afghanistan" at the bottom of the rug, by writing "Long Life" in the middle of Afghanistan, and by showing tanks, and what seems to be busted tanks, leaving Afghanistan, returning to the Soviet Union. Again, this is one of many different possible ways to source this, to analyze the source of this document. So if you came up with another way, please take time to talk to your teacher about it and ask how your response works out. Now let's take a moment to get ready for today's activity by doing a warm-up. Here I have for you a secondary source. This secondary source is about the Cold War. What I want you to do is take a minute to read the secondary source and respond to the prompt in large letters at the top of the screen. Provide one piece of historical evidence not mentioned in the passage to support the author's argument about the origins of the Cold War. Take a moment to read their source and respond to the prompt. Hopefully you've had enough time to look at this source and think about at least one piece of historical evidence not mentioned in the passage that can support the author's argument. Let's look at some potential answers. Before we can think about specific historical evidence that supports this author's claim, we have to identify what the author's claim is making. So what does the author say about the origins of the Cold Wars? Well, in this document, the author says that the origin of the Cold War is in the mid-1940s. That means we're looking for evidence that supports the idea that the origin of the Cold War, or the rivalry between the two states, is rooted in the 1940s. One potential way to answer this question is to talk about various disagreements between the Soviet Union and the United States that took place at World War II peace conferences. You may remember discussing the peace conference of Yalta, the Yalta Conference, or the Tehran Conference. Both of these peace conferences were opportunities to develop a way to set up peace after World War II. But in both of these peace conferences, it became abundantly clear that the one thing that united the United States and the Soviet Union was their disdain toward Germany. And once Germany was defeated, there would be no common thread holding them together. So Soviet desire to conquer and rule over certain Eastern European states and strategy about how to handle Japan created significant differences between the two states. Another example is the emergence of the United States and the Soviet Union as two clear global superpowers after World War II. After World War II, these were the two states with the strongest industrial capacity and the least amount of effort and energy to put into rebuilding their own states. Because their systems of life and cultures were so different, it led to them having natural rivalries after World War II. A third potential answer to this question is the increased industrial demand because of World War II drastically improved the economy of those states. As a result of World War II, both the Soviet Union and the United States came into the mid-1940s with very strong economic situations. They had significant industrial demand and high employment rates, and so both of them were interested in demonstrating why their systems were the best. Another potential answer is nuclear proliferation. While in 1945, when the war ended, only the United States had demonstrated the ability to use nuclear or atomic technology. By the end of the 1940s, the Soviet Union had demonstrated that they also had this technology. All four of these things serve as reasons for the Cold War, but they also serve as reasons that the Cold War can be traced to the mid-1940s. There are also some common incorrect responses here. The opposing economic ideologies is certainly one of the most prominent causes of the Cold War. The fact that communism was the economic system of the Soviet Union and capitalism was the economic system in the United States of America. While that is unquestionably true, it is not a correct response to this prompt because it is not evidence that shows the mid-1940s as the origin of the Cold War. The Soviet Union had been a communist state since 1917, and the United States had used capitalism even before its creation as a country in 1776. So this is not a good answer to this prompt. It is not good evidence for this author's argument. In the same way, the opposing political ideologies of totalitarianism in the Soviet Union and democracy in the United States is not a good response to this prompt. Again, this is absolutely a cause of the Cold War. However, this is not traced back to the mid-1940s. It can be traced back to the creation of both of these two countries, serving to be a much more enduring cause of the Cold War. Hopefully you guys are feeling revved up and ready to go now that we've had an opportunity to get into and review some of the things that we've learned and practice some important skills. At this point, I want to take a moment to answer the question, why are we learning material from Unit 8 and 9 if the AP test is only going to cover material from Units 1 through 6? And I'll let you know two things. One, I think one of the most important reasons is because while we're being tested over Units 1 through 6, our exam scores are representing the material from the entire AP course. And colleges and universities are going to expect students who have exam scores to know what happened in the 20th century. The events of the 1900s are going to play an important role in future classes, both in high school, if you're taking this before your US history class, and in university. But I think maybe even more importantly, it's because we live in a world today that is shaped by the events of the 20th century. And in order for you to be a participant in that world, it's important that you understand how your culture and customs and political system and all of the different aspects of our lives are shaped by the events of the 20th century. So we want to go ahead and take the time to learn about Units 8 and 9. And then around 2 weeks from now, we're going to begin studying all review for the AP test, reviewing materials between Units 1 and 6. That's going to start in the year 1200 and go up until the year 1900. Today we're going to focus on Unit 8, Topic 3. And we're going to try to compare the ways in which the United States and the Soviet Union sought to maintain influence over the course of the Cold War. And while we're discussing this question of how these two separate states did similar and different things in order to wage the Cold War, we're going to use certain vocabulary. We're going to use vocabulary terms like mutually assured destruction, proxy war, and nuclear proliferation. Before we start answering the question of how did these two states fight the Cold War, let's ask the question of how did they distinctly not fight the Cold War. Yesterday, Mr. Lozero mentioned to you that there was no direct fighting between the United States and the Soviet Union. We know that the Cold War is in fact called the Cold War because the two states never came into direct conflict with one another, which leads to a pretty pretty obvious question. Why? And the answer to that question revolves in the concept of the nuclear arms race. See, in 1945, at the end of World War II, the United States had demonstrated the ability to make and even the willingness to use atomic or nuclear weapons. The Soviet Union, while working really hard to develop these kinds of technologies, had no such technologies yet. But like we mentioned earlier, by 1950, the Soviet Union had demonstrated their ability to gain the technology. In 1955, just 10 years after the Cold War, the world or global landscape had changed because of nuclear weapons. The United States had over 2,000 nuclear warheads, and the Soviet Union had 200 nuclear warheads. Imagine the amount of destruction that could be caused by hundreds of nuclear warheads being dismissed from either or being launched by either the United States or the Soviet Union. And imagine how, as over the course of the next 30 years, or 40 years really, these two states are going to be competing with one another to see who can build more nuclear weapons and who can build better nuclear weapons. Just 10 years later, the United States had built more than 31,000 nuclear weapons, and the Soviet Union had more than 6,000 nuclear weapons. All of this goes to show and answer the question, why did the United States and the Soviet Union never come into direct military combat with one another? The reality is both sides had a very clear understanding that such a war could not be won. This is called mutually assured destruction. Both the Soviet Union and the United States avoided military conflict with one another because leaders in both states understood that a war like that cannot be won. Instead, both sides would face utter destruction. If they didn't wage the Cold War by fighting with one another through direct military combat, what were some of the ways that they fought with one another? One of the most common ways that they fought with one another was through the fight over Germany. Take a minute to think back through the first half of the 20th century and remember the Treaty of Versailles, which took place after World War I. After World War I, the Treaty of Versailles, which was crafted by the Allied powers, was designed to place severe punishment on Germany, and that punishment damaged the economy and the culture and the people of Germany for decades. As a matter of fact, the Treaty of Versailles punished the people of Germany so intensely that it created the very situation, the very circumstances that allowed for the rise of Hitler and his fascist Nazi government. This is important because as the Allied powers began to discuss how to end World War II, they didn't want to create the same failure as the Treaty of Versailles. So instead, they decided to occupy Germany. In occupying Germany, the military forces of the winning sides would move into Germany and take over, and political leaders from both sides would come and try and help Germany establish a new, more successful, and ideally more peaceful government. Originally, you can see that Germany was divided into four: the United States of America representing the orange, the France representing the blue, Britain representing the green, and the Soviet Union representing the red. However, both France and Britain had far too much to do to rebuild their own countries, and they didn't have the finances, energy, or resources to actually occupy a foreign state. They gave their sections over to the United States of America, and ultimately, Germany was divided into two. They were divided into West Germany, occupied by the United States of America, who implemented systems like capitalism and democracy in order to establish a new government. And in the East, they were occupied by the Soviet Union, who implemented systems like totalitarianism and communism in order to create a new government. However, the city of Berlin, which you can see in the eastern side of Germany, was an important city for the occupation as well. Like Germany itself, it was first divided into four and later split up into only two. And the city of Berlin would be at the heart of where Germany and the Soviet Union would fight over their influence. See, totalitarian is a type of government that relies that means the government has total control over the people, and that control is instituted through the usage of fear and violence. Essentially, the people in a totalitarian state need to have two options: obey the government or die. Unfortunately for the Soviet Union, having a Western Berlin in the middle of their Eastern Germany created a third option for many people who lived in Eastern Berlin: to obey the government, die, or escape. And that weakened the power of the totalitarian state. Through a series of back and forth between the Soviets and the Americans, there was fighting and arguments over whether or not America should have access to Western Berlin, how that access should be granted. Eventually, the Americans did something called the Berlin Airlift to bring in supplies to Berlin. In 1961, the Soviet Union built the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall was built between Eastern and Western Berlin in order to keep Easterners under the totalitarian state, and it's considered the most significant and enduring symbol of the Cold War. Just look at the Berlin Wall and see for yourself. I'm going to give you just about 30 seconds, and in these 30 seconds, I'm going to ask you to make a claim. You're going to make a simple historical claim by looking at the Berlin Wall. You're going to decide which is East and which is West. Remember, East Berlin is a totalitarian state supported or occupied by the Soviet Union and supporting a communist economic system, and West Berlin is a democratic state with capitalist economy occupied by the United States of America. Take about 30 seconds and think which is which. Okay, so hopefully you're looking at the screen and you can see that on the right side is Western Berlin, the American-occupied democratic capitalist part of Germany, and on the left side is Eastern Berlin, the Soviet Union-occupied communist totalitarian part of Germany. Let's now take a second and look for specific pieces of evidence in the photograph to support our claims. So again, what is a specific piece of evidence on the right side to support the claim that that side is Western Berlin, and what is a specific piece of evidence on the left side to support the claim that that is Eastern Berlin? Hopefully when you look at the left side of the picture and you're looking for evidence to support the claim that that's a totalitarian communist state, you notice that there is a large barrier between the wall and a fence protecting that barrier from the wall, so that the average the average Eastern Berlin citizen can't just walk up to the wall. Hopefully you also notice that there's an armed military vehicle of some kind, followed by armed military troops patrolling the wall, protecting it from East Berliners. On the other side, on the right side, hopefully you notice the graffiti, or the freedom of expression against the wall, the very idea that people were able to go up to the wall and express their culture, their customs, their thoughts, and their ideas. And you may have even noticed that there's a man walking close to the wall who seems to be even walking his dog, showing a freedom that existed on the western side. Remember, the Berlin Wall is not just a literal divide between the Soviet Union and the United States and in Berlin, but it's also an enduring symbol for what the Cold War meant. And we can see the evidence of that symbol as we look at a picture ourselves. The Soviet Union and the United States of America also fought the Cold War through attempting to build alliances between communist and non-communist states. This started with the United States pursued creating the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, often referred to as NATO, was a defensive alliance designed to protect each other from communist aggression. The Atlantic Treaty Organization is made up of many European and North American states, each of which is its own independent state. Notice how close in Europe the North Atlantic Treaty Organization states are to the Soviet Union itself, especially states like Turkey and in the area of Western Europe. In response to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the Soviet Union established its own alliance as well. This alliance was called the Warsaw Pact. However, it's important to note that many of the states that joined in the Warsaw Pact didn't actually have their own political independence. They were under various degrees of direct political control and influence from the Soviet Union. Also take a moment to notice that there is no Warsaw Pact state in the Western Hemisphere, that the Warsaw Pact is all very close geographically to the Soviet Union. After the development of NATO, there were other regions of the world who also developed their own examples of non-communist defensive alliances. For example, CETA, the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. Possibly most significantly, this Cold War was fought through the idea of proxy wars. When we say there was no direct fighting between the two states, it's very important that we use the word direct, because it's just untrue to say that there was no fighting or no real fighting between the two states. The fighting between the Soviet Union and the United States of America was very real, and thousands of lives were lost in this fighting. So it's important to understand. However, most of the time, the direct combatants in these wars were not Americans and Soviets. They were African, Asians, and South Americans who were involved in their own civil wars over the direction of a new state. And the United States and the Soviet Union became involved in these wars in order to impose their own ideologies on these new states. Our first example is in Korea. Korea, like Germany, was occupied after World War II. This one was occupied in the northern region by the Soviet Union and in the southern region by the United States of America. Just like in Germany, the Soviet Union was looking to spread communism and totalitarian government, and in the southern region, the United States was looking to spread democracy and capitalism. The Korean War began when the North Koreans decided to invade South Korea in order to unite the entire peninsula under one political rule. And then over the next 3 years, the North and South Koreans went back and forth, gaining and losing territory on the Korean peninsula. And they did so with direct military support from the Soviets in the north and even the Chinese in the north, who had become a communist country, and in the south with the direct support and financial and military leadership of the United States of America. In the end, neither North Korea or South Korea was able to establish one political rule over Korea. Instead, both states established new governments with the legacy of their previous occupiers. North Korea became a communist totalitarian state, and South Korea became a capitalist democratic state. And the line dividing the two states was in the nearly identical place it was before the war began. Another proxy war took place in Vietnam. The Vietnamese war was a war for independence from the French Empire first, and America was very, very loosely involved in giving the French assistance to keep their colony. However, as we mentioned before, it wasn't long after World War II that the French had to give up many different global endeavors in order to rebuild their own country. When the French pulled out, the United States of America stayed, and in the 1960s increased their involvement in Vietnam because of the American policy of containment. We've mentioned containment now today and yesterday already. Containment was the American policy of stopping the spread of communism at all costs. And the idea of containment was made even more serious by the threatening domino theory that once one Asian country fell to communism, all Asian countries would come after it, one after the next. China was the first, and Vietnam could be the next. The United States used a variety of different methods to be involved all the way until 1975 in the Vietnamese War, protecting the South Vietnamese against the communist nationalist leader of North Vietnam called Ho Chi Minh. Ultimately, when the United States finally left Vietnam, it's important to note that communists took over the government there. A third significant proxy war took place in Cuba. The proxy war in Cuba was really significant because Cuba was the first communist state in the Western Hemisphere and served as a real geopolitical threat to the United States of America because it meant that communism was in our half of the world, but it also meant that communism was close enough to launch missiles that could attack and destroy new cities in the United States of America. Communism came to Cuba under the leadership of Fidel Castro, and the United States before I say that, let me remind you, we looked at the map just a moment ago, and it's important to remember that this threat of the enemy's military bases being so close to your shores was a new threat for the United States, but not a new threat for the Soviet Union. Remember, with the creation of NATO all the way back in the 1940s, Turkey had served as a United States military base with nuclear warheads as a threat to the Soviet Union. So Fidel Castro was the political communist leader of Cuba, and the United States of America sought to promote a coup d'etat or a rebellion against Fidel Castro. This rebellion or coup d'etat is called the Bay of Pigs. The Bay of Pigs was an attempt on behalf of the American government to stir rebellion and revolution among the people of Cuba against Fidel Castro. For many different reasons, the Bay of Pigs was a failure. And the failure of the Bay of Pigs made the American government, in particular the American president, John F. Kennedy, look weak on the international stage. And leaders like Fidel Castro and the Soviet Union leader Nikita Khrushchev saw this as an opportunity to take advantage of American weakness. This led to an event known as the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis took place when Americans discovered the Soviets were sending supplies to build missile launch sites in Cuba. The American president refused to respond to this weakly, noting that the extraordinary security risk it placed on the United States of America. And so he announced a blockade in the Atlantic Ocean. And he said to the Soviet Union, do not cross this blockade or we will go to war with you. Many historians look at the Cuban Missile Crisis as the moment in world history where we became closest to full-blown, utterly destructive nuclear war. As the Soviets were creeping closer and closer and closer to the American blockade, Americans were standing at the ready, prepared to fire with the full force of the American military at the president's order. And just before it was going to be too late, the Soviets began to send signs that they were turning back and they were not going to cross the barricade. The Cuban Missile Crisis ended without nuclear war. And it's not only seen as the closest the country has ever been to nuclear war, but it's also thought of as a significant turning point in the process because it began to very slowly ease tensions and open up communication between the Soviets and the Americans. The most significant example of the opening of communication was the hotline, a direct line of communication between the White House, where the President of the United States lives, and the Kremlin, where the leader of the Soviet Union lives. After the Cuban Missile Crisis, there were several more examples of proxy wars. One example is in the African country of Angola. Angola was a Portuguese empire. It was a part of the Portuguese empire. If you'll take a moment and think back, what event intensified European imperialism in Africa? What event intensified European imperialism in Africa? Hopefully, you thought of the Berlin Conference, which kicked off what's often referred to as the scramble for Africa. It's important when you think about the Berlin Conference to remember that the only people there were European leaders, and their only interest was their personal financial gain. They were not looking for ways to aid Africa, help Africa, improve Africa. They were looking for ways to exploit Africa. As such, the boundaries they created there were about their own personal interests and the resources that exist in Africa. And they had nothing to do with the ethnicities, customs, cultures, or languages of the African people. That's actually very important in understanding how the war in Angola was so violent and troublesome and difficult to develop a new state. The United States and the Soviet Union not only supported communist or non-communist leaders, they also picked an ethnicity, a group of people with common customs and heritage to support, which intensified the violence of the war in Angola. Another example of a proxy war is in Latin America. In Nicaragua in the 1980s, there was a war between a group called the Sandinistas and the Contras for the future, the direction of the country. And in this war, like many others across the world, the United States and the Soviet Union picked the sides based off of their own ideologies in order to hopefully produce the outcome that they most desired. Before we do our activity for the day, let's take a moment to review everything we talked about. So first of all, we talked about the global superpowers did not fight with one another directly, and the reason for this was called mutually assured destruction. The fact that the two states knew nobody could win, they could only lose such a war. We learned that since they didn't fight the war through direct military combat, they fought it through several other ways. One way was through nuclear proliferation or racing one another to get nuclear technology and then build more nuclear weapons than the other. We also learned that they did it through building alliances. They spread their influence through building alliances, and they spread their influence through their control of Germany, and in particular, the Eastern German city known as Berlin. Finally, we learned that the two global superpowers sought to spread their influence through numerous proxy wars, taking a side based on their political or economic ideology in civil wars that were there to decide the direction of newly created states. Now let's take a couple of minutes to actually compare and contrast ways that the Soviet Union and the United States sought to provide influence over countries throughout the world. But before I do that, I want to talk to you about some rules for making genuine comparative states. And in order to do that, I'm going to simplify our discussion by using something you might be a little bit more familiar with. Beyonce, global superstar Beyonce, and global pop group BTS. So here's two rules to follow when you make a comparative statement. One, a comparative statement must characterize both places being compared. If you asked me to compare Beyonce with BTS, I'm likely to say something like, Beyonce is the world's greatest living entertainer. She has a remarkable vocal range, extraordinary talent when it comes to dance and creative design. And then I have to stop because we only have 45 minutes together today, and I could do a whole live stream just on this. I've told you a whole lot about Beyonce, but what I haven't done is made any comparative statement. I may have implied that if Beyonce is the best living entertainer, then BTS can't also be the best living entertainer. But that's not a comparative statement. That's an implication, and therefore it's not a strong argument. In order for me to make a strong argument, I need to say something that brings up both Beyonce and BTS. So, for instance, I might say Beyonce has American heritage while BTS has Korean heritage. That would be a comparative statement. Or I could say Beyonce is a girl and BTS is a group. That follows the rule of bringing up both states, but it breaks the next rule that we're going to talk about, which is that a comparative statement must make characterizations that fit in the same category. See, Beyonce's gender is not in the same category as the number of people in the group BTS, and therefore it is not a comparative statement. I could say Beyonce is a solo artist while BTS is a group of artists, and that would then be a comparative statement that characterizes both things being compared and makes a characterization that fits in the same category. It's really important that as you do tonight's assignment or tonight's exam preparation, you take the time to follow these two rules in every single one of your responses. If you provide a response that does not follow these two rules, then it is not an acceptable response. So let's look at our exam preparation for our practice that Mr. Logero will go over at the beginning of tomorrow's lesson. Today I'm giving you a short answer question that comes in 3 parts. 1. Identify one similarity in the ways in which the United States and the Soviet Union sought to maintain influence over the course of the Cold War. B. Identify another similarity in the ways in which the United States and the Soviet Union sought to maintain influence over the course of the Cold War. And C. Identify one difference in the ways in which the United States and the Soviet Union sought to maintain influence over the Cold War. Find time before tomorrow's lesson to provide one response to each of the 3 questions, and Mr. Logero will give you possible answers tomorrow. Thank you all for tuning into today's live session. I hope that you enjoyed it, and I hope that you are better prepared for your AP exam and more knowledgeable about the 20th century. Have a wonderful evening.
All right, welcome to day 3 of the AP World History Modern review sessions here on YouTube. It's good to be back. If you weren't here on Wednesday, my name is Mason Logero. I teach in the Austin, Texas area at Pflugerville High School in Pflugerville, Texas, and I'm excited to be here. It's Friday, so yay. Although, let's be honest, with quarantine going on, every day feels the same, doesn't it? But that's okay, we're gonna have a good time today. So let's talk about what we're going to do today. All right, so the last 2 days, Wednesday with me, yesterday with Mr. Smith, we've been talking about the Cold War. Today I'm gonna look at communism specifically and how it spread outside the Soviet Union after World War II. So we're gonna take a long look at China, and we're also gonna talk a little bit about Latin America as well. I also want to talk some more about primary source documents, because on Wednesday when we talked a little bit about point of view, purpose, situation, audience, that sourcing of the documents. Today I want to talk about limitations. And if you notice here at the top, when I put limitations of documents, I put in big capital letters, not bias. And I'm gonna talk about the difference between limitations of a document and the bias of a document, and why we really need to focus on limitations. All right, so for our warm-up, yesterday Mr. Smith gave y'all some homework, and I put homework in quotes because neither he nor I are your teacher, but a nice activity you could do to do a little review for the AP test. And he did a really great job of talking about how to make historical comparisons, how to look at similarities and differences. And he talked about Beyonce and, oh crud, what was the name of the band that he mentioned yesterday? I cannot remember. He's a lot more hip to music than I am. That is just sadly not my thing. But anyway, he did a really good job with it. So if you didn't watch yesterday's lesson, make sure you go back and do that. But the questions he left for y'all, we're looking at similarities and differences in ways the United States and the Soviet Union try to maintain control of their allies during the Cold War. So letters A and B were basically the same question. Identify one thing, identify another example. So under letter B, here are a couple examples of similarities in the way the United States and the Soviet Union sought to maintain control. So a couple of them here. First, establishing defensive alliances. We talked on Wednesday, he talked about yesterday, the need for military allies. Both the United States and the Soviets were fighting for those. Nuclear proliferation. He did a great job of talking about the buildup of nuclear weapons as a deterrent against nuclear war. They both engaged in proxy wars. He mentioned Korea, he mentioned Vietnam. Those were perfect examples of proxy wars. And also dependent relationships with other states. So handing out aid like the Marshall Plan to gather economic allies that would be supportive of the United States and the Soviet Union. And then the last question was, what's a difference between the ways the Soviet Union and the United States maintain control? One major difference you got to think about is that for the Soviet Union, especially in Eastern Europe, we know that they controlled those puppet regimes of Eastern Europe. The Soviets were in control of those governments, even if they looked like they were independent nations. And so the Soviets were kind of obvious about their use of force. The United States, however, was a lot more covert. In fact, I'm going to give you a perfect example of that at the end of today's lesson, but we'll get there in a little bit. All right, so what do you need to know about today? Like I said, I want to talk about the Chinese Communist Revolution, but before we can do that, we need to talk about the major players. There are 2 people that you need to know when talking about the Chinese Revolution. The first is Chiang Kai-shek. Okay, let's do a real quick brief of all of Chinese history, which there's a lot of that, by the way, as you've learned this year. We know that the dynastic system of China that had been there since BCE times had ended by the early 20th century. Remember, China underwent some major problems in the 1800s, the Taiping Rebellion, the Boxer Rebellion, of course, lost the Opium Wars, and so by the early 1900s, there were no more Chinese dynasties. Instead, you had a series of nationalistic leaders ruling China, and Chiang Kai-shek was the one in the 1920s. You also have Mao Zedong. Now, Mao should be a name that you could kind of recognize or sort of recognize, even if you haven't looked at the Chinese Communist Revolution before. Mao grew up in southern China. His father was a pretty well-to-do farmer, not like super rich or anything, but definitely not peasant. And as Mao went through school, he started to read some of the classics of communist literature, and he himself sort of began to adopt communist philosophy. And then as he got a little older, he started preaching that philosophy to peasant farmers in his region of South China. Now, one of the big things he was focused on was the idea of land distribution. Because remember, we're talking about peasant farmers who are resentful of very wealthy landowners in the area. That's something we've kind of seen throughout Chinese history. And now here's Mao promising to take land from the wealthy and put it under control of all the people. So you can imagine he's starting to gain a lot of popularity. All right, long story short, I wish we could get more into the revolution itself, because it is a very interesting story. And as I've said already, I'm hitting the high points of what we're doing here. If you want more information, please talk to your teacher. They want to hear from you, or consult your textbook. But I wish we could talk about Mao's Long March and all that, but we just simply don't have time. But long story short, for about the next 19 years, Mao put together an army, a communist army, and fought Chiang's nationalist army. It was an extremely bloody civil war that lasted until 1949. Now, you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, Logero, didn't Japan invade China during World War II and occupy large parts of China? Yes, very smart student. You're exactly correct. So during that time of Japanese occupation, you actually do see a pause in the civil war. Both the nationalists and the communists were fighting against the Japanese. And actually, that Japanese occupation gave the communists time to sort of regroup, because they were losing the war pretty badly. I'll talk about that later on, how the Japanese invasion actually gave a boost to the communist army. All right, so to end the whole thing, spoiler alert, Mao's communist army wins the revolution. Now, that happens in 1949. If you remember on Wednesday, we talked about the idea of containment for the United States. So they were going to contain communism to the Soviet Union. And that was announced by Harry Truman right before 1949. So you can imagine the situation for the United States, when they gave a lot of help and aid to Chiang's nationalist forces. And now, one of the largest, most populous countries in Asia has fallen to communism as soon as the idea of containment was announced. This was a huge blow to American foreign policy. All right, let's stop, pause the story for a little bit, and talk a little bit about skills that you're going to need for the AP test that's coming up next month, or sorry, May. And also, for those of you that are taking AP US history and AP European history in the coming years, you're going to focus on these same skills. Okay, so like I said, last time we talked about point of view, purpose, situation, audience. We talked about how to identify it and also use it to make a historical claim. Today, I want to think about limitations of a document. But what I don't want to talk about is bias, because I see this word bias a lot in my students' work at Pflugerville and when I grade for the actual AP test. Because yes, I'm one of the graders for the AP test. I've done it for the last several years. If you don't know how this works, the first week of June, several hundred teachers from around the country get together, and for 8 days straight, they do nothing but grade the essays on the AP test. I know it sounds like a blast. Actually, it is. I kind of enjoy it. Don't tell anybody. It's kind of weird of me. But I see this word bias happening. I've seen it a lot of times in student work. But here's what you need to consider: is that there's always going to be some level of bias in every document. Instead, I want to sort of look past that and I want to think about limitations. Okay, let me give you an example. I told you I grew up in South Louisiana. I'm a huge fan of LSU. In fact, I even got my shirt today. Go Tigers. So when it comes to college football, I'm a huge LSU fan. I grew up going to all the games my dad, I love the Tigers. If you ask me at the beginning of each year, hey, how's LSU going to do this year? Every single year, I'm going to tell you at the beginning of the year, oh, they're going to do great. They're going to beat Alabama this year. They're going to win the SEC, make the playoff, and who knows? They might be national champions. Okay, most years, I am wrong. True. Except for this year, because by the way, they did win the national championship, so go Tigers. My apologies to any of you students that are in Alabama or Georgia or South Carolina that are Clemson fans. Sorry if I'm bringing up a sore subject, but this year I was right. So notice something. Even though a document might be biased, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. It still can be correct. I am biased towards LSU, but I was right this year. Instead, though, think about the idea of limitations. Okay, if you ask me my opinion on college football, I can give you some opinions. I watch a lot of football. I read a lot about it. I know a fair amount, but there are limitations to my knowledge. I'm not a coach. I'm not a player. I don't go to practices. I don't know what the game plan is for each week. I don't personally know any of the coaches or players. There's people with a lot more knowledge of college football than me, so I have limitations there. But if you use me as a source, I may not be able to tell you everything about the team and all the strategies, but I can give you information about how the average fan feels. So notice, even when there's bias or limitations in a document, there's still ideas that you can glean from those documents. And as historians, that's what you have to be able to do. You have to look past the bias. I'm not saying to get rid of it completely. You still need to make sure you understand it, but you really want to focus on limitations. And then you take a bunch of sources, you put them together to come up with a coherent historical argument. I'll give you another historical example. When I was in college, one of the longest papers I had to write was on the role of the Catholic Church in World War II in fighting Nazis and trying to stop the Holocaust. And so, as the young historian that I was, I got together a bunch of primary sources. And I had some sources from Catholic sides that said the Pope did everything he could to try and stop the Holocaust. And I had documents from anti-Catholic positions saying, man, the Pope was basically on Hitler's side. Now, those are two extremes of the question. Neither of them is really correct. The answer is somewhere in the middle. So again, your job is to not think about the bias, but think about the limitations and think about the truths that you can find in those documents and put them all together. So let's do some examples. Let me give you one example, and then I'm going to set you free to do a couple on your own. All right, so this is from an older DBQ from an AP test from a couple years ago. Notice the prompt here. We're going to analyze the relationship between Chinese peasants and the Chinese Communist Party. And this first document is from Mao Zedong himself. So what I'd like for you to do is to read this document. I'm going to give you about 1 minute to do it, and then I'm going to talk about the historical situation and purpose and also the limitations. Okay, ready? You got 1 minute to read it starting now. All right, about 30 seconds. So like I said, keep reading. And also kind of think in your head about historical situation and purpose, and then I'll talk about limitations. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so historical situation. Here we have Mao writing right before this major revolution. Notice the date on here is 1927. So right before the revolution starts. This is Mao's attempt at pumping up the farmers in his area. Okay, this is him. This is me pre-football season. Like, yeah, things are gonna be great. He's just trying to pump everybody up, get everybody on his side. Now, is this document biased? Of course it is. But we're not gonna think about that. We're gonna think about the limitations. Okay, yes, there are limitations. We're getting one story from the leader of the Communist Party, but there's still things that we can tell from this document. For example, we can think about the main goals that Mao and the communists are trying to reach. Look at this last sentence. We're gonna sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil landowners into their graves. These are the goals of the Communist Party. So we already have a list of goals from this document. So yes, there's bias, yes, there's limitations, but we still can see some historical ideas there. All right, so I'm gonna give you all this one. This is gonna be on your own this time. This is the same prompt. It's a different document. This time I want you to read the document, and I want you to identify historical situation or purpose, and I want you to identify limitations of the source. And I'm going to give you about 4 minutes or so to do that. So ready? Go. All right, about 2 more minutes. Make sure you're writing down historical situation or purpose, and also make sure you write down some limitations of this document. All right, 1 more minute. All right, so let's talk about this document here. We've got a communist report from the Chinese Party about what Japan is doing in these villages with very exact numbers of the number of people killed, the farm animals that are killed, money that's stolen, all that sort of thing. So if we think about a historical situation, like we were talking about earlier, we know that Japan was occupying several large parts of China during World War II. And we also know that the Chinese Communist Party was attempting to fight this Japan occupation. Now, if we think about limitations, is it possible that these numbers are exaggerated? Yes, that is definitely a possibility. I mean, you also got to consider maybe they're exaggerating on purpose, or during wartime, things are always extremely chaotic. It's really hard to get exact numbers of casualties and animals destroyed and things like that. So I can't tell you for sure if these numbers are accurate. We would need another source to help confirm that. But here's something that we can tell. Even with those limitations, if we're not exactly sure of the numbers, we can tell from this document that the Communist Party is fighting the Japanese and fighting the Japanese occupation. And by the way, remember what I said a second ago? The Japanese occupation actually helped the Communist Party kind of rearm, resupply, regather their forces together. And at the end of World War II, when Japan was finally defeated and left China, a lot of people across China saw the Communist Party as the ones that were fighting and defeated the Japanese, not Chiang Kai-shek's Nationalist Party. So the Communist Party got a lot of support from the people across China because they were seen as the ones that defeated the Japanese. So again, even with the limitations of this document, we can still find and still use and make an historical argument with this document. All right, let's do one more here. This is the same prompt, same thing as before. I'm going to give about 4 minutes. I want you to think specifically about the purpose, and also pay special attention to who is writing this, and then I want you to jot down the purpose and possible limitations of the source. And I'm going to give you 4 minutes to do that. Ready? Go. All right, take about 2 more minutes. Again, make sure you identify the purpose, and also make sure you understand some limitations of the source. All right, 1 more minute. Make sure you got some ideas. Just jot it down on some paper. All right, so here we have an American journalist who's telling a story of a conversation they heard between a teenager and his grandfather. All right, so the purpose is here, we have an American journalist who's trying to tell the story of the Chinese Revolution to people in the United States. So when you think about this, this is just a story, a conversation he heard. This is like one of those man on the street interviews that you see on the news. Now, anytime you see something like that, you have to ask yourself, wait a minute, this one person is saying this. Okay, they believe it. But does that mean that everybody in China thought this? Or that all teenagers in China thought this? And the answer is, of course, no, not every teenager. But if we think about the fact that this reporter heard the story, he probably heard it multiple times in multiple different ways. So we can get the idea that a lot of young people in China felt this way. And there definitely was a generational divide. So the limitation is, okay, we don't know if every teenager thought this. We also don't know if Mao and the communists said all the things that that teenager said. But we can get an idea of what a lot of young people in China thought. And we can also see that this Chinese Communist Revolution is dividing families. Here we have a teenager arguing with his grandfather. And we see this in revolutions and civil wars across the world and across history. Families are often divided over these issues. And this war was just like those. So again, even with the limitations of this is just one person telling one story, we still can kind of get the idea that it is affecting families, individual families across China. All right, so let's get back to the story. Mao is now in complete control of the Communist Party. Remember, he was one of the founding members of the Communist Party. The Communist Party started in China. It was like Mao and 3 other people. And now the Communist Party controls the entire country. Mao is looking to build the economy a lot like Stalin did in the Soviet Union with a series of 5-year plans. So notice here we have an economy that's going to be run by the state. And one of the most famous 5-year plans is known as the Great Leap Forward. And this is an important one that you definitely need to know. So the Great Leap Forward was essentially Mao and the government planning out the economy, setting quotas for industry, setting quotas for farms that you must produce X amount of goods every month. And usually these quotas were extremely high and extremely difficult to reach. And we start to see Mao also using mass propaganda. Here's a piece of propaganda poster that was posted throughout China. And notice the quote here from Mao at the top. Struggle hard for 3 years, Mao says. Because yes, this is going to be difficult. Everybody's be expected to work in either factory or farm. But then he says, change the face of China, catch up with Britain and America. Because remember, as far as industrialization goes, China's way behind England and the United States and those other major economic powers around the world. Because remember, if we think about kind of our history of the last 150 years, we know that industrialization begins in Europe, spreads to the United States. And outside of that, you don't see much industrialization around the world. And of course, in the late 1800s, China's having to deal with European imperialism, the Opium Wars, the Boxer Rebellion, etc. And of course, Japanese occupation during World War II. So Mao realizes that for order for China to become become a world power, they're going to have to industrialize and do it quickly. So notice even here in the cornucopia that these citizens are carrying. If everybody does their work for 3 years, there's lots of food and boats and airplanes. And actually, in the beginning, you do see increased economic output in China. The amount of food being produced in farms goes up. As you can see here with brand new tractors that were introduced, you see a lot more industrialization as well. But those gains were very short-lived. And after a while, things get unbearable for most workers in China. All those gains the economy is making were coming because workers were in some cases being worked almost to death. In some factories, workers brought blankets because they were expected to work all day long until it's time to go to sleep. And they would sleep right there next to the machine. And when they woke up, they'd get right back to work. So workers were being expected to work like that. Farms were being collectivized. The type of farming that was being done was just not as efficient as past farming practices. So you see agricultural output decline as well and led to mass famines across China. So things are starting to get really bad under the leadership of Mao. And Mao can start to feel his power slipping. Again, he was one of the founding members of the Communist Party in China. Communists in China loved him. But with the failures of the Great Leap Forward, people are looking to possibly replace Mao as leader of the Communist Party. And this is where we get into the Cultural Revolution, which is really a very dark time in Chinese history under Mao's rule. Mao starts preaching his new ideas and forcing them upon the population. So traditional Chinese ideas, and by traditional Chinese ideas, I of course mean Confucianism, which we know has been sort of the basis of Chinese governments going back to the Han Dynasty in 200 BCE, and now is being replaced by Maoist ideas on communism. And a lot of Mao's ideas were written in what's known as the Little Red Book. And you can see it here in this cartoon at the top. And even this mass rally, you can see a couple of soldiers holding them as well. These red books were just a collection of Maoist writings about communism. A book or collection of writings in Chinese history. Wonder who else did that in Chinese history? Oh yeah, Confucius and the Analects. I remember that, right? Everyone's expected to read these red books and carry it with them to show them support of Mao. And by the way, this Cultural Revolution lasts up until 1976 when Mao passes away. Another part of this Cultural Revolution, you see these huge rallies that took place all across China, filling up stadiums and public squares. Everyone's expected to attend. There were parades in honor of Mao and the Communist Party. Sometimes in these parades or these big gatherings, there would be something called a struggle session, where people that were deemed enemies of the Communist Party were brought forward, and everyone in the crowd would yell at them, taunt them, sometimes throw things at them. When things got really bad, sometimes they were put into the crowd and they were beaten up and sometimes killed. Struggle sessions happened at large gatherings like you see here in the stadium. They sometimes would happen in smaller gatherings, like the members of workers of a factory together that have a smaller struggle session. You saw people accused of not being loyal enough to Mao and the Communist Party arrested in jail. You saw students who would speak out against their teachers or professors, and those teachers and professors were arrested for not teaching the correct values of Mao and the Communist Party. It's hard to say exactly how many people were jailed or executed during the Cultural Revolution because in a lot of cases numbers weren't really kept. But most historians would agree is at least somewhere in the low millions of people. So again, kind of think about how communism spreads, but also think about the main effects of that spread as well, like we see here in China. Okay, so we talked about the Chinese Revolution. Yesterday, Mr. Smith talked about communism in Vietnam and Cuba and Korea. There's also some other ways that you see it spread to other parts of the world. Let's especially go back to Latin America. Okay, in Latin America, so we're talking about kind of South America and Central America. We know that most of those countries gained their independence in the early 1800s. Everybody remembers Simon Bolivar, right? Hopefully you do. So these countries have been independent for a while now. But remember, even when a country gains independence, okay, obviously that's a good thing. You no longer have a colonial ruler. But that doesn't mean all your problems go away. And especially in Latin America, you see economic inequality and class conflict continuing on into the 1900s. A lot of, you got to kind of consider when you think about the wealth gap between the rich and the poor. There's always going to be an economic gap between the rich and the poor. I mean, by definition, wealthy people have a lot of money and poor people don't. There's always going to be a gap. But when that gap gets too big, it is going to lead to economic and political instability, and it's going to be a problem for everyone. So let's talk about the example of Chile for a second. As these economic problems continue, you actually see the election of Salvador Allende to become the president of Chile in the early 1970s. Now, a lot of people accuse Allende of being communist. Was he communist? It's hard to say, but definitely socialist. He definitely had some, communist ideas and communist leanings. But he was elected by the people of Chile to lead the country. All right, now we talked about containment the other day. We talked about the United States was not going to allow communism to spread, especially to countries in the Western Hemisphere. Mr. Smith talked yesterday about what happened when it came to Cuba. So what we see in Chile is the CIA, for the United States government, actually supporting a military coup led by a Chilean general, Augusto Pinochet. So remember earlier we were doing that warm-up, and I said the United States had no problem pressuring countries in communism, but a lot of times they did it much more covertly than the Soviet Union. At the time, nobody realized the CIA was doing this. People had some ideas, but it never became public. But the point is, when Pinochet becomes president, this leads to mass violence across the country and leads to some serious oppression of any type of dissenters. So we're talking about dissenters being communists, socialists, there were some of the Catholic Church, basically anybody that disagreed with what Pinochet was doing. And you see executions, you see show trials, kind of similar to what we saw in the Cultural Revolution in China. But in Argentina, or Chile especially, you see the disappearance of thousands of citizens. And when I say disappearance, I mean we know that they were probably killed, but never without any trial, without any evidence to show any guilt of any crime. They just simply disappeared. So again, I want you to understand how communism came to many countries around the world, whether it be through revolutions, whether it be through elections, whether it be through proxy wars between the United States and Soviets, but also you need to understand the effects of that as well. All right, so in our debrief, what we've learned today, what I just said, we talked about how communism took root in China specifically, and you do need to know about China specifically, but also you should be able to give some other examples of other countries. And like I said, we talked about the limitations of documents. Not enough in an essay just to say this document's biased, throw it out. Let's talk about limitations, but also again, even with those limitations, we can still always gather something from those documents. All right, it's time for a little exam practice. Now, you know that really mean teacher that gives you homework on a Friday afternoon to do over the weekend? Yeah, that's kind of gonna be me right now. But no, like I said, this is practice before you get ready. I can't require you to do it, but talk to your teacher if you want to go over it. And like I said, Mr. Smith will go over this with y'all next week. So we set up a Google Drive folder, and the link to it's right below me in the information section here. It's just something called 8.4 homework, because today we're studying topic 8.4 from the CED. It's gonna be a short answer question. There's a quote from Salvador Allende, and then there's 3 questions to go with it. So take a look at it, work on it a little bit over this weekend. If you want to talk to your teacher, get some personalized feedback, and that'd be a great idea. Otherwise, Mr. Smith will go over that with y'all next week. Okay, one more thing before you go though, real quickly. Y'all know that the AP test this year is going to be done online. You're gonna have the opportunity to do it from home. The College Board next week is gonna release a whole lot of information about exactly what that looks like. To be honest, I don't even know right now. This is a brand new thing for all of us. But the College Board does understand that technology and access to technology can be an issue. So they're looking to gather some information and looking to help students that need technology in their homes. So if you could, there's a website right down here with a survey about technology use. If you feel like access to technology is going to be a barrier for you or is going to be a problem for you, please go fill it out. Or if you know someone else you think is going to have that problem, talk to them and help them figure this out. Because the College Board definitely wants to help you to make sure you have the access to technology that you need. Also, if access to technology is going to be an issue, talk to your teacher, talk to your principal at your school or someone in your district. Because I know that a lot of districts across the country are working on the same issue. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you spending time with me on a late Friday afternoon. Y'all have a good weekend. Stay safe. Again, contact your teachers. They can help you out. Y'all have a good weekend. We'll talk next week. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of the AP World History Modern live stream. My name is Chad Smith, and you guys might remember me from Thursday. I am a teacher in the Dallas area of Texas at MacArthur High School, and I'm excited to be here with you guys today talking about decolonization after 1900. Before we get into today's activity and talk about decolonization after 1900, I want to take some time to go over Mr. Logereau's AP exam practice assignment from Friday. If you remember, Mr. Logereau talked to you guys on Friday about the spread of communism in the 20th century in the context of the Cold War, and he gave you a short answer question with a set of 3 questions responding to a document by the Chilean communist ruler / communist revolutionary. So the first question said, identify one ideology that informed the author's point of view in the passage. So when you look at the document, and by the way, if you don't have the document from Friday in front of you, you can look at the description of this YouTube video, and in the description of this YouTube video is a link to a Google Drive that has your homework assignments or your AP test prep from every day, and it has your document and the questions from Friday. So if you'd like to go look at that document now while we're going over key parts of it, that would probably be a good idea. So in the document, Allende emphasizes and glorifies the the working class and talks about the working class as if he's a part of it. And he also rejects foreign capital and the role of foreign capital in the Chilean market. This clearly is a point of view that is informed by socialism. Another word that you could use to describe this point of view is Marxism, because Marxism describes the spectrum of political and economic ideologies that promote government control of aspects of the economy. You can also read the document and see that Allende stressed the role of foreigners in his defeat. And we know from what Mr. Lojo taught us yesterday that the foreigners specifically that he's talking about were the United States of America, who got involved in the Chilean conflict because of their interest in containment. He declared his faith in Chile and the destiny of Chile. This shows that the author's viewpoint was also formed by nationalism. Any of these three answers would be acceptable answers. You don't have to have all three of them, but any one of the three is an acceptable answer to the question. Let's move on to question B. Question B asks you to explain one way in which the actions of the Chilean military, as described in the passage, reflect the global political context of the late 20th century. The key here is coming up with global political context. What's happening in the world that this Chilean military conflict fits into? That question can be seen in many different ways. For one, the Chilean military's actions reflect the fact that militaries at the time intensified internal political conflicts by using force to overthrow civilian governments. Another acceptable answer here, and I think a more likely acceptable answer here, is that the military conflict shows that interference from global superpowers such as the Soviet Union, or in this case, the United States, in internal conflicts in one region. That's shown in this speech because Allende is saying that the Chilean military had foreign assistance, and we know that he's talking about the United States. This is what we talked about when we had our live stream on Thursday and talked about proxy wars and the interference of the two global superpowers in local or internal military conflicts. Another potential answer here is that the actions of the Chilean military reflect Cold War ideological rivalries and show that these rivalries destabilize governments, because Allende's speech indicates that the Chilean military and other Chilean elites and the United States all opposed his socialist regime. Again, each one of these three responses is a perfectly acceptable response to the prompt. Notice that question 1 simply says identify, and because it says identify, the answers here are a lot less comprehensive. It merely says the author's point of view was informed by socialism, and that's a sufficient response. However, here, each one connects it directly back to the document. The reason that each one of these connects the answer directly back to the document is because in this question, the prompt does not say identify, it says explain. The third prompt says identify one state in Latin America or Africa other than Chile in which global geopolitical circumstances led to the political instability in the second half of the 20th century. Now remember, the phrase global geopolitical circumstances sounds really intimidating, but in reality, you just answered it. So think proxy wars. Here are some examples. One example is that the Cold War led to political stability in places such as Nicaragua or El Salvador, in Angola, the Congo, and Peru. Of course, some of these are proxy wars that we learned about last week, and some of these are proxy wars that we did not. Okay, so before we go on and have a warm-up to talk about today's exercise, I want to encourage you to share your responses with your own teachers and ask them for guidance in understanding your response. There are potential responses that I did not bring up here as a possible answer, and they might be right too. So please feel free to connect with your teachers and share your responses to this short answer question in order to get an idea about your performance level, and if you didn't perform well, how to improve. Now let's take a moment and let's look at some of the tensions after World War I that led up to the process of decolonization. Much of what we're going to look at right now comes from Unit 7.5, which tells us that after World War I, there were many tensions left unresolved, and we're going to look at some of those tensions and how their lack of resolution led to even more problems for those people over the course of the next 50 years. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to read this document. I want you to read this document and seek to answer the question on the left side of the screen. How does this document characterize the relationship between European states and colonized people? Take 2 minutes to read the document and jot down some responses. Take about 1 more minute to continue reading the document. Answer the question, how does the document characterize the relationship between European states and colonized people? Okay, our 2 minutes is up, so I'm going to move on to the next document. But if you need more time, feel free to pause the video, screenshot the screen, or come back to it later, whatever works for you. Now let's look at another document and seek to answer the same question. So we're going to continue to characterize the relationship between European states and colonized people. What is the relationship between European states and colonized people? Let's take 2 more minutes. Take about 1 more minute to read the document and think about how does this document characterize the relationship between European states and colonized people. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next document now. But just like before, if you need to pause the screen or take a screenshot, you're more than welcome to do that to continue working on this document. This time, I'm only going to give you about 90 seconds because the document's a little bit shorter, and you're answering the same question. How does this document characterize the relationship between European states and colonized people? Okay, take a little bit less than a minute to finish reading the document and thinking about how does this document characterize the relationship between European states and colonized people. All right, let's take some time to discuss these 3 documents and what they show us about the relationship between European states and colonized people. First of all, document 1 tells us, but now we find the poor African has already been plunged into the Great War. When we read this, it tells us that colonized people were expected to fight in World War I, even though they had nothing to do with its causes. Later in the document, the author says, we natives have been loyal since the commencement of the British government, and in all departments of Nyasaland, the welfare of the British would have been incomplete without our loyalty. This tells us that in many cases, especially before World War I, colonized people tended to place their trust in their colonial governments. However, at the end of the document, the author reiterates the poor Africans who have nothing to win in this present world are invited to die for a cause which is not theirs. These are extraordinarily strong words, and they show that that trust that the author referred to earlier is being called into question, and that Africans in particular are having a new outlook on whether or not they truly trust the British government, the British colonial government. Document 2 gives us some new ideas and reinforces some of the ideas we found in document 1. In document 2, it says, well, it's the English who have taught us this. This idea is that the English had brought nationalism and the concept of national identity to the colonies. Nationalism is the concept that when an individual's identity is wrapped up in a collective identity, that's nationalism. And nationalism can be used to convince people to do lots of things that they might not do for other reasons. Nationalism is sometimes about a state. For example, the type of nationalism that's being spoken of in this document is a nationalism to the British government. But oftentimes, especially in the 20th century, nationalism was to an idea that did not have a state. And when nationalism was to an ethnicity or a creed or an idea that did not have a state, its goal was the creation of a state. That's going to be a really important concept as we look at what happened after World War II. This document also reinforces ideas learned from document 1. For example, in the source line, you learn that once again, colonized people are expected to fight in World War I, and even though it had nothing to do with their causes. And throughout document 2, there's an emphasis on violence and the damage it causes in younger generations, further demonstrating the tensions between colonized people and European states as a result of the role colonized people were expected to play in World War I. These tensions after World War I created new problems for both European states and colonized people as they progressed through the 20th century. Let's look at document 3. Document 3 says, we were given worthless lands in some of the most remote parts of the island without even a well-needed £5 bill to assist us in making a shabby shelter. Again, this tells us something new. The colonial governments had little to offer colonized people as a result of their participation in World War I. But it also reinforces the ideas we learned in Document 1 and 2. In all three documents, there's a clear dissatisfaction, even an anger with the colonial governments. This demonstrates growing tensions between colonized people and colonial governments. These tensions, again, that you learned about in Unit 7, Topic 5, these tensions from World War I show that they lasted long beyond World War I, and the failure to resolve these tensions created even new problems after World War II. So let's take some time today to talk about those problems that were created after World War II. We're going to focus on three separate learning objectives today. These three separate learning objectives today are focused on the concept of decolonization, the idea that many people across Africa and Asia rejected their imperial governments and established new states, and then had to go to work determining how those states would pursue economic and political development. So first, we're going to compare the process by which various peoples pursued independence after 1900. Then we're going to explain how political changes in the period from 1900 to the present led to territorial, demographic, and national developments. You may or may not remember what the word demographic means, but it's about population and the study of population. Finally, we're going to try to explain economic changes and continuities resulting from the process of decolonization. So let's start by defining decolonization. See, after the World War II, after 1945, between 1945 and the end of the 20th century, the number of states in the world more than doubled, from 75 to over 190 states in the world. And this is a process that took place through decolonization, as colonized people in Asia and Africa fought against their colonial governments in order to achieve their own independent states. This happened for many reasons. Some significant reasons included both the scientific and social debunking of social Darwinism and the civilizing mission, the fact that after World War II, many imperial states needed to focus their energy and resources on rebuilding their own state and not maintaining imperial governments. But the number one reason for decolonization was the efforts of nationalist leaders and nationalist movements. As a matter of fact, it cannot be said that European governments gave independence to these states. It must be said that states in Africa and Asia earned their own independence and gained their independence from their European colonizers. Some of those states gained their independence through negotiation with European colonial governments, but other states had to gain their independence through armed struggle, as European states refused to give up their economically wealthy colonies. In some cases, independence wasn't such an easy concept either. There were religious, ethnic, and regional backgrounds because of borders created by colonizing governments that didn't understand local religions, ethnicities, or regions. And these differences often led to conflict and the creation of multiple states. We've just talked about a massive process that goes throughout the 20th century from 1945 until 2001. Let's go a little bit more in depth by doing a case study on three specific newly created states in the period 1945 to 2001. First, we're going to look at the creation of two states in South Asia called India and Pakistan. Then we're going to look at the British West Africa, particularly Ghana. And finally, we're going to look at Vietnam, which is in Southeast Asia. And you guys should be familiar with because we discussed it in each of the last two live AP World History Modern lessons. First, let's talk about the case of India. In India, there's a nationalist group that actually goes back to the early 1900s, to the late 1800s. And the Indian National Congress, which was originally a group of elite Indians seeking their own rights for their own class of people. This was a group that the government of Britain promised to give more freedoms to for their participation in World War I. This promise that was made to them and then rejected by the British government was one of the things that we mentioned earlier that created significant tensions after World War I. The Indian National Congress was mostly a secular group with some Hindu influence. But in the 1900s, there was a new leader of the Indian National Congress named Mohandas Gandhi. And Mohandas Gandhi was an incredibly important leader for the Indian National Congress for several reasons. First of all, Mohandas Gandhi was a highly educated member of Indian society, and he had even taken time to travel to places like Europe and South Africa to increase his education. It was very important to Mohandas Gandhi to reject the notions of caste, not to question them religiously. He was a Hindu, and he was seeking to establish a truly secular movement, which meant that they would not restrict people based on their caste. This opened the Indian National Congress up to the masses of the Indian people, and took it from a movement of the elite to a movement of the people. It also brought the Indian National Congress and made women able to participate in the activities and actions of the Indian National Congress. The other really important thing that Mohandas Gandhi did for the Indian National Congress was he instituted a policy of non-violent civil disobedience. Non-violent civil disobedience means breaking unjust laws and knowing that there might be consequences for doing it, but using those consequences to draw attention to the injustice of the government. The most famous example for Gandhi was when he led Assault March. That's right, Assault March, where hundreds of people marched alongside Gandhi, including hundreds of women, to the sea to make their own salt. It doesn't seem like such a revolutionary action, but the reality is the British government had made it illegal for Indians to participate in the historical custom of India because the British government preferred Indians to buy salt from British merchants. By buying salt from British merchants and paying taxes to the British government, the Indians were exploited for European economic gain. That was the whole point of colonization. And so Gandhi used the Salt March in order to protest this type of injustice. Indians participated in World War II, and after World War II, it became clear to the British government that they would not be able to maintain the Indian Empire in face of a nationalist rebellion. And so in 1947, India was successfully able to negotiate its independence. However, they were not able to negotiate a future based on what they agreed. See, there was not just the Indian National Congress in the movement for Indian independence. There was a second significant nationalist movement called the Muslim League. And the Muslim League was seeking its exceptional protections for Muslims in Indian society because Muslims represented a prominent minority of the Indian people. However, you might remember from learning about the Delhi Sultanate in North India or from learning about the Mughal Empire across the Indian subcontinent that Muslims were not just a minority, they were a powerful and wealthy elite minority. So it was important to them to not have a simple democracy or a democracy that relied on secularism. It was important to them to have a government that had clear protections for the Indian people. Ultimately, the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League were unable to come to an agreement with Britain, and therefore, instead of creating one independent state in 1947, the region was partitioned into two independent states, Pakistan and India. Pakistan was for the Muslims, and India was for the Hindus and Sikhs and other secular Indians. This led to intense rioting and massive immigration as Muslim people sought to move north into Pakistan, and Hindu and Sikh people sought to move south into India. More than 1 million people were killed in riots as a result of the partition, including Gandhi himself, who was assassinated by a Hindu nationalist. The story of India gives us examples of several aspects of decolonization. First, it shows us the Indian National Congress and Mohandas Gandhi as two significant leaders in the nationalist movement across Africa and Asia. Second, it gives us an example of a newly created state that was able to negotiate its independence with the colonial empire. Third, it gives us an example of religious differences that led to significant conflict and the development of two separate states. Let's move on and talk about West Africa. In West Africa, the British government negotiated for independence, the independence of Ghana, with nationalist leader Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah, like Gandhi, was a nationalist leader who learned about nationalism as he traveled and studied abroad. He traveled in the United States and Britain and adopted specific American versions of nationalism, like founding fathers and statutes to glorify those founding fathers, a flag for people to salute or pledge to, and glorifying the great history of West Africa and West African trade empires. Kwame Nkrumah was an important example of a nationalist leader, and Ghana, or the Gold Coast, is another example of a region that was able to negotiate its independence. You've already become a little bit familiar with the story of Vietnam. At the end of World War II, Vietnam was a part of the French Empire, and Vietnamese nationalists wanted independence from the French Empire. At first, the French Empire engaged in warfare in order to stop the Vietnamese from becoming independent. But even when the French could no longer sustain such a war, the United States of America got involved to avoid the Vietnamese from becoming independent because the nationalist leader there was a man named Ho Chi Minh. Like the other nationalist leaders we've learned about today, Ho Chi Minh was educated outside of his colonial government. However, unlike them, he was not educated in Western states. He was educated in the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union education helped bring the idea of communism to Vietnam. As a communist, the United States could not allow him, or did not want to allow him, to become a political leader of Vietnam because of the policy of containment. Ho Chi Minh is another example of an extraordinary nationalist leader in the movement for independence and decolonization. But Vietnam is an example of a state that was only able to gain independence through armed struggle. Take a moment to screenshot this screen or write down some of these concepts, because there are many, many more examples of the things that we talked about today. Another important or significant nationalist leader was Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt, and another place where the colonies were able to negotiate independence was French West Africa. Colonies that gained independence through armed struggle included Algeria from the French Empire and Angola from the Portuguese Empire, which we did mention briefly the other day as another example of proxy war. And of course, there are other regional, religious, and ethnic conflicts because of inherited imperial boundaries. The Quebecois separatist movement in Canada and the Biafra secessionist movement in Niagara. Let's move on and talk about a different type of newly created states. See, sometimes in order to create new states, people were displaced from their lands and resettled into new lands. We've actually already taken a moment to discuss this when we learned about India and Pakistan. That was another example of the ways that people were displaced in order for the creation of new states. But probably history's most famous example of this concept comes in Israel. Israel in World War I and World War II was not a country. However, tracing back to the late 1800s was the idea of Zionism, or the concept of Jewish nationalism. The difference between Zionism and other forms of nationalism is that Zionism didn't have a homeland, that the people of Jewish nationalism were scattered around the world as a result of a process or concept we've learned about throughout world history called the Jewish diaspora. And for Zionism to work, Jews would need to immigrate back to what they considered their homeland, which is where they once had their great empire. The problem with this is, in the early 1900s, somebody else was there. You probably remember learning about the Ottoman Empire, one of the great gunpowder empires of the 14, 15, and 1600s. By 1900, the Ottoman Empire had gone from the strong sword of Islam to the weak man of, or the sick man of Europe. And they were losing a lot of power. Nonetheless, the people living there were predominantly Muslim. So the Ottoman Empire joined the Central Allies in World War I. If you remember, the Central Allies were Austria-Hungary, Germany, and the Ottoman Empire were the main members of the Central Powers. And as the Ottoman Empire became ready, as the Ottoman Empire was clearly losing World War I, the British made an announcement called the Balfour Declaration. The Balfour Declaration made frankly contradicting promises. The Balfour Declaration first was an outright support of the concept of Zionism, promising to support Jewish nationalists in their goal of creating a Jewish homeland. However, the Balfour Declaration also stated that the religious and civil rights of the non-Jewish people living in the region would be respected by the Jewish government. This was problematic because these two promises couldn't both be kept. After World War I, the British government became mandates over the Ottoman Empire. Essentially, they gained colonial control, but tried to call it something else. During this time, Jewish people began immigrating to the region of Jerusalem and to the region of Israel, where they wanted to establish their homeland and create a new state. And after World War II and the Jewish Holocaust and the murder of more than 6 million Jewish people, national sympathies for the Jewish people and the idea that having a homeland could protect people who were more vulnerable to criticism and more vulnerable to violence than other groups of people was an idea that was gaining a lot of steam in the Western world. The British government handed over the decision to the United Nations, and the United Nations partitioned the region and created the state of Israel in 1948. This was not a decision that took place without conflict. As a matter of fact, there's been more than 3 separate wars throughout the last 40 years fought over this region and fought over the decision to partition and force Palestinians out of their home in order to establish a Jewish homeland. Not only have there been major wars where the United States of America supported Israel and countries like Saudi Arabia and Egypt supported Palestine, there's also been daily violence in the region between the Jewish and the Palestinian people because they cannot agree and cannot understand, that's not right to say, they cannot agree on a future and a direction for a state that meets the needs and the goals of both the Jewish and the Palestinian people. Again, this is one of 2 examples that we addressed that show that people were displaced from their lands and resettled in new lands as a part of creating new states in the process of decolonization. Now let's take a moment to look at 2 examples of governments that sought to actively strengthen their control over their economies in order to promote development. In both of these cases, these are newly created states. The first one is a woman named Indira Gandhi, who became the Prime Minister of India in the 1960s. While she has no relation to Mohandas Gandhi, she was the daughter of India's first Prime Minister. Indira Gandhi moved to nationalize production and increase the amount of production that took place in India. She also worked very hard to stifle the political expression of people who opposed her economic goals. Okay, I'm going to take a pause from my story here and just be very frank with everybody. I have done my very best. I have learned to pronounce all of the names of peoples and places around the world as a world history teacher for the last 8 years. I have actually typed these names into Google Translate and listened to how they sound. I have practiced, but I am beat. And out of respect for the Sri Lankan Prime Minister you see on the screen, I'm going to avoid saying her name because I cannot figure out how to say it properly. So this powerful political leader also became the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka in the 1960s. And like Indira Gandhi, she was also the daughter of a major political leader before her. She continued the socialism of her father and increased it through major land reforms and restriction on free enterprises. In both of these cases, these women were very powerful political leaders whose powerful economic roles had moderate degrees of success. Both of them lost their political position, but later came back into power and had opportunities to continue their economic strength. As a matter of fact, it was the woman on the right who played a significant role in the creation of a new constitution, changing the name of Ceylon to Sri Lanka. There's an important continuity with colonization, with economies and colonization as well. This important continuity is that decolonization did not end the relationship between former colonies altogether. As a matter of fact, former colonies and what we call metropoles, or the former colonizing government, maintained close cultural and economic ties. Oftentimes, these cultural and economic ties were maintained through migration from former colonies to metropoles, or former colonizing governments. Here are 3 major examples. South Asians immigrated throughout the second half of the 20th century to Great Britain, which was a metropole. Filipinos immigrated throughout the second half of the 20th century to the United States of America. And Algerians immigrated throughout the second half of the 20th century to France. In this case, Algeria, South Asia, and the Philippines are 3 examples of former colonial colonized people. And Britain, the United States, and France are examples of metropoles, or former colonizing governments. We've talked about a whole lot today, so let's take a moment and debrief and summarize. First of all, decolonization is the process of large European empires losing their states. Over 75 states, there was about 75 states in 1945, and just 50 years later, there was over 190 states. That's an extraordinary growth in the number of states in the world, and it happened through the process of decolonization. In almost every single case, it's important to note that colonies earned their independence. It was not something that was granted or given to them, and they earned their independence through powerful nationalist movements, sometimes through negotiation, but sometimes through armed struggle. And sometimes, when they earned their independence, there were religious, regional, or ethnic differences that led to conflict or even independent movements. We also learned that sometimes the creation of new states, like India and Pakistan or Israel, led to the displacement or resettlement of large populations. Finally, we learned that in the development of new states, some political leaders took extreme measures and strong economic roles to guide their economy into development. And we learned that former colonial subjects maintained cultural and economic ties to metropoles, or a former colonizing country. Oftentimes, times, these ties were maintained through migration to major cities in those metropoles. Okay, I know we've been through a lot today, and we just ran through 50 years of history. And before we move on, I want to make a really important note. You may or may not have realized that over the last 4 days, we've discussed the Cold War, and all of a sudden, I'm talking about something completely different. It's really important that you remember that all of this process of decolonization takes place in the context of the Cold War. That while these different states, India, Ghana, Vietnam, Algeria, Angola, while all of them are gaining independence from their colonial governments, it's happening in a time of the Cold War. And that as many of these states are trying to develop new political and economic systems, both the United States and the Soviet Union are working actively to spread their influence and convince new political leaders to develop systems similar to the two superpowers. That's really important context for understanding everything we've discussed today. Now let's take some time and do some AP exam practice. Before I get into your assignment to do for practice this afternoon, I want to remind you that in the description for this video, you can click to a link where Google Drive has a Google document that has the 2 documents and the instructions I'm about to show you. So here's the deal. For each document, I'll give you a claim based on something we learned about today. It is your job to read the document and find evidence in the document that supports the claim. The easy version of this activity is highlighting or underlining the evidence that you find. The harder version is doing the easy version and writing 1 to 2 complete sentences showing how the words from the document prove the claim without quoting the document. I'm going to quickly go through the documents just so you can see them or screenshot them, but I recommend going to the Google Drive in the description below. Thank you all so much for coming by and watching day 4 of our AP World History Modern live stream. Tomorrow, Mr. Logeroy will be back, and we look forward to seeing you guys every afternoon for the rest of the week. Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, welcome to day 5 of our AP World History Modern review sessions. My name is Mason Logeroy, coming to you live from the Austin, Texas area, where for the last 2 days, it was kind of nasty and rainy outside, but today the sun came out, and hey, when you're stuck at home, you can't go anywhere, it's kind of nice to have sun, so at least you can go for a walk around the neighborhood. All right, hey Logeroy, what are we doing today? I'm glad you asked, very smart student who's watching this on YouTube. Today is going to be kind of a, let's take everything we've looked at over the last several sessions and put it all together. If you watched yesterday's session with Mr. Smith, he did a really good job of pointing out how the Cold War and decolonization were basically going on at the same time, and definitely were affecting each other. So what I'm going to do today is kind of take a much broader look at the 20th century and ask the question of how did individuals and groups of people respond to the power structures, whether it be governments or economies, and to the changes in power structures in the 20th century. I also want to think about looking at visual primary sources, because my last couple of lessons we've looked at a lot of written primary sources, but today I want to talk about how can we find point of view, purpose, situation, audience in those visual sources, because you will definitely be seeing some of those on this year's test, I think, depending on the format, which we'll find out about later this week. But next year, if you take a push, you'll see the same thing. All right, so for our warm-up, Mr. Smith gave you a couple of questions here, a couple of documents. He gave you a claim, and then he asked you to do 2 things. 1, underline or highlight the evidence from the document that proves that claim, and then 2, in your own words, kind of describe why that evidence supports the claim. By the way, I just want to say one quick thing about this homework. I keep calling it homework in quotes, of these practice assignments. Make sure that you're talking to your teacher at school and let them know that you're doing this work, because listen, every school's different, everybody's doing their own thing. I get that. Some schools are requiring students to do work for grades, some are not. Some may not be right now, but they may be later. If I were you, if you're doing these assignments at home, I would hold on to your work. Either keep it in a stack in your room, keep it online if you typed it up, somewhere on Google Drive or something like that, but hold on to it. And you can show your teacher later that you've been doing this work, okay? So talk to your teacher about that, exactly what they want you to do, or if they want you to turn in this work that you're doing for these review sessions. All right, anyway, let's look at our first one here. The claim that Smith gave for y'all was that even after those independence movements that he talked about yesterday, these brand new states, whether it be in Africa or Asia or elsewhere, were still maintaining ties to the former colonizers, former colonizing governments. And he talked about metropoles and things like that. So here we have a source, someone who was part of the Algerian National Liberation Front, so they're fighting for decolonization in Algeria from France, and later became the first prime minister of Algeria. And notice here in this document, and Smith highlighted it for you already, he talks about synthesis. He talks about synthesizing the Islamic world of North Africa and the Christian world of Europe and bringing them together. So it shows that same connection that's still there even after decolonization. Now, you can also write this in your words, something like what I have here. He's demonstrating a desire to maintain strong, positive relationship with the Christian or European world. Okay, so again, you should be able to find the evidence in the document, but you also need to put it in your own words and explain exactly how it proves that claim. All right, the other source he gave you was again from another Algerian nationalist, and the claim was about nationalism. Smith did a really good job of pointing out yesterday that nationalism was a major cause of these decolonization movements and inspired a lot of people in these former colonies to try and fight for independence. Now, notice in this document, the term nationalism is never used. You don't see the word nationalism anywhere in here, but there are nationalist ideas. Look at the very first sentence. It mentions religion, it mentions a fatherland, so talking about geographic region, and it mentions a language. Now, nationalism is sometimes kind of hard term to define or kind of hard term to really nail down, but in almost every definition you ever see of nationalism, it almost always is going to mention religion, geographic area, and language. And you see that right there at the beginning. You also see here threats of violence between people that would try to divide the fatherland. So if you're looking to put this in your own words, he talks about the idea of nationalism across North Africa, again, region, language, religion, and even threats of violence against people that would try to divide North Africa, i.e. the French and other colonizers. All right, so let's get into what we need to know about for today. Oops, sorry about that. All right, what I did was here on the left side, I kind of gave you a list of major developments in the 20th century. We've talked about most of these already, although I know the 2 world wars and depression, we didn't cover a lot here in the review sessions, but I know you probably did cover them in class. We talked about the Armenian genocide, the Holocaust, or you did that in class as well. Talked about the rise of fascism and communism. We definitely talked about the Cold War and decolonization. The one major development we have not talked about yet is globalization. We are going to be doing that later this week. And really, globalization is a term you're probably familiar with because we're kind of living through it today. It's just the idea of the world coming together because of advancements in transportation and communication. The world is a lot smaller today. People are more interconnected. That's all we're looking at with globalization. So you probably already understand that. But let's be honest. Let's look at this list here for a second. It's not a happy list, guys. There's a lot of really bad stuff that happened in the 20th century. And there were some major changes to political structures, economic structures. I mean, it was a century of change, no doubt about it. So today what I want to look at is how did individuals and groups around the world, how did they respond to all these changes and to the conflicts that occurred in the 20th century? One term you're probably familiar with is the term nonviolence. And so I want to take a look at that, especially when I look, of course, at the 3 major people you should think of when you think of the idea of nonviolence. That is Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, and Nelson Mandela. Those are 3 main examples of nonviolence. You do need to know about all 3 men and what they were doing. All right, Smith did a really good job yesterday of talking about Gandhi and his importance and his role in the independence movement for India, when India was able to gain independence from Great Britain. And he also mentioned a little bit about Gandhi's use of nonviolence in order to do that. Remember, the idea behind nonviolence is that you find a law that is unjust. You purposefully break that law. You then accept the punishment that goes with it. And by doing that, you really shine a light on the injustice. And Gandhi did this in many different ways, through marches, through protests, through boycotts. And he's able to rally public pressure across India, but also in other parts of the world to help India gain independence from Britain. Now, I want you to think about this idea of nonviolence in order to rally public sentiment. Remember that we're in the 20th century now. In fact, all 3 of these guys we're looking at are in the second half of the 20th century. It's a time of mass media. Radio is popular all over the world. When people go to the movie theater, they go watch movies, yes, but before movies start, you didn't see all the previews and trailers that we see today. Oftentimes they saw newsreels. So we're talking about using video from parts of the world and what's going on there. Television is starting to come around in some parts of the world in the 50s, 1960s. But the point is, with mass media, people are seeing images and video of the injustices that are happening around the world. And Gandhi's able to do that to bring public pressure to bear on government officials. I don't know if this type of nonviolence would necessarily work in earlier time periods because you don't have that same mass media to get your message out. For example, Smith mentioned the salt march that Gandhi did to protest the fact that the British authorities were only allowing people of India to buy salt from British merchants. Now, if we're being completely honest here, the SALT Act and how to buy salt from British merchants is not the worst thing the British were doing to the people of India. There were far worse things, but it's something that affected everybody. I mean, everybody needs salt to cook, right? Salt is really tasty and makes food good. And people can see the blatant injustice of it as well. It's easy to understand. It's easy to rally public pressure around. That's why Gandhi chose it. But the point is that Gandhi was able to successfully use nonviolence in order to gain independence for India from Britain. Later, we see other examples of nonviolence being used here in the United States and also in South Africa. I know that you're familiar with Martin Luther King. You know that in the 1950s and 60s, he was able to use the idea of nonviolence to bring about the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act here in the United States to help African Americans, especially in the South, in the 1960s. Nelson Mandela is probably someone you know. You've probably heard the name before, but you may not know his full story. And it really is an absolutely fascinating one. And I wish we had more time to go into it today. I really, really do, but we just don't because we have other things to cover. So what I've done is in the description of the video, right below me, there's a link to a video. And you might need to click the show more button to do it. But it's a video, it's an interview that Nelson Mandela did with Oprah Winfrey before he passed away several years ago. Please, please, please watch the video when you get a chance. It's about 7 or 8 minutes long. It won't take you very long. It's a really interesting interview. And before it starts, she does a really good kind of encapsulation of his life. But one of the things you have to know about South Africa, remember, South Africa actually gained its independence from Britain early on in the early 20th century, well before most countries in Africa really didn't gain independence until, for most of them, after World War II. But when South Africa became a new country, it was run by Britain's the Afrikaners, white settlers, who are a minority of the population, but who controlled the government, the military, the economy, and everything else, and instituted a policy of apartheid across South Africa. If you're not familiar with apartheid, you can kind of think of it as like segregation, Jim Crow laws we see in the United States after the Civil War, but much, much worse. They take it to a very much farther extreme. So policies of segregation across the country. You had certain neighborhoods for the white settlers, you had certain neighborhoods for the black Africans of South Africa, and they never did meet. If you want a really interesting viewpoint on the policy of apartheid, do a little bit of research into Trevor Noah. He's a comedian and host of The Daily Show. You've probably seen him before. He grew up in South Africa during the time of apartheid, but he has a very unique viewpoint of it because his dad was white, his mom was black. And remember, this is a time when people of different races were not even allowed to socialize with each other, much less have a child together. And so his viewpoint is a very, very unique one. And I would definitely encourage you to look into his life more because it'll really teach you a little bit about apartheid and you'll learn a very unique viewpoint on it. But Mandela and his followers began trying to fight apartheid in the 1950s and 60s. And originally he called for nonviolence. But Mandela throughout his life really did struggle with, is nonviolence going to be effective? Because to be honest, at the beginning of the struggle, it simply was not. And there were often times when he considered calling for violent actions against the South African government. He was eventually arrested for the work that he was doing. He spent 28 years in prison, most of it in solitary confinement, most of it under sentence of hard labor. But the amazing thing is, after the 1990s, apartheid finally came to an end. Some of the work because of what Mandela did, other parts because of international pressure on South Africa. But he eventually became Prime Minister of South Africa. Now, consider, as Prime Minister of South Africa, he is now in a position of power to seek revenge on all the people that jailed him for those 28 years. But instead, Mandela called for reconciliation across the country. And that was a very powerful moment there when he could have sought revenge, but instead sought reconciliation for the better of the country. And by the way, I absolutely love this quote from Nelson Mandela. I'm going to give you a second to read it because I think it's a really beautiful quote. And it really speaks to a trap that I know I fall into sometimes, and other students do as well. When we start thinking about the great men and women of history, think about the Gandhis, the Mandelas, the Kings, all those people that we look up to. And a lot of times when we start to think about them, we treat them like heroes, which obviously, of course, they are. They did amazing things and sacrificed their lives in many cases for their freedom. But then we almost start to treat them like more than human, like some sort of demigod. And we think to ourselves, yes, they did amazing things, but we can never do that ourselves. But what this Mandela quote really shows is that all of those heroes that we think about, no matter what time period we're talking about or what part of the world, they were humans just like us. They had the same struggles and fears that we all have. And so I absolutely love this quote. And I think when you consider that they were just humans just like us with the same struggles and same fears, it makes what they did even more impressive. So I absolutely love this quote. I wish we could take a little time later on after this video is over, go back, really read this carefully and think about it and how it can apply to your own life. All right, I want to take a break real quick from the history story and talk about how do we analyze visuals, whether they be pictures, paintings, charts, graphs, whatever it might be. There's an exercise I like to do in my class known as optic. And you may have done it before in your class, or maybe you've done something similar. But what I really like about it is that it forces you to look at all the little details in the visual. But then it also forces you to take outside information, bring historical evidence to bear on the source, to do a little bit of analysis as well. So I'm going to show you right now real quick how you can do optic with the statue of Martin Luther King, and then I'm going to set you free to do one on your own here in a second. So when you do optic, the first thing you do is just an overview, a very brief description, less than a sentence. Here's what's in the picture. In the parts, you just simply list out everything that you see, big, small, everything. The title, I tell my students, think about the title you would give it. I usually don't put a title on these pictures if I'm having to do optic, but what title would you give to this picture? Or in this case, I want to take a specific look at this statue. Interrelationships. I want you to take some of the parts and how are they interacting with each other? What are they doing to each other? Did one cause the other? Is one affecting another? Is one maybe a continuity or a change of some sort? Let's talk about interrelationships between the parts. And then in the conclusion, that's when you start bringing historical information to bear. Bring me in some outside information, something that you can't see in the picture that's going to help you to better understand the picture. All right, so let's talk about this. First off, this is a statue of Martin Luther King. You probably figured that out. It is on the campus of the University of Texas here in Austin, where I did go to school, my alma mater. So welcome. But this was a statue that I used to walk by almost every day when I was on campus going to class. And I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite pieces of art or statues anywhere on campus. But notice it's sort of a fairly simple statue, but there's a much deeper meaning in it that we need to consider. All right, so first off, the overview. Like I said, it's a statue of Martin Luther King. That's all it is for the overview. For the parts, yes, you have King. He's on a pedestal. If you notice down below on the pedestal here, there's an engraving of a couple of small children. But notice what King is wearing. He's wearing a preacher's robe. Remember that Martin Luther King started out as a Christian minister, and you see that in the statue. And he has his arm outstretched as if he is preaching in a church. So therefore, in relationships, I did put King is speaking because you can see the outstretched hand, and he's wearing this preacher's robe. And the reason why I bring that up is again, if we're bringing some outside information to bear, the reason why King practiced nonviolent ideas when it came to fighting the power structure of the American South was because of his Christian beliefs. His Christian beliefs informed his nonviolence. And by the way, it was the same thing for Gandhi in India. Gandhi was Hindu. His Hindu beliefs led to him practicing nonviolence. So notice here, I'm bringing in some outside information so that you can better understand why King did what he did or why Gandhi did what he did in India. All right, so I'm going to give you a chance to practice this. I'll give you a little bit of background on this picture. This is a picture of Nelson Mandela. He is in the jail cell that he lived in when he was in jail. He was incarcerated in. This is after he got out. A couple years after he got out, he returned to the jail cell, and that's what this picture is. So what I'd like you to do is take about 4 minutes or so, and I want you to just fill out this optic part on this picture. And notice the first couple parts, those are pretty easy. You're just identifying things in the picture. But in that conclusion, I want you to bring in some outside information, something that you can't see in the picture, but something that would help better explain the picture. So I'm going to give you about 3 or 4 minutes to do that. You ready? Go. All right, take a couple more minutes here. At this point, you should probably have the overview and parts done. Like I said, that's kind of the easy part, but now you're getting a little bit tougher part, the interrelationships, and especially the conclusion. All right, take about 1 more minute. Again, I really want you to focus on the conclusion and bringing in some outside information. You don't necessarily need to make a historical claim because I really didn't give you a question to make a claim about. But again, bring in some outside information that will help you better understand this picture in this moment here. All right, so again, let's talk about some possible answers. Again, as always, if yours are different than mine, that is totally okay. But talk to your teacher if you want to get some more individualized feedback. Okay, very simply, overview. It is Nelson Mandela in a jail cell. That's it. The parts, you got Mandela himself, you got the jail cell, you have bars over the window, like you would see in a jail cell. For those interrelationships, though, start thinking about what Mandela is doing, how he's staring out the window, looking through those bars on the window. And then for my conclusion, this is when I start to bring in information about Mandela. The fact that he spent 28 years, most of them in this cell right here. And you can just imagine what's going through his mind in this moment, how he's reflecting on his time there, but also again, on those ideas of nonviolence and of reconciliation, when a lot of us would be tempted to get revenge and violence on those that placed us here. So again, you bring in that information to better understand the source. Okay, let's get back to the history part of this. Obviously, nonviolence was an extremely important movement in the 20th century in India, in South Africa, in the United States, and by the way, in other parts of the world also. I found, and I wish I could have had time to share with y'all, this fantastic poem by a French soldier who was trying to, who didn't want to fight in Vietnam. Remember, as we talked about the other day, Mr. Smith talked about Vietnam was actually a French colony. The French were in there fighting before the United States, and he in his poem, this French soldier was laying out the reasons why he did not want to fight in Vietnam. And we see this in many other countries as well, this idea of nonviolence. But again, if we're thinking about reactions that people had to power structures of the 20th century, nonviolence is not the only one. Obviously, terrorism and violence were also a big part of the 20th century. So we see a couple examples here. One in this picture, the Irish Republican Army in Ireland, who saw Ireland being they considered occupied by the British, and they kind of realized, or they thought that the only way to stop British occupation was through violence. Or if you think about Al Qaeda in the Middle East, who saw Western occupation of traditional Muslim holy lands. For example, when the Russians invaded Afghanistan in the late 70s, early 80s, or in the early 1990s, when the United States was using Saudi Arabia for military bases to fight in the first Gulf War against Iraq. So in these cases, you see groups using terrorism and violence for political means in order to fight the political structure. You also, in many parts of the world, start to see women taking on a much bigger role in political processes, whether it be through suffrage, through voting in the ballot box, or through direct protest, or in some cases, both. This is a picture on the right of Alice Paul and some of her group that were protesting in front of the White House for a passage to a constitutional amendment, which eventually becomes the 19th Amendment, allowing women to vote here in the United States. By the way, if you don't know the story of Alice Paul, please go look it up and do some more research on her. Fascinating woman who was leading these protests during World War I in front of the White House, which took a lot of guts and courage to fight for that, and eventually got the 19th Amendment passed. Okay, one more thing I want to do today. I've got here two pictures. These are from a DBQ from a couple years ago that was on the AP test. The question for the DBQ that year was about the role of women in politics in Latin America in the 20th century. So I'd like you to do a couple things. I'm going to give you about 5 minutes or so. The first thing is you're going to make a historical claim. So again, it's sort of a mini thesis statement. What can you tell about the role of women in politics in Latin America in the 20th century based on these two pictures? And then let's talk about the document's purpose, point of view, situation, or audience. Because we've done this for written sources. And a lot of times students kind of have this trouble of thinking about the purpose, point of view of a photograph. But take a second, make your claim, and then think about purpose, point of view, situation, audience. And you might want to kind of look back to optic and do some of that. I'm not saying that you have to do every single step in it when it comes to an essay like a DBQ, but it might help you to go through those steps in your head, look at all the little parts of it, bring in some outside information as well. Okay, but try and come up with at least one example of purpose, point of view, situation, or audience for each of the documents. So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to do that. You ready? Go. All right, take about 4 more minutes. At this point, you should be able to come up with a claim at least and write that down. Again, one sentence should be enough for that claim about women's role in politics in Latin America in the 20th century. And now start to think about purpose, point of view, situation, or audience. And as always, when you're thinking about sourcing, make sure you read the source line of any DBQ. I promise it's going to help you. Even in this case, if you don't know a lot about the Mexican Revolution or about what happened in Argentina in the 80s, you can still use that sourcing to kind of help you and piece it together. If you're not sure about what happened in Argentina, remember we did talk about Chile the other day. It's a very similar situation in Argentina and Chile, if that helps you. All right, take about 1 more minute. Okay, make sure you got a good solid claim. Use these two documents. Make sure you got at least one idea of purpose, point of view, situation, or audience for each of the documents. 2 would be great if you can. I always tell students when it comes to the AP test, remember you don't lose points for doing something wrong. You only get points for doing something right. So if you attempt something twice in an essay, like a thesis, if you write your thesis in the intro and the conclusion, as long as one of them's right, you get the point for that. So keep that in mind. All right, so let's come back together here. Possible claims you can make. Okay, one, I kept it kind of simple here. I just said women took a role in Latin American politics through direct action and through protest. Probably a better way to make a claim, just like a more important role in Latin American politics, kind of an adjective there to describe the role, probably better. But something like this could certainly work. Now, as far as the sourcing goes, like I was saying earlier, a lot of times when we look at a written source, point of view or purpose is usually kind of easy to figure out. It's tougher in visual sources. So let's look at this first document of these women. They're soldiers in the Mexican Revolution. So remember, during the Mexican Revolution in the 19 teens, a lot of farmers and poor people in Mexico were fighting for a more democratic form of government. And you see here, this is a staged photo. So the photographer wanted all the women to hold their rifles and notice they're all aiming them. But if you think about the purpose, it really is to show that women are a huge part of this fight in the Mexican Revolution. And you can see that through the fact they're all holding guns, they all know how to use them, and that they're willing to use them as well, as you can tell from this document. So you can still see the purpose of the photographer. It's not just a picture of women standing there holding guns. They're holding those guns, they're aiming them, and they're ready to use them to fight in this revolution. For the second one, all right, notice here, we have a group of mothers, and you can see that in the sourcing line, who are looking for information on the disappearance of their children. Remember I talked about this in Chile the other day, that a lot of people who opposed the government just simply disappeared. Somewhere in the thousands of people, no trial, nothing was told about them, they just simply disappeared. They were probably killed and executed, but no one really knows. Something similar is happening in Argentina. Consider for a second kind of that traditional female role in many societies, where women are expected to sort of take care of the family. Here we have an example of women who are taking care of their family, but they're doing it now in the public sphere. Usually when we think of taking care of the family, you think of it at home in the private sphere. But now women are expanding their role and doing it in the public sphere, and taking more of a role in political life through direct protest of the government. So again, that kind of information that you bring to bear can help with the sourcing of a visual source if you come across something like that in an essay or a short answer question. All right, so quick debrief of what we've done today. Again, the question was really about overall, how do people respond to political, economic, military power structures around the world in the 20th century? We talked a lot about nonviolence. Again, you've got to know about Gandhi, King, and Mandela, but there are other examples out there as well, so make sure you know maybe some of those other smaller examples. And then we also looked a lot about visual sources. Again, I think the optic method, if you're taking a test, if it's timed, you probably don't have time to go through every single step, but at least make sure you're following that optic method by looking at all the little details in the picture, or if it's a chart or graph or whatever it might be. And then most importantly, make sure you're bringing in outside historical evidence. It's never enough just to talk about everything in the picture. I mean, let's be honest. I can show the picture to a little kid and say, yeah, it's a bunch of women holding guns. That doesn't tell us much. You've got to be able to do that and bring in outside historical evidence. All right, so here's your practice for tonight. Like I said, if you've been doing these at home, great job. Keep up the good work. It's only going to help you for that AP test in May. But like I said, make sure you're talking to your teacher, because this could also show that you're doing work at home. It could help your grade depending on the situation at your school. All right, so this is actually a short answer question from the AP test from a couple years ago. This is more about governments and violence and mass violence. But again, I think it's an important question to ask when thinking about political and military structures in the 20th century. So there's 3 parts to it. I'm going to leave it here on the screen for a second. You don't need to answer it right away. You can stop the video now, come back to this later, but just make sure you've done it before tomorrow's lesson with Mr. Smith, because he's going to go over it with y'all first thing on tomorrow. All right. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate you spending time here. It's only going to help you for the AP test. It's coming up in May. You're going to do great. If you need any help with any of this, if you need to better understand any of the topics, please reach out to your history teachers. They want to hear from you. Okay. They're stuck at home just like you are right now. Please talk to them. They want to hear from you. All right. Have a good evening. Mr. Smith will be with y'all tomorrow, and I will see you again on Thursday. Take care.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day of AP World History, AP World History Modern live streaming lessons. Today, we are wrapping up Unit 8 and finishing our time discussing the Cold War so that we can move on to Unit 9 and learn about the modern global economy before we begin reviewing for the AP World History test. Remember, the AP World History test will cover Units 1 through 6, or the dates 1200 to 1900, and we'll learn more about its format on Friday. A reminder that my name is Chad Smith, and I am here representing my Cardinal Pride. I'm from MacArthur High School, which is a high school in the middle of Dallas, Texas, in a town called Irving. I'm excited to be here with everyone today. Before we get going, let's take a moment to look at our homework from yesterday's assignment. At the end of our lesson yesterday, Mr. Logereau asked us to look at the secondary source by Rudolf Rummel, a United States political scientist, and to respond to 3 different questions, short answer questions, in response to this one claim, or this one excerpt, excuse me. The first question asks us to identify one historical example of mass violence that was committed by a totalitarian state in the 20th century that would support Rommel's argument in the passage. Now, this question has a lot going on in it, and so I would really encourage you, as a matter of fact, I encourage you, no matter how long or short the question is, to always take time to understand the limitations placed on you by a prompt. But in a question this extensive, I would definitely take an extra couple of seconds to make sure you're not just providing an example of mass violence, you're providing an example of mass violence that was committed by a totalitarian state, and it has to support the argument that totalitarian states are relatively easily willing to engage in mass violence. I think the most likely response here would come from the existence of the Nazi Holocaust as an example of a totalitarian state committing mass violence against the Jewish people. Another potential example here would be genocide in Cambodia. The Khmer Rouge was an example of a totalitarian state who committed genocide, which is an example of mass violence. The liquidation of Ukrainian kulaks under Stalin, or basically allowing the Ukrainians to starve to death amidst a massive drought and major starvation, was another example of mass violence committed by totalitarian states. The Soviet Union was also guilty of it during an event in the late 1930s known as the Great Terror. And there were at least 2 examples of Chinese mass violence, the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. Now, remember, just like every other time we go over AP exam practice here, I'm giving you some answers that could definitely support the claim. Excuse me. I'm giving you some answers that could definitely support the prompt. However, there may be more answers to go along with the prompt. So please reach out to your own AP World History Modern teacher and ask them to help you better understand if you came up with a different response. But before you do that, double check the limitations of the question. Did you give an example of mass violence? And was it violence committed by a totalitarian state or a government with absolute control? Let's look at question B. Question B asks for another example of mass violence, but this time it's important that you're giving an example of mass violence committed by a democratic state. So this mass violence cannot be committed by states that have total control of their people. Instead, there has to be some form of elected bodies in the governments and the states that you're bringing up in response to this question. It also has to support the claim that democracies are less likely to commit mass violence. Excuse me, it has to challenge the claim that democracies are less likely to support mass violence. One obvious example takes us back to the ideas of imperialism that's nicknamed the Scramble for Africa, when Britain and France and other European states who had variations of democratic governments violated those democratic principles that they practiced at home in order to crush African resistance and maintain African colonial states, European colonial states in Africa. Another example is the same concept of imperialism, but the British committing violent atrocities against indigenous populations in Australia in order to create a settlers colony out of Australia. A third example came during World War II, when the British initiated the firebombing of Dresden in order to hopefully break the people of Germany and help win World War II. The third question is not asking you for evidence at all. Instead, it's asking you about context. It wants to know what's happened in the world that might give context or help to shape Rommel's viewpoint. What is it that Rommel has experienced that might give him this idea that totalitarian states are more likely to commit mass violence, while democratic states are less likely to commit mass violence? One potential answer to this question is that Rommel's view was shaped by the end of the Cold War. Now, I have to give you a spoiler alert here, but the United States of America, its democratic allies, the ideas of democracy and capitalism come out of the Cold War triumphant. And after the Cold War, the world moves into a global, capitalist, free enterprise-based economy. And part of the reason that the Cold War ended, well, the primary reason the Cold War ended, was because communism and totalitarianism as systems in the Soviet Union had proved failures. So the end of the Cold War could absolutely serve as an event that helped to shape Rommel's viewpoint on democracy and mass violence. Another potential answer here is that after World War II, there was a more liberal international world order. One example of this is the creation of the United Nations, and the idea that the United Nations would work for international peace and help bring cooperation among states rather than violence and warfare. Of course, the United Nations had members that weren't democratic, but its driving force was democratic principles. And you could think even back to the United Nations Declaration of Rights. A third possible answer here is that the democratic states are less likely to engage in mass violence, was shaped by many conservative thinkers who argued after the end of the Cold War that democracy had triumphed. Every state would soon begin to adopt democracy, and war between states would end as a result. Again, just like every other time we talk about AP exam practice, there are lots of answers that you could give. Excuse me. There are lots of answers that you could give that could be right, and lots of answers that you could give that could be almost right with a short or small tweak. So please take the time to contact your AP World History teacher and learn more from them about possible responses to these questions. But let's go ahead and do a warm-up and talk and get our heads wrapped around the idea of the end of the Cold War. We're going to do our warm-up a little bit differently than we have earlier so far this week and last week. This week, I just want you to read the document and highlight or underline, or you could go to the link in the description, and I have this document there for you already, so you can highlight or underline it. Remember, you can't ask to have access to the documents if you want to manipulate them yourselves, because we can't give individuals access. However, the easiest way to make this document manipulatable is to make a copy for yourself and move that copy into your own drive. If you do that, then you'll be able to manipulate the document yourself. So I want you to read this document, and while you're reading, I want you to do a little bit of guessing. You're going to be looking for clues that the Cold War would end soon. So I'm going to give you about 2 minutes. You can highlight, underline, jot down quotes, whatever it is you need to do. But I want you to read the document and look for clues that the Cold War would end soon. 30 more seconds to continue reading the document and looking for clues that the Cold War would end soon. Okay, I know you're used to going straight into a review of our warm-up, but I actually want to leave this to the side for now and encourage you as we go through our discussion today of how the Cold War ended. I want you to try to make connections back to this text. And when we're done, we're actually going to go over this text again at the end of our lesson. And we're going to look for examples and specific evidence for the things that President Ronald Reagan talked about in much of this text. For now, let's do our lesson overview. Well, I've actually already done this for you. Today, we're going to explain the causes of the end of the Cold War. Our goal at the end of the day is to be able to list several causes and give specific pieces of evidence to support those causes. So let's get right into it. I want to start today by talking about the Cuban Missile Crisis and where we ended our discussion a couple of days ago. The Cuban Missile Crisis, remember, was the time in world history where the world came closest to absolute nuclear war. And the Cuban Missile Crisis is seen by many historians as a major turning point in the Cold War, not because all the other problems of the Cold War stopped, but because it opened the door to direct communication through what was called the hotline, originally a direct telegraph communication like the one you see here, found in Lyndon Johnson Library in Austin, Texas. This hotline opened the door of communication between the Soviet government and the United States government. It didn't end the Cold War, it didn't make anything better. As a matter of fact, through the 70s, and 80s, proxy wars continued. And as African and Asian states became independent from their colonial governments and found ways to establish new states, both the Soviet Union and the United States sought to woo those new states into their respective sides, sometimes through direct political control and sometimes through covert interactions. And maybe most significantly, after this turning point and after after the communication opening, they still continued in a nuclear arms race. So even though it's a turning point, it's not the end of the Cold War. It's just the beginning of an opportunity for the two sides to talk. However, in the 1970s, the two sides went through a period known as détente. Détente is a French word for relaxation, and it means that the tensions between the Soviet Union and the United States of America began to relax. One of the most significant pieces of evidence for the relaxation between the Soviet Union and the United States of America was that Richard Nixon, the president of the United States, actually visited the Soviet Union. And together, the leader of the Soviet Union and the leaders of the United States of America signed the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, known as the SALT Treaty, which was a massive step forward in limiting the number of nuclear warheads each state, actually in limiting the number of intercontinental ballistic missiles each state was willing to maintain. This was a slow thaw in the ideas of nuclear proliferation and the nuclear arms race. Other reasons for the détente in the 1970s were massive economic problems in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had a really hard time continuing the growth of the early 50s and even early 60s during the Cold War. As a matter of fact, by the 1970s, the Soviet economy had become stagnant, almost as if a lid was placed on their potential for economic growth. A massive black market grew. People had to wait for hours and hours and hours in line for basic consumer goods like bread or milk, and other consumer goods that was manufactured often came to them faulty or ineffective. The economy of the Soviet Union in the 1970s clearly was no longer working and no longer growing. Another major sign of this was the fact that the Soviet Union didn't have enough grain to keep their people fed, and the people in the Soviet Union were going hungry and starving. In the 1970s, the United States of America sold surplus grain to the Soviet Union in order to help with their starvation problems. There was one more important factor to the tensions decreasing between the Soviet Union and the United States. That was the fact that tensions between the Soviet Union and China, the world's two largest communist states, were increasing. In the 1970s, the Soviets and the Chinese had brief skirmishes over borders, and Richard Nixon was wise to pit the two against each other by also visiting China and helping to build the United States relationship with China, making the two more interested in a successful, peaceful relationship with the United States than with each other. Despite the fact that actually, let me slow down and give you one more example of détente in the 1970s. When we learned about the Cold War at the very beginning of our live stream lessons, Mr. Logereau talked to us about the space race and told us about how the Soviet Union was at first winning the space race by releasing the world's first satellite into orbit called Sputnik in 1957. In 1975, the United States and the Soviet Union went on their first joint space mission called the Apollo-Soyuz mission. And here you can see a famous picture called a handshake in space, where a United States astronaut is shaking hands with a Soviet cosmonaut, showing the decreased tensions between the Soviet Union and the United States, known as détente. However, in the 1980s, in 1979 to be more precise, the tensions between the Soviet Union and the United States of America returned. This started in 1979 when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan to bolster a communist government. This was an extraordinarily costly decision for the Soviet government. The Soviets spent nearly 10 years fighting a war in Afghanistan against guerrilla desert fighters who were eager to demonstrate their strength as a potential military. This not only cost the Soviet Union a ton of money when they needed to focus on the development of their own economy and protect their own people, but it also demonstrated the technological and militaristic weakness of the Soviets. The Soviets were supposed to be one of the two global superpowers, one of the strongest nations in the world, and yet, as they fought this war against guerrilla and militia fighters in Afghanistan, they were failing time after time again, ultimately forced in 1989 to flee from Afghanistan and leave Afghanistan as failures, demonstrating both an economic and militaristic and even moral loss for the Soviet Union. It was early in the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan that Jimmy Carter, a new United States president, cut off sale of the surplus grains to the USSR, making the economic problems in the USSR even more dire. Tensions continued to rise throughout the 1980s. Throughout the 1980s, the United States was offering military support to Afghanistan fighters, and this was particularly offensive to the Soviet Union because in this case, they were offering military support to the direct enemies of the Soviet Union, not like most proxy wars. Take North Korea, for example, where the Americans were supporting the South Koreans and the Soviets were supporting the North Koreans. In this case, the Americans were giving direct military support to Afghanistan fighters who were fighting directly against the Soviet Union. Tension continued to worsen as the president of the United States, Ronald Reagan, constantly referred to the Soviet Union as the evil empire. However, none of these tensions caused quite as much problem as the nuclear reality. See, in 1980, both the Soviet Union and the United States of America had thousands upon thousands of nuclear warheads. They not only had the ability to completely destroy one another, they also had the ability to completely destroy the entire world. To completely destroy the entire world 7 times over. The 1980s were a time of intense fear for nuclear war. But it was in the mid-1980s when the United States President Ronald Reagan announced the Strategic Defense Initiative, sarcastically dubbed Star Wars by many of its critics. The idea of the Strategic Defense Initiative was to make nuclear weapons obsolete, and therefore end the policy of MAD, mutually assured destruction, and guarantee American victory over the Soviet Union. The promise of the Strategic Defense Initiative was to build a defense program that would be able to stop Soviet missiles after they were fired, but before they land in their targets. It wasn't clear whether or not such a massive technological undertaking was possible. However, the idea that the United States was prepared to spend millions, even billions of dollars in developing such a concept was an absolute threat to the Soviet Union. In 1985, a reformer came into power in the Soviet Union, and the new leader of the Soviet Union was a man named Mikhail Gorbachev. Mikhail Gorbachev had many reforms in mind to fix the economic and political problems of the Soviet Union. His first major reform was called perestroika. Perestroika is a word that means restructure. His goal was to restructure the economy and change it from a full-blown communist system more into a version of socialism that would allow some free market enterprise and still maintain government control over important aspects of the economy. He wanted to welcome in foreign investment. He wanted to end major state regulation over state businesses. He also invited some private businesses, small private businesses known as cooperatives and private farming. This wasn't his only reform. He also wanted a social cultural reform called glasnost. Glasnost meant openness. And the idea of glasnost was to open the Soviet Union and the people of the Soviet Union to new ideas. This government stopped making atheist propaganda and allowed a return to religious life. Churches and mosques across the Soviet Union filled with worshippers as Bibles and the Quran were printed again and made available to people across the Soviet Union. Journalism was introduced to the Soviet Union as state TV was no longer governed by the state, and it exposed both a history of Soviet crimes and current day crime and corruption and abuses. The promise of communism was to stop these things. The promise of communism was to create a system of genuine equality so that these ideas of crime, corruption, and abuses wouldn't have to exist. However, this new journalism in the Soviet Union made it clear that these things existed despite communism, which wasn't working as a moral solution or as an economic solution. They also opened the door to criticism to the government. They opened the door to entertainment in the form of movies, television, and even books. Let's take a moment and discuss the effectiveness of Mikhail Gorbachev's 2 major reform policies. I want you to take a moment and look at this political cartoon. This political cartoon was created in the Soviet newspaper and published in a Soviet newspaper in 1989. And I want you to think about both glasnost and perestroika. I'll give you about 1.5 to 2 minutes to look at this thing and jot down some ideas responding to the concept. Use the document below to evaluate the effectiveness of perestroika or restructure. And the other question is, use the document below to evaluate the effectiveness of glasnost or openness. Take about 2 minutes. So let's go with the easiest answer here. Actually, I take that back. Let's talk about perestroika first. What is this political cartoon showing us? Well, this political cartoon is a parody, or it mocks annual parades that the Soviet government used to perform, demonstrating the strength of their military. But instead of seeing tanks rolling down the main road on display for military leaders and the president of the Soviet Union, we see bread trucks, milk trucks, and meat trucks, because these are the items that the consumers of Soviet Union needed. This shows us that the ideas of perestroika and the reforms brought in by perestroika were not very effective in fixing the economy of the Soviet Union. As a matter of fact, the ideas of perestroika were very successful at dismantling the planned economy of the government of the Soviet Union. However, it dismantled that planned government economy without replacing it with a successful market-based economy, further diving the Soviet economy into failure and making it even more difficult for people to get basic needs, as you can see in this little cartoon, like bread, milk, and meat. However, we might say that the very existence of this cartoon is evidence that Glasnost was an extraordinarily successful reform program in the Soviet Union. I mean, before Mikhail Gorbachev, such a cartoon might lead to the death of both the newspaper editors and the people, but not just the author, but the newspaper editors and even readers of such a cartoon that exists solely to criticize the government of the Soviet Union. It's because of the openness reforms of Glasnost that such a cartoon could exist in the Soviet Union. Gorbachev had other reforms as well. One important reform for Gorbachev was building a relationship with President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. And together, Gorbachev and Reagan led talks to a new peace treaty that eased nuclear tensions between the two states. This new peace treaty to ease nuclear tensions wasn't just for the people of the Soviet Union and the United States of America, but it helped everyone across the world who was terrified from nuclear warfare between the two states see that there might be a possibility that these two states don't actually end in nuclear war. Gorbachev also ended economic support for Eastern European satellite states. That was extremely important. In the year 1989, the Soviet Union had elections, and in these elections, many communist leaders were ousted from the government, and anti-communist or non-communist parties became a part of a new, real, and meaningful Soviet parliament. As the ideas of Glasnost and even the ideas of democracy spread through the Soviet Union, many of the satellite states in Eastern Europe began to demand that they had their own democratic systems as well. This is why 1989 is nicknamed the Miracle Year. Many Soviet satellite states had demonstrations and protests, and places like Poland, Ukraine, and even East Germany became independent states from the Soviet Union and ended their totalitarian rule. This didn't end the Soviet Union, however. It continued until 1991, when there was one final communist-based coup against the reforms taking place in government. At the very end of 1991, in December, the Soviet Union finally collapsed. And the collapse of the Soviet Union was unquestionably the end of the Cold War. How could the Cold War exist if one of the two global superpowers no longer existed? Not only was the Cold War over, but it was abundantly clear that the United States, its allies, and the ideas of capitalism and democracy had won the Cold War, and the notion of communism and totalitarianism had become nearly obsolete in the world, as very few states today continue attempts to maintain such economies. Let's take a moment and look back at our opening statement. Once again, this is the speech that President Ronald Reagan gave in June of 1987. I don't remember if I mentioned at the beginning of our lesson today, but he actually gave this speech in Western Berlin, and it was audible in Eastern Berlin as well. In this speech, President Reagan gives many inclinations of the causes of the end of the Cold War that we've talked about today. Let's take a moment to look at some specific quotes and see how President Ronald Reagan references to the stages of the end of the Cold War. In the first paragraph of this excerpt from his speech, he compares the economic success and technological developments of the United States with the technological failures and the economic failures of the Soviet Union. He says the United States has achieved a level of prosperity and well-being unprecedented in all of human history. But in the communist world, we see a failure, technological backwardness, declining standards of health, and want for even the most basic needs like food. He continues in the second paragraph, and he talks about how the Soviets themselves are coming to understand the importance of freedom. This is really important because it alludes to what we now know as 1989, the Miracle Year. Ronald Reagan was speaking of the importance of Soviet people understanding that freedom was something that they sought out. He even references the specific reform of perestroika and glasnost by saying the new policy of reform and openness. And he goes on to say that some economic enterprises have been permitted to operate with greater freedom from state control, noting that these reforms produced by the Soviet Union have brought more freedoms to the Soviet Union. In the third paragraph, he mentions the freedom and security go together. The idea that the nuclear factor of the Cold War can only be solved when the two states have freedom and are willing to come to the table and work together. Finally, he ends his speech with one of the most famous phrases in American history: "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." And it's 2 years later when the wall comes down. But as you saw in the picture just a few slides ago, it wasn't the Soviet government that tore down the wall. It was massive protests in the name of democracy and freedom. And it was an activist movement of people who tore down the Berlin Wall, tearing down the most enduring symbol of the Cold War, and eventually reuniting Eastern and Western Germany under one state in 1990. Let's take a moment and talk about some AP exam practice. Here I've given you 3 important claims. Each claim is a broad claim about causes of the Cold War. About causes of the end of the Cold War. I want you to go back through the video notes that you've taken as you've listened today, or go back through segments of the video, go through it so what you've learned from your own teachers, or maybe what you learned from your own research. And I want you to provide evidence for each of the 3 claims shown on the screen. Remember, the easy way is to create a bulleted list of pieces of evidence, but make sure that your evidence clearly supports the claim. The more advanced way is to actually take each one of these claims and make it the topic sentence of a paragraph. If each of these was the first sentence in a paragraph, then the rest of the paragraph would only serve to prove the point made in the first sentence. So instead of making a bulleted list, you can write an actual paragraph, approximately 3 to 4 sentences, providing evidence, specific historical evidence that supports the claim made in your topic sentence. Mr. Logerow will go over potential responses to these 3 claims tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching today. I hope you enjoyed and learned a lot about the end of the Cold War. Tomorrow we're going to start learning about the new global economy. Have a great day, everybody.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the AP World History Review Sessions. As always, my name is Mason Logerow, coming to you from the great state of Texas, where we just found out that schools are going to be closed until at least May 4th. So I know some of you found out that you're going to be online schooling for the rest of the year. Some of us are still waiting, but we are May 4th. And then when I told my son that, he looked straight at me and said, "May the 4th be with you." And I was proud, of course, because he's making a joke in the Star Wars line. But at the same time, I got a little upset because, okay, I'm the father of the family. I should be the one making really bad dad jokes with really bad puns. And he kind of stole my thunder. And then I just got sad. But oh well, I'll make it through today. So what are we going to look at today? We're actually kind of making a transition here from Unit 8 to Unit 9. So we're not going to be talking Cold War anymore. We're not going to be talking decolonization anymore. Instead, Unit 9 is really all about globalization. How has the world shrunk over the last 120 years? And we're going to start looking at that today by analyzing some of the new technologies that have come around the last 120 years that have really changed social and economic structures all around the world. We need to talk about how it has made life better, no doubt, but we also need to look at the drawbacks and the limitations of technology, including, yes, we're going to talk about the spread of disease. We're going to talk about global pandemics today. I know you've heard plenty about it the last couple of weeks, but I actually do want to kind of put what's going on right now into historical context. And we're also going to talk about the impact on the environment that a lot of these technologies have had. I also want to go a little bit deeper into comparing and contrasting and also continuities and changes over time. Mr. Smith did a really good lesson last week where he was doing some comparing and contrasting. So I'm going to kind of follow up on that and talk about continuities and changes. And I really want to look at those today and talk about how it's going to help you when you're studying, because you have an AP test next month and you need to start preparing for it. And if you start kind of thinking of history as comparing and contrasting continuities and changes, I think it's really going to help organize all the information in your brain. So I'll talk about that some today as well. Now, as far as what you need to know before we start today, First off, you need to understand our world today. What is life like in 2020 on Earth? This is one of those moments where we're going to actually kind of start with the end in mind and look and see how we got here through the 1900s into the 21st century. And again, you should be able at this point to be able to identify similarities and differences and identify continuities and changes. That's something your teacher has probably worked with you all year on, but I want to go a little bit further with that today and talk about how we explain it, look for the reasons behind it, do a little analysis of it. All right, so let's start with yesterday's homework that you had from Mr. Smith. He gave you 3 claims to make, or that he made, about the end of the Cold War, and he was looking for evidence that would support those claims. And then, like I said, for bonus points, you can of course go further with that and write a full paragraph to do it. So I kind of jotted down a couple of ideas of topics you could have talked about if you're going to support these claims that he made. Again, as we keep saying over and over, talk to your teacher. If you have something different, get that individualized feedback. They want to hear from you. They actually kind of miss you. So claim number 1, there was military and technological development by the United States that led to the end of the Cold War. And Smith talked about this yesterday with the Strategic Defensive Initiative, i.e. Star Wars, and the fact the Soviet Union was also spending a lot of money on technology towards the end of their time, and that ends up sort of essentially bankrupting their economy. Claim number 2 is that the Soviet Union's failed invasion in Afghanistan led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. And you could definitely make that argument. The failures of the Soviets in Afghanistan showed their military weakness, showed their technology weaknesses. It showed that simply they were not prepared for the type of guerrilla warfare that they faced in Afghanistan. And the cost of the war. And by the way, I'm not just talking about the economic cost. I'm also talking about the cost in lives. Very high casualty rates for the Soviets through the 80s in Afghanistan. And that again put more strains on the Soviet economy. And as that war continued, public support for it declined very quickly. And public support for the government also declined. You could also say there was discontent and economic weakness in the Soviet Union and in the satellite countries of Eastern Europe. And I would definitely talk about that. You start to see the beginnings, kind of small scale rebellions in Eastern Europe. And then of course, Smith talked a long time talking about Glasnost and Perestroika, Mikhail Gorbachev's attempts at reform in the Soviet Union. It didn't quite take off and work out. By the way, if you did miss yesterday's session, please go back and watch that at some point and pay special attention to Glasnost and Perestroika. Those are very important. All right, so what are we going to talk about today? Let's get into that. Before we do, I want you to do a little brainstorming here and think about technologies or technological developments that were developed in the 20th century. So from 1900 to the year 2000. So I'm going to give you about 1 minute. I want you to list as many as you can. If you want to have a piece of paper, jot them down. If you're on your computer, open something up and type it up real quick. Just make sure you get a list going of as many different technologies as you can think of that came about in the 20th century. If you want some bonus points, and again, I can't give you bonus points, but let's pretend like I can. Okay? Then I want you to try to identify an impact that technology had. What was the effect of that technology on the world's societies or economies or government structures or any of that? Okay? So take 1 minute, list as many as you can, give effects if you can. Ready, go. I got 30 seconds. Keep writing as many as you can. All right, pencils down. Stop writing. I am very curious as to what you wrote. I would like to see it. Unfortunately, we can't do that. But I can give you a list of technologies that are extremely important in the 20th century. And I kind of broke them down into 4 main categories. And you definitely need to know these. Again, you probably have different ones. That's really cool. We could have spent the next hour talking about new technologies in the 20th century because there are a lot of them. But let's talk about these major ones. First off, we see huge leaps when it comes to communication. All right, the advent of radio. Radio becomes popular around the world, kind of depending on where you're from in the world, in the 1920s or so. That's a huge moment. We've talked about the importance of mass media already. If you think about radio and then later television coming about in the 1950s and 60s and how that helps spread news around the world much quicker. It gives governments the ability to voice things to their citizens much quicker. Those were a major advancement. But really, I think the biggest one is the internet. And the internet really becomes widely used. And I'd say like the late 1990s and into the 21st century, of course. But the late 1990s for a lot of people were when they first discovered the internet. And guys, I just want you to really consider how much that changed everything in the world. I mean, right now, I am talking to you over the internet. I am sitting in a room in the back of my house, and I'm able to reach thousands of students and teach them about world history because of the internet. And by the way, it's not too difficult. I've got kind of a cheap laptop open. I've got my little camera. I've got my really cool headphones and microphone, and I'm able to reach tons of people around the country and around the world. That wouldn't have been available to us 30, 40 years ago. So the internet really changes how people communicate and really brings the world together. And it can be used for entertainment as well. I mean, really, I just want you to consider. You've been stuck at home now for a couple of weeks, a lot of you. Think about how much you've relied on the internet these last couple of weeks. I'm just gonna tell you right now, I don't want to be like old man shaking my fist at the clouds and all that, but back in my day, and it's back in the 80s, before we had the internet, if we had a global pandemic where everyone was forced to stay home for weeks, it would have been brutal. Guys, I had like 12 channels on my television growing up, and 3 of those were networks, and my mom would have been watching soap operas all day. But now you've got Netflix, you've got Hulu, you've got all the different websites, you've got the internet to talk to friends. It's made things so much easier. And then of course cell phones as well. You know, really, when you consider cell phones, what an amazing invention those are, just kind of consider the fact that each of you in your pocket right now has a device that is small enough to fit in your pocket. It's cheap enough that everyone can buy one. Okay, I mean, I get it. Nice smartphones are expensive, but for most people, they're within their budget. And you can use that to communicate with anyone in the world you want, or you can use it to access information on any topic you possibly want. It's really insane when you put that in the scope of world history. So communication has obviously drawn the world together and made the world much smaller. We can instantaneously communicate with anybody we want around the world. When it comes to energy, think about the forms of energy that humans have harnessed throughout history. You know, early in history, it was either human power or animal power. Later, people figured out wind power, or sailboats used wind power to harness. When it comes time for the Industrial Revolution in the late 1700s, early 1800s, we see, of course, steam engines being a big kind of push in energy and forms of energy. And that's a big moment because, of course, humans now have more energy that they can harness and use than ever before. But then in the 20th century, we started to figure out petroleum and oil. And of course, in the 1900s, atomic and nuclear power. And now we have forms of power that we've never had in history before and that we can use in everyday life. You use all these different types of energy to travel, to get goods delivered, to run our homes and businesses. So we have more energy that we can harness than ever before. When it comes to food production, the Green Revolution in the 1950s and 60s is a really big turning point in agriculture. And the Green Revolution is not just one thing. It's things like new types of pesticides to get rid of bugs or eating crops, hybrid crops that are a lot more resistant to things like drought. And the end result is more food here on Earth than we've ever had before. And of course, that supports a higher population because there's more people on the Earth than ever before. But the Green Revolution is a really important point because it really does help to end famines around the world. Yes, there are still problems with famine, but really, if you look at examples in the 20th century, a lot of times those are man-made famines. Like, for example, Stalin's policies in the Soviet Union that kept food from large regions. I mean, bottom line is there's a lot of food in the world today that can support our population, and it's because of the Green Revolution. And then just think of all the breakthroughs that we've had in medicine, new vaccines, new antibiotics. They're helping people cure people diseases. They're helping us live longer. Life expectancy has continued to grow through the 20th century, and of course, that's going to help the population as well. But then when you think about medicine, you also have to consider birth control. The birth control pill that becomes popular in the mid-20th century, it gives women a lot more control over their fertility. I'm not saying you get to decide when you have a baby and when you don't, because still we don't have complete control over that, of course. But it does give some measure of control to that. It's because of birth control, you actually see the fertility rate declining through the 20th century. The number of babies that women are having. You actually see kind of families having less kids. But because life expectancy is going up so much, the world's population is continuing to increase. All right, so we see all these amazing new technologies, and they are fantastic, and they make our lives so much easier. Believe me, you'd rather be living in 2020 than in 1900. Okay, things are a lot cleaner, they're a lot better. But that, of course, doesn't mean everything is perfect, and we know that right now because we are living through this. There are still limitations to technology that we need to consider. First off, when it comes to diseases, we still see certain diseases that are kind of synonymous with areas of poverty. Consider poor areas of the world. Usually, there's not clean water, clean air is usually an issue. People are living in very close quarters, and that's generally where we see diseases like malaria or tuberculosis versus growing. And that continues throughout the 20th century. Hey, it continues. It's almost like that's a continuity. Yeah, that's right. We're talking about changes in continuities today. Don't forget. But we also see an increase in cases of some diseases because people are living longer lives. Consider heart disease. Heart disease is something that usually is found in older populations. Not always, but typically speaking, because people are living longer into their 80s and 90s, heart issues are becoming a bigger problem. Part of it's because people are living longer. Although, let's be honest, I think part of it's also because our diets are, especially here in the West, kind of crap these days. I mean, maybe it's because you're stuck in a house for 2 weeks with 2 little kids, and every day for lunch they want Chick-fil-A or McDonald's, and finally you just give in because you just want peace and quiet. That's not my case, of course. My children are perfect. I'm talking about other people and other people's children, of course. But the point is, heart disease is an issue. Alzheimer's is another disease that typically affects older populations. You don't see any cases of Alzheimer's before 1900 because people weren't living long enough, oftentimes, to develop it, or in some cases just because doctors weren't able to identify it. These days, identification process is a lot better too. So we're also seeing more cases. But the other part of disease we have got to talk about is global pandemics. And yes, I know that you're probably tired of hearing about global pandemics, but we need to realize that it is still an issue. But I want you to consider the outbreak of influenza in 1918. It's oftentimes referred to as the Spanish flu. You've probably seen it referenced in news stories over the last couple of weeks. By the way, I would highly encourage you to look more into it because it really is a very interesting case study. And you can see a lot of similarities between what happened in 1918 and what's going on now. In fact, in the Google Drive, and the link to that is right below in the section about the video, I put an article in there about the Spanish flu. Highly recommend you get when you get a chance to read it. But that began in 1918 and kind of continued into 1919. But consider the historical context of that. Right at the end of World War I, soldiers are returning home from battlefields in Europe. Because remember, in World War I, yes, there were a lot of people in Europe fighting, but all those European countries had colonies all over the world. And a lot of those colonies sent soldiers to fight in Europe during World War I. Or the United States also sent soldiers into Europe. And now the war's over. They're all returning back to their homes. And they're taking that disease with them throughout the world. And this is probably the last time we saw a global pandemic, of course, up until now. But it is important we need to know about. And if you look there on the right side of my slide, this is a poster that got placed all through Chicago. And you can see here, talking about theater that's closed to people who have a cold and who are coughing. This was kind of social distancing 100 years ago. But as you read about it, you're going to see a lot of similarities to what we're facing today. I keep saying there's a lot of similarities between COVID-19 and the 1918 influenza outbreak. I wonder what we should do next. Hey, I know. Why don't we compare and contrast them? And what better way to compare and contrast their old friend, the Venn diagram? All right, take a second. Look through what I've written here. I'll give you a little bit of time to read it. If you notice, I identified a few similarities and differences, but I kept them kind of broad because the problem with comparing and contrasting influenza 1918 with COVID-19 is that we honestly don't know the full story of COVID-19. The story has not been written yet. We are in the middle of this. Historians always have the problem of trying to write history in the middle of the event, and it's very difficult to do. So I'm putting some of these things down, but realize, of course, they could change in the next couple of months. So I try to keep it as broad as I possibly could. If you were writing an essay that compare and contrast these two, obviously you'd be a lot more specific. You'd give more specific examples. But since we're living through this history right now, I thought it best to kind of keep it broad. And by the way, when I say we're living through history right now, everybody. I mean, we've said that before, but this is a major event that we're going through right now. I mean, just take a moment and consider 30 years from now. It's the year 2050. So the next 30 years, all of y'all are going to graduate high school. You're going to go to college, graduate college, get a good job. A lot of you are going to find that man or woman of your dreams. You're going to settle down, you're going to get married, you're going to have kids. By the time you get to 2050, your kids are going to be in high school. They're going to be sitting in those same desks that you sit in at your school. And I'll probably still be teaching in the same school, in the same room. Hey guys, shout out to Fleetle High. I'll be in F200 still. And yes, it'll be 30 years from now, so I'll probably be a little balder, more balder, fatter, but I'll still be there teaching, right? And when I get to this topic, I'm going to be teaching your kids about COVID-19. It is going to be in the history books, no doubt about it. So just keep that in mind. We often say we're living through history. We are really doing that right now. And y'all probably realize that over the last couple of weeks. Okay, anyway, enough of my history rant. Let's talk about similarities and differences here. Remember what Smith said the other day, that similarities and differences, when it comes to those differences, they have to sort of line up. And if you notice here, each of my differences kind of did. For the Spanish flu, I said spread through soldiers returning home after World War I. COVID-19, though, really spread through more just our regular international travel. It wasn't that there was this big migration of people from one part of the world to another that spread this disease. It's just that these days, people are constantly traveling around the world. Again, international travel is not that expensive anymore. I mean, I know that plane tickets to another country are expensive, but they're within the budget of a lot of people. And we see that because we see people traveling around the world. If you think about news of the epidemic, when it came to the influenza outbreak in 1918, people didn't quite realize what was going on at first because you had outbreaks here and outbreaks here in another country and another continent over here. But the news about it, no one ever kind of put that all together. Whereas with COVID-19, everyone around the world figured this out within a couple of months. So news is spreading a lot quicker. But again, we've got radio, we've got television, we've got the internet. That's going to help spread news of a disease like this much quicker. Also, because communication's better, doctors were able to identify COVID-19 a lot quicker than doctors were in 1918 with the Spanish flu. Now, yes, we're still struggling to figure out and have really good tests, and we're struggling to figure out vaccines, and hopefully that happens really soon. As far as identification of it goes, it happened much quicker. But when you think about the similarities, both these diseases, I mean, let's be honest, I hate to bring this up, but they're going to have large fatality rates. The Spanish flu in 1918 worldwide killed somewhere around 50 million people. Now, I don't think COVID-19 is going to do that. I really hope we get this under control soon, but we're already seeing the death rate growing through this. And for both of these, they had huge negative impacts on the economy. We've already seen here in the United States the unemployment rate just skyrocketing over the last couple of weeks as businesses are shut down. But what you have to remember, and actually Smith is going to get into this a little bit more tomorrow, so I don't want to go too far into it. But because the world has shrunk through the internet, communication, transportation, all that, the global economy is more interconnected today than it ever has been before. So if there's an economic slowdown in one part of the world, it's going to affect all parts of the world. So believe me, these economic impacts of this are going to continue for a while now. I hate to say that, but hopefully I'm wrong on this, but I'm afraid it's going to continue. All right, so notice here in the graph, I sort of identified several similarities and differences. But like I told y'all, it's not quite enough just to identify them. You have to be able to explain the reason why that similarity or difference occurred. So for me, I kind of already mentioned this when I was talking about it, but I put down here at the bottom, knowledge of the spread of the disease was much quicker. We found out a lot about this a lot faster today because of advancements in technology and communication, mass media, the internet, things like that. Now, one other thing I want to point out with all my similarities and differences and also with the explanation, they're all related to historical themes. And that's very important because, by the way, you're in a history class, okay? Notice that I did not talk about the molecular structure of influenza versus coronavirus because, to be honest, I don't know anything about that. I know there's a difference between influenza and the coronavirus, but I can't explain it to you. It's a good thing you have biology teachers at your school that can. But make sure that you're focused on the major historical themes of this course. And I hope that at some point during the year, your teacher shared this with you. If they didn't, here you are right now. These are the major themes that you've been studying throughout the year. Maybe your teacher never quite showed it to you like this, but I promise you have looked at all these different topics through the year. So when you're coming up with similarities and differences, or as we'll see in a second, continuities and changes, make sure that you're hitting these main themes. You want to make sure that you're talking about historical topics. All right, the other big limitation or drawback, however you want to call it, for technology in the 20th century is, of course, the impact on our environment. Okay, we talked about the Green Revolution, more crops being grown. Obviously, that means more food. That, of course, is a good thing, but it has led to some drawbacks as well. We've seen deforestation, forests and trees being chopped down. We've seen desertification also. Deserts around the world are beginning to grow because if you're farming a certain piece of land and you're farming it over and over again every season, eventually the soil begins to break down and blow away, and you're left with a barren area, with a desert. Now, you're of course familiar with air and water pollution. And by the way, we saw that back in the 1800s at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. And do you know how nasty cities were in Europe after industry came in was disgusting. But it gets worse in the 20th century as industry begins to expand around the world. Because remember, if we go back to the 19th century, the 1800s, the only areas of the world where we really see heavy industrialization are Europe, the United States, and Japan. Japan's not even until the end of the 1800s after the Meiji Restoration. But in the 20th century, we see industry around the world. So air and water pollution, of course, become huge problems. Now, fortunately, a lot of governments have passed very strong regulations to make sure that air and water get cleaned up, and things are probably better on that front than they were in past years in the 20th century in most parts of the world. But there are still parts of the world where it's a big issue, no doubt about it. But I think the biggest issue when we consider the environment is, of course, global man-made climate change. And I know you're familiar with it. I know you've studied it before, so we don't need to get into too much detail about it. But I want you to kind of think about it from a world history perspective. Climate change is no doubt a global problem. This is not something that one country can just fix on its own. It is a global problem that every country around the world needs to pitch in to help out with. And that's kind of the issue with it. What makes it such a problem is that how do you get every country around the world to chip in and help find a solution? That's a difficult thing to do. So again, we think about climate change. Also keep in mind global political structures we have like the United Nations. And again, Smith is going to get into that a little bit tomorrow, so I don't want to get too far ahead of what he's going to talk about. But realize that there has to be a global solution of some point to climate change. It's not just one country or two countries that are going to make solve this problem. Okay, so we already did a little bit of comparing and contrasting. Now it's your time to do some continuities and changes. So here's what you do. Get out a blank sheet of paper if you have it, or if you want to have a word processor going there on the side, something like that. Now I want you to think about the new technologies that we saw in the 20th century. And I gave you those categories we talked about at the beginning. So pick one: communication, energy, agriculture, or medicine. And I want you to come up with at least one continuity and at least one change that we see in the 20th century because of these new technologies. If you can do two continuities, two changes, that would be best, but at least one of each. And I also want you to think about the reason for those continuities and those changes. So let's take about 4 or 5 minutes or so, come up with at least one continuity and change, preferably two, and the reasons for that. And we'll come back together and I'll share a couple of answers that I came up with. All right, ready? Go. All right, take about 3 more minutes. Okay, make sure you identify some continuities and changes, and then do your analysis. Think about your reasons why those continuities or changes occurred. All right, take about 2 more minutes. At this point, you should be able to at least identify a couple continuities and changes, but now take a second to do that analysis, the reason for it, which is a little tougher. All right, 1 more minute. Coming up with a reason for change is often a lot easier than coming up with a reason for continuity. To come up with a reason for continuity, you got to talk about really what has not changed and why has it not changed. Usually the change is pretty easy to figure out the reason why. There's usually some kind of event or moment that changes things. All right, so let's talk about a couple that you could come up with. I decided to focus on atomic and nuclear power, and so I said that it led to new sources of energy and more energy for humans to harness. Again, the amount of energy that we have today is much, much more than we've ever had through human history, even with the steam engine, or before that with human and animal power. All right, but continuity. If you think about transportation in the early 20th century versus today, we still rely on combustion engines, car engines that run on oil and gas. We rely on that for transportation of ourselves, by still driving ourselves places, and for the movement of goods. I mean, now we can't leave the house. How much stuff have you gotten delivered from Amazon in the last couple of weeks? That's getting delivered in really big trucks and vans. So then you ask yourself, why? Why is it that we're still relying on combustion engines? And there's a lot of different reasons that you could go into, but the bottom line is that oil around the world, there's still a lot of it underground, and we're always coming up with new ways to find more oil underground, like fracking and things like that. And you can talk about the drawbacks of that, and yes, there are plenty, but the bottom line is there's still plenty of oil, and to refine it and turn it into gasoline is still a fairly cheap process. If you think about renewable technologies, think about cars that run on solar power or electricity. Yes, those are there, and they're starting to become more popular. But right now, those technologies are just simply not efficient enough, or in some cases cheap enough for everybody to afford. And yes, it'd be great over the next 15, 20 years if that's no longer the case, but we have to think about the limitations of technology like we talked about earlier. All right, so let's kind of summarize things real quick. We talked about advancements in communication, transportation, medicine, all of that. We talked about the drawbacks and limitations of it. But then here's what I really want to focus on here, is making those connections between historical events and processes. So talking about continuities and changes, or similarities and differences. And by the way, if you can start thinking in those terms, it is going to help you so much on the AP test. Okay, consider for a second. You're going to start studying this AP test. There's a lot that you have to know, because you've learned a lot of history over this year. And yes, this year's AP test, as you've heard, is going to stop in 1900. But you still have to know everything from 1200 to 1900. There's a lot of information there from around the world. So how are you going to organize all that in your head? Because I'm telling you right now, you probably don't want to sit there and just say, okay, I'm going to start reading my textbook from page 1, or I'm going to start looking at the notes that my teacher gave me on the first day and go up until what we did in March. Instead, start taking that information and organizing it around continuities and changes, similarities and differences, and also causes and effects. And it's going to make your studying so much easier and so much more efficient. Think about it this way. I'm always kind of jealous of physics teachers because physics has these certain laws that never change. You know, an object in motion stays in motion, an object at rest stays at rest. That's easy to learn. If an object's sitting there, it's not going to move. We know that to be true. History's a lot messier. We don't have those universal laws that are always true, but we can start looking at these connections between events and make laws that are mostly true. So for example, let's think about the spread of diseases. We know in history, oftentimes when people move from one area to another, if there's a mass migration of people, or if trade increases on a certain route, that disease is going to spread. The bubonic plague spread across trade routes across Europe and Asia, mainly due to kind of Mongol influence and increasing trade there. When Europeans arrived in the Americas after the discovery in 1492, they brought smallpox. We know about the effects there. We just again talked today about the 1918 influenza. Soldiers are leaving the war, World War I, and they're headed back home, and diseases are spread that way. So if you understand that idea of, hey, when large groups of people move, diseases often spread, well then that helps you to organize all the information. Now you can study the bubonic plague and the spread of smallpox in the Americas and 1918 influenza epidemic. Study those together because you're going to see a lot of similarities across them. And again, it's going to make your studying so much easier and so much more efficient. So instead of just trying to memorize facts, better understand these connections. All right, got a little homework for tonight that Mr. Smith is going to go over with you tomorrow. I've got a short answer question here. So you don't need to start working on it right now, but I'm going to kind of pause here for a second. Obviously, return to this video later to work on it, but just make sure you get it done by tomorrow's session. And this is a short answer question with 3 parts about the environmental history of the 20th century that we got into a little bit today. All right, thank you so much. I just have one more announcement before I go. Tomorrow's session with Mr. Smith is a very, very important one. You need to tune in and watch because, in case you're not aware, tomorrow the College Board is going to release all the details on this year's AP test. You already know that the AP test is going to be shortened down this year. You're going to be able to take it from home. But tomorrow they're going to release details of exactly what that's going to look like. And so tomorrow's session, Mr. Smith is going to go over that with you. So please, please, please tune in and make sure you watch. If you have any questions about it, talk to your AP teacher either tomorrow or on Monday because you need to know exactly what's going on with this test. It is going to be different than other AP tests in the past. And by the way, if you're taking any other AP classes, make sure you watch those review sessions tomorrow as well. All right, so Smith will be here with you all tomorrow. I will see you all on Monday. So I'm going to see you again. Have a nice weekend. We'll talk on Monday. Good night, everybody.
Greetings, AP World History nerds, and welcome to another day of AP World History Modern live stream lessons. My name is Chad Smith. Again, I've been with you every other day since the beginning of this and toward the end of March, and I am proud to be a teacher at MacArthur High School in Irving, Texas, which is in the middle of DFW. Before we get into our lesson today, let's take a minute and go over the lesson, the AP World History exam practice that came from Mr. Logereau at the end of the day yesterday. At the end of the day yesterday, Mr. Logereau gave us a secondary source and asked us to respond to 3 unique short answer prompts that use that secondary source. So in the first prompt, It said, identify one major claim that John McNeill advances in the passage regarding the historical significance of pollution in the late 20th century. See, we can't just say here that pollution killed a lot of people or pollution killed thousands of people, because all we're doing if we do that is we're understanding a claim. But we're not just understanding a claim in this prompt. We have to situate that claim, and we have to understand how McNeill situates his claim in historical significance. So here are three possible responses. One possible response is that McNeill claims increasing air pollution in China, the third world, and the Soviet bloc offset air quality improvements in Japan, Western Europe, and the United States. We're going to learn more today about how, as the 20th century moved on, industrialization decreased in places like the United States, Japan, and Western Europe, and increased in places like Latin America and Asia. And that situates his claims about air pollution in historical significance. He also situates his claim in historical significance by looking at the number of deaths in both World War I and World War II, or the number of deaths in the influenza pandemic of 1918 and 1919. In both of these cases, he's comparing the number of air pollution deaths to the number of deaths in an important historical event that readers might be more familiar with. The third potential answer, is around the same concept, but this is when in this answer, you might have taken the opportunity to show that it was a more global issue and not such a local or regional issue. Let's look at question B. Question B asks you, the student, to explain one way in which the economic developments in the late 20th century led to the environmental effects outlined in the passage. So in this case, you have to have a clear understanding of the developments of the 20th century. What kind of technological developments and economic developments, what kind of changes took place that led to increased deaths as a result of air pollution? Well, so there's several potential answers here. Increased industrial production led to greater urbanization and air pollution. The increased production of petroleum and the corresponding rise in the number of automobiles led to greater air pollution. The growth of commercial agriculture led to greater air pollution. And finally, as many states in Asia and Latin America began industrializing their economies, air pollution increased because of concerns that imposing air qualities on these newly industrial societies might make them uncompetitive with Western states that already had thoroughly industrial urban centers. Let's look at question C. Question C asks you to understand the limitations of Mr. McNeill's research, to understand how Mr. McNeill's research might be incomplete or not thorough enough to be certain. One clear limitation is that his estimates are very broad, and those broad estimates are hard to prove because there's such a big gap between the starting end of his estimate and the ending end of his estimate. Another potential response here is that the estimates from which McNeill claims are based on likely inaccuracy, because it's very difficult to determine whether or not someone has died explicitly from air pollution, or if air pollution is the underlying cause or prominent cause of their death. That's a very challenging metric to measure, which is another limitation of Mr. McNeill's research. Remember, there are more answers than the ones I've offered you here today. So if you have another response to the prompt and you think it's right, but I didn't give it as a possible correct response, talk to your own AP history teacher, because there's a good chance that you also are on the right track. Okay, so normally we spend time at the beginning of every lesson doing a warm-up that is designed to get our mind and ready to learn about a new topic and understand some new content. Today, I'm going to take a different approach to our warm-up altogether. And this afternoon, the College Board released a ton of information about how exactly you as a student will be assessed for the 2020 AP World History test. So instead of doing an activity, I'm going to go over that information with you. So let's start at the beginning. The AP World History test is going to take place on May 21st, 2020. And you might be confused looking at why there's a whole bunch of different times, but the reality is the College Board needs to make sure that everyone is taking the test at the exact same moment. And in order to do that, they need to take the test in different times according to their time zone. If you're like me and you live in Dallas or you live in the Central Time Zone, then your students will test at 1 p.m. If you live on the East Coast in Florida or New York or one of the Carolinas, then you and your students will test at 2 p.m. If you live in Seattle or the Western Coast of California, you'll be testing at 11 a.m. If you're not exactly sure what time zone you live in, please do the research, because I would hate for you to miss the AP World History test because you weren't aware of the proper time to take the test. So ask your AP teacher, talk to your parents, find out from someone at your school what time zone you live in so you know when to take the AP World History test. Okay, let's get into some more detailed information that I know you're excited to hear. What type of test will you be taking? Well, you already know that you're going to be taking a 45-minute test that'll be only free response questions. We can now tell you that it will actually be one free response question. You will get one document-based question. That's right. Your AP test this year is going to be based on one DBQ. But since you only have 45 minutes, the College Board is limiting this DBQ to 5 documents instead of the usual 7. Now, let's talk about the time. Oh, and before I do that, let me remind you, just like the original DBQ, one of the 5 documents will not be text-based. Instead, it'll be some sort of visual document, a map, chart, graph, or picture that will help you answer the prompt. So something that you're not used to when it comes to testing is being responsible for your own time. Oftentimes, proctors provide announcements and clocks all around the room to make sure students have ample idea about the time that's left on their test. But because you'll be testing at home this year, you will not have a proctor to help you with your test. Therefore, it's extraordinarily important that you practice over the next month being aware of your own timing while taking and practicing the AP World History test. You'll have 45 minutes to read the documents, understand the prompt, and develop a cohesive response. And you'll have 5 minutes to take that response and submit it in the appropriate manner according to the device you've chosen to test on. If you fail to submit your test in the 5 minutes, it will not be accepted and will not be scored. Let's talk about devices. The test can be taken on any type of device. You can take your test on a desktop or a laptop, a tablet or a phone, or even on a phone. However, you can only log into the test on one device. So do not plan to log into the test on multiple devices in order to try to find a way to take advantage of the system. How will you submit your AP World History test? Well, you'll have a couple of options, and it's important that you practice and think about these things over the next few months as you decide. If you take your test on a phone, you'll be able to do a handwritten version of your essay and take pictures of it and submit those pictures. If you do your AP test on a desktop or a laptop, you'll probably type your AP test in a document, word processor, and submit that as a PDF. Here's the thing. There can be pluses and minuses to both types of device. When I look at my cell phone, I have a hard time imagining how exactly am I going to read a prompt and 5 entire documents and scroll back and forth between those documents as I begin to develop a comprehensive response to the question. However, I'm far more accustomed to handwriting my DBQ responses, and it's much more difficult. It may be much more difficult for you as a student to type, especially if you're what we call a chicken pecker. A chicken pecker is one of those students who goes about typing one letter at a time. If you're a chicken pecker, using a desktop or laptop might not be the best method for you unless you spend some time over the next month practicing. Let's talk for a moment about test security. The College Board is working really hard to make sure that the integrity of the AP World History test is maintained through this extraordinarily difficult time of at-home testing. So let me implore you not to make any efforts, even jokes, on social media platforms about any kind of collaborative or collective work. Don't even do a meme about communism. Don't put anything on any of your social media sites that can create the impression to the College Board that you have done some sort of giving or accepting help to any of your AP World History peers. The College Board is going to take measures to make sure that you identify who you are and that the correct person is tested several times before the AP test begins. And the College Board has said that they're initiating a number of protocols that they refuse to announce in order to make them more effective, in order to prevent students from cheating on the AP World History test. The consequences that the College Board has outlined for cheating are rather severe, so please take them seriously. If the College Board suspects that you as a student have done anything to sacrifice the integrity of your AP World History response, they will send that information to every single school that you have previously or in the future have asked for your AP scores or SAT scores to go to. So being caught in such a circumstance will create very long-term dire circumstances for you as a student. Please maintain the integrity of the AP World History test and make sure that your DBQ response is a demonstration of your personal excellence. One more important piece of information before I move on. I know that there are a lot of students around the country who have a difficult time accessing the necessary equipment or internet to be able to properly take the AP World History test. If you're currently watching this on a cell phone that doesn't have the ability to take pictures at the quality necessary for submitting a PDF, or you've been watching with a friend or some shared devices with multiple high school students, other kinds of situations that may create all kinds of problems for taking the AP World History test, please go to www.cb.org/10, and the College Board will find a way to help you get the devices you need to make sure that you're prepared to be successful in the AP World History test. Now, let's get to the part that you really want to know, which is how exactly will you be assessed when you take the AP World History test. Now, I'll go ahead and let you know at the beginning of this discussion that you can go into the description of this YouTube video, and you can see in that description the actual College Board rubric that has been designed in order to let you know what the 2020 rubric is going to be, and it highlights the specific differences between the normal rubric and the special coronavirus rubric. So the normal rubric is divided up into 4 categories, and so I'm going to go through the categories of the normal rubric. Before I do that, I want you to know that the DBQ is measured on a scale of 10 points. That's right. Instead of earning up to 7 points for the DBQ this year and this year only, you'll be able to earn up to 10 points for your DBQ. However, your grade that will be submitted to you and to colleges after the AP test will still come on a scale of 1 to 5, where 3 represents a mastery of the AP World History course, and for most colleges around the country offers you some form of college credit. And we don't know now, and probably won't ever know, how many of the 1 through 10 will translate into what of the 1 through 5. So the number one rule I always give my own students is just do everything you can. When you start an AP test, whether it's the World History test or the Calculus test or any of the tests that are given, it's important to understand that you start with a 0, and all you get to do throughout the entire test is demonstrate your own mastery of the content and the skills that test is assessing. And when you do something well, you earn a point. And when you make a mistake, the College Board ignores that mistake because they know that they didn't give you a chance to go back and edit or proofread your work. So you can't lose points. So as you go into the AP World History test, repeat to yourself the mantra: do everything I can, do everything I can, and focus on that mantra to help you be successful. Let's look at the rubric. The first 2 parts of the rubric are the same as the traditional AP World History rubric. Part 1 is thesis. Thesis means that you as a student can make a comprehensive, cohesive, historically accurate claim in response to the prompt. You must make that claim in response to the prompt in the beginning or in the end of your essay. I highly encourage all students to make sure they put that essay in their first and last paragraph in order to create a safety net. Like I said, if you make a mistake, the College Board will ignore the mistake. So if you do it twice, then you have a safety net. If you do it twice and you make a mistake once, you can still get the point. Remember, a thesis can be 1 sentence or it can be multiple sentences. However, a multiple sentence thesis must be consecutive, meaning the sentences must come one right after the next. The second point that stays exactly the same on the AP World History rubric is the context point. Providing context means, can you take the ideas or the concepts of the prompt and can you place them in broader historical situations? Many teachers use the scrolling stories and yellow letters before the Star Wars movies in order to help students understand the idea of context. Other teachers look at plays and how before a play starts, a written play takes the time to establish a setting for the play. The idea of context is to say what broader historical principle, what big deal in history makes this prompt make more sense. That's context. The next category is evidence and how you provide evidence. Normally, this category has 3 opportunities to earn points, but in the year 2020, you'll have 5 opportunities to earn points in this category. The first way that you can earn points in the evidence category is the easiest thing to do on the whole AP World History test. As a matter of fact, I'm telling you right now that everybody watching this live stream automatically should get at least 1 point on the AP World History test, because in order to get the first point, all you have to do is describe the content of at least 2 of the documents. You can't quote the content, but you just have to describe the content of at least 2 of the documents, and do so generally on topic. This is the easiest point to earn, and there are more points that you can earn when it comes to using the documents. The next 2 points involve using the document to support a claim. The best way to do this is to put your claim in the topic sentence of a paragraph, as we discussed a couple days ago with some of our practice. If your claim is in the topic sentence of your paragraph, then you use the rest of the paragraph to prove your point. You prove your point, your claim in the topic sentence using the documents. If you can use 2 documents to support a claim, you'll earn a second point. And if you can use 4 documents to support a claim, then you'll earn a third point. Notice that these 3 points build on one another. If you've used 4 documents, you've also therefore mentioned 2 documents and used 2 documents. So these points come along with the next. The next point is about providing your own outside evidence and using that information to support a claim. Normally, if you do this one time on an AP World History test, you get 1 point for it. But this year, the College Board is offering you additional opportunities. So you can do it twice and you can earn 2 points. By doing this task 2 times, you can earn 2 points. The last category also has expanded opportunities to achieve points on the AP World History test. This category is about analysis and reason. Typically, on the AP World History test, if a student can successfully analyze the source of one of 3 documents by using the historical situation, the intended audience, the purpose or point of view, then that student will earn 1 point. But this year, the College Board is actually making it so that doing that 1 time will equal 1 point, and doing it a second time will equal 2 points. So this year, you can do the source analysis less than you normally would on a regular DBQ and earn more points than you would on a regular DBQ. The very last point is often nicknamed the complexity point, and nothing about this point has changed from your normal rubric. It requires students to develop a complicated or nuanced claim and to develop that claim through multiple pieces of evidence throughout their essay. This is one of the most challenging tasks on the DBQ, and it sets apart the very, very best. It sets apart the very, very best argumentative writers in the AP World History amongst AP World History colleagues. I recommend to my own students that if they're not comfortable understanding what it means to develop a complicated or nuanced claim, and they're still working to produce some of the other points on this list, that they focus on what they know they can achieve. That's why we have the mantra: do everything I can. Okay. Again, if you have questions about what the 2020 rubric or the 2020 AP test will look like, you can get additional information and more specific and detailed information at the link in the description below. Or as always, you should talk to your AP teachers and ask them for help in understanding the new AP rubric. It's not a new rubric; it's a temporary, one-time only rubric. Let's look at what we're going to learn today in our lesson. Today we're going to look at the modern global economy by understanding continuities and changes from before 1900 and throughout the 1900s. And then we're going to understand how in the country after World War II, social categories and social structures have changed or maintained over time. So let's take a look. Here's some important characteristics of the post-Cold War economy. One of the most significant characteristics of the post-Cold War economy is what seems to be the completion of the process of globalization. We'll talk more about what globalization means in a moment. Another important characteristic is economic liberalization, or decreasing government regulations over businesses and the economy, and increasing the ideas of free market economies. In the second half of the 20th century, we see the massive growth of knowledge-based economies, and we see a transition of much of the industrial production leaving countries like the United States and Western Europe and moving to places like Asia and Latin America. We also see the creation of transnational economic institutions, or organizations created by members of multiple countries in order to promote trade. And we see a major continuation, but at the same time, a change because of the increase in the role of multinational corporations in the global economy. Okay, let's take a moment and look at each of those characteristics on the list in a little bit more detail. Globalization is the interconnectivity of people around the world, and it's not new if you've been studying world history since the beginning of the year 1200. As a matter of fact, in Unit 2, you learned a lot about long-distance trade networks, such as the Indian Ocean Trade Network. And long-distance trade networks were an example of globalization. As religion spread from place to place and syncretism, like the Swahili city-states, developed, there was an interconnection of people from around different parts of the world. However, that example of globalization was minimal and isolated to a certain area of the world. The same thing happened with the Columbian Exchange. The Columbian Exchange further increased the degrees of globalization, but nothing has increased globalization more than the information, transportation, and communication technologies that have developed in the last 50 years. From radios to televisions to cell phones and the internet, the globe has become massively interconnected. A perfect example of that is the very fact that I'm sitting in my dining room in Louisville, Texas, just a little bit south of Dallas, Texas, and you might be sitting in your own dining room, living room, or bedroom bedroom in any part of the world. Another characteristic of modern economies in the 20th century is economic liberalization, or decreasing the amount of government regulations placed over economic institutions. Economic liberalization happened across the country in multiple states, but we're going to specifically look at its effects in China. The other day we learned about the end of the Cold War and how we saw economic liberalization, or perestroika, in the Soviet Union. The same thing happened in China, in the end of communism and the introduction of new free market and economic liberalization. However, it's important to understand that in the Soviet Union, perestroika came along with the idea of glasnost, or openness, major political reforms that offered people new freedoms and opportunity to participate in their economic systems and political systems. China sought to relax the restrictions on the economy without relaxing their own version of political totalitarianism. For example, instead of having collective land, they allowed peasants to lease land from the government and grow their own crops. This was a massive improvement in the agricultural yield. And for the first time, as a result of Deng Xiaoping's reforms, China was able to supply an agricultural surplus rather than a diminishing return, which led to massive droughts and famine during the Chinese Communist era. Other reforms included allowing factories to build manufactured goods designed for consumer purchasing, and even the encouragement of foreign investors to come in and build factories of their own in order to use the Chinese population as labor and provide jobs for Chinese people. But oftentimes the markets for those goods were not in China. As a result of the economic changes taking place without any kind of political freedom, there were massive protests for years against the lack of democracy and democratic reforms in China. The most famous example of these protests took place in what's known as Tiananmen Square. For more than 7 weeks, students, professors, and other people who cared greatly about increasing their own political voice protested publicly, putting their lives, and the lives of those they loved at risk. This lasted for 7 weeks until finally the Chinese government imposed martial law and rolled tanks and armed soldiers into Tiananmen Square. Protesters set up blockades trying to stop the tanks and the Chinese army from getting into Tiananmen Square, and the Chinese army opened fire on the protesters. It's impossible to know for sure, but it's possible that thousands of Chinese protesters died that day. But the government of China to this day denies the existence of this event ever happened. And even to this day, people who have public memorials to the deaths of individuals who died at Tiananmen Square can be imprisoned. There are other countries that pursue economic liberalization, but we're not going to have an opportunity to go through every single example today. So I encourage you to pick one or two and do a little bit of research on your own, or ask your teacher for some more information. Examples include Margaret Thatcher, the United Kingdom Prime Minister, Ronald Reagan, the President of the United States, and Augusto Pinochet, the President of Chile. You may remember that Pinochet was a dictator who was propped up by the United States of America and its allies in order to stop the spread of communism in Latin America. In many cases, there are critics of this idea of economic liberalization, and the critics of economic liberalization have the same criticism of capitalism that's existed from its very origins. See, oftentimes free enterprise meant less regulations on businesses, and those lack of regulations led businesses to take their manufacturing out of the United States of America or the United Kingdom and into places like Latin America and Asia, where they didn't have to pay the same wages or have the same regulations enforcing certain conditions to protect the workers. These are the same problems that led to the development of systems like communism and socialism in the first place. And so the problems continued even as economic liberalization took a prominent stand in the late 20th century. Another major change in the economies of the end of the 20th century is the existence of knowledge economies. Knowledge economies are based on information and community technology. And in order to develop knowledge economies, governments and private investors support things like research, education, innovation, and technological infrastructure instead of things like labor and in factories and construction and things like that. You can see two examples of companies that play a significant role in the United States knowledge economy. In the top picture, you see the headquarters of Apple. Apple, the one that produces your iPhone or your iPad or your watch or the system you're watching television on right now. This is in California, in the Silicon Valley. And Apple, like almost every other knowledge economy, is headquartered in a country where knowledge economies are prominent, but uses manufacturing in countries in Asia and Latin America. On the bottom, you see the headquarters of another Silicon Valley, California knowledge economy, one that you're actually extraordinarily familiar with, and I'm certain you spent a lot of time utilizing over the last several weeks. You might be able to tell from the picture that's the headquarters of Netflix. The United States isn't the only knowledge economy. Much of Western Europe was knowledge economies, including the country of Finland, and Japan also progressed into a knowledge economy in the latter half of the 20th century. Because these countries were knowledge economies, were formerly great industrial powers, it's important to understand that in much of these cases, the industrial production left these states, leaving thousands and thousands of workers unemployed, and the manufacturing systems moved to new states in places in Latin America and Asia. For example, Bangladesh. You can see at the top a picture of a Bangladesh textile factory. Textiles make up for 80% of the exports of Bangladesh manufacture. Vietnam also has a significant textile industry, but they also make electronics and phones. It's important to understand that the reason that companies want to place their manufacturing sectors in these countries is because of the very little regulation that these governments have over the working conditions and the wages of these factories. Mexico and Honduras are two commonly recognized Latin American states where manufacturing takes place. Manufacturing grew in Mexico after the North American Free Trade Agreement, also called NAFTA, which many supporters liked because it opened up free trade and closed tariffs between Mexico, Canada, and the United States. But many critics did not like because it opened up many American companies to moving their manufacturing sectors to Mexico and sacrificing thousands of American jobs. Another characteristic of the modern global economy is the transnational economic institutions promoting trade. That's a whopper of a phrase. So let's break it down. What this means is that many different countries would work together, transnational, and they would work together to create organizations or institutions. And those institutions existed simply to promote trade. For example, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which was known as GATT and later became known as the World Trade Organization. When GATT was created, the international average for tariffs was at 40%. That means purchasers had to spend 40% more money on taxes if they were buying a foreign good. It was a prominent barrier on international trade. But by the end of the 20th century, because of the work of the organization GATT and later WTO, tariffs have been reduced to an international average of only 5%, greatly increasing the amount of international trade that could take place. There are other examples of transnational economic institutions. The North American Free Trade Association is one we just talked about, or NAFTA. Another is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, known as ASEAN. Okay. Our last significant example of the modern economy is multinational corporations. Now listen, a multinational corporation is nothing new, and we've been talking about them throughout this entire discussion. As we've mentioned, companies like Apple, who have their knowledge-based economy centered in one country and their manufacturing sector centered in other countries. But we've learned about multinational corporations as late as the 1500s and 1600s with the creation of joint stock companies in Britain and the Netherlands. Joint stock companies were companies centered in European states that were designed to colonize and economically exploit other countries around the world. That's multinational. However, multinational corporations today are not the exception. Instead, they're the driving force of the global economy. Such major multinational corporations include Google, which of course you are using at this very moment because Google owns YouTube, and Nestle, which is not just responsible for chocolate, but is a massive producer of various kinds of food and agricultural goods around the country, and a country headquartered in India called Mahindra. Let's take a break from understanding multinational corporations and let's try to understand some of the ways social structures changed in the second part of the 20th century. In the second part of the 20th century, there's a sharp turn in an understanding of people's rights around the world. You might remember that prior to World War II and dating back all the way into the 19th century, the primary concept of white people in Western Europe and in the United States of America was ideas about social Darwinism, the white man's burden, or the idea of civilizing imperialism as a civilizing mission. However, after World War II, there developed a rights-based global discourse that turned these ideas on its head, and instead, it became the norm to seek out rights for all people, regardless of race, gender, or religion, instead of excluding people based on those very factors. As a result of this global discourse, we see practical changes take place as access to education, political participation, and professional roles become more inclusive in regard regards to those same categories we just mentioned. Finally, we see movements of people around the world actually seeking to disrupt what they saw as the environmental and economic inequality that took place as a result of this global integration. Just like before, let's take a couple minutes to go over some specific examples of these concepts and better understand them. One of the driving forces behind the new rights-based discourse was the 1948 United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, seen here being displayed by American former First Lady of the United States, Eleanor Roosevelt, who was actually a chairwoman for the United Nations in the development of this document. This document sets to set up a list of rights guaranteed to all people, regardless of their state, their race, their religious background, their gender, or various segments of society that tend to divide people. It also sought out to protect some of the most vulnerable and oppressed members of our society, like children and refugees. Alongside the rights-based discourse came a global notion of feminism. As not just in the United States, but around the world, women demanded greater rights and opportunities, greater access to education, and they not only demanded these things, but they also earned. Another example of a specific rights-based movement was the Negritude movement, which originated in West Africa. This was a movement that encouraged people to celebrate their blackness and understand their blackness as a virtue rather than something to create shame, which is how black people have been taught to understand race for most of their lives. A third and final example of rights-based discourse took place in Latin American religion, as Catholicism and socialism blended together to interpret Jesus' teachings as demanding freedom from political, economic, and social oppression. Oftentimes, liberation theologists were killed for their movements by military dictators who ruled Latin American countries. But in some places, like Venezuela, liberation theology caught on, although not imperfectly, as dictator there, Hugo Chavez, certainly had a number of human rights abuses. In 2013, the Catholic Church elected its new pope and the first pope to ever be from Latin America. And this pope actually ended the Catholic Church's opposition towards liberation theology. Just like when we discussed the ideas of decolonization in the period after World War II, it's really important to me that you as a student understand that the new roles in societies that developed for women and people of color and other marginalized members of society around the world were opportunities that those people demanded and earned, and not opportunities that were given to them. It's not like the oppressive classes of the world decided that it was time to restructure society in order to create more equal systems. Instead, people demanded access to new roles in society. I'm going to move really quickly because we're about to run over our 45-minute goal for time here. But I want to point out a couple of things. Around the world throughout the 1920s, women gained access to vote and therefore participate and even have roles in the political structures of their countries. The United States civil rights movement demanded change and received change as it went through the 1960s. One important change was the introduction of the United States Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It's important to note that these ideas, while ending the Jim Crow era and allowing for massive amounts of black people to vote and participate in the American political system, did not end racial oppression in America, as black people across the state continued for decades to demand more equal rights. Mr. Logero told us a lot about apartheid the other day, and so if you missed that, I encourage you to go back and look at his lesson where he discussed things like Nelson Mandela and Trevor Noah. But the end of apartheid in the 1990s is another example of this new role in society. And in India, in the new Indian Constitution in 1948, caste was designed, or the idea of Dalits and discriminating against Dalits or the untouchables was officially banned in the new Constitution. However, that discrimination continued throughout the 20th century, and toward the end of the 20th century, India introduced a new policy of caste reservation, which sought to end systematic oppression against Dalits by reserving specific jobs in government and specific jobs in the public sector that were normally denied to people because of their caste status. Finally, one of the most significant movements against the effects of inequality of the global market came with Professor Wangari Maathai of Kenya. Professor Wangari Maathai of Kenya developed the Green Belt movement, and in the early 2000s, she was the first African woman to receive a Nobel Peace Prize as a result. She sought to end the economic degradation that took place as a result of colonial exploitation by teaching important principles of soil and the environment and how to plant the appropriate plants and trees in order to help renutrient the soil to women and children across Kenya, so they can not only improve their own environmental status but have their own economic potential. The World Fair Trade Organization was a response to the criticism of the World Trade Organization and sought to create protections for children forced to work in labor, for poor wages and poor working conditions for laborers, especially across Latin America and Asia. Okay, I'm going to skip this screen right now just so that I have time to show you your assignment for the weekend. But take a moment to look over the screen on your own, take a picture of it, or return back to it. So your AP exam practice is designed for you to take time to actually do something you'll have to do on the AP World History test. Here, I've given you two separate and unique claims. And on the next slide, I'm showing you two documents. I want you to take a different approach to each document. So for claim one, I want you to write a paragraph that seeks to prove the point that post-colonial economy was often characterized by increased globalization. And I want you to use each document as evidence to support that claim. And then I want you to do the same exact activity with a completely different claim to take the practice of using the document to support a claim. Because remember, you'll be able to earn 2 points for that this year on your AP World History test. Here are your two documents, and all of this information is already posted in the Google Drive in the link below. I'll remind you, however, you cannot have access to manipulate these documents. If you want to change the document or work within the document, you need to first make a copy, and second, move that copy into your own Google Drive. Then you'll have the ability to manipulate the document and work with it. Thank you everybody for watching with us today. If you have questions about the AP World History test, please check in with your AP World History teacher, and we look forward to working with you again on Monday. Have a great weekend.
Hey everybody, it is Friday. Welcome to our latest edition of AP World History Modern Review Session. My name is Mason Logero, coming to you from Pflugerville, Texas, in the Austin, Texas area, and I'm ready to get into it. So let's talk about what we're doing today. All right, so as you know, Wednesday, yesterday, and today, we were covering Unit 1, which is sort of that tour of the world. It's called the Global Tapestry. So we're going to finish that up today, talking about state building specifically, how do governments operate in Africa, Europe, and the Americas, the last three regions that we have not really talked about yet. Starting on next week, we're going to get into Unit 2. That's where we're going to get real history stuff. Smith's going to go over trade routes on Monday. I'm going to talk about the Mongols on Tuesday. We'll kind of go from there. But today we're going to finish up sort of Global Tapestry, so we know where we're all at, starting in 1200. And then we're also going to talk about kind of similarities and differences. We'll do a lot of comparing and contrasting in state building between these three regions. And that's going to get us into making historical arguments. We're going to talk about thesis statements as well today. You know about the importance of thesis statements in your writing, so I want to make sure we're all clear on it. We're all feeling good as we get ready for this AP test next month. All right. So for our warm up today, we're going to take a look at the homework that Smith gave you all last night. He gave you two claims, he gave you pieces of evidence, and he asked you to come up with two claims based on these pieces of evidence. So here's the first set that he gave you. And if you look at them and you read them and you kind of put them together, which is what you're supposed to do when making a historical argument, you start to realize that this is about reasons why the Abbasid Caliphate collapsed. And so you can make a claim that there were internal and external reasons for that collapse. If you notice, evidence piece A is about inside Egypt. That's an internal reason for collapse. D and C are about external threats to the Caliphate, especially including the Mongols, which again we'll talk about on Tuesday. The other one he gave you was about how Islam spread as a religion. And if you notice here, his claim, he gets a little bit more specific in this one than he did the last one. The first one he just said internal and external responses, which is plenty good for a topic sentence in a paragraph and an essay. Here he gets a little bit more specific though. It says missionary efforts, military conquests, and merchant exchanges. And if you look at those three pieces of evidence, those completely line up with that claim. But I want to take this one step further, and I want to think about how religions in general spread, not just Islam. If you look at religions through world history, these are really the three main ways that religion spreads. You've got missionaries preaching the new religion, you have military conquest, where you force the new people that you've conquered to convert to your religion, and then you see religion spread through trade routes, as people are meeting with other people from different regions and convincing them to join this new religion. So remember what I talked about the other day, that we need to kind of think about general laws of world history, and this is a perfect example of it. Religions always spread through missionary efforts, military conquest, or through trade. And once you learn that and understand that, then you start plug in the details about specific religions. For example, you just see right here that Islam spread in all three of those ways. When you think about Buddhism, for example, typically we think of that as merchant exchanges being spread on the Silk Road as it moves towards East Asia. If you think about Christianity in the Americas, generally think more about military conquests as the Spanish and Portuguese took over in the Americas. So make sure you understand those general rules of world history and then plug in the details that you're studying and review for this test. And again, it's going to make things so much easier for you. All right, so what we're going to do today is, like I said, we're talking about state building in Africa, Europe, and the Americas. So before we start, this time's up, and it is not up. We're going to reset this timer here in a second. But I want you to just simply brainstorm all the different states that you can think of that were around in these three regions anywhere between 1200 to 1450. And I'm talking about anything. Large empires, countries, kingdoms, even down to the smallest chieftain that you can think of. So take about 1 minute, write down as many as you can. I'm going to try and reset this timer. There we go. So ready, go. When the timer's up, I'm going to go to the next slide. Again, just list as many as you possibly can. For bonus points, if you can write down a few characteristics of the states, that would be great, but not required. I'm just trying to get your mind thinking about states in these areas. All right, 15 seconds. And time is up. So let's take a look at possible answers here. All right, I gave you this is not an exhaustive list. It does not mention every single state because that would take way too much space and be way too crowded on the PowerPoint. I listed some of the major ones that you may have listed. But one thing I want you to remember, and don't worry when you look at this list, because some of you are looking at this list right now going, I never saw some of these states. My teacher never mentioned them and they're not in my textbook. Do I need to know them? The answer is, fortunately, you do not need to know every single one of these. Remember, the AP test is not designed to test your knowledge of African states in the 14th century. Okay, so that's okay. The AP test, and especially this year's with the TBQ, is of course testing your ability to make a historical argument documents and also bring in outside evidence. But it can be from any of these examples. If there's a question about state building from 1200 to 1450, as long as you know a couple of these, then you're totally fine. So please don't freak out if you see a list on here, anyone here, and you're I don't know. It's okay, right? In fact, I'm not even going to talk about some of these today. I didn't talk about some of these in my class. So even some of my students that are watching this right now are getting kind of mad at me and going, Lojero, we never talked about this. It's okay, guys. You don't need to know it. That's why we didn't talk about it. But as long as you know a couple of examples, then you're good. All right, so let's get into what you need to know about state building. Before we talk about state building in Africa, Europe, and the Americas from 1200 to 1450, let's kind of back up and take a big picture look at state building in general. Why do we even have states and governments? And again, I mean, you can talk about all kinds of different forms of governments. As I mentioned, you talked about giant empires this year in class. You talked about smaller kingdoms and countries, all the way down to like small city-states. But no matter how big it is or how long it lasted, generally speaking, states are trying to accomplish a couple of things. One, they're trying to organize all the resources of the area. States that survive and thrive are able to figure out exactly, okay, how many people do we have? How many farmers do we have? How many soldiers do we have? How many weapons do we have for those soldiers? And how can we get more weapons for the soldiers? How much food do we have? Crops, animals, etc. And how can we make sure that everybody in our area is getting fed? Those that are able to organize and be more efficient have usually survived. And then, of course, another major role of governments in general is that they're supposed to enforce the laws and social norms of the area. Consider, I think we can all agree that if you break a law, you should go to jail. You should be locked up into a room for some amount of time. That's kind of agreed upon, at least in our society. But remember, the government has the power to put people in jail. You, as an individual, do not have that power. Please don't go locking anybody up in a room, even if you think they commit a crime. That's called kidnapping. It's wrong. You should not do it. Please leave it up to the government and the police force to do that. Okay? But that is a main function of governments everywhere, to enforce laws. All right, so then where did governments come from? When did they start? How did they start? Well, okay, historians are kind of, in a little bit of disagreement about this, but I think generally speaking, we can say the first states began somewhere around 3000 BCE. So about 5,000 years ago, and about 5,000 or 7,000 years after the Neolithic Revolution. I don't know if you talked about the Neolithic Revolution in class this year, but remember that's when humans first began to domesticate plants and animals, started to settle down. But then it takes a while, almost 5,000 years, until we see the first real states and governments. But what's really interesting is that when you look at where these states and governments begin to pop up around the world, it happens in all different regions of the world, and kind of around the same time. This was not a situation where one state starts in Mesopotamia and then everyone else hears about it. The news spreads around the world. Like, hey, check out this new cool idea of having a government. A lot of these popped up independently. Again, we see new states in Mesopotamia. We also see at the same time new states in Mesoamerica, kind of like what's today's southern Mexico. Well, obviously, the people in North America were not talking to the people in Asia 5,000 years ago. So these are all developing independently. Now, I should take a time out real quick. Pause. I'm going to talk about contextualization on Monday. Some of you right now are thinking to yourself, hey, if that DBQ is about state building, I'm totally going to mention all this as my contextualization. I'm telling you right now, please don't do that. Okay? Remember that I said contextualization has to directly relate to the topic of the prompt and your thesis. The Neolithic Revolution is not going to directly relate to the prompt. Okay? Because remember, the prompt is not going to be until after 1200. So please don't use this as contextualization. All right? I'm only telling you this for your own edification and knowledge. This is not supposed to be in your DBQ. Please don't do it. Okay. The other thing we need to consider though is how do governments and states keep their power? And there's a lot of different ways, but there's two that we really see in nearly every state around the world. First is the use of religion. You got to consider no matter what religion we're talking about or what region of the world, religion is an extremely powerful tool for good and for evil. Sadly, we've seen both through world history. But you can convince large numbers of people to do all kinds of things through the use of religion, and political leaders have figured this out and they have used it to keep control. And we can see this going back to like ancient Egypt, where the pharaohs were considered half god and half man, and people believed that the pharaohs were the ones that kept the Nile River flowing. That's a way of using religious power to govern. Or these days in our country, every time a politician ends a speech with God bless America, they're using religion to justify political power. And this is something we see around the world. So again, it's one of those kind of general laws of world history. If you can know that often governments use religion to keep political power, then you can plug the details in about specific examples of history and you're good to go. Or another way that governments keep control is through the economy. If governments and leaders can promise to keep the wealth coming in, to keep trade happening, that's going to keep the wealthy elites happy, it's going to keep the commoners happy, and as long as you're keeping everybody happy, you get to stay in charge of the government. Oftentimes though, when the economy collapses, you generally see a change in the power structure of the government as well, and political leaders obviously know that. So let's take a look at how that happens in Africa and Europe and the Americas from 1200 to 1450. Okay, one similarity that we see all across those three regions is what I just said, using religion to govern. So I'll give you a couple examples. The Aztec Empire in Mesoamerica, they were known for using human sacrifice in their religious worship. The story there goes that there's a belief that in order for the sun god, the good god of the Aztec religion, to continue his fight, he had to be replenished with human blood. And so the Aztecs would sometimes sacrifice humans at the temple. But now keep in mind, this was not a situation where they just grabbed a random person off the street, brought to the temple, and killed them. Usually the person that was being sacrificed was a captured soldier from another area after a battle, or even not even just like a regular soldier, usually like a high-ranking military official if they could. So notice, yes, there's a religious aspect to it, but it's also showing off the leader's military power and political power. Or if we switch over to West Africa and the Kingdom of Mali, and we think Mali, you probably think of Mansa Musa. Hopefully you talked about him in class. He's an extremely important figure in West Africa. Remember, Mansa Musa was the one that was considered one of the richest men ever to live. And it's hard to put like exact figures on how much money did he have. And even if you could, how do you compare that to like the wealth of someone today, like Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates or something like that? But the point is, if you made a list of the richest people ever, Mansa Musa is definitely up there at the top. And remember, he shows this off by his pilgrimage that he makes to Mecca. And I put a picture down below in the corner of the PowerPoint here. Remember that pilgrimage from West Africa through North Africa to Mecca. He brings his entire court with him. He brings a ton of people, and he also brings a ton of gold. And he spends it along the trip. He gives it to the poor. He helps build schools and universities. He helps build libraries. In fact, scholars start to realize that he spent so much money in gold that caused the price of gold around an entire region to actually dip because he increased the supply so much. That's insane, really, when you think about it. Okay, but the point is, here he is showing off the economic power and using religion to do it, and showing that economic power to show off his political power as well, to show off the wealth of his kingdom. Or if we think about Europe, you've got the Byzantine Empire. Remember, that's what's left of the old ancient Roman Empire after the Roman Empire collapses in the western half of Europe. It continues on, for the most part, generally speaking, in Eastern Europe. The main religion there, of course, is Christianity, but it's Eastern Orthodox Christianity, which is different from Roman Catholics or Roman Catholicism, which is mainly followed in Western Europe. And you may have talked about the Great Schism. If you did, cool. If you didn't, don't worry about it too much. But that was the split between Roman Catholics and Eastern Orthodox. That's when there were at one point 2 popes, and this pope said, I'm excommunicating you, I'm kicking you out of the church. And this pope said, no, you can't do that because I'm kicking you out. And yes, it sounds really childish, and it kind of was in many ways, because they were arguing over things like the bread that's used for communion. Should there be yeast in it or not? Like, should it rise like a loaf of bread, or should it be more flat like a tortilla? Yeah, really important stuff there that everybody cares about. Anyway, the point is, you had the Eastern Orthodox Church in the Byzantine Empire, and people saw the emperor as also the leader of the church, a term known as Caesar Papism, which, hey, by the way, that's a fun word that you can wow your friends and family with this weekend if you talk to anybody this weekend, while using social distancing and all that. But notice the term Caesar, the head of the government, Papism, like the Pope, the head of the church as well. So again, you've got political power and religious power very much intertwined. So that's kind of similarity that we can see across the Americas and Africa and Europe, that political leaders are using religious power. But we can also see some differences. Let's think about the other way that government leaders stay in control, and that is through the economy, through trade. Okay, Mansa Musa and the other leaders of Mali were able to take control and grow their kingdom because all the money coming in from the salt and gold trade. Remember, there are large deposits of salt and gold in West Africa, and when news of that spreads, merchants start traveling across the Sahara Desert in order to get it. It's going to get into all that on Monday, so I don't want to go too far into it. But the point is, there's a lot of money coming into West Africa, and for everything that gets sold, of course, that means more tax money, and more tax money, of course, means more money for the government and more power for the government. Or consider down in South America, the Incas. Remember, the Inca Empire kind of ran down the coast of the Pacific, between the Pacific Ocean and the Andes Mountains. It was a very geographically just long empire, and so the Incas built this amazingly intricate system of roads up and down the coast, but also to the Andes Mountains. And part of that was to keep control for the government, but also a lot of it was to help facilitate trade across the empire. Again, the more stuff gets traded, the more stuff gets bought and sold, means more tax money for the government. But here we actually see a difference between those kingdoms and empires and what we see in Western Europe. Okay, remember that in Western Europe, ever since the fall of the Roman Empire, which, I mean, depending on how you want to date it, there's a lot of different ways you can date it, but most would agree somewhere around the 300s. Ever since then, you don't see any really huge kingdoms or empires emerge. Nothing like these other ones we've looked at already. There were a few that kind of came and went, but then they fell apart. And the point is, when it comes to political power in Western Europe, after the fall of Rome, until about 1450 or so, it's very fluid, it's very decentralized, it's definitely a feudal system where power lies more in the hands of the wealthy landowners. Very similar to what we talked about Japan the other day with the daimyo and samurai. But one of the reasons why that's the case is because lack of long-distance trade. Remember, if you think about all those trade routes across Afro-Eurasia, Western Europe is kind of off in the corner by itself, and really was not involved in a lot of trade across the Silk Roads or the Indian Ocean or the Sahara Desert routes. And so because of that, you don't see a ton of wealth coming to that area as well. So you don't see any large governments or empires in that area. And I also want to think about how geography can be a barrier and limitation to the growth of kingdoms and empires. For one, it can definitely limit long-distance trade. Think about when it comes to West Africa, we really don't see long-distance trade across the Sahara Desert until the discovery of gold and salt. Before that, no one went across the Sahara Desert. Why would you risk your life doing that? Until gold and salt are discovered, those are both extremely valuable. Gold, because it's gold. It's shiny and really pretty and everybody wants it. And you can make really cool stuff with it. Salt, well, everybody needs salt. It makes your food taste good. Everybody wants it. And so when that happens, then you start to see that trade across the Sahara Desert. Before that, you really don't. And now think about if the Kingdom of Mali was looking to expand. They're not really able to expand across the Sahara Desert into, say, like North Africa. It's one thing to cross the desert in pursuit of riches. It's another thing if you're like a soldier in the Mali army and you're told you have to cross the desert to go fight this other army. I don't know that I'm willing to risk my life crossing the Sahara Desert in order to go fight and possibly die. That's a little much. Okay? Also, if you think about South America, remember the Incas never really spread their empire past the Andes Mountains because the Andes Mountains are really big and really hard to cross. And then if you consider rainforests in South America, you never really see any kind of large kingdom or empire that encompasses North America and South America. Because try getting through the Isthmus of Panama right there, especially with all that rainforest. So transportation and communication is limited, then the spread of a government's power is going to be limited as well. Okay, let's take a break from the whole state building thing for a second, and let's talk thesis statements. Okay, I know that you've talked thesis statements all year long with your teacher. I hope that you practice them. This is something that I start the very first week of school with my students on. And when we do, we have a couple of ideas. Here are a couple of things that your thesis has to do. So let me run through these, and then we'll do a little practice. Okay, first thing your thesis statement has to do. By the way, don't forget, you need a good solid thesis statement for the DBQ that you're writing next month. It has to answer the question. Okay, I know you're looking at me going, yeah, Lizero, we know it has to answer the question. But you'd be surprised the number of times I've gone to grade those AP tests in June, and I see essays where students simply did not answer the question. If the question's asking about, let's say, causes of the Industrial Revolution, don't mention trains in your thesis. Trains were not a cause of the Industrial Revolution. They were a effect. They were something that drove it later. They were not a cause. Don't put trains in if I'm asking about causes. So just simply answer the question. All right, the other thing that you need to have in your thesis are what I call organizational categories. Some teachers call them claims. Whatever you want to call it's fine. But these are, in a sense, your answers to the question. Typically, I like to tell students you have to have at least 2 categories. 3 is preferable. I would always like my students when they write an essay in class to have 3. Although, if we're thinking about this year, and this DBQ, remember, you're only going to have 5 documents on this DBQ. You're only going to have 45 minutes to write it. So I think for this year, as long as you've got 2, I think that is plenty. I think you're in a really good spot. If you have 2 solid claims, 2 solid answers to the thesis, or sorry, to the prompt, then you're in a really good spot. And I'll show you some examples of what I mean by that in a second, but you need to be careful with your categories. If they're not too broad, I don't want to see political and economic causes, because guys, there's political and economic causes for like everything in history, right? So don't just say something broad like political and economic. You gotta be a little bit more specific than that. But at the same time, you don't need a huge giant run-on sentence with all types of different examples. That's gonna come later in your body paragraphs. So you want to be specific, but not too specific. And I'll show you what I mean in a second. I think for this year, as long as you've got 2, you're in a good spot. All right, and the way I tell students to do this, I want to keep this simple. Let's just take the words of the prompt, rearrange them a little bit, add your categories because you gotta add something to it, and then you've got your thesis statement. Remember that pretty much every prompt is gonna have a region of the world that you have to talk about, and it's gonna have a time period. Please make sure you have both of those in your thesis. If you don't put the region in your thesis, then you could be talking about anywhere in the world. If you don't put the time period, you could be talking about any time in history. So put the time period, put the region. And if you use kind of the same terms of the prompt, then you know that you're doing number 1, that you're answering the question. Also, your thesis should go in your introduction. You're introducing your argument, and then you're going to talk about your argument through the rest of the essay. But I would also put it in the conclusion as well. Remember, if you look at the rubric for the DBQ, thesis statement is the one thing that has to be in a certain spot. It has to be either in your intro or your conclusion. But I'm going to suggest that you put it in both, because as long as you do it well one time, you get the point for the thesis statement. And I've seen so many times where a student writes their thesis in the intro, and it's okay, but it doesn't quite reach the level of a good thesis statement. They don't get the point. But then you start writing your essay, and your brain starts moving, and the little hamster on the wheel is turning in your brain. By the time you got that essay, you feel you know a lot more about it. You feel a lot better. And if you rewrite your thesis in a different way in your conclusion, it's almost always going to be better. And there are plenty of times where I've seen students who did not get the thesis point in their intro, but they reworded it, were a little bit more specific in their conclusion, and they got the thesis point, and everything was good. So I would suggest doing it both. Technically, you only have to do it in one, but hey, might as well try twice in case you mess up on one. All right, so let's look at a couple of examples of thesis statements. These are more kind of fun, non-history questions. Also, if you notice, my answers are both kind of dealing with my childhood in South Louisiana. In fact, I'm wearing my Saint shirt today because I talk about the Saints, and I've got my Mardi Gras beads here, so we're good there. Oh, you know what? I was afraid to say all my wires I got here. But you know what? I know the Mardi Gras season's over, but frankly, don't we all just need some happiness and bright colors in our world right now? So let's just kind of pretend and have fun. But yes, even though I do live in Texas, I grew up in South Louisiana. And as I say, you can take the boy out of South Louisiana Louisiana, but you can't take the South Louisiana out of the void. So let's talk about a couple of South Louisiana possible thesis statements. Oh, actually, wait, before I do, since I'm talking about growing up in Louisiana, I want to give a shout out to my alma mater, Baton Rouge High. If any of you are students there or teachers there and are watching this, go Bulldogs. Okay, so if I ask you to write an essay on which fast food restaurant has the best fried chicken, okay, let's think about that for a second. First off, the answer is Popeyes. You cannot argue with me. Some of you are sitting there going, wait, Lloyd, we found this local place. It's really, really good. It's the best fried chicken. Okay, I hate to tell you, but I think you might be wrong. And here's the problem. I'm a history teacher. I believe in diversity of ideas and opinions, and that is really important to me. And that, everyone can express their viewpoints. That is extremely important, except when it comes to really important things like fried chicken, in which case Popeyes is the one answer. Okay, so just it is. And if you live in a part of the country or the world where there are no Popeyes, I'm sorry for you. Just a terrible life you must lead. But hopefully one day you'll find eat the goodness of Popeyes. All right, so if I said which fast food restaurant has the best chicken, notice how I kind of rearranged some of the words in the front. Of all the fast food restaurants, Popeyes has the best chicken. So I've answered the question right here with Popeyes. But here I give my reasons why: the spice and flavor, the crispiness of the skin, and the juiciness of the meat. I've given you 3 reasons why Popeyes has the best chicken. Now this is perfect because if I was going to write out this full essay, you also now know that my first paragraph is going to be about spice and flavor. I'm going to talk about all the different spices that they put into the batter. The second paragraph is going to be how when you crunch that skin, you eat it, it just tastes perfectly. And then 3, my last paragraph is going to be the juiciness of the meat, how the grease kind of gets all over your fingers. That's when you know it's really good fried chicken. So you know exactly where I'm headed with this. But notice I didn't go into a lot of explanation of my thesis statement. I kept it kind of short. I kept it to 1 sentence. Now at the same time, I wasn't super broad. I didn't say Popeyes has the best chicken because it tastes good. That's not enough. You need to give some reasons why without going into a long run-on sentence. Okay. Also, notice that you have to answer the question. I had to answer fast food restaurant. Maybe there's a sit-down restaurant that has really good chicken, but you can't mention it. That's not the question asked. My wife makes really, really good fried chicken. But I can't say my wife's fried chicken because she doesn't operate a fast food restaurant. You have to answer the question. Also, I considered something about maybe putting in biscuits in my thesis as well, because Popeyes has amazing biscuits for a side. But you can't do that because the prompt did not ask about the rest of the food. It just asked about chicken. So if the prompt asks about chicken, talk about chicken. Don't talk about biscuits. Now, biscuits could be your contextualization. You could talk about Popeyes, the restaurant. It started in New Orleans. It's known for its famous biscuits, but as good as the biscuits are, their chicken's even better. Notice contextualization to thesis. I made that connection there. And then you get into how good the chicken is at Popeyes. Or my second one: will the Saints win the Super Bowl in 2021? Because yes, I'm a huge Saints fan. And right now, those of you in Minnesota are kind of laughing at me because what's happened twice now in the last couple years of the playoffs. I will say, good win. Y'all kicked our butts this year. If there's any Rams fans out there, okay, y'all, you know it's past interference. Okay, so don't even start with me. You know it's past interference. There's no question about it. But it's fine. I'm over it. I'm okay for the most part. But anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about 2021. If there is an NFL season and a Super Bowl, the Saints are going to win. Now, notice the reasons that I gave. While the Saints had an average defense, their offense and coaching rank at the top of the league. I didn't just say defense, offense, coaching because I don't think that would be enough. But I did describe average defense with a really good offense and coaching, and that's enough for a thesis statement. You know then at the body of my paragraphs, when talking about offense, I'll talk about Drew Brees. Coaching, I'll talk about how great Sean Payton is. So I'll get into the details later. You don't have to do that in your thesis statement. But also notice something here. I have set up what possibly could be a complex argument. Remember, there is that complex argument point in the rubric that you can get, where you can give one side of the argument and then the other as well. That is possible to show nuance. So I've kind of set up my thesis to be able to do that. Now, can we be honest here for a second about this complexity point and how do I say this nicely? Okay, I want you to consider something. That complexity point in the rubric, I know your teachers have talked about it before. It is a very, very hard point to get in a normal year. And this year we know is not normal. You're only going to have 45 minutes of that DDQ. You're only going to have 5 documents. So as hard as that complexity point is usually to get, it's going to be even harder this year. My thought when I'm looking at this new rubric, the other 9 points I think are within most of your grasps. Y'all can get those other 9 points. Focus on the other 9 points. Make sure you've nailed those down. And then if you want to think about complexity, then go for it. But please, 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 when you get your DDQ in May, don't spend all this time going, I'm going to have the most complex argument. I'm going to show it from all different sides, and then forget to source the documents, for example. Okay, just let's focus on the other 9 points. If you get complexity, great. But I think the other 9 points are really where you need to focus. Okay, so let's do a little practice for you. Here we're back to a history question about states and empires establishing their authority. So if I gave you this essay prompt, I'd like you to write a 1-sentence thesis statement that will answer it. And we need a couple minutes to do that. But we're going to do the same thing we did on Wednesday, where if you want to stop, go and stop this right now and pause it, and then when you're ready, hit play, so that I'm not standing here staring at the camera for a couple minutes. All right, so ready, pause. Okay, welcome back. Here's a thesis statement that I came up with. Again, you may have something different, and that is a-okay. Please talk to your teacher though about it. But notice in my thesis, I said 1200, 1450. I mentioned Africa and the Americas because this prompt doesn't actually give you a region, so you can go pretty much anywhere in the world you want. But I said the states in Africa and the Americas use religious power and access to trade routes to establish their authority. So I've given you 2 claims here: religious power and access to trade routes. Again, notice when it comes to religious power, I didn't mention human sacrifice. I didn't mention Mansa Musa's pilgrimage to Mecca. That is stuff that I will mention in the rest of the essay. Okay? All right, so let's kind of summarize what we've done today. We talked about the ways that states form and the ways that keep power. Again, make sure you understand those general ways that states keep power. And once you understand that, plugging in the details of individual states is going to be so much easier. Also, you'll know that thesis statements are important. Your teacher has stressed that over and over and over again. So make sure your thesis statement is strong. All right, and then my biggest tip for the AP test: when you're writing an essay, make sure your thesis is in your intro and in your conclusion. All right, you got a little homework for the weekend. Yes, I'm that really mean teacher that gives homework over the weekend. All right, down below in the Google Drive, that is right below us, there is a file called 1.4 or 1.6 homework. It is a modified DBQ. I took an older DBQ from several years ago, whittled it down to 5 documents. So once you look at those documents, once you write a thesis statement for it, all you do is a thesis statement. Remember, when you're doing a DBQ, kind of group the documents together in answers that you notice. Hey, it looks like documents 2 and 5 seem to kind of go together, and 1 and 3 seem to work together as well. Group those together like your teacher taught you, and let those documents guide your categories in your thesis statement. If you're looking for bonus points, once you've got your thesis statement, think about topic sentences for your paragraphs that you might write. Again, you've got your 2 claims in your thesis statement, so you got 2 paragraphs in your essay. What's the first sentence of those 2 paragraphs going to look like? So you can do that for bonus. Oops. All right, we are done for today. Hope you have a nice weekend. Hope you get to relax. Again, do your best with this. We're all kind of in the same boat right now, trying to get ready for this AP test. I know it's an insane time. It really, really is. Okay, but please understand. Focus on yourself. Focus on your family as well. Okay, hope you get rejuvenated over the weekend, and we will see y'all on Monday. Have a good weekend. Bye, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another day of live streaming with AP World History Modern. Today, we're going to take some time. Yesterday, with Mr. Lizero, you started going over some reviewing content that could be on your AP World History test. Reminder, this year, your AP World History test is going to be 1 document-based question with a total of 5 documents, and you'll have 45 minutes to take the test and 5 minutes to submit your written response. If you don't have the information about the test and you'd like to learn more, go look at last Friday's YouTube video, and you can, about the first 20 minutes, you can learn more details about how the test will be given and the rubric that will be used to assess student success. If you haven't been coming here every day since the beginning of this, you might not know that I'm Chad Smith, and I'm a high school teacher who works at MacArthur High School in Irving, Texas. However, today's lesson is actually brought to you by one of my dear friends and mentors, Miss Amy Laporte Lewis, who had taught me this lesson and in order to help me become a better teacher. Miss Amy Laporte Lewis teaches high school in Atlanta, Georgia. And not only does she teach students and teachers how to teach AP World History, she's also on the AP Test Development Committee. So she's a pretty trusty person when it comes to understanding what we need to know about AP World History. Before we get into today's lesson, let's take a moment and look at our homework from yesterday. Yesterday, Mr. Lozero gave us a document and 3 questions to respond to that document. Again, while this is not the format that you'll be taking the AP World History test, it is an exceptionally useful way to practice the skills that you'll be doing on the AP World History test. So the first question said identify one historical process in South or Southeast Asia that accounts for the religion of the Shiri Jaiva. Okay, maybe I just shouldn't say that for the rest of this time. Merchant in Guangzhou, as reported in the passage. And when you read the passage, you understand that the religion the question is referencing is Islam. So how does Islam get to the Southeast Asia trade city when it was originally founded in the Middle East? Well, here's a couple of possible answers. The expansion of maritime or sea-based commerce in the Indian Ocean and South Pacific led to more Muslim merchants in the region. Another potential answer is increasing Muslim domination of the Indian Ocean trade routes and the establishment of Muslim diasporic merchant communities. That means small minority communities that are established away from the homeland or the governing people of the same ethnicity or in this case religions. These diasporic communities often had missionaries who were interested in spreading the religion of Islam. The establishment of Muslim states in India helped explain how Muslim communities spread as far as Southeast Asia. And Sweeri Vijaya. No, I still shouldn't say it. The increased activity of Sufi missionaries. Sufi is a branch of Islam that has an inflection of mysticism and personal attributes, as well as even at times some miracle performance. And they were popular Muslim missionaries. Okay, this will help you with the idea of providing evidence beyond the document, having outside information and using that outside information that comes from your brain and applying it to the claims you make in your DBQ. On this year's DBQ, that's worth 2 points. You get 1 point for each time you provide outside evidence. The next question is that explain one aspect of the economic development of China under the Song dynasty that led to flourishing of commerce that is reflected in the passage. This time, the question doesn't require us to go back into the passage because it gives us the word flourishing. And so we already know that it's talking about the increase in the amount of commerce taking place. So here are several possible answers to this question. The first one is improvements in ship design and increased use of technology such as the compass help explain the growth of foreign trade. Chinese artisan manufacturing of products such as silk textiles, porcelains, ironware, lacquerware increased during the Song dynasty, as did demand for those products in other parts of the world, which of course leads to a flourishing in commerce or an increase in trade. Chinese demand for Indian and Persian silks and manufactured products grew during the Song dynasty, which again will lead to more trade and encourage the government to adopt policies that accommodated foreign merchants. As the economy of China grew, Song China grew, so did the population of cities such as Nanjing, Hangzhou, Guangzhou, and Fuzhou, which attracted foreign merchants and expanded overseas trade. Remember, as a general rule, trade builds cities. It's a reciprocal process because there's other economic activities that go along with trade. Long distance merchants need a place to stay and dock their ships or take care of their animals. They need food, they need rest. All of these are other economic activities that can help increase the growth of the city. Like the Tang dynasty, that's the dynasty that came before the Song dynasty and before the year 1200. The expansion of overseas trade encouraged Song government to adopt accommodating policies for foreign merchants, such as allowing them to have their own quarters and ports, and even allowing them to establish their own courts that follow traditional laws. Such policies helped expand overseas trade because it brought more foreign merchants into China. The third question is explain one way in which the author's point of view, purpose, or intended audience might have influenced his assessment of the events described in the passage. Again, this is a skill you will need to do on your AP World History test. As a matter of fact, you will be given 2 opportunities to successfully accomplish this skill. If you do this one time for one document, you will get 1 point on your AP World History test. If you do this a second time for a second document, you will get a second point on your AP World History test. So let's look at some of the ways that we can analyze this source and how it affects our understanding of the document. As a customs inspector, the author is a Chinese customs inspector. His job was to increase the revenue that the Song government received from trade. Therefore, he has personal interest in highlighting and publicizing the accommodations for foreign merchants. It's his personal interest to bring in foreign merchants so that they can increase trade. Another possible answer is that his report was likely sent to his superiors, so he could possibly be exaggerating the potential importance of the cemetery that was constructed in attracting foreign merchants to Guangzhou. Notice that this has the purpose of the intended audience in this case. He's likely sent his report to his superiors, and then it says how it affects your understanding of the document. The possibility that he could be exaggerating. Since the purpose of the report was to publicize the building of the ceremony for foreign merchants in Guangzhou, he possibly exaggerates its future importance in luring foreign merchants to settle in Guangzhou. Notice in all 3 cases, you have first of all you have 2 steps, right? Doing a source analysis never comes in just 1 step. It always comes in 2 steps. You must first identify the historical context, intended audience, purpose, or point of view, and then you must explain how that thing affects the understanding of the document. Okay, let's take a minute and get into our lesson today. Today we're studying Dar al-Islam, or everything under the umbrella of Islam. We're learning about Islam from the year 1200 to the year 1450. But in order to have a firm understanding of Islam in the year 1200 to 1450, there's a few things you need to know about the religion itself. First of all, from the very beginning of the religion, when the Prophet Muhammad created it in the year 622, it has always been both a religion and a state. And the reason for this is because the core concept of the idea of Islam, the religion of Islam, is that obedience is the heart of a relationship with God. As a matter of fact, the word Muslim, or a follower of Islam, means one who submits. The entire religion is centered on obeying the words of God and the lessons of the Prophet Muhammad. Islam was founded in a society made of merchants, and as a result, Islam was a religion that heavily leaned on and believed in the value of long-distance trade. Islam was also founded as a society with a lesser degree of patriarchy than most societies surrounding. As a matter of fact, the Prophet Muhammad himself was married to a woman who was previously a widow. You can think of the fact that in other societies, widows weren't considered valuable to society anymore because as women who had already been married, they had already served their purpose to society. So notice how large Islam had spread throughout the time before 1200. Before the year 1200, Islam spread all the way out from Mecca, where it started. You can see Mecca. I'm going to try and do something I've never done before right here. You can see Mecca right here. This is the beginning of Islam, and it spread from Islam out from Mecca throughout the Middle East, across North Africa. Through trade, it spread into areas of the Indian Ocean. But the Islamic State itself reached across North India, through Central Asia, the Middle East, and all the way across North Africa. And even parts of the Islamic State reached into Europe and Spain. So the Islamic State was an exceptionally large empire. So today we're going to take some time doing an activity in better understanding not just Islam, but also how to actually support a claim with evidence. But before we do so, I need you to know these 19 facts about Islam. I understand that this document is actually exceptionally hard to read and difficult to look at. So I want everyone right now to scroll down in the description of this document. And in the description of this, by the way, thank you to the 13 people who liked this video several hours before it began. I just noticed that and it made me feel very warm and fuzzy. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, scroll down into the description of this document and you can see a box around the link that I'd like you to click. When you click that link, it'll take you to this Google Drive that is currently divided into 2 folders. Units 8 through 9, the new topic that Mr. Logereau and I had gone over previously, and review lessons, which Mr. Logereau started yesterday. When you get to the review lessons, you will see a document titled 1.2 Activity Guide. And when you pull that up, it will look exactly like this. Only it'll be legible. You'll be able to read. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to go through and read the 19 facts. Just in case you haven't had the opportunity to pull up the document, I'm going to make sure to keep track of the time in reading the 19 facts, and I'm going to flip through the 5 rows of facts so that you have enough time to read. So take some time to read through the 19 facts. If you read through once and I haven't moved on, read through them again. It can't hurt. Okay, go ahead. Okay, here's rows 3 and 4. All right, let's take a look at row 5. All right, so hopefully you've had enough time to read all 19 facts about about Dar al-Islam or the Islamic Empire or everything under Islam. If you haven't, feel free to pause the video and continue reading the 19 facts and then catch up with us when you're ready. So I want to talk to you for just a minute about the idea of facts versus the idea of evidence. See, what we just read was 19 facts, but in order to turn each of those facts into a piece of evidence, we need to use them to prove a specific point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a claim, and then I'm going to give you approximately 3 minutes, and I want you to go back through your 19 facts, and I want you to circle, underline, highlight, copy, and paste, write down whatever method you're using for your note-taking. I want you to find what 3 facts best serve as evidence to support that claim. How can you prove the point that's being made by the claim? Let's start with a relatively easy one. Islam influenced gender roles, having a bigger impact on patriarchal practices in the caliphate than other places such as Mali. Take 3 minutes to look over your 19 facts and decide which 3 of the 19 facts best serve as evidence for this claim about Islam. All right, hopefully you've had enough time to look through the 19 facts and find 3 that best support this claim. Here are the 3 facts that can support this claim that in Islam influenced gender roles, having a bigger impact on patriarchal practices in the caliphate, meaning where where Islam was a direct state ruling over, than other places such as Mali. 1B is definitely an answer to this claim. It's definitely evidence to support this claim. Many Muslim and non-Muslim women were required to veil themselves in public throughout the Middle East. Notice that, first of all, this is Muslim and non-Muslim women. And it also says that in parts of the Middle East, which is where the caliphate was, not that they volunteered to veil themselves, but that they were required to veil themselves in public. They're making it, therefore, a patriarchal practice. Another piece of evidence to support this claim is that Muslim women in West Africa had greater public freedoms than many women in the Middle East. So West Africa, for example, Mali, a West African empire based off of sub-Saharan trade routes. And finally, 3C, a strong tradition of patriarchy in South Asian Hinduism meant that Islam had less of an impact on gender roles there. In other words, women were already in a very unfortunate position in South Asia as a result of the social placement of individuals in categories because of Hinduism. So Islam had less of an effect in that region. So here's the thing. What we've just done is by making this, we've actually developed the beginning or the root of a paragraph that we're going to write in our DBQ. See, the whole idea of a DBQ is to make a claim. That's what your thesis is. Remember, a thesis statement is worth 1 point. And that 1 point is, can you, in the beginning or in the end of your essay, make a claim that responds to the topic of the prompt? Can you make an academic claim based off the documents? And so that comes in your thesis. And then in your body paragraphs, based off of how many claims, 1, 2, 3, you made in your first and you made in your thesis, you should have the same number of body paragraphs. Each body paragraph supporting the claim, one claim you made in your thesis. So let's take a look at an academic paragraph. Notice that the first topic sentence is the claim. Islam influenced gender roles, having a bigger impact on patriarchal practices in the caliphate than other places such as Mali. In that sentence, we've made a claim. It's not evidence. There's not a lot of details other than the word Mali. And so now we have to provide the details to support that claim that we've made. Many Muslim and non-Muslim women were required to veil themselves in public throughout the Middle East. That's a claim. That's evidence that supports the claim. However, Muslim women in West Africa had greater public freedoms than many women in the Middle East. And a strong tradition of patriarchy in South Asian Hinduism meant that Islam had less impact on gender roles there. Again, now you have a paragraph. And if we did our DBQ like this, we'd be setting ourselves up to earn as many as 5 out of the 10 points. See, you have your thesis where you put all your claims, and then you draw one claim from your thesis down into a body paragraph. Start with a topic sentence that repeats the claim, one claim from your thesis, and then you can begin providing evidence. And remember, there's 5 different points that are involved with providing evidence. The first 3 are about providing evidence from the document. If you successfully provide evidence from 4 of the 5 documents, you'll earn 3 points. The second 2 are about providing evidence from your brain. If you can provide 2 pieces of evidence from your own brain, then you'll earn 2 points. Whoops, cheated. Let's take a moment and let's do it again, this time with a new claim. Dar al-Islam, while dominated by the religion of Islam, encompassed many groups of people with different religions, cultures, and languages. Take another 3 minutes to find, I believe this time there's 4, to find the 4 best pieces of evidence to support this claim. Okay, hopefully you've had enough time to look through your 19 facts and to come up with some possible responses. One piece of evidence to support this claim is that Islamic rulers often used the jizya, which is known as a tax, for religious minorities. Although Christians and Jews were allowed to maintain their faith. The reason for this is because they also had monotheistic religion, so that Muslims considered them people of the book, or like-minded religious beliefs. Another piece of evidence is that Christians, Muslims, and Jews often lived relatively peacefully in Spain, known as Al-Andalus, under Muslim government. And finally, while Islam became the religion of the ruling class in West Africa, traditional shamanistic and animistic religious practices continued. There were 4 this time. Under the Delhi Sultanate, Hinduism remained the predominant faith, while the ruling class was primarily Muslim. So here's the deal. Just like before, you can turn this into an academic paragraph, which has a claim at the top, and then it spends the rest of the time in the paragraph devoted to proving that claim by supporting it with evidence. Let's take a little bit less time and let's find the 3 pieces of evidence that support this claim. 3 pieces of evidence that support this claim. Okay, I've given you less time, but in the interest of moving along, I want to go over some of the possible answers, or not possible answers. I want to go over the pieces of evidence that support this claim. The Indian concept of zero and number system was transferred across Dar al-Islam by Muslim merchants and scholars, ultimately diffusing into Europe. Notice how they show the fact that there was knowledge and technology, and also how it spread across Islam, clearly offering evidence to support the claim. Same thing, Islamic scholars in Dar al-Islam were the most advanced in the world at the time, known for medicine, mathematics, literature, and navigation. While Europeans had largely forgotten ancient Greek philosophy and learning, Islamic scholars frequently drew on that knowledge and philosophy of the ancient Greeks, preserving ancient Greek culture and learning. So look again how Islam has been responsible for the diffusion of knowledge and new ideas. Okay, before we move on, I want to talk about one of the most common incorrect responses here. It says, due to the value placed on merchants in Islamic society, Islam facilitated the growth of various networks of exchange, such as the Indian Ocean and across the Sahara, which in turn contributed to further diffusion of Islam. This is not evidence to support this claim. This is one of the most commonly made mistakes. The problem is, both this fact and this claim are discussing the idea of diffusion. However, in the claim, Islam is responsible for diffusing knowledge, and in the fact, Islam is what's being diffused. That's why it's so important to think very carefully about the claim you're making, and to take the time to make sure that you're providing evidence that supports that claim. When you write a topic sentence, it needs to be the focus of the remainder of the paragraph. Take a minute and look at your remaining facts and look for 3 pieces of evidence to support this claim. Okay, let's take a look at some examples, some evidence to support this claim. The Abbasid Caliphate, which is the name of one of the dynasties of Islam. The Abbasid Caliphate was a theocratic empire based around the ideas of Islam. If you don't remember from learning this in your own class, a theocracy is when the religion and the state are the same, and one is completely intertwined with the other. Most of the time, the political leader and the religious leader are the same individual. If not, then one has total power over the other in one case. Many Swahili city-states, those are on the eastern coast of Africa, they existed as a result of long-distance trade routes, were ruled by sultans or viziers, which are terms for Muslim rulers. Notice, again, we're showing how Islam influenced the structure and style of government. Turkic nomadic people from Central Asia conquered large parts of South Asia and established a sultanate over the Hindu people there. All of these are pieces of evidence that support the claim that Islam influenced the structure and the style of government in different places around Afro-Eurasia. Okay, so we've spent a lot of time working on the idea of how do we provide evidence to support a claim. Remember, that is the heart of what you do in a DBQ. You make 1, 2, or even 3 significant claims responding to the prompt. After you've made your claims responding to the prompt, you then take the time to use the documents and outside information to prove that point. There are other tasks as well, such as analyzing the source or providing contextual information, but the heart of a DBQ is about making a claim and supporting it with evidence. And that's what we've spent our time practicing today. Before we move on, I just want to remind you that by the time the year 1200 hit, Islam was already a massive empire, spreading across the Middle East and North Africa, and even stretching into the northern parts of India. But throughout the 1200s, Islam began to falter and break up, and different groups such as Egypt or the Turks or in India, different groups began to break off and create their own independent Islamic empires. And in some cases, for example, what we'll learn about next week, the Mongols, in the year 1258, the Abbasid dynasty in the capital of that dynasty, Baghdad, was completely destroyed by the Mongols. But in the year 1200, when we begin studying and understanding world history, Islam was an extraordinary state. So let's take some time to continue working on understanding more about Islam, but also working on AP exam practice. For your homework tonight, I want to actually take the activity we've been doing all day long, and I want to flip it on its head. And I want to look at, instead of working to prove a claim with evidence, I'm going to give you pieces of evidence, and I want you to try to write the claim. So looking at these pieces of evidence, what is a potential claim that you could write that all of these facts would support? 1A, ineffectual leadership and internal instability led to various groups breaking away from the Abbasid control, such as the Mongols in Egypt. 2D, the expansion of Central Asian Turkish peoples, such as the Seljuks, led to a contraction of Abbasid borders and power. And 1C, the Mongol expansion and conquest effectively ended the rule of the Abbasid Caliphate. Here's your second group. Again, I want you to read the facts and develop the claim that all of these facts are working together to support. 5B, Sufi missionaries emphasizing a mystic or personal approach to practicing Islam were highly successful in spreading Islam throughout the Indian Ocean basin. Imperial armies, such as well as conquering groups of Islamic nomads from Central Asia, expanded the borders of their states, thereby expanding the extent of Dar al-Islam. And due to the value placed on merchants in Islamic society, Islam facilitated the growth of various networks of exchange, such as in the Indian Ocean and across the Sahara, which in turn contributed to the further diffusion of Islam. All right, thank you everyone so much for watching us and participating with us today. I hope you learned a lot and got to practice important skills that you'll be using on your AP World History test. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow for your answers from Mr. Lizero and to learn more and to have another opportunity to prepare and review for your AP World History test. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon/evening, everybody. Welcome to AP World History Modern. My name is Mason Lizero, coming to you from Pflugerville, Texas, in the Austin area. You can tell I'm in the Austin area because today I'm wearing a shirt with an armadillo playing a guitar, because that's what we do in Austin. I hope everybody's having a good day. So far today, I did venture out into the world to go grocery shopping, and the most important thing I got was Easter candy from the Easter Bunny for my kids. And I may have dipped into the candy stash a little earlier today because the Easter Bunny got a little hungry and wanted an afternoon snack. But I promise you that while the Easter Bunny was at the store today, I was hopping along but still practicing safe social distancing. All right, so what are we doing today? Actually, today's kind of an important day or milestone here. Today is our first day of review of topics that you could possibly see on next month's AP test. If you remember, for the last week or two, we've been covering events and processes in the 20th century. That is not going to be on the AP test, but it's still important. But today we're going to kind of go way back to the beginning, to the year 1200, and specifically we're going to look at the regions of East Asia, Southeast Asia, and South Asia. Now, this Unit 1 here is kind of a new thing for AP World History, and we're going to cover it over today, tomorrow, and Friday. Smith tomorrow will be around, I'll be around on Friday. But the idea behind it was because this course now starts in 1200, this unit's called the Global Tapestry. It's supposed to be sort of a tour of the world, so you can see what things are looking like in 1200, and then you kind of move forward with world history. Now, some teachers did this a little different than others, so I'm not exactly sure how it went at your school. Some teachers went through each of these topics, kind of like we're going to do today. Some teachers sort of skipped this unit, but then as they started talking about different regions of the world, they went back and reviewed it, so kind of covered it in pieces. For me, I did a lesson with my students for the first 2 or 3 weeks of kind of events before 1200 that led into 1200. So just kind of understand, as we're doing this today, tomorrow, and Friday, some of this may seem a little new to you, but you did cover it at some point in your class. All right, so we're going to look specifically at those regions today. We're also going to talk about how to support an argument with historical evidence. And the big thing I'm harp on today is when you have your evidence, you make sure that A, of course, it supports your argument, but also B, that it's specific evidence. I'm going to keep using that word specific today because I really want you to focus on that. All right, as far as what you should already know, you should be somewhat familiar with the major religious and cultural traditions in this area: Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, etc. And speaking of, I'm going to talk a little bit about those today. Also understand that I am going to be mentioning events that happened before 1200, so just keep in mind, no, you're not going to have a specific DBQ about anything before 1200, but you can still use those events and processes as part of your contextualization. I talked about contextualization on Monday. If you didn't get to watch that, please go watch it. But remember, if there's something that happened before 1200 that directly impacts something that you're going to write about in your DBQ, then by all means, please talk about it. All right, so for our warm-up, we need to look back at what Smith had y'all do for homework last night. Last night he asked y'all to develop a thesis statement. He gave you 3 documents from this DBQ about gender roles and politics in the 20th century in Latin America. And notice he brought up a really good point. That word affected. That's the big thing that you need to consider when you're coming up with your thesis statement. How did politics affect gender roles? So he gave you 3 documents. Let's run through these real quick. This first one is from a Cuban senator who is arguing that women should be given equal legal rights, because if they're not, then their demands are going to lead to a revolution. So it's not that he's necessarily pro women's equality, but he's willing to deal with it so that there's not a revolution. But again, notice here we have politics affecting gender roles for women. And the second one, we have a woman who is trying to organize in support of a jailed communist politician. By the way, you all read the source line, right? You need to read the source line in every single DBQ. Please read the source line. But notice here, we have women that are involved, as Smith put it, in grassroots political movements. So women are taking leadership roles. So again, politics affecting gender roles. And then in document 3, we have the Sandinista Party in Nicaragua. It was a socialist organization trying to start a socialist revolution in Nicaragua. And here, notice they're arguing for women's equality and political equality and also economic and cultural equality. So again, the political part is involved in socialist movements. It affects gender roles by getting women equal rights. So once you look at all 3 of those documents, you can put them together into a thesis statement. And here's one example of Smith's thesis statement that he wrote. Again, yours might look similar. It might look different. It's fine if it's different. But talk to your teacher about it if you want to get some feedback on it. But again, he's arguing that these revolutions, particular classes, ought to lead to greater participation in politics for women. And those 3 documents do seem to back that up. All right, so let's do a quick brainstorming warm-up for our topic today. I told you we're going to talk about East Asia, we're going to talk about Southeast Asia, and we're going to talk about South Asia. And kind of this time period from around 1200-ish to 1450-ish. Okay, imagine next month you start the AP test and the DBQ involves one of these regions and this time period. When you read the prompt and you look, you're going to see a region, you're going to see a time period. You need to automatically start thinking of events, processes, people, places, empires, things that might possibly come up in the documents, or ideas that you can put into your contextualization, or as outside evidence points to prove your claim. So take about 1 minute, and I'd like you just to jot down, or at least think in your head, what are all the things that you think of from this time period in these 3 regions? So take 1 minute, go. All right, got about 30 seconds. Again, just jot down as much as you can remember. This is a good exercise for you to do before when you get the DQ prompt. It's also good just to kind of get your brain moving for today as we go through these regions and this time period. Take about 10 more seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, and let's look at our list. Again, you might have things that are completely different than mine. Hopefully you have at least some of these. You hopefully remember some of the Chinese dynasties from this time period. We already talked about the Song dynasty today. Unfortunately, we're not going to talk about the Yuan or the Ming today, but I promise you we're definitely talking about the Yuan because we have to talk about the Mongols, but we have to wait till next week on that. Hopefully you've hit on some of the major religions, religious traditions in these areas. In East Asia, Confucianism, and eventually Buddhism. In South Asia, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Islam spreads there. Southeast Asia, Buddhism and Islam are obviously very big. We're going to talk about each of those today as well. All right, so let's get into the notes on what you need to know from this time period in these regions. But before we get into the history part of it, let's think about geography. This is a map that comes straight from the CED, the course and exam description. If you've never seen it before, talk to your teacher about it, make sure you have a copy of it, because you need to know these regions of the world, because there's a good chance that you're going to see one of these regions listed as part of the prompt or somewhere in the DBQ for an AP test. So for example, if we're talking about South Asia right here, when you think South Asia, you probably automatically think India. And that's good. You definitely should, because South Asia and India, for the most part, are kind of the same thing. But there are some differences that you need to be aware of. First off, South Asia covers not just what's today India, but also Pakistan and Bangladesh. So let's remember that. Secondly, if we think about the modern country of India, it really has not been a unified country for that long. Through most of history in this region, there's been several empires, several kingdoms, very few that covered that entire region. So you need to be very careful in your writing to not say India if you're referring to something in this time period, because at this point in history, there really is no India. If you're talking about the modern state, if you're talking about Gandhi or something like that, then by all means talk about India. But in this time period, there are several different kingdoms and empires, and we'll look at a couple of them today. Same thing here in East Asia. When you think East Asia, you probably think China. And yes, China has definitely been the top dog in that region through most of history. But as I'm going to point out today, also remember, when you talk about Korea, when you think about Japan as well, they are both big parts of East Asia too. So just make sure that you know these regions. If you see South Asia, you should think India, but also know the difference. If you see East Asia, you should automatically think China. But again, make sure you know the difference. All right, so I'm going to start with South and Southeast Asia. We're going to talk about culture. We'll talk a little about governance as well. Then we're going to stop and do a little bit of work on evidence and thesis statements, and then we'll switch over and talk about East Asia. Okay, when you're thinking about South Asia and you're thinking about religion and culture, the number one thing that should come to your mind immediately is, of course, Hinduism. Hinduism has been the predominant religion in South Asia going back to ancient times up until modern times. Okay? When you think of Hinduism also, you should consider the effects that it has on the caste system of India, which again is something that we see in South Asian society almost throughout history. Remember that caste system. It's a very rigid social structure. Meaning, when I say very rigid, meaning that the caste you're born into is probably the caste you're going to die in. There's really very little chance of moving up the social ladder or moving down the social ladder. But when you take a look at world history as a whole, and we can do that now because we studied it all year, that isn't that unusual. Many regions across many time periods have had rigid social structures. If you're born a peasant farmer through most of history in most regions of the world, then you're probably going to die a peasant farmer. If your dad is one of the government elites, then you're probably going to end up being one of the government elites. You know, here in the United States in the 20th and 21st century, this idea of like anybody can run or anybody can become president, and yeah, that's great, and that's wonderful. But that's a very modern idea. You really don't see that idea through most of world history. Now, what does make the caste system unique is one, extremely rigid. There were laws about people in castes not able to socialize with people in other castes, and of course the influence of Hindu beliefs on the caste system, mainly the beliefs of karma and reincarnation. So where if you take the traditional ideas of karma and reincarnation, then the caste system does sort of begin to make sense. People in the upper castes have lived very good lives over several lifetimes. They kind of deserve to be there. People in lower castes, well, according to karma and reincarnation, they've been bad over several lifetimes, so they deserve to be there. So you see religion influencing the social structure. All right, the other major religion you should think of in South Asia is of course Buddhism. Buddhism is most definitely an offshoot of Hinduism. Remember, Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha himself, was a prince in South Asia. But what's interesting is that you really never see Buddhism taking off as a major religion in South Asia, but it obviously becomes popular in other regions of the world, mainly Southeast Asia and East Asia and China, as we'll look at here in a second. The third major religion you need to consider in South Asia is of course Islam. Smith is going to go more into Islam tomorrow, so I don't want to go too far into it. But of course, you know, the religion of Islam begins in the 600s, and by around the year 1000 or so, it comes to South Asia through invasion by Turkic groups. But even though we see a string of Muslim kingdoms and empires in South Asia up until the 1700s, you don't see that many people in South Asia converting to Islam. We're going to see mass conversions of Islam in other parts of the world, in the Middle East, in North Africa, in Southeastern Europe, but you really don't see it too much in South Asia, even though in some of these kingdoms the main political leaders are Muslim. But it's just that one, really Hinduism had such a control, and it had been a religion that had been there in South Asia since ancient times. The one group that you do see converting to Islam though a lot in South Asia is people in the lower castes. And that does kind of make sense when you think about it, right? If you've been taught that your religion of Hinduism is what's keeping you in this lower caste and subjecting you and leaving you there at the bottom of society, and here comes a new religion of Islam, which by the way preaches the idea of equality of all believers, well, that sounds pretty attractive. So you do see some conversions among the people of lower castes, but really not any kind of mass conversion in South Asia. The majority of people in that region still remain Hindu. But you are going to see Islam in Southeast Asia, mainly because of Muslim merchants along the Indian Ocean. And again, Smith's going to talk a little bit about that tomorrow, and then next week we're going to look at trade routes and spread of religion. Okay, as far as governance goes, as far as major kingdoms and empires, I told you already, India as we know it today, the modern state of India, is just really not been around for that long. Through most of history, we don't see a unified Indian subcontinent, but there have been a string of Hindu and Muslim kingdoms that you should kind of be aware of. For one, the major one this time period is the Delhi Sultanate. It is a Muslim empire in the northern part of South Asia, and keep in mind that distinction is important. You oftentimes see Muslim kingdoms in the northern part of South Asia, but in the southern part of South Asia, it's usually more Hindu kingdoms and empires. So please keep that in mind, because that's actually a trend we're going to see throughout history in South Asia. And even today, if you look at the modern states of India and Pakistan, Pakistan being in the northern part of South Asia and being predominantly Muslim. Now, of course, that happens because of the partition of India that we talked about last week. So there's a lot of other factors that go into that, of course. But like I said, typically speaking, Muslims are still the minority religion in South Asia, but the majority of Muslims you do see in the northern empire. But that doesn't mean that there's not Muslims in the southern part of South Asia, because there certainly are. Again, you see Muslim merchants and Muslim enclaves throughout the Indian Ocean, including in port cities in the southern part of South Asia. And even in some of those Hindu empires, you still see Muslims helping to strengthen the empire. One, through long distance trade and keeping the economy going through merchants. Two, you often see Hindu emperors hiring Muslims to be mercenaries in their army, so to project military power. So keep in mind, even though I say like the majority of Muslims in the area are in the northern part of South Asia, there still are Hindus and Muslims throughout the entire area and working together for the most part. All right, let's take a look at this passage. This is from a secondary source. All right, this is from a secondary source called Southeast Asia and World History. You can probably guess that it's a book about Southeast Asia and world history because you're really smart. You figured that out from the title. But actually, it's a really interesting book about how Southeast Asia was so important, especially for long distance trade in the Indian Ocean. But what I want to think about here is, in this passage, what is the claim? I.e., what is the thesis of the author? And what evidence is he using to make that claim? So hopefully you've been kind of reading it already. I'm just going to go ahead and show you the answers of what I found, and then I'm going to give you another passage for you to work on. So I went ahead and just highlighted the main claim in red, and then I gave you some of the evidence in yellow. Now, a lot of students, when they look at this passage, think that that first sentence is actually the claim, where he's talking about a complex, increasingly integrated maritime trading system throughout the world, Mediterranean, Middle East, you can see all the areas. Okay, that is a historical claim, yes, but that's not the main point of this passage. The main point is that last sentence of the first paragraph, that it led to a mercantile variation of Indianized classical culture in Southeast Asia. Really, the stuff at the beginning of that first paragraph is almost context for that claim. And when you read the second paragraph, then it starts to make sense, because when you look at the evidence that it gives in the second paragraph, talking about a new capital city with a population of 1 million, trade with China, Chinese merchants moving to the area, that's evidence to prove the claim that I put in red. All right, hopefully that makes sense, because you're about to try it on your own. Okay, so what I have for you is another excerpt from this book. What I'd like you to do is take about 5 minutes or so. I want you to read, and then I want you to either kind of think in your head or write down what's the claim that this author's making, and then also what's the evidence that he's using. Now, one thing I want you to consider, y'all know that this year's AP test is going to be online. We obviously know that it's going to be a DBQ, which means you're going to have to be reading primary source documents. I know this is a secondary source, but still, same idea. You have to read something, and you're used to in class annotating. And oftentimes teachers will give you paper copies so that you can jot notes, underline things, highlight it, whatever. Okay, I want you to start thinking about what technology you have in your house and how you're going to annotate or read documents. If you have a printer, okay, great, then you can print the documents if you want. Although it's going to take a little time. And remember, you only got 45 minutes to write this DBQ. And if your house is like mine, you go to print something, but then you realize that maybe your kid used the last piece of paper, or that there's a paper jam, or that it's out of ink. So what's your backup plan going to be? Maybe if you're using a laptop or a tablet, you have some sort of annotation software like a paint program that you can sort of write on the documents with. That'd be great if you had it. But I want you to start thinking about that now. That is not something you'll wait till the last minute on. What technology do you have available to you? How are you going to annotate documents in this format? Now, I would practice that right now. If you're planning on using a printer for the DBQ in May, print this off now. Let's annotate it. If you're planning on using a different program, let's use it now. If you're just going to jot down notes on blank sheet of paper, great, do that now as well. But just you need to start practicing the way you're going to take the test in May, because you don't have curveballs thrown to you the day of the test. Okay, but for now, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. I want you to find the claim, and I want you to identify at least a couple pieces of evidence that the author uses to support that claim. But here's the deal. Over the last couple of weeks, I've given you assignments, and I said, okay, you have 5 minutes, and go, and then I just stopped. And it's been kind of awkward because I just stare at the camera for 5 minutes. And every once in a while I say, you have 2 minutes left, you have 3 minutes, whatever. Anyway, I'm getting kind of tired of just like awkwardly staring at the camera because it's kind of weird. Like in my class, I walk around and see what you're working on, but I obviously cannot do that. So instead, what I'm going to tell you to do right now is when we start, and I say go, pause the video, set a timer for 5 minutes, look at the clock, whatever you want to do. But when you've completed this, when you've found the claim and the evidence, unpause it. I will be here with the answers through the magic of video. Okay, easy enough? So you have 5 minutes, ready, pause. All right, hopefully you're back with me now after pausing and going through this. I have highlighted the claim in red that the arrival of Islam coincided with the rise of the great port of Malacca. So notice here, I did not highlight that first sentence because that really is not the claim. Yes, Islam definitely spread along Indian Ocean maritime trading routes, no doubt about it. But that's not really the point of what the author is trying to get at in this particular passage. He's talking about this new city in Malaya that's become a huge trading, economic, and political center. And look at all the evidence that he gives to support it. He talks about all the different groups that showed up there from different regions of the world. He talks about the fact there's 15,000 merchants working in the area. He talks about how the Chinese were using this as a way station for their major explorations in the 15th century. And then how it was a rival to all the other major trading cities in this area and other parts of the world. Notice a lot of very good specific evidence that shows how important this trading city was. And that's the big thing that I want to harp on today, and you're right. When you get evidence, and of course you're going to do that in any type of essay, be as specific as you possibly can. Okay. Now, no one is expecting you on the DBQ to walk in with information like, hey, there were 15,000 merchants in the city. Okay, you don't need to know the exact number. I did not know the exact number of merchants in Malacca in 1400s. There's no way you would know that. So it's not necessarily have to be like specific numbers, but what I always tell my students, proper names. Those are always good. Tell me a specific person or event or place. Notice here, he talks about all the different areas that merchants came from. Or talks about Chinese grand voyages or other trade cities. That is plenty specific. That's the kind of thing that you want to consider. So remember at the beginning of class, when I said start brainstorming things that you think of in that area, when you're talking about outside evidence on a DBQ, those are the things that you can bring in. As long as, this is important, as long as they're supporting your claim. Don't just start writing random facts in your DBQ. Make sure those facts, those outside evidences go towards the claim that you're making that answers the prompts. But I'm going to keep harping on this. Be as specific as you possibly can. All right, so that's South Asia and Southeast Asia. Let's jump over to East Asia. And we're talking about East Asia governance. Notice I put here, we're not just talking Chinese dynasties. Yes, those are obviously important, but that's not the only thing going on in East Asia. All right, when we start this course in 1200, the Song dynasty in China is going strong. And yes, you definitely need to know that's one of those major Chinese dynasties that you need to know. When you think of the Song dynasty, think about the continuities that we've seen so far in Chinese history, going back to the Han dynasty in ancient times. And those continuities are the uses of Confucianism in governing. Okay, remember Confucianist philosophy. A big part of it is about roles and relationships that everyone has to play in society, from the emperor down to the poorest farmer. If everybody plays their roles, then there'll be a happy, harmonious society. And remember also the civil service exams that are an extremely important part of Chinese governance. Again, going from the Han dynasty up until the 20th century, those civil service exams were still happening in the early 1900s. And those exams, in order to get a good government job, were often about Confucianism, Confucianist principles. So we talk about Confucianism being a very important part of governance in China. We mean it. Okay, and the Song dynasty is no different. Also remember, we are seeing a huge population increase during this time of the Song dynasty. And I'll give you the reason why that is here in a second. But with that population increase, that of course means more people to govern. And so the Chinese bureaucracy has to grow with it and also has to become more efficient in order to have that centralized control over the area. Now, think about the centralized control of China versus the more decentralized power that we see in Korea and Japan. We can't really talk about Korea during this time because in the Korean Peninsula, there are at least 3 different kingdoms throughout this time period. There's not really a unified Korea throughout it. And even those kingdoms in Korea are often being influenced and sometimes kind of controlled by China. They're sometimes kind of seen as like puppet regimes. Similar when we talk about the Cold War and the Soviet Union sort of controlling some of those Eastern European countries. You see the same kind of thing at different points in time here with China and Korea. In Japan, remember that Japan is still mainly a feudal system, very similar to feudalism in Europe, which we'll talk about Friday, I think. I can't remember. I don't have the schedule in front of me. Sorry, but in Japan, you have the daimyo, the sort of regional warlords that are each controlling their own area of the islands and their private army and the samurai. So there's not the same centralized control like we see in China. All right, as far as economics go, when you think China and economics, you need to be thinking long distance trade. Remember, we're going to talk about trade more next week, but China, of course, plays a huge role in overland trade across Eurasia. Remember the Silk Road? China plays a big part in it. And remember, now that you have very centralized control, government control in China, that's going to lead to an increase in long distance trade. Remember last week, I talked about that idea of sort of laws of world history, generalizations that you can make about most regions and most time periods. And that's important. When you have a strong centralized government, you see more long distance trade, and it helps the economy overall. If you have a strong government, people feel safer as they travel, for them personally, for their personal protection, and for the protection of goods. They know that if there's some sort of argument or disagreement in selling or buying goods, that they can go before a court system. So in times when China kind of fell apart, like after the Han dynasty, you see a decline in trade along the Silk Road. Now the Song dynasty is brought back and reunified and everything, and things are going well. We're going to see an increase in trade along the Silk Road. But you also see increased trade from other localized regions like Southeast Asia. A perfect example of that is champa rice from Southeast Asia, kind of today Vietnam area. This is an important innovation in China because this type of rice grows about twice as fast as regular rice, which means if you have a rice patty, and I put a picture of one down there, and yes, it looks like it's flooded, but it's supposed supposed to be. But if you have a rice paddy, you can now pretty much grow twice as much food in one particular area. Hey, more food being grown leads to a higher population, like we said a second ago. But of course, you've got to take the rice from the rice paddies and you have to get them to the market to people to bring to homes. So that means you've got to transport those goods. I mean, I guess you could use roads, but it's hard to carry that much rice over roads. It'd be nice if you had like a river or a canal, but gee, that would have to be a really, really big canal, like a super big canal. What would we call something like that? A Grand Canal. Remember the Grand Canal, right? Actually, it's more a series of canals in China. Because remember, geographically, most Chinese rivers run east-west. Well, that's great if you want to travel east or west, but if you want to go north or south, that's an issue. And so the Grand Canal was built and expanded during this time to help with that north-south travel as well and to connect the major rivers. All right, when it comes to culture and religion in East Asia, obviously Confucianism is still around and still very important. But we also see the spread of Buddhism into East Asia, mainly through, again, long-distance trade from South Asia. Consider merchants in East Asia. Remember that merchants were typically kind of looked down upon. Yes, you can make money buying and selling goods, but they weren't very the most popular group of people. A lot of people in China saw merchants as taking something that someone else made, jacking up the price, and then selling it. They felt like merchants weren't really contributing anything to the economy. They're just making money off of the labor of others. And so for a lot of merchants, they were kind of put down. They were not very popular. But now, here's a religion of Buddhism, and specifically the Buddhism that you need to know about in East Asia and China, Mahayana Buddhism, which really focuses on the idea of enlightenment for all in this lifetime, that you can reach nirvana in this lifetime. Okay, you're a Chinese merchant. Nobody likes you. But now you hear about this new religion that promises you enlightenment in this lifetime. The end of suffering. Sounds pretty nice. And again, merchants are the ones that are traveling and meeting with Buddhists from South Asia. And as we're going to talk about next week when we look closer at the Silk Road, remember that oftentimes when merchants are traveling, they're staying in Buddhist monasteries. And if you're staying in a Buddhist monastery, you're probably going to talk to a Buddhist monk. And if you're talking to a Buddhist monk, you're probably going to talk about Buddhism. So we do see Buddhism spreading to East Asia through China, but also through the Korean Peninsula and some even into Japan as well. But we also see the rise of Neo-Confucianism. When you think of Neo-Confucianism, think of it as kind of traditional Confucianist beliefs, but also with a little bit of blending of Buddhism as well into it. And that's where the Confucianism becomes popular during this time. I love this point here on the right side. This was written by a Korean scholar, and I think it does kind of show those elements of Neo-Confucianism, which is though I die and die again, though I die 100 deaths. Again, kind of think of the idea of rebirth. But my heart, my red heart, forever loyal to my Lord, will never fade away. Again, thinking about those traditional roles to play Confucianism as well. And remember, one of those roles is that you're supposed to, give your allegiance to the person who's in charge of you, whether it's your father or your lord or whatnot. We also, because of those Confucianist ideas, though, also see continued patriarchy through East Asia. We start looking at Confucianism and those roles and relationships. It's very heavily patriarchal. And again, that's something that we're going to see throughout the world in this time period, unfortunately. But it definitely is an issue in East Asia. And probably the best example showing that is foot binding. And hopefully your teacher talked about foot binding. If they didn't, make sure you look into that. I think probably in your textbook there. But remember that issue of foot binding, where little girls were going through a process of having their feet wrapped so tightly when they were young, so that the feet would not grow. So that as they got older, their bodies would grow into adult-sized bodies. Their feet would remain the size of child's feet. Because oftentimes in China, men found women with small feet to be attractive. And it's a perfect example of patriarchy that women would have to be forced to go through this process. And again, this is something that starts during the Song Dynasty, but continues on into the early 1900s. So again, make sure you're thinking about kind of continuities that we see, but also changes that are happening in this time period. All right, let's do one more activity today. Again, we're going to do the thing where I'm going to give like 5 minutes, you pause it, and I'll come back to you. Here, we have another secondary source, but I want you to do things a little bit differently this time. I want you to find a claim, just like we already have. But this time, I want you to identify an outside piece of evidence, something that's not mentioned here in the passage. It's something that comes from your big brain, or if you need to, during this 5 minutes, if you feel like you're struggling, grab your notes, grab your textbook. But let's find an outside piece of evidence that also proves the claim of the author. Okay, so I want you to go ahead and pause right now. Ready? Pause. All right, you're back. So here's our claim right here, that the nomads had an essential but largely unacknowledged role in the spread of culture and technology. If you're going to use that as your claim, that is a perfectly reasonable historical claim. I gave you a couple of ideas here at the bottom of pieces of evidence that you could do to prove that claim. You can talk about stirrups and horses. You can talk about gunpowder and how that spreads technology. You talk about the idea of using horses in wartime. Nomadic group that used horses. I wonder what's about to happen to the Song Dynasty. But I'll spoil it for next week. Or think about again the spread of Buddhism and Islam. Those religions especially were being spread over trade routes, but also by nomadic groups. That doesn't mean those nomadic groups were converting wholesale to Buddhism or Islam, but they were spreading the ideas. So again, remember, as part of that DBQ, you're going to have to bring in some outside evidence from your big brain. So make sure you're able to do that. All right, so let's go ahead and summarize what we've talked about today. First off, we identified all the religious, economic, and governmental structures in all 3 regions. Make sure though you can also talk about how they affected each other, how Confucianism affected government structures in East Asia, for example. Also, make sure that as you're kind of studying this unit 1 and you're doing sort of your tour of all the different regions that we're going to do today, tomorrow, and Friday, make sure you're doing a lot of comparing and contrasting them. It's going to make your life so much easier. It's going to make your studying a whole lot more efficient. Notice how earlier I was saying China was much more unified than say Korea or Japan. Make sure you can make those connections, because if you try and study every single region on its own, it's just going to take way too much time and it's going to get you really frustrated. But if you understand those connections, it'll make your life a lot easier. Also, we're talking about evidence and claims. Make sure that any evidence you have in your essay, first off, support your claim. That's step 1, and that's a big one. But remember, make it as specific as you possibly can. No one's expecting you to come up with exact numbers and figures, but try and mention as many specific events, people, processes as possible. All right, your homework for tonight. It's another short answer question. And again, yes, I know that you're not going to have short answer questions on the AP test this year, although if you're taking AP US history next year or European history, you will. But again, this is thinking about those connections between religion and economics and politics in Asia and East Asia and Southeast Asia. So make sure you get this done tonight. Smith will go over the answers with y'all first thing tomorrow. And thank you all so much for joining us today. Again, like I said, today's the first day of review material, and we're going to be doing this every Monday through Friday through the rest of the month. Y'all have a good night, and I will see y'all on Friday, but Smith will see you tomorrow.
Welcome, everyone. It's so good to be back with you guys this afternoon as we get ready to finish the new content, the end of the AP World History course. Today is going to be our last day of addressing new content. And for the rest of April, we're going to be focused on reviewing for the AP World History test. A quick reminder, if you haven't had the opportunity yet, you can go back and listen to Friday's live stream. On Friday's live stream, you'll find a whole bunch, as a matter of fact, all of the available information about the AP World History test. And on Monday, yesterday, Mr. Logereau went over that information one more time. So I'm not going to go over the rubric today or the testing procedures or the security measures, but if you haven't had the opportunity to go over that information, I strongly advise you to go back and look at the previous 2 live stream lessons and take some really thorough notes so that you understand exactly what the AP World History test is going to look like. Just a reminder, we've been doing this together for a long time now, but I am Chad Smith and I work at MacArthur High School. I'm proud to be a MacArthur Cardinal, and we live and work in the North Dallas area of Texas. So let's get into, before we get into our AP World History modern lesson today, let's take a moment and talk a little bit about our review lesson, our activity from the end of the day yesterday. Mr. Logereau gave us this document that was describing religious activities in Japan in the 20th century, and he gave us 3 questions to respond to incorporate the document and respond to. So the first question asks you to understand the concept of religious syncretism. Religious syncretism is when, because of migration or movement, often as a result of trade, 2 religious concepts mix together, and out of that mixing, a new religious concept is created. So what we have to do is we have to find find evidence of people practicing combined religious practices in this text. Here are three possible examples. Please remember, these are not the only possible correct answers. One possible correct answer is the mixing of Shinto and Buddhist religious beliefs illustrates the process of religious syncretism. Buddhism is a religion that originally was created in South Asia or India, and over the course of the Silk Roads traveled and became very popular in China. But through Japanese actively seeking out Chinese cultural influence, Buddhism also became popular in Japan. Shintoism, however, was a native Japanese religious belief, and so the combined elements of Shintoism and Buddhism are examples. A more specific answer would be to say the reading of the Buddhist sutras before the shrines of the Shinto kami. That is a more specific way of answering the question. Another potential answer here is that the association of Shinto kami as a Buddhist bodhisattva in Japanese religion shows the process of religious syncretism. Just a reminder, if you forgot what a bodhisattva is, bodhisattvas are a part of the way that Buddhism changed over time, especially as it traveled along the Silk Roads with merchants and became very popular in China during a time of political chaos. The idea of the bodhisattva is that an individual would achieve enlightenment or perfection, and they would be able to free themselves from the cycle of reincarnation. However, they would choose to remain living on earth as a personal sacrifice in order to help other individuals toward the end of reincarnation, toward freedom from that cycle, known in Buddhism as nirvana. The next question asks you to think of one other example of religious syncretism in a region somewhere else other than Japan. Now, this is an extremely important theme throughout AP World History Modern, over and over and over again, as people move, as they migrate to new places, as they're forced to migrate to new places, as they travel as a result of trade, and sometimes they pick new homes as a result of establishing merchant communities. Religions mix together, and those mixes of religions establish new religious concepts. One example would be Chinese Buddhism, which contains elements of Taoism, and Confucianism, which are both native to China. Well, as we said before, Buddhism is native to South Asia or India. Another example would be the blending of shamanist and Buddhist beliefs in Korea. The shamanist beliefs were often native in Korea, and Buddhism traveled to Korea as a result of the tribute system from China. A third potential example is Gnosticism, which combines elements of Judaism with Christianity and pagan Greco-Roman beliefs. One of the most commonly recognized examples is Sikhism. Sikhism was developed in India during the Mughal rule. Remember, the Mughal Empire is a time in Indian history where Muslims, a minority Muslim group, ruled over the majority Hindu people. And some Mughal leaders operated under the idea of extreme religious tolerance, while other Mughal leaders operated under the concept of religious persecution. But during a time of extreme religious tolerance, there was a new religion created called Sikhism, which combined both Hindu and Islamic principles. Vodun, Santeria, and Kendo Mongol are all syncretic religious ideas that happened as a result of Africans being kidnapped and forced to move to the Americas. Oftentimes, the forced conversions of Catholics and Christian missionaries over indigenous American peoples, and the blending of indigenous American cultures with European cultures and African cultures led to the development of new religious belief systems. Another example happened in modern-day Iran, often referred to as Persia or the Middle East, a part of the Middle East. The Baha'i religion that originated there shows elements of many of the world religions from that territory. Okay, one more question here. This one is about understanding the context of the passage. It says, explain one global process after 1980 that contributed to historians' increased interest in studying the type of cross-cultural interactions. Well, we've talked a lot over the last several days about what could have happened after 1980 that brought people of different cultures together. Here are some potential answers. Historians became more interested in studying religious syncretism because of increased globalization and the resulting fundamentalist reaction to Westernization. The growing popularity of Asian religious practices in the West has increased Western historians' interest in religious syncretism. Historians became increasingly interested in studying syncretism after the emergence of social movements that challenged traditional religious teachings about gender and social hierarchy. And finally, religious conflicts in multi-confessional regions, such as Bosnia, increased historians' interest in religious syncretism as they tried to understand how different religious groups interacted and influenced one another. Now, before we move on to our own activity today, I want to remind you that you absolutely could have correct answers that we didn't put on the screen. And so I encourage you all to reach out to your own AP World History teacher and discuss these concepts with, especially questions B and C. Now, real quickly, I want to remind you that while you're not necessarily going to be doing, you're not going to be answering a short answer question on the test, each of those questions did have the opportunity to test you on specific skills that you're going to need to write a DBQ. The first question asked you to find specific evidence inside the document. That's a skill you have to do. As a matter of fact, on the DBQ, you can earn 2 out of 10 points for successfully achieving that skill. The second question asked you to think of evidence that supported an argument. That's evidence outside the document. And if you can do that twice on your DBQ, you'll earn 2 points. Finally, the third question asked you to consider the ideas and the topics of the document in global context. And that's worth 1 point on the DBQ. So if you got all 3 of those questions right, then you successfully achieved 3 skills that can earn you up to 5 out of 10 points on your DBQ. Let's get into an activity today. Yesterday, Mr. Logereau talked to you a little bit about the ideas of context and what does it mean for us to have historical context. I'm going to give you 2 minutes and I want you to read this document, which is the preamble to the United Nations Charter in 1945. After you've read it, I want you to jot down in your notes some potential answers to the question, describe historical context for this document. Go ahead. Take another minute to read the document and think about that and jot down ideas for the historical context. Okay, so hopefully you had some time to think about what was happening in the world when this document was written in 1945. But the document itself also gives you a little bit of a hint right there in the first couple of lines when it says to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. The best answer to providing historical context for this document, the preamble to the United Nations Charter, is the end of World War II. The idea that not just the end of World War II, but the idea that both world wars led to nearly 50 years of global conflict, and that the countries that were involved in these global conflicts, even the winners, suffered extraordinary losses in life and economic losses as well. And so the idea that these wars might have been prevented, or at least ostensibly that these wars might have been prevented, this all serves as context for better understanding why a document like this might be created in the first place. All right, I'm going to give you just about a minute, maybe 90 seconds this time, and I want you to read the document again, but this time I want you to read the document with a totally different purpose. This time I want you to read the document considering what causes did the people in the charter have, what causes did they have for creating the United Nations? The people who gathered together to author this charter had what causes for creating the United Nations? Okay, let's take a look at this document from another perspective, the causes for creating the United Nations. When we look at it that way, there's several answers here. We already mentioned one. The charter members of the United Nations wanted to save generations from the scourge of war. It was one of their goals to prevent further wars. That should probably sound familiar to you because you might remember from Unit 7 that there was another international organization that was created after World War I, and it was designed to prevent conflict and global problems just like World War I. It was the brainchild of President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson, and it was called the League of Nations. The problem is that the League of Nations failed, and one of the reasons it failed was because the United States of America refused to join, as many members of the United States Senate believed that joining the League of Nations would actually give up American autonomy and sovereignty. However, after World War II, it was certain that such an international organization was needed in order to work to prevent such types of global warfare. It also says that the United Nations was created to reaffirm fundamental human rights, and it sets out to designate women as people who receive the same equal rights, and it sets out to say that nations, regardless of their size. These are important ideas. Remember, we learned a couple days ago that the United Nations was responsible for the creation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which helped play a major role in shifting a global attitude in favor of human rights, which was a large shift from before World War II, and especially before World War I. The United Nations also sought to cause to address another problem with the League of Nations, which was that it had no ability to enforce any of its decisions. In this one, it says that they want sources of international law that can be maintained. So they're committing to creating some sort of system that will be able to enforce the policies that they decide. They want better standards of life. They want to live together in peace. They want to prevent armed forces from being used, and the social and economic advancement of all people. These are the causes stated by the charter members of the United Nations for the creation of the United Nations. So as early as 1943, the leaders of World War II, the leaders of the winning side, the Allied powers of World War II, began to discuss the importance of creating a League of Nations-like organization that could prevent the world from falling into another type of war, like World War I or World War II. In 1945, just a few months after the end of World War II, the United Nations was created by the Allied powers and approximately 49 other states around the world. When the United Nations was created, there was 51 charter member states, but at the end of 2019, there was 193 member states in the United Nations. So the United Nations exists to maintain world peace and facilitate international cooperation. That's a preemptive measure. The idea is if people are working together and learning more about one another's customs, cultures, and traditions, then the differences that they have are less likely to lead to warfare. There are many different aspects to the United Nations. The primary body of the United Nations is known as the General Assembly, and the General Assembly is where all 193 members of the United Nations can sit, and they can debate policy, they can talk about problems, they give speeches, they have ambassadors, sometimes actual heads of state attend, and it's also here where oftentimes celebrities, like as seen in the picture, Beyonce with then Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, celebrities will attend United Nations events in order to bring in awareness or help raise money for major United Nations causes. In this particular incident, Beyonce was there to sing her famous song, I Was Here, talking about the importance of having a legacy that gives back to people on World Humanitarian Day. Another aspect of the United Nations is the Security Council, and the Security Council is the part of the United Nations that enforces the decisions made by the General Assembly. The Security Council is only made up of 15 member states, but 10 of those member states are temporary. They rotate in and out, and they must be elected by the General Assembly. 5 of those member states are permanent. And you probably have already guessed that those 5 member states make up the 5 winners of World War II, the United States of America, the Soviet Union, or now Russia, China, Great Britain, and France. And these 5 states have a lot of power in the Security Council. As a matter of fact, any time any one of them wants to, they can veto any policy. That's why you didn't hear a lot about the United Nations as we discussed Unit 8 and the Cold War. The ideas and concepts of the Cold War didn't often come before the United Nations because both the Soviet Union and the United States held positions in the Security Council and could easily veto at the very beginning of the discussion any concepts involving Cold War activity. The International Court of Justice is a place of enforcing international law, and while sometimes the Security Council can take action in order to enforce such laws, most members of the United Nations are willing to enforce the decisions of the International Court of Justice. The rest of these items on the list demonstrate the ideas of the United Nations is not just about preventing war. It's also about enforcing and protecting people's human rights, the idea that people have the right to life and liberty, and the idea that people don't have to be hungry. So you have the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, seeking to protect and place refugees around the world who are kicked out of their home because of political circumstances. You have the World Food Program, which seeks to feed homeless and food insecure people around the world, particularly food insecure children. UNESCO, or the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, which works to bring people together so that they'll learn about one another's cultures and customs. The United Nations Children's Fund, which seeks to protect children around the world who are living under the poverty line, and the Human Rights Watch, which seeks to make sure that people around the world, human rights are being protected. So today, I got to tell you guys, we have a short lesson. That's basically all you have to know about the United Nations. The United Nations was an international organization created in the wake of World War II in order to help prevent such global conflict from ever taking place again. So instead of debriefing today just about 9.8, let's debrief what we've learned over the last several days in Unit 9 and understanding the concept of globalization. So I'm going to give you about a minute to 90 seconds, and I want you to brainstorm responses and possibly actually write out a response to evaluate the extent to which science and technology brought change in the period from 1900 to the present. Evaluate the extent to which science and technology brought change in the period from 1900 to the present. Take about a minute to 90 seconds to look at that. Okay, I wish I had an opportunity to call on you and figure out what some of your responses are, but obviously we don't have that chance. So let me just guess a few things that you might have thought of. One thing I think you probably thought of is that that science and technology brought globalization in the period 1900 to the present. You might have thought of things like cars and airplanes and new shipping technology. You might have thought of communication technologies like the telephone and then eventually the cell phone and the internet. All of these things help bring about globalization. You might have thought about new forms of energy, and just as new forms of energy can radically change the way the world works. In the 1900s, the 20th century, new forms of energy brought about massive amounts of consumerism and new production. You might have thought about how medicine and birth control changed the way the world works. Or you might have thought about the Green Revolution in the 1970s and a massive effort to provide food for food insecure people. Here's the thing. All of these responses are great brainstorm, but what we haven't done yet is we haven't actually made an argument. And that's important. You have to be able to make an argument or make an actual claim responding to the prompt in order to be successful on a DBQ. For example, you have to make a claim responding to the prompt to earn the thesis point. You also have to use evidence to support a claim responding to the prompt to earn 2 of the 3 document points. And the outside evidence has to be evidence that supports a claim responding to the prompt. So once again, there's at least 5 points, not to mention the complexity point, which requires you to have a detailed or nuanced claim responding to the prompt. So you have to be able to make a claim responding to the prompt in order to be successful on the AP World History test. So that brings me to the fact that the most important word in this prompt is the word change. Now, I know a lot of you guys might have thought the most important word was evaluate, but the reality is we know exactly what to do because we have the 10-point rubric. So the word evaluate doesn't give us any new information. The word change does give us new information. The word change tells us what our answers must show. When I make a claim responding to this prompt, I have to have a word that demonstrates change, and not just broadly. I have to give a specific change. Otherwise, I am not providing a claim responding to the prompt. So let's take our brainstorming ideas and turn them into claims responding to the prompt. Let's make some arguments. New modes of communication, as well as transportation, reduce the problem of geographic distance. If I write this sentence as my topic sentence in a paragraph, I can then go about describing planes and automobiles and cell phones and the internet and Zoom and YouTube Live and all of those things as evidence supporting this claim. But notice that it's important that there's a change word in the claim. The word reduced is an important word because that is a direct response to the prompt. Energy technologies, including the use of petroleum and nuclear power, raised productivity and increased the production of material goods. Again, change words that directly respond to the prompt. More effective forms of birth control gave women greater control over fertility and contributed to declining rates of fertility in much of the world. Again, emphasis on the change words because in order to develop a claim responding to this prompt, my answers must contain a change. The Green Revolution, commercial agriculture, increased productivity and sustained the Earth's growing population as it spread chemically and genetically modified forms of agriculture. Medical innovations, including vaccines and antibiotics, increased the ability of humans to survive and live longer lives. Okay, I'm going to give you an opportunity to make a claim, but this time I want you to use some documents. These documents are not just about the United Nations, but these documents do apply to the ideas of Unit 9 as a whole. So use the following documents, evaluate the extent to which politics affected gender roles for women in the 20th century. Just like before, it's important for us to remember what is the most important word in this prompt. What must your answers contain? And the answer in this case is the word affected. Your answer must contain effects. How did politics affect gender roles? Here are your documents. As usual, you'll find them in the link below where you'll be able to use the documents in order to develop your own thesis in response to the prompt. Thank you guys so much for watching with us today. I hope you enjoyed our activities and learned a little bit about how to prepare for the AP History test. Remember that we are now done learning new content. Tomorrow, Mr. Leisure is going to start by talking about Unit 1.1 and 1.3, South and Southeast Asia, in the global tapestry that begins in the year 1200. And I'll be back on Thursday to talk to you about Islam after the year 1200. Hope you guys have a great evening, and hope you guys have a great evening.
Hey everybody, welcome to another review session for AP World History. Hope you all had a nice weekend. My name is Mason Loisero. If you haven't seen me before, I'm coming to you from Pflugerville, Texas, which is in the Austin area, where it felt like it rained all weekend. But that's okay. I got my run in this morning and feeling a lot better. Got to go outside and actually breathe some fresh air, so things are going pretty well now. All right, so what are we going to talk about today? A couple of big things. I want to continue our discussion of globalization that we started last week. Kind of why did it really occur? Where did it come from? And also I want to briefly look at reactions to globalization. Those are important, especially in our time today. And then we also need to talk about contextualization, taking a historical event process and explaining the historical context of it. Because don't forget, of course, you are going to be doing that on a DBQ next month for the AP test. So we will talk about that and kind of what it should look like in your essay. But if you're coming to watch this lesson, at this point, you should already kind of get an outline of what we've seen already, changes in the 20th century, those political, economic changes, but especially the technology ones that I reviewed with you last week. And then also, you should know a little bit about contextualization already. I know you've worked on it during the school year, your teachers talked about it, so at least be able to identify the historical context of an event. All right, but before we start that, let's look back at what Mr. Smith had y'all do for homework over the weekend. He gave you two claims here. He also gave you two documents, and he asked you to come up and use those documents to support these two claims. Again, basically what you have to do in a DBQ. So here are the two documents he gave you, and he went ahead and highlighted some of the elements of those documents that you would want to use when making your claim. So in case you forgot what documents look like, take a look here. By the way, I should say real quickly, kind of quick aside, when you highlight these, I get this question from students and from teachers all the time of, should you quote the documents in a DBQ? And I'll tell you right now, that is a very controversial topic, because you're going to hear some teachers say, yes, quote documents, and you're going to hear others say, no, never quote documents. All right, I'm tell you right now, when it comes time for the AP test, there is no rule about quoting documents. You can do it if you want, you don't have to. But I would suggest, if you're going to do it, keep those quotes very short, like a half sentence at most. Remember, when readers are grading your AP test, they know what's in the documents. You don't have to write it all out for them. To be honest, when I see a student that writes like 3 sentences of just quotes from the document, oftentimes, let's be honest, that tells me the student's just trying to fill up space on the paper. Okay? But I think using a phrase or a half sentence as a quote can really help your argument that you're making in your essay. So I would encourage quotes as long as they are short. And like you see here, Smith gave you a couple of quotes that you could use in these documents. So the first claim was about Cold War economy and increased globalization. And you can see here we had highlighted world headquarters of the Dow Company, mentions the United States, Japan, Brazil. Obviously, they have headquarters all over the world. In document 2, talking about competitiveness in the world economy and globally competitive. So yes, there's definitely increased globalization of the economy after the Cold War. Now, if you were to write this up in an essay, you could write something like this. I'll give you a second to kind of read that. I'm not going to read it to you. But notice here when Smith wrote this, he took the ideas of the two documents and put them together to prove that yes, there was increased globalization of the economy after the Cold War. All right, for the second claim, that multinational corporations are taking advantage of the types of economies. Again, you see some highlights that you could use, and here's what Smith wrote. This again could be another way that you can make that claim. But as he and I have said many, many times before, if you've got something different on your paper, that's probably totally fine. Talk to your teachers, show them what you have. They can give you individualized feedback. And again, they want to hear from you. Okay, they haven't seen your bright shining faces for probably a couple weeks now. So please get in contact with your teachers. Talk to them about what you're seeing in these videos. Talk to them about your answers to some of this work. Okay, the other thing that Smith talked to you about was this year's AP test. If you haven't heard, on Friday, the College Board announced that this year's AP test is going to be one single DBQ. But because the test is only 45 minutes, they are changing the rubric around slightly. Now, the good news is all the elements that you're used to are there. Thesis, contextualization, using documents to support an argument, sourcing the documents, all that stuff is there. It's just they changed around the point values a little bit. They added where you can have, instead of just one piece of outside evidence, 2 points of outside evidence, things like that. I'm not going to go into the details about the rubric today because Smith did a fantastic job with that on Friday. So if you're interested in the new rubric, go back and watch Friday's session. He spent a good chunk of time at the beginning of the session going over all of it. Or if you haven't had a chance to watch that, also talk to your teachers. At this point, they know the new rubric as well. I'm sure they'd be happy to share it with you. So I'm not going to go on to the rubric, but there are a few things that I do want to point out that are extremely important. First off, you see the date is going to now be May 21st, and you can see the time there as well. So make sure you know what time zone you're in for the time of the test, because everybody around the world is going to take it at the same time. There is going to be a makeup date the first week of June, so talk to your teacher if for some reason May 21st is not going to work out for you. Like I already said, it's going to be DBQ. It'll only be 45 minutes long, so they're going to shorten down the requirements a bit. Instead of the typical 7 documents, you're only going to get 5. So make things a little bit easier for you to do that time period. Also, you can use pretty much any device that connects to the internet can be used for this test. Now I'm going to suggest if you have a laptop or a desktop computer, definitely use that, because especially for this test, you're going to be scrolling through a bunch of documents. That's hard to do on a phone, but you can do it on tablet or phone if you want. You also have the option of either typing it up on your computer and submitting it that way, or if you prefer, handwriting it on a piece of paper, and then when you're done, you can take a picture of it and upload the picture. Either way works. It is up to you how you want to write the essay. Okay. But if technology is going to be an issue for you, if you don't have a laptop, or maybe you have one laptop for the house you're trying to share with everybody, you need a couple things. One, see this link right here that I put at the bottom? Make sure you fill that out. The College Board wants to know if access to technology is going to be an issue. Also, talk to your school or your school district, because I know that a lot of districts around the country are helping students with access to technology. For example, the district that I work in, Pflugerville, we're starting to hand out laptops to students in all the schools. My kids go to schools in the Austin school district, and actually just last week, somebody came by and dropped off a laptop for my son. So talk to your school if that's going to be an issue, but talk to them soon. You don't want to wait till the last second on something like this. Also, since you're taking this test at home, the College Board does realize that cheating could possibly be an issue. And I promise you they're on top of it. They've got several structures in place. They know what they're looking for, so don't even think about it. If you try and cheat by talking to a friend or something like that, you're going to get caught, and the consequences are pretty severe. And again, Smith went through all that on Friday, so you can watch that video to learn more. All right, so let's get into globalization. All right, so we've talked about this term globalization a couple of times last week, but I don't know that we we ever really kind of fully defined what it is. But I think the best way to consider it and think about it is just that, frankly, the world has been shrinking over the last 100 years, and especially I'd say the last 30 years or so. So, for example, we talked about communication technology, cell phones, the internet. The fact that right now in your pocket you have this device that is small enough to fit in your pocket, that's powerful enough to contact pretty much anybody in the world you want, or look up information on any possible topic that you want. That's insane, guys. It really, really is. And that technology is affordable enough where almost everyone can afford one. Or if we think about transportation, we talked about this last week. That right now you can go to the airport in your city, hop on a plane, and be almost anywhere in the world you want in 24 hours. Oh, wait, I'm talking about in normal times. Do not go to the airport right now, hop on a plane. Please stay home. But you know that, okay? Or consider social media. The fact that you can create an account and then you can share pictures and video and whatever you want with thousands of people around the world, and it's easy to do. You just go on, oh, what are y'all using these days? Instagram, or I can keep up with all the different social media networks. I know y'all are on Facebook because that's for old people like me, but whatever it is you use. The point is, it's easy to use and you can communicate with people around the world. So yes, the world is shrinking. There was a book written in 2005. I put a picture right here called The World is Flat. To be honest, I'm probably not going to recommend that you read it. I don't know that you would like it or get a lot out of it because really most of the book is just him being amazed by all the new technology, kind of like I've been doing just now. For example, he spends like several pages talking about how his family traveled from New York to Japan, and while they were in Japan, his son downloaded some music from a band that was from Egypt, and he's just like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. Which again, yeah, it is pretty insane that this has been that we can do this. But also, you're used to it. This is the life that y'all lead now. This is what you've been born into. And the fact that it's just like ho hum is also pretty insane. Okay, the technology is there, and yes, people can communicate, people can travel, but what else is happening with that? And I think we're starting to see a monoculture developing around the world. There is such a thing as global culture now. Now think about it. You've talked about trade routes and long distance trade all year long in your class. I know that your teacher hammered that home all year long. And you talked about the fact that on trade routes, cultures and religions often spread. So the spread of culture around the world is definitely not a new thing. But what is new is just the speed at which it travels and just the integration of the entire world. Think about events like the Olympics, which sadly we're not going to have this year, but hopefully we'll have next year, where the entire world is watching for those 2 weeks. Or think about soccer. Okay, I've become this really big soccer fan over the last couple of years. My son started playing in leagues here in Austin. He got me into it. We both became Liverpool fans. In fact, I even have my Liverpool mug here today. And it's amazing that I can wake up on a Saturday morning, turn on my TV, and there I can watch Liverpool with no problem at all. And they're playing games halfway across the world in England. But I'm not the only one. Ratings for soccer games in the United States are going up and up and up. In fact, when I'm at school, I talk to students about soccer games from England. I talk about the German league and the Mexican league with students. It's starting to become something that's popular around the world. When the World Cup happens, ratings across the world are sky high. Or think about things like the NBA in China has become extremely popular over the last 15, 20 years because of globalization. Or think about other forms of entertainment like movies. Bollywood movies that come from India have started to become popular all over the world. If you're into singing and dancing numbers that last forever, Bollywood movies are for you. But American movies also. Consider we're getting that time of year we start thinking about like summer blockbusters. Like usually April, May is when there's usually a big Avengers movie coming out. Sadly not this year because we can't go to theaters, but you know. But here's the thing. Movie studios in the United States these days, yes, they're focused on how many tickets they're going to sell in the US, but they're really focused on the international box office. How many tickets are going to sell in Europe and in Asia and in Africa? Because American movies are being exported around the world because of globalization. Or consider major brands that everybody around the world knows. Everybody knows Coca-Cola. Everybody knows Nike. Again, with the speed of transportation and communication, and with the globalization of the economy, like Smith talked about on Friday, those brands are becoming ubiquitous around the world. Okay, so then the other question to ask is kind of like, where did this come from? Okay, yes, the technology's there, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be used to spread culture, economy, and all that stuff. Well, there's a couple other things happening in the late 20th century that you need to consider. Because you have globalization in context. Hey, wait a minute, talking about contextualization today, are we? Okay, consider the Cold War. We talked a lot about the Cold War last week. And we talked about the fact that primarily it really is a fight between the United States and the Soviet Union for allies around the world. And we talked about political, military, economic allies, and that's how this kind of spread. And it's also spread through culture. During the Cold War, we're starting to see these new technologies developing. So again, American movie studios and TV producers began exporting movies and television shows to show around the world. And by the way, the American government was A-okay with this. In fact, they supported it because their reasoning was if people in other countries can see American TV shows and American movies, they'll show off the good parts of capitalism and democracy, and hopefully it'll help spread that to other countries around the world and create allies for the United States. Also consider McDonald's. Okay, whether we like it or not, McDonald's is a symbol of the United States around the world. And there was this one kind of crazy moment right at the end of the Cold War in 1990 when the first McDonald's opened up in Moscow, in the capital of the Soviet Union. And now at first you're thinking to yourself, okay, cool, people in Moscow can get Big Macs now. Yay. But it was more than just burgers. This was kind of seen as a symbolic moment where the Soviet government is allowing in the symbol of American democracy and capitalism in McDonald's. And for a lot of people, that's when they kind of saw the beginning of the end of the Cold War. So keep in mind, there's more to it than just, culture and sports and movies. There's also a political element to this as well. And then Smith did a really fantastic job kind of breaking down the economics parts of globalization on Friday. So I don't want to go too much into detail with that. But again, just consider manufacturing jobs around the world have moved. We don't have as many manufacturing jobs here in the United States anymore because companies have figured out that it's cheaper to manufacture those goods in Asia or Latin America and then ship them to the United States or to Europe because they can save costs on labor and the transportation costs are so cheap that it just makes economic sense for them. Now, like I said, I think there's a lot of positives to globalization. Again, I like soccer in movies. I like foreign movies. I like English soccer. So yes, there are some fun parts to it. And yes, generally speaking, it has helped the global economy. But there are some drawbacks to it, and there have been some negative reactions and resistance to it. I mean, hey, let's be honest. What we're going through right now with the coronavirus and quarantine here, that's kind of an effect of globalization. The fact that people are traveling around the world, which is great. I mean, I love to travel, but it's also helping to cause this pandemic. But you also see a rise of nationalism, kind of the late 20th century and now into the 21st century as a backlash to globalization. You see people in countries around the world who feel as if they're losing the national identity of their country to globalization. So for example, with the United Nations, I believe that Smith is going to talk about the United Nations tomorrow, so I don't want to go too much into it. But understand, that was a very important institution after World War II and in the Cold War. It's lost a lot of power and prestige over the last 20 years. Or consider the issue of Brexit. For people in England, I put a picture here of Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, who kind of led a lot of the charge for Brexit. A lot of British citizens were complaining that Britain was being run by politicians in Brussels, where the EU headquarters is, and they felt as if they were losing their British identity. And it's one of the reasons why they wanted to see Britain leave the European Union. You also start to see the rise of religious fundamentalism and religions all across the world. I'm not talking about just one particular religion, because you can see examples in several different religions around the world. Remember the term fundamentalism? You've probably talked about at least once or twice this year in your school. The idea behind a fundamentalist is someone who's a very strict adherent to their religious beliefs, and someone who wants to get back to the fundamentals, or as they see it, the fundamentals of their religion. So very strict adherence to the holy book or holy text of the religion. And globalization and the spread of cultures and the spread of religions and the blending of religions we see in the 21st century and syncretic religions. A lot of fundamentalists see that as a threat to their religion. One example here, I put a picture of Prime Minister Modi from India. And this kind of, you can actually talk about this with fundamentalist religion and nationalism, because he sees the nationalist identity of India as being purely Hindu. And that has led to some extremely serious conflicts with Muslims in India and also Pakistan. And I said the other day, it's kind of hard sometimes for historians to tell the story while it's still happening. So we don't know what the true outcomes of this are going to be. But keep an eye on it, because it's a very serious situation right now in India. That can also be seen as backlash to globalization. All right, so that's the history story part of the way of globalization. Now let's talk about contextualization. I know that you've practiced contextualization in your schools this year. I hope that you've written at least a couple of essays, whether they be the document-based questions, the DBQ, or the long essay questions like the LEQ. But either way, you have to have contextualization in those. Now, the way I teach it in my class, and maybe your teacher did something a little different, and so that's fine. But the way I teach contextualization is it should always be in the introduction of your essay, because contextualization is essentially introducing the topic of the prompt. So if it's introducing, it should be in the introduction. Contextualization, you're not answering the question of the prompt. You're not making an argument. You're setting the stage. You're describing what's happening either in the world or in that particular region that the question's asking about. But here's the key thing. I put it in bold letters. Contextualization has to be talking about something that is directly impacting the topic of the prompt. And I'll show you some examples of what that means in a minute. that it has to be directly impacted. So this little diagram here, if the big circle is the topic of the prompt, the smaller circles can be those kind of outlying elements, not necessarily causes, but just what else is going on in the world that's affecting that topic. If the essay is about something political, you could definitely talk about economic context or social context. That is totally cool. Not necessary, but it does sometimes help if you can bring in different themes. But here's the thing that you don't want to do. You don't want to just talk about everything that's happened in the world up until that point. That's not contextualization. That's just sharing history. So there's a couple of ways you can think about this. I know that a lot of teachers around the country compare contextualization to the Star Wars crawl at the beginning of Star Wars movies. Okay, so hopefully you've all seen at least one Star Wars movie where at the beginning you got the text that's going up the screen and then eventually kind of fades into space. Or I know that you've seen a movie that gives you a bunch of text at the beginning to set up the story of the movie. And that's a pretty good analogy for contextualization. But I think there's a better one to consider. When I talk to my students, I tell them, let's think about the previously on television shows. You know how it is. You sit down and watch a show and they say previously on the show and they give you several scenes. Sometimes those scenes are from episodes that were the week before. Sometimes it might be from the season before. But every single scene that they show you in previously on relates directly to something that's going to happen in that night's episode. Okay, I'll give you an example. This is kind of actually making me mad. Since we're stuck at home right now in quarantine, my oldest son is watching Lost for the first time. If you've never watched Lost, fantastic show. You should definitely check it out. Okay, we're sitting down and watch a show. They say previously on. And they'll show these scenes from like 2 or 3 seasons before. And they show this character that you haven't seen in 2 years. And I'm sitting there going, wait, why are they showing that guy? I thought he was gone. We haven't seen him in 2 years. Well, they're showing him in there because he's going to be on tonight's episode. But to me, it kind of makes me a little mad because I feel like they're spoiling the episode. So that when the mysterious person comes out of the jungle, well, it's not so mysterious. It's that guy from 2 seasons ago. So it spoils the episode a little bit, but that's okay, right? The point is though, the point I'm trying to make is that when you put your context has to directly impact it. And it should probably come from something that's happening either right before the time period being asked or during the time period being asked. You can do contextualization for after the time period, but I'll be honest, that's pretty tough to do. I think it's easier to stick with before or during. And let's be honest here, guys. The AP test is already hard enough. Take the easy way out and just do before or during. Which, by the way, I should say, when I say take the easy way out, that's terrible advice for life. Don't do that. But for the AP test, you don't get bonus points for doing the hard thing. Keep it simple. Use your contextualization either right before the time period or during. And there's no rule that says it has to be within 20 years or 50 years of the prompt. As long as it directly impacts it, you're good to go. All right. So let me give you an example, and then I'm going to set you free here in a second to do one on your own. Here's a prompt that I could give you. You can see it on an essay. Evaluate the extent to which globalization transformed the world's economy from 1950 to 2001. If I got that essay and I was thinking, okay, how am I going to write this? There's a couple of things that I could see you putting in contextualization. By the way, really, as long as you talk about one thing in contextualization, you're usually good. So I don't think that you have to do all of this. But if I was going to talk about contextualization, I would then go through the transportation and communication technologies that we've been talking about. Cars, airplanes, telephones, internet, all that. Okay? Because those are things that eventually are going to lead to globalization. You can't have globalization without cars and planes and telephones and the internet. Or you can even kind of consider the first half of the 20th century, which by the way was pretty rough. World War I, followed by Great Depression across the world, followed by World War II. And after that, a lot of countries, especially in Europe, started to work together a lot more cooperation between countries instead of rivalries. And that helped lead to globalization. So that could be a possible topic as well for your context. Now, if I was going to write this essay, there's a couple of topics I probably wouldn't talk about in my contextualization. I probably wouldn't bring up the Cold War. I mean, consider, okay, 1950 to 2001. That's pretty much the years of the Cold War. So yes, the Cold War is happening during this time, but it's really hard to connect the Cold War to globalization of the world's economy. You can do it, but it's a bit of a stretch, and I think these might be a little bit better. Or the Green Revolution that we talked about last week. Remember, new developments in agriculture, new fertilizers, a lot more food, helps grow the world's population. And that's in this time period also. It was in the 1950s and 60s. But again, going from the Green Revolution and making that connection to a direct impact on globalization of the world's economy, it's a little tough. Okay? But the thing I definitely would not want to write about, we're not going to go back and talk about long distance trade since the beginning of the first early civilizations. And by the way, I've seen that in student work, either in my own class or when grading the actual AP tests. Okay? If the question's asking about something in the 20th century, don't start talking about the Han Dynasty and ancient Rome and the Silk Road and all of that. That's going back way too far. None of that stuff has a direct impact on globalization and the world economy. Okay? I don't need the entire history of trade up until 1950. Whatever you write about, make sure that it directly impacts the topic of the prompt. All right, so it's time for you to try this out. What I'm going to do is I'll give you a couple minutes, and I'd like you to brainstorm at least 2 or 3 different topics that you could mention in contextualization of this essay. You don't need to write out the full paragraph. You don't need to write out all your contextualization. But just try and brainstorm a couple of different things that you could talk about, and then we'll come back together and I'll give you some possible answers. So let's take about 2 or 3 minutes to do that, and we'll come back together. Ready? Go. Remember, when you think about your topics, make sure they directly relate to science and technology and how it affected society in the 20th century. Take about 1 more minute. All right, so let's look at a couple possibilities here. All right, there's a couple things that you could mention. Again, if you got something else, totally fine. But if I was writing this essay, I would maybe start with the second industrial revolution. Remember, kind of make sure when we talk about the industrial revolution, you know the differences between the first and the second. Remember, the second was using a lot more chemicals in manufacturing, and the big one, the harnessing of electricity. So if we think about the technological breakthroughs of the 20th century, none of that is happening without electricity. Or think about the technological developments that come out of the 2 world wars. Remember, during these wars, militaries and governments are putting a lot of money into technology and research, trying to gain the upper hand and a military advantage. So think about airplanes. Airplanes are something that are getting invented right at the beginning of the 20th century, right before World War I. But during the 2 world wars, both sides are putting a ton of money into new technologies for aircraft, radar as well, and those are huge for those rapid advancements of the 20th century. I don't know that airplanes would have been developed as quickly if there weren't 2 major wars where it became a necessity. So again, it's not that this contextualization caused all this, but that it directly impacted it for sure. All right, so now I'm going to do one more thing with y'all. Same prompt, but here's the thing. Your contextualization also needs to link to your thesis statement. Remember, your thesis statement, and we'll talk plenty about thesis statements in the coming weeks, so don't worry if you've kind of forgotten about that over the last couple of weeks. Your thesis statement has to answer the prompt. It's your answer to the question. Your contextualization, again, is not your answer to the prompt. It is just introducing the story that directly impacts it. But I always tell my students, I'd like to see a link from the contextualization to the thesis. So what I'd like you to do now is to basically write out your introductory paragraph. I love when students do contextualization, then thesis statement, and that's a perfect introduction. So it's the same prompt. You can use one of those 2 suggestions I gave you for contextualization already, the World Wars or the Second Industrial Revolution. If you've got something else you want to use, go for that as well. But I'd like you to write that out more of a paragraph form, like on an actual essay, and then add on your thesis statement to the end. And make sure you get some kind of link between contextualization and thesis. So let's take about 5 minutes or so to do that, and we'll come back together and I'll show you an example of what I wrote. All right, ready? Go. 5 minutes, contextualization, write that out, and then add your thesis statement to it. Like I said, if you have this great idea for contextualization that I didn't mention, please run with that and write that in your intro. And then just make sure that your thesis statement answers the question. How did scientific and technological advances affect society in the 20th century? Okay, I hate to do this to y'all. I know I said we'd take 5 minutes, but then I just looked at the clock and realized that we're kind of coming up against the bell. And by the way, this happens in my classroom all the time, where I just lose track of time, and then students realize, oh my god, we got 1 minute till the bell rings, they start packing up, and it's crazy. So if you didn't finish, don't worry about it. If you want to, you can actually pause the video right now and finish up. That might be a good idea. Or I'm just going to go on to a possible answer. So you can read here the intro paragraph that I wrote. I'm not going to read it all to you, but you can see I mentioned the Second Industrial Revolution. I talked about the innovations that it brought along, and then I talked about a couple of consumer goods, refrigerators and cars, how they became affordable for people around the world. And then I talked about other innovations in the 20th century. This is where I'm really answering the question. And in my thesis, I have 2 claims I'm making. I always tell students, try and have at least 2 claims in your thesis statement. And so I said that technologies in the 20th century transformed society because of methods of communication and it helped spread news quicker. And both those things impacted society. Like I said, we'll talk more about thesis statements in the coming weeks. so don't worry about it. If you're still a little rusty on it, you'll be fine. But the big thing I want you to see is they got contextualization to introduce it. It directly impacts what I'm talking about in the thesis statement. All right, so today we looked at globalization. We talked about how it shrunk the world. We talked about how it kind of affected economic, social, and government structures. And we talked about the importance of contextualization to introduce the topic. Just make sure the biggest thing that I'm going to keep harping on, guys, is that it directly impacts the topic of your thesis statement. All right, so here is your homework for tonight that Smith is going to go over with you tomorrow. When you're ready to do it, come back to the video and just pause it on the screen. I'll give you a second so you can pause it if you need to. We'll work on this tonight before tomorrow's lesson. And we'll tell you right now, Smith is going to come back tomorrow. He's going to finish our discussion of the 20th century and globalization. And then starting Wednesday, I'll be back on Wednesday. We're going to start review of topics that will be on the AP test. We're going to go all the way back to Unit 1 and 1200, and we're going to kind of make our way through over the next couple of weeks. So be ready on Wednesday to start talking about content that you could possibly see on this year's AP test. And if you're good, I am good. So y'all have a good night, and Smith will see you tomorrow, and I will see y'all Wednesday. Take care. Hey everybody, it is Thursday. Welcome to another edition of AP World History Modern Review Sessions. Hey, who's that guy in the corner talking to me? Well, my name is Mason Logero, coming to you live from the Austin, Texas area. I teach at Pflugerville High School, which is in Pflugerville, a suburb of Austin. And today we are actually kind of moving ahead a little bit in history. This last week or so, we've been looking at time period from 1200 to 1450. Today we're going to kind of move into a new time period of 1450 to 1750. What I want to look at especially today is land empires and how they're expanding those time and how they're keeping control of the people in their areas. Now, when you think empires from 1450 to 1750, you probably start to think of like the Spanish and Portuguese in the Americas. That's totally understandable. They are extremely important. Except we're not going to talk about them today. We're going to get to that next week. But today we're going to talk about land empires, mainly in Afro-Eurasia. And then we also need to talk some more about contextualization. So we're going to take a deeper dive into that. Not so much like contextualization for an essay, but also for documents themselves in the DBQ, because you can do that historical situation for a sourcing point in the DBQ for a specific document. All right. So what do you need to know already before we start today? Well, first off, you need to be able to define the word empire. And I get it, because empire is one of those kind of funny words where it's like we all understand it. If I say empire, in your mind you have a picture of what an empire looks like. But when you try to nail down a specific definition, it gets a lot tougher. It just gets, everyone kind of has their own thoughts and definition of it. But there's a couple of aspects of empires that you have to understand. First off, and this is simple, but it's important. It has to be like geographically large. It's got to cover a large area of land. Now, I say large. There's not a specific number of square miles. When you say, oh well, that government has reached that many square miles, it is now an empire. There's not a number like that. It's kind of one of those, you know it when you see it type of things. But the other extremely important part of an empire is that it has to have multiple languages or cultures or religions inside its borders. If you have a governing area where everyone shares the same religion, culture, and language, that's just not an empire. Okay? So when we talk about issues that empires are facing that we're looking at today, a lot of them come up from the fact that you have people speaking multiple languages, practicing multiple religions, different cultures, etc. So we'll look into that. Also, you should be pretty familiar with contextualization at this point and how to write that for an essay. If you're not, if you're still a little confused, that's okay. I'm gonna help you out a little bit today. Also, by the end of today, if you're still a little confused on contextualization, go back and watch the video I did. Was it last week or the week before? It's the one that's 9.6 and 9.7. If you look on the side here, you can see all the videos we've done so far. But the 9.6 and 9.7 one, I do a deep dive on contextualization. I think that'll really help if you're still confused by it. I'll watch it right now because we're done. This one, I want you all to stay here right now. But when we're done, if you're still feeling confused, go watch that one. All right, so let's talk about our warm up. Before we get into what we're talking about today, Mr. Smith gave you all some homework last night. You had two passages. One was from Marco Polo, the very famous Italian explorer who traveled throughout Asia, wrote a lot about it, became very famous in Europe. And you also had a passage from Ibn Battuta, a Muslim traveler who also traveled many Muslim lands and reported back on it as well. And he asked you all to identify some similarities in how the two men describe places they visited. So a couple things you can mention here. In both of these writings, and by the way, if you haven't seen these yet, they're in the Google Drive that we've set up. If you look down below me and it says access more resources, you might need to press see more there. You can see those. In both cases, though, they talk about the spread of Islam. Because remember, Islam's religion starts in the Arabian Peninsula, but very quickly spreads to North Africa, through the Middle East, into South Asia, and as we're going to see today, even into Southeastern Europe in some cases. And as it spreads, both men talk about how the religious practices change as it spreads. I don't want to get into this too much because Smith is actually going to cover a lot of this tomorrow and look at some different versions of Islam that we see, especially in South Asia. But we know that's one of those kind of general laws of world history that religions are going to change over time and as they spread over space. And we can see that in both of the readings there. And Smith will go into more detail with that tomorrow. Also, you see in both passages that both men point out that women, a lot of these areas where Islam spread to, have a fair amount of independence. I'm not saying that there was complete gender equality in these areas because there certainly was not, but you still do get a couple of glimpses of women having a lot more independence than we kind of traditionally think of women in history having. So make sure you go back. If you didn't get to read those carefully, if you didn't notice the similarities, make sure you go back and take a look at those. All right, so let's start a warm-up question for today. I said we're going to talk about the expansion of empires from 1450 to 1750. We're going to start kind of the 1450 to 1500 time period. So here's my question for y'all. Why is it that we see empires expanding, especially in Asia, around 1450? So if you would take a second, maybe 1 minute, I want y'all to write down as many ideas as you can brainstorm, possible answers of why is it that during this time period specifically we see empires expand. Because listen, we see empires expand all through history, right? But why in this time period specifically are empires expanding, right? So 1 minute starting now. All right, you got 30 seconds. If you can get 3 or 4 really good solid reasons down, you're good. Just make sure again they are specific to this time period. Don't put something general like emperors want more land or something like that. Be specific. All right, 10 seconds. Pac-Man is closing his mouth. Oh, he's not Pac-Man, or he's upside down. I don't know what this is. All right, time is up. So let's look at some possible answers that you could put. All right, possible answers. First off, the Mongols are pretty much kind of gone at this point. I talked about the Mongols on Tuesday, so again, if you aren't able to watch that, make sure you go back and listen to that video. Not right now, later on. But remember, the Mongols create an empire that takes over a large chunk of Asia. And now that they're gone, well, there's a power vacuum there. Somebody has to take over. And so we start to see empires expanding and filling out that power vacuum. Also, this is a time period where we're starting to see gunpowder being used as a weapon in firearms. Remember, gunpowder has been something that's been around for a long time, back in ancient China. But now militaries are starting to figure out how to use it to create a small explosion that will fire a projectile, whether it be a cannon or later on with rifles. And obviously that's going to be a huge advantage to empire building. If you have an army and you have firearms and the other side doesn't, well, that obviously puts you at a pretty big advantage. Also, consider naval technology as well. We're in a time now where ships are getting bigger, they're getting faster, we have better compasses, things like that. So people are getting around on the water a lot easier and quicker as well. Now, like I said, we're not going to really get into that stuff today. We're going to save that for next week when we talk about the Columbian Exchange and the creation of Spanish and Portuguese empires in the Americas and later in the Indian Ocean. But we'll get all that next week. But notice something here. If you came up with 3 or 4 good, solid reasons why empires expanded in this time period that were specific, you just did contextualization. If I give you an essay right now talking about, I don't know, the Ottoman Empire or something like that, you could use some of this as contextualization. Now, you need to be careful because as we talked about earlier with contextualization, it has to be specific to the topic of the prompt and to the argument you're making. So for example, if you're going to write about the Ottoman Empire or the essays about the Ottoman Empire, you wouldn't want to talk about naval technology because the Ottoman Empire is more of a land-based empire. On the flip side, if the prompt is about European empires now in the Americas, well, I wouldn't mention the Mongols because the Mongols don't have a really big impact on what's going on in the Americas. So you need to be careful. But one way to think about contextualization is kind of start brainstorming what's going on in the world at the time, and then what's specifically impacting the topic of the prompt that I'm writing about. All right, so what do you need to know about these land empires? All right, well, first off, you have to be able to identify them and know where they are. The College Board wants you to know 5 empires in Asia and Afro-Eurasia in this time period. So you know about the Ottomans and the Safavids and the Mughals. And by the way, that is Mughal, the Mughal Empire. Last night I was finishing up these notes and my son asked me a question and I said I'm talking about the Mughal Empire today. today, and he's in middle school. He got all excited. He's like, wait, weren't those people that like went around Asia killing everybody and destroying all the cities? Because, you know, he's a middle school boy and he loves death and destruction because that's what they do. And I said, no, I think you're thinking of the Mongols, not the Mughals. And he's like, oh. And then my other son, who's in elementary school, looked over at us and said, why are y'all talking about Harry Potter? And I looked at us, we're not talking about Harry Potter. And I realized, oh, he thinks we're saying the Mughals. So just so we're all clear, everyone knows that the Mughal Empire, Muslim empire that took over India. The Mongols, they were a nomadic empire from Central Asia, or nomadic group from Central Asia that expanded to a large Asian empire. The Mughals, those are people that don't practice magic. They're not wizards, but they are not real. So we're not going to cover them today. Make sure you got all that clear before we go on. Okay, oftentimes the Ottoman, Safavid, and Mughal empires are known as the gunpowder empires collectively. That is a term that a lot of teachers, and you've probably been familiar with it, I've heard about that this year. I typically don't like to talk about them together as the gunpowder empires. I don't use that term in my own class for a couple of reasons. Mainly because if you just focus on gunpowder and military, you miss out on a lot of the other things that you need to know about these empires. That they are cultural and religious centers around the world. Also, they're not the only ones using gunpowder at this time, right? We know that there are European militaries. They're also using that and harnessing that power. So I use that term because I know a lot of you are familiar with it, but if you don't know about the gunpowder empires, don't worry about it. But you do need to know the Ottomans, Safavids, and Mughals. You need to know that they're all Muslim empires, although we'll talk in a second about the differences between them. You also need to know about the two major Chinese dynasties in this period from 1450 to 1750. You've got the Ming dynasty that takes over China after the fall of the Mongols. When the Mongols set up the Yuan dynasty, they're gone. The Ming dynasty replaced it. Later on, it gets replaced by the Qing dynasty. Sometimes referred to as the Manchus because they come from the area of Manchuria, which is just north of China. So sometimes you might see on a test or in some readings something about a Manchu dynasty. They're referring there to the Qing dynasty. Okay, as far as like what you need to know about it, make sure first off that you recognize that if on the AP test you see something about the Safavids, you go, oh yeah, Muslim Empire, Persia, 1450 to 1750 time period. Make sure you recognize each of them. You don't need to know like every ruler that ruled them. You don't need to know exact places where they were. Just kind of know the general outlines of where they're located. But then we also need to talk about kind of how they expanded and how they kept control of these large populations over large areas. So let's first talk about how did they expand. And the number one way is simply guns. Okay, I talked already about the importance of gunpowder, the creation of cannons and firearms and things like that. But again, if you've got firearms and the other army doesn't, that's going to help expand your empire. You're going to win a lot of battles. For example, this picture right here is a rendition of a very famous battle. It's called the Battle of Panipat. Panipat was a town in northern India that the Mughals took over as they conquered South Asia. Now, looking at this picture, there's a lot of detail in there. I know some of it's hard to try to figure out, but you should notice that in the middle of it is a bunch of smoke from cannons and firearms that are being used. Also, as these empires are expanding, they're using the talents of the groups that are conquering. Remember, the Mongols were very famous for this and were very adept at it. And these other empires are doing the same thing. If you had a certain talent that helped the empire, then they were going to use you to do that. So on the one hand, they're using the talents of the people they're conquering, but they're also trying to appease them and keep them happy as well. One of the things that emperors always worry about is, of course, internal revolts, as we'll see here in a second. And then they also are able to control all the major trade routes. You know, going back to our map here, notice these empires are lined up right along the major parts of the Silk Road. They border the Indian Ocean or the trade routes that are there. The Ottomans are kind of on the outskirts of the Sahara Desert trade and the growing trade in the Mediterranean as well. Well, if you control the trade routes, as we talked about before, you can tax all the goods that are going back and forth across your routes. That means more money for the government. That of course means more power, buy more weapons, you continue to expand your territory. All right, so how do they keep control of it? Okay, it's one thing to take the territory, conquer people, win battles and all that, but then how do you keep control over time? And actually, if you notice here, a lot of it's very similar techniques. Okay? For example, I told you recruitment of elites, people that are experts in different fields, that can govern, that can lead militaries. If you think about with firearms, you need to have a very well-structured government bureaucracy. You need to keep recordings of everything that you have. You need to keep records of it. And if you're going to create firearms and cannons, well, you need engineers to come up with designs. You need blacksmiths to create the actual cannons. You need accountants to make sure you got enough cannonballs and bullets and all that. So again, you take the talents of the people that you've conquered and use them to help build up that bureaucracy of the government. One example of this in the Ottoman Empire is a policy known as detriment. And if you're not familiar with this, you know, inside the Ottoman Empire, as they especially expanded into the southeastern parts of Europe, you have a large population of Christians and Jews in that area. So there were times when the Ottoman army would go into a village that was predominantly Christian, and they would round up all the young boys in this village, sometimes ages like 9, 10, 11, 12, and they would look for the ones that are the most talented, the smartest, the strongest, etc. And they would take those kids from the village, bring them back to the capital, educate them, train them in the military, and a lot of times these kids would rise up the ranks and end up becoming very important members of the Sultan's court or very important leaders in the military or in the government bureaucracy, which meant for these kids, you know, if you think about it, a lot of money, a lot of power, a lot of prestige. So it's kind of this weird situation when you think about it, because on the one hand, your kid family, obviously that's a really terrible thing, right? But it's also one of the few ways that kids in these villages could make their way up the economic and social ladder. Because as we've talked about before, through most of history, especially including this time, if your dad was a poor farmer in southeastern Europe, then you're probably going to end up being a poor farmer in southeastern Europe. But if you're recruited by the army and taken, that could lead to possible, again, power, money, prestige, etc. So the really weird part of this is that obviously parents didn't want their kids taken away, but there were some that were in some ways okay with it because they realized the possibilities for their kids. Now, by the way, can I just take a quick aside here as a parent, just give you a little bit of advice. Once you're done watching this video, you're going to walk out of your room, your parents are going to ask, hey, how's the video, what you learned? And please, by all means, share with them what you learned today. That is important. But if you start talking about detriment, don't ask them if they would want you to be taken by the army or if they would fight to keep you, because if you ask them and they answer, you're going to be mad at them either way. Because either they're going to say, oh no, we fight to keep you, and you get mad because that would keep you from a life of wealth and power, or they're going to say, yes, we want a better life for you, we would definitely send you with the army, in which case you'll get mad at them and tell them that, you know, they don't love you and all that. I don't want any fights in your house tonight, okay? You guys spend a lot of time with people in your house right now, so keep everything civil. Don't ask them what they would do because you don't want to know the answer, okay? Just kind of let sleeping dogs lie on that one. Okay, also, tax collection. I mentioned already, you have to have an efficient bureaucracy if you're going to rule over a large area. If the emperor's going to put out some edict or law, everyone in the area has to know about it. Remember, this is obviously in a time before mass communication. You can't just watch it on TV or read it in newspaper. So you have to have government offices all through the empire. You got to keep records of everything. Going back also, we were talking about taxes a second ago. If you're going to tax everything that comes through in your trade routes, well, you have to know what's coming through on your trade routes. Also remember, this is the time period when emperors in the Ming dynasty were forcing Chinese citizens to pay their taxes in silver. It creates a big demand for silver in East Asia. That eventually is going to lead to global silver trade starting in South America and traveling all the way to East Asia. We'll get into all that next week. But then again, the thing you have to consider with empires and trying to control the people in an empire, as we said already, by definition, an empire is going to have multiple cultures, religions, languages within their border. And sometimes that can keep you hard to keep control. Remember, if everybody had the same religious beliefs, it's easy to keep control. The emperor gets up there and says, hey, God or the gods told me that they want this for the country, so we're all going to do it. And everyone says, yeah, we agree because we all have the same religious beliefs. But if you don't all have the same religious beliefs, it gets a lot tougher for the government. So governments also use monumental architecture. We have seen this so many times in history. Emperors and kings spending insane amounts of money to build giant palaces and temples to show off their power. And it works. Remember, the ancient Egyptian pharaohs were building pyramids to show off their power. And it works in this time period as well. The Mughal emperors were responsible for building the Taj Mahal in India. Or if you think about Louis XIV and others, some of these other monarchs of Europe, building the Palace of Versailles. Again, monumental architecture shows off your power. Now, I've talked a little bit about religion through here, but religion really kind of is a central part in empires trying to gain power and then keep it. Because again, if you're an emperor over an area with a large population with diverse religious beliefs, what do you do about religious toleration? Do you allow everyone to kind of continue their same religious traditions and ceremonies? Do you crack down on that? Do you force the people of your area to convert to your religion? It's something that emperors have to deal with. So the Mughal Empire, for example, remember again, we're talking about a Muslim empire that is taking over South Asia, which of course is predominantly Hindu. So the Muslim minority group has taken over the Hindu majority. Emperor Akbar is probably the most famous of the Mughal emperors. There's a picture of him on the right, meeting with some Jesuit missionaries from Europe. And the Jesuits were that Catholic group that were really big on spreading Catholicism. But Akbar took the route of religious toleration of like, look, Muslims are a minority in this country, Hindus are a majority. We need to keep the Hindu people on our side. So allow them to continue with their celebrations and festivals. Because again, the one thing emperors worry worry about is revolutions inside their borders. And Akbar knew that if you want to keep people happy, allow them to keep their religious beliefs. Now, that was under Akbar. Later on in Mughal history, we have another emperor, Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb took pretty much the opposite route. Aurangzeb was very staunchly Muslim and felt as if the people of India not necessarily needed to convert. He wasn't looking for mass conversion of everyone in India to turn Muslim, but he did start passing laws based on Islamic morality. So ban certain types of music, dancing, drinking, things like that. And you see the people of South Asia starting to turn on the Mughal emperor. Now, I'm not saying that there was a big revolt. It wasn't like the Mughals were overthrown by the people of India. But jumping ahead a little bit, remember the British are about to show up in India. When the British show up, they notice that the people of South Asia are really not super loyal to the Mughals, because Aurangzeb's reign ends just as the British are appearing on the scene. And so it's easier for the British then to take over because the people of South Asia are not that loyal to the Mughal leaders. Or also think about the Ottoman Empire, especially as it expands into Europe. The Ottomans expand into the Anatolia Peninsula, which is today Turkey. A lot of people there convert to Islam, especially after the fall of Constantinople in 1453. But as the Ottomans continue to expand into the Balkans and southeastern Europe, you don't really see mass conversions of Christians and Jews. Most of them still remain Christians and Jews. But the Ottoman Empire begins to allow them to continue worshiping as they want. Didn't have very strict laws on Christians and Jews. In fact, Christians and Jews were not treated equally as Muslims in the Ottoman Empire. They did have a lot of, pretty important rights there in the Ottoman Empire. And so when it comes to conversion of the conquered people, you see some. Again, there were some in the Anatolia Peninsula who converted to Islam, but it's not like we see in the Americas. Remember, we'll talk about this next week. When the Spanish and Portuguese, later the British and French arrived in the Americas, you see mass forced conversions of Native Americans. You don't really see that. These empires are expanding in Asia. There are some, and there's some people who converted to Islam to help kind of move up the social or economic ladder, but not the mass types of conversions you expect to see. But you also do see religion playing a major role in conflict between empires. Remember I said a second ago, if you think about the Ottomans, the Safavids, and the Mughals, they're all Muslim empires. So you would think that they would all be cool with each other and be allies, but that's really not the case, because the Ottoman Empire was the main Sunni empire in the world, and the Safavids were the main Shia Muslim empire in the world. Now, if you remember, the split between Sunnis and Shias in Islam begins pretty early on in Islamic history. After the death of Muhammad, the question becomes who's going to take over the Islamic faith, who's going to be the leader of all Muslims. And the thing is, by this point in history, there isn't like a leader of all Muslims. That's just not a thing. Like in the Catholic Church, you have the Pope. Everybody knows the Pope is in charge of all Catholics, but there's not a position like that for Muslims. So this issue over who should be the successor to Muhammad that Sunnis and Shias started fighting over late in the 600s, well, it's not an issue anymore. It's a moot point. But here's what you got to remember about religious conflicts. It's not always about the religious beliefs. It's about identity. If I start to think of myself as one religious identity and you're a different religious identity, well, then we are different. And then that is going to cause conflict, because that's caused conflict throughout the world. So tomorrow, Smith is going to talk about the Protestant Reformation and the conflicts between Catholics and Protestants in Europe. And he's also going to talk about this Sunni Shia split as well. So I don't want to get too far into it. But when identities develop, that's when the conflict occurs. For Shias, their identity, they see themselves as the minority group in Islam. And through most of history, they have it. These days, if you look at Muslims around the world, around give or take 80% of Muslims are Sunni, and about 20% give or take are Shia. And Shias have always seen themselves as the oppressed minority group. And again, it continues on into today. If you're trying to understand issues in the modern Middle East, you have to understand the Sunni Shia split through history. Because these days, Iran is still mainly Shia, Saudi Arabia is mainly Sunni, and that's led to a lot of conflicts between the two countries. All right, so let's practice a little contextualizations. I told y'all we talk about contextualization today. This is a document that was written by a European. He was the ambassador from the Holy Roman Empire, remember that kind of part of Central Europe. He was the ambassador to the Ottoman Empire. So take a second. I want you to kind of read over this passage, and I want you to think about the historical context of this particular passage and this particular document. All right. So what I'd like for you now is to pause the video, take a couple minutes, read over it, jot down some ideas about context. When you're ready, unpause me, and we will talk about the answers. All right. Ready? Pause. All right. If I asked you for contextualization of this document, there are several things that you could talk about. You could bring up the policy of Deschamais that we talked about earlier. You could talk about the fact that even in lower levels of the government in the Ottoman Empire, you see Christians and Jews serving along Muslims in the Ottoman Empire. You could talk about the fact that you have this Muslim empire that is trying to govern over a non-Muslim population of Christians and Jews. All of those things are happening around this document. But notice that they are directly related to the argument of the document, because the argument is talking about how the Ottoman government and the Sultan only hire the best people. It's not about what family you're born into. It's about how talented you are. And again, you see Christians and Muslims and Jews all working as part of the Ottoman Empire. So any of those things would be perfect to talk about with contextualization of this document. Now, things that I would not mention, I wouldn't talk about the growth of the Ottoman Empire, because this letter was written towards the end of the 1500s. So we're talking about over almost 100 years after the fall of Constantinople. So the Ottoman Empire has been pretty well established by this point. I wouldn't talk about the fall of the Ottoman Empire in the 20th century after World War I, because, okay, yes, they're talking about the Ottomans, but that doesn't really have a direct connection to this document right here. Remember, context has to have a direct connection to the topic. So if you saw a document like this on the AP test, you can talk about historical situation. That's what we call contextualization when you're only talking about one document. You can call it historical situation. That's one way to source the document. Because remember, on the AP test, you need to source a couple of documents by talking about purpose, audience, point of view, or historical situation. So if you can do that for these documents, that'll help get you points on the DBQ rubric. All right, so let's summarize what we've done today. Like I said, we talked about land empires. We're going to talk about maritime empires, mainly Europeans in the Americas next week. But we're going to see that they face a lot of the same problems. Again, how do you govern a group of people that don't share your same religion, culture, language, etc. But we're going to see some, let's just say, different methods chosen in the Americas. But then we also talked about contextualization and historical situation. Again, if I say contextualization, we're usually talking about the entire essay. From a historical situation, that's usually only for one document. But again, they're pretty much the same thing. What is going on in the world or the region that is impacting either the document or the topic of the essay or the prompt? But again, it has to directly relate to it. Remember the analogy I gave when we talked about contextualization last time? Think about the previously on part of a television show. Before the show starts, they say previously on, and they show you scenes from several different episodes. But all of that is setting up what you're about to see in that episode. You don't go through the entire history of the show. You only show things that are relevant, that are directly connected to either the document or to the topic of the essay. All right, so I'd like for you to practice that tonight. I've given you a prompt down here at the bottom talking about belief systems. And what I'd like for you to do is kind of what we did at the beginning, where I just want you to brainstorm as many possible topics as you could talk about if you're going to contextualize this entire essay. Okay, just make a list of 4 or 5 things, or as many as you can. And then what I want you to do is to take some of your top ideas from that brainstorm and actually write out a paragraph of context. And notice this note that I put here. This is important. If you come up with, let's say, 5 different things that you could talk about contextualization, please don't list off all 5 of those things in your paragraph. Because if you're doing that, you're not contextualizing. You're just making a grocery list of things that are happening in the time period. Instead, I pick your best 1 or maybe 2 ideas and expand on those, get some details for those, blow those up into a full paragraph. Then you've got good, solid contextualization. All right, today's Thursday, which means tomorrow is Friday. It'll be our last review session of the week. Smith will be here for you. I will see y'all on Monday, but since I won't see y'all before the weekend, have a good weekend. Take care.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another live stream lesson with AP World History Modern. We're here today to talk about the consequences, both cultural and environmental, of long-distance trade connections. Just a quick reminder, I'm Chad Smith. I'm a World History Modern teacher in Irving, Texas at MacArthur High School. Before we dig into today's lesson and activities, let's take a moment, and go over your question from Mr. Logerow yesterday. A reminder that these skills are incredibly important as you prepare for the AP World History test. If you remember, you'll have a 45-minute DBQ. You'll have 1 question to answer. And in that question, you'll have 5 documents, but at least one of the documents will be a picture, map, chart, or graph. So you'll need to be able to rely on a picture and the description of that picture in order to be successful on the DBQ. So take a moment here and look at the picture, the first picture that was on the questions that Mr. Logerow sent you yesterday. It says identify one way that image 1 illustrates an effect of Mongol rule in Eurasia. When looking at this picture, it's very difficult to see much of what's happening at all. You can see that maybe somebody is speaking and somebody is maybe working with some sort of paper or some sort of tabulations. You can see that there are people watching and listening. But one of the most important things when it comes to pictures is that you actually take time to read the descriptions is given to you. So this description tells us that the illustration shows astronomers employed by the Mongol Khans of Persia making calculations, charting their observations, and using astronomical instruments. So that's important because now we know that they've gotten all of these things, if they're in Persia, from different parts of the world. So the image shows that the Mongol Empire promoted scientific learning. It's difficult to see that from the image itself, but that's very clear in the description of the image, where it says that the astronomers doing scientific work here were specifically employed by the rulers, the Mongol Khans, the rulers of the Persian region of the Mongol Empire. The image shows that Mongols facilitated cultural contact and exchange. Much of the technology that they're using comes from other parts of the world other than the Mongols, and specifically other than the Middle East. So that's important to understanding the fact that they're using cross-cultural connections or their interactions with people as they've expanded throughout most of Eurasia, or most of Asia. The image shows that rulers of the Mongol dynasty encouraged the development of learning and technology. Again, it's difficult to see this specifically in the image. However, it's clear by reading the description that the Mongol rulers were the ones who employed the people doing this scholarship and this scholarly work. Question B asks you a question about the purpose of the author, or the purpose of the inclusion of this manuscript in, as it says down there, in a world history manuscript produced for the Mongol court. What would be the purpose of doing that? Remember, if you can analyze two of the documents on your DBQ by understanding the historical situation of the document, the intended audience of the document, the purpose of the author, or the point of view of the author, and taking those things and showing how one of them impacts the understanding of the document or impacts the understanding of your argument, then you'll be able to earn 2 points on the DBQ. 1 point for doing that source analysis once, and 2 points for doing that source analysis twice. So here's some potential responses to why this image would be included in a manuscript produced for the Mongol court. The image was likely included in the manuscript in order to demonstrate the cultural sophistication of the Mongols. If this is meant to be a history for the Mongol court for anyone to understand who the Mongols are, this could counterbalance the charges of brutality by demonstrating how sophisticated the Mongols were. It also could be included to glorify the Mongol rule, which of course that glorification comes from the sophistication of the scholarship taking place. Another reason is that the image was included in the manuscript was to boost the legitimacy of the Ilkhan Mongol court in the eyes of the Persian Muslim elites. We've recently learned about how the Islamic State was well known for spreading information and innovation and technology around its empire, and so the Mongols would be able to increase their legitimacy by demonstrating that same emphasis and that same concern for education and innovation and technology. The final question asks us to look at a second picture. Just like the first picture, it's important that we take time to look at the description as well. This says, explain one way that image 2 illustrates the spread of scientific knowledge in the period before 1450. How does this show the spread of scientific knowledge? Well, first of all, the illustration shows the various stages of a physician's visit with a patient. And it tells us at the top that the illustration from a Hebrew translation of the Canon of Medicine, a Muslim medical text, which means that if it's a Muslim medical text, it wouldn't originally be written in Hebrew. The translation was produced by a Jewish scholar at the court of the Christian kings of Sicily, which is in Europe and Italy, around 1250 CE. So how does this show the spread of scientific knowledge? Well, there's several ways that we can go about answering that question. The image illustrates that scientific knowledge in the period before 1450 was encouraged by cross-cultural exchanges, such as the interaction between Jews, Christians, and Muslims. The fact that the Canon of Medicine was produced by a Muslim scholar and translated by a Jewish scholar in Sicily, that's Italy, shows that scientific knowledge from the Islamic world spread to the other religious communities in the Mediterranean world. I should say that's modern-day Italy. It's not Italy as we know it in 1250. Finally, the image shows that transfers of scientific knowledge in this period took place at the courts of rulers and can be assumed with the patronage of support of rulers. So one reminder before we go on with this today is that these are not the only acceptable answers. So please take some time to give your answers to your own teachers and ask your teachers for feedback so that you can know if what you said makes any sense. All right, let's take a moment and read a new document today. And in this document, at the bottom of the screen, you have some instructions. I want you to look for evidence of cross-cultural interactions. Take a moment just to think about what that means. Cross-cultural, so different cultures coming across one another. Interactions, what happens as a result of those connections. So I'm going to give you about 2 minutes, and in these 2 minutes, I want you to read the document and look for evidence of cross-cultural interactions. A little bit less than a minute to continue reading the document and look for evidence of cross-cultural interactions. All right, let's look at the document together. So first of all, there's lots of evidence of cross-cultural interaction just by looking at the list of different kinds of goods. If you don't know for sure, I'll let you know that Sumatra is in the Southeast Asian region. Is in Southeast Asia, excuse me. So that means that when you're looking at the Indian Ocean, the Sumatra is in those islands down in the southern part of the southeastern part of the Indian Ocean trade network. So goods like Indian aloe and Chinese gold are all goods that have come to this region of Sumatra in Southeast Asia as a result of trade or cross-cultural interaction. Another reality is that there's a sultan there, and we've learned over the last few days that sultan is a specific term used to describe one of many specific terms used to describe a ruler who is Muslim and ruling a Muslim or theocratic empire. So the sultan was the person who was in charge here, which means that Islam has reached Southeast Asia, and so the spread of Islam into this region is another example of cross-cultural interactions. In the second paragraph, we see horses that are embroidered in silk. Neither of those two things, horses nor silk, are native to Southeast Asia, and both have been brought to the region through trade. As have golden anklets. Gold not coming from Southeast Asia, but most likely coming from Africa. Now, you notice that I highlighted the last phrase of the second paragraph in a different color. It says, it is not possible to sail to China at all times of the year. At this point, if I had the opportunity to interact with you, I'd give you bonus points for telling me why the author here, Ibn Battuta, said that. But since I can't ask you to interact with me and give you bonus points, I'll just tell you or remind you about the significance of monsoon winds in the Indian Ocean trade network, and that they could only sail in certain directions for certain parts of the year because they were so dependent on the monsoon winds. Let's take a minute and get into what we're going to actually talk about today. Today's lessons and activity are all going to focus on the idea that long-distance trade moves more than just manufactured goods. As a matter of fact, trade is almost never just about the goods that are being exchanged. So take about 90 seconds, and I want you to brainstorm. What does this mean? If long-distance trade moves more than just manufactured goods, what else could long-distance trade be moving? I'll give you about 90 seconds to write down as much as you can. Actually, let's just go with 60 seconds to write down as much as you can, and then I'll tell you some of my ideas. Okay, so here's some of my thoughts. Long-distance trade moves more than just manufactured goods. It also helps move people. When people move from place to place, they interact with one another, and those interactions lead to the movement of customs and traditions, languages, religious beliefs, and science and innovation. As people interact with one another and trade goods and learn about one another, these things, these ideas, they all spread along with the manufactured goods. Another thing that moves are animals. Animals move from place to place just like people do, and that means that along with animal movement come disease and introducing new animals in new regions, just like we saw the introduction of horses in Southeast Asia. Another reality is that plants or crops often move along with manufactured goods as well, and this means that there's a new biodiversity in new regions. And sometimes, even though certain crops aren't native to a region, they can excel and really change the way that the economy and agriculture work in that region. And this always means one thing. More food always means more people. When there's biodiversity and increase in biodiversity and new crops are able to grow in new regions, you can guarantee that that's going to lead to a major increase in the population. Let's take some time and look at some specific examples of these things that we've been addressing. One of the most famous examples of the spread of religion is when Buddhism spread from South Asia or India to China along the Silk Roads. And just like much, I don't know what I'm saying. It's also important to note that religion, when it spreads, it also often changes. The ideas of Buddhism changed as it moved to China. One of the most famous examples is the idea that Buddhism in India and Buddha himself, never really wanted to be worshipped as a god. But by the time Buddhism had spread to China, Buddha had become worshipped as a godlike creature. Chinese Buddhism is often referred to as Zen Buddhism, and it also brings in characteristics and ideas of Taoism. This is called syncretism, or syncretic religious development, when two religious concepts from two different places mix together because of diffusion or the spread of those religions and help develop new religious concepts. We'll learn about this soon. We've reviewed this before, but we're going to continue learning about this, especially as we move into units 3 and 4 and talk about even greater connections as a result of the connection of the two hemispheres after 1450. Another example of syncretism in China as a result of the introduction of Buddhism there is the Neo-Confucianism. See, when Buddhism started to come to China, particularly before the year 1200, it was very, very popular. But after the year 1200, there was a major resurgence of Confucianism. But this Confucianism incorporated some elements of Taoism and Buddhism, which made it a more personal understanding of Confucianism. This type of Confucianism was called Neo-Confucianism. As a result of trade, particularly trade in the Indian Ocean trade network, both Hinduism and Buddhism, two South Asian religions, spread into major regions of Southeast Asia. Here's a Southeast Asian temple that has artwork that tributes to both Muslim and Hindu, I don't know what I'm saying, that tributes both Hindu and Buddhist religious and cultural concepts. Of course, it's a pretty modern picture, and today at this temple, Buddhism is practiced, as you can see some young scholars here in the photograph. As a result of trade, Islam spread all across Afro-Eurasia. Islam, remember, is a religion that was started by a man who was a member of a family that was deeply involved in long-distance trade, and a society that was heavily reliant on long-distance trade. So Islam spread across the trans-Saharan trade route into sub-Saharan Africa, particularly with the creation of the Mali Empire and the major trade network city. Remember we said the other day that trade builds cities, and one of the great examples of trade building major cities is Timbuktu. Here you can see a mosque in Western Africa in Timbuktu. Another example is the Swahili city-states along the eastern coast of Africa. The creation of the Swahili language and the Swahili customs that were syncretic developments of East African beliefs and Arabic beliefs from the Islamic people. Islam spread into South Asia, where it became very popular as a result of the fact that it was a universalizing religion. Universalizing religion means it's a religion for everybody. And Hinduism, the most dominant religion of South Asia, was a religion that, while for everybody, put people into certain categories. And for a lot of people, they were put into categories called untouchable, categories that diminish them and oppress them to lower statuses in society. And so Islam was a way for them to escape from that. Urdu is an example of a syncretic language that developed as a result of the spread of Islam and Arabic into the region. Islam also spread into Southeast Asia. You can see a mosque here in the Strait of Malacca, where not in the Strait of Malacca, but in the Malacca Empire, the Sultanate of Malacca, where many diasporic communities developed. Remember we talked about diaspora 2 days ago. Diaspora is when a large group of people break off or leave, or oftentimes are forced to leave, but they migrate away from their homeland and into new lands. They become small minority communities. So there's many diasporas throughout world history, and one of the most commonly understood ones is a mostly voluntary diaspora of merchant communities developing around the Indian Ocean trade network. But not all diasporas are voluntary. Another reality is the spread of science and technology takes place as a result of long distance trade. One of the most commonly recognized examples of this is Chinese papermaking and printing techniques traveled all the way to Europe along the Silk Roads. Another famous example of this is the spread of maritime technology such as the compass, the Lattian sail, and the rudder. But the most famous example of the spread of science and technology as a result of trade is the expansion of gunpowder, and how gunpowder became used as different groups of people for different ways. You can see here one of the first images or understandings of gunpowder, seeing it as a meteor going against the wind. Another reality of long distance trade is that crop spread. This meant that new crops could be grown in new regions. One of the most famous examples of the spread of crops leading to biodiversity in new regions is the spread of champa rice from Vietnam to China. Champa rice was a new strain or variety of rice that had not yet been grown in China. And champa rice was both resistant to flood and drought. That meant if there was too much water or not enough water or the just right amount of water, champa rice could still grow and produce an agricultural yield. So not only that, but champa rice was a very fast-growing grain, And because of that, they could actually harvest 2 yields a year. That means they could get twice as much rice, and it was less vulnerable to the rest of the world, to the environmental problems. That was an extraordinary change for the economy and the agriculture of China. Like we said at the beginning of this discussion, that led to massive population growth throughout China. Another example was the introduction of bananas into sub-Saharan Africa. Bananas came to sub-Saharan Africa from Southeast Asia, were an important introduction to the regions, and allowed for greater migration of a group of people in Africa known as the Bantu. I think at this point in our time of staying home and not going to school or not going to the park or not going to our concerts, I just missed my Kesha concert. I think at this point in our stay-at-home journey, we have a very firm understanding of how connections between people can help lead to the spread of the disease. One of the most famous examples of long-distance trade leading to the spread of disease is what's known as the Black Death or the Black Plague, which spread in the 1300s all the way from China to Europe. The Black Death spread in many ways because of the security of the Mongol Empire, and also because of long-distance trade that took place from China along the Silk Roads and all the way into Europe. In the 1300s, particularly 1347 and 1348, the Black Death was its deadliest in Europe, where it killed up to 50% of the population in many places there. Okay, let's take a minute and go over what we've discussed so far today. So this realization is key to understanding everything we've discussed today. Long-distance trade moves more than manufactured goods. Long-distance trade moves people. And when people move from place to place, they speak to one another. They get to know one another. They ask each other questions. This leads to the development of customs and traditions spreading, science and innovation spreading, languages, and even religious beliefs. As a matter of fact, one of the most common traveling companion for a merchant was a missionary. Another reality of long-distance trade is that animals move from place to place. And when animals move, oftentimes animals carry diseases with them, such as the Black Plague, which moved through rats and fleas and animals, and also through human connections as a result of long-distance trade from China all the way to Europe. Finally, the reality of plants and crops moving from place to place, and that sometimes, even though plants aren't specifically native to a region, they can thrive in that region and radically change the economic prosperity for the people there. So these are the cultural and economic consequences of connectivity. In other words, these are the effects of long-distance trade, and these are the things other than manufactured goods that move around as a result of trade. Here's an opportunity for you to practice. See, one of the things we haven't yet discussed today is that in addition to long-distance trade merchants, there were also several people who traveled and wrote back home to describe the new cities and show what they've learned as they moved around the world. You've actually read from 2 of the most significant and recognized travelers of the period 1200 to 1450. In the last few days, you've read documents written by Marco Polo, an Italian traveler who managed to move all the way to China, and Ibn Battuta, an African Muslim who moved around the Islamic Empire and again was able to possibly travel all the way to China. So your homework for tonight is in your Google folder, which you can find in the description of this video here below. In the description of the video below, you go to the Google Drive, then you go into the review folder, and you find 2.5 and 2.6 homework reading. Quickly, I'd like to remind everybody, please don't ask for permission to edit the documents that we've placed in the drive. The way for you to work with the documents that we've placed in the drive is for you to make a copy yourself and move that copy into your drive. If it's not possible for you to do that, it may be because you're using an account like my students. My students have Gmail accounts provided to them through Irving Independent School District, but they can't make copies of what we post in the drive because there's rules with the way Irving ISD is set up the Google Drive. So it's likely that your Google has your own district, if you're using a student email account, that your own district has created limitations as well to keep you from interacting with people outside of your district. So you cannot have access or permission to the documents, but you can make a copy and move that copy into your own drive. So in this document, you're going to have rather long excerpts, certainly longer than what you'll get on a DBQ. one excerpt is from Marco Polo, and it's describing some of his travels, and the other excerpt is from Ibn Battuta, also describing some of his travels. I want you to read both of these excerpts, even though they're a little bit longer than a document-based question, and I want you to look for similarities in the way the two travelers described the places they visit. What were some similar ways in which these two travelers described the new places they visit? Okay, everyone, thank you so much for sticking around with us today and continuing to work through our live streams. I hope that you're learning a lot, reviewing a lot, and getting opportunity to practice the skills you're going to need on your DBQ that you're taking on May 21st. Remember, the AP World History test is on May 21st. It's at 1 p.m. Central Time. So if you live anywhere from Dallas to Chicago, you're taking the test at 1 p.m. If you live on the East Coast, you're taking the test at 2 p.m. And if you live on the West Coast, then you're taking the test at 11 a.m. If you're not sure when you take the test based off your own time codes, make sure you ask your teacher, because everyone around the world, all 350-odd thousand students who are taking the AP World History test, are going to take it at the exact same time. Thank you everyone for watching, and I hope you have a great day. Mr. Lozier will be back with you tomorrow to begin discussing the period 1450 to 1750.
Hey everybody, it's Tuesday. Welcome to AP World History Modern. My name is Mason Lozier, coming to you from Pflugerville, Texas, in the Austin area. In fact, look, I'm even repping the P today for my Panthers, and it is good to see y'all. Hope everybody's doing good. Everything's going well right here in Austin, except I need a haircut. And I know I can't see my hair because it's really short, but for me, this is really, really long, and I need a haircut. And I don't know what to do about that right now, but hopefully we'll figure that out soon. All right, let's talk about what we're doing today. Today is Mongol Day. Now, I've been accused by some of my students in the past of possibly overhyping the importance of the Mongols in world history. But to be honest, I don't think there's any way to overhype it because they are really that important. So we really need to focus today, though, especially on how they changed the trade routes of Afro-Eurasia. So thinking about those trade routes that Smith talked with y'all yesterday about, the Silk Road, Indian Ocean trade, what did the Mongols end up doing with that? What are things that continue and stay the same? What are things that change, especially with those trade routes? Okay, so before we get into that, let's think about what you should already know. You should already know about the major government systems that we've been talking about the last week or so. So of course, you've got the Song Dynasty in China. You've got those major caliphates in the Islamic world. You've got kind of feudalism system and decentralized government in Europe. You should know about the major trade routes, like I said, that Smith talked about yesterday. Okay, you should know all that, and you should be good, but then you gotta realize that's all about to change because, yes, the Mongols are about to mess everything up, okay? But we're gonna go beyond just the whole Mongols killing a lot of people thing. We're really gonna focus, like I said, on how they change these trade routes and how they change life and economics and governance in Afro-Eurasia. All right, before we do that, let's get into last night's homework that Smith gave you yesterday. Now, y'all were looking at a DBQ that actually, if you remember, on Friday, at the end of Friday's lesson, I gave you that homework over the weekend where I said come up with a thesis statement and for bonus points, come up with a couple of claims that you can make in this DBQ with these 5 documents. And so then last night, Smith had y'all write out those body paragraphs. So you should have written 2 body paragraphs, one for each of the 2 claims. Now, just a quick aside here. I know that a lot of teachers, including myself, tell students when they're writing an essay, you want 3 claims, 3 body paragraphs. And for a DBQ, that usually works really well. Let's not forget the changes to this year's test. It's only 45 minutes instead of the usual 60 minutes or so you get for DBQ. There's only 5 documents as opposed to the usual 7. So for this year's DBQ, I think if you have 2 claims and 2 solid body paragraphs, I think you're in a pretty good spot. Don't feel like you have to stretch it out to 3. 2 should be fine for this. Okay, take a second, kind of read over what Smith wrote here. As again, a possible answer. This, if yours is not exactly like this, that's totally fine. Please make sure you're talking to your teacher and getting some feedback from them about the work that you're doing here on these videos. But here the claim is Christians and Muslims both agree that merchants are a central part of the economy. So we have a similarity between the views of Christians and Muslims. And so Smith took documents 1, 4, and 5, put them together to show the similarity. Now I thought Smith brought up an excellent point yesterday, so especially when you're thinking about similarities and differences. If you're having to compare and contrast something in an essay, you're not going to find a similarity or difference from just one document. You got to use at least 2 documents, and he does this here. If you notice, documents 1 and 4 are from a Christian point of view, showing that merchants are a central part of the economy, and then document 5 from an Islamic point of view, also showing that merchants are an essential part of the economy. So all 3 documents together prove that historical claim. So notice here, remember on this essay, you're going to have 5 documents. You have to use at least 4 of them to support your claim. And he's already used 3 in this nice well-written paragraph, so he's almost there. The second one is another similarity, which by the way, totally cool. If you're doing a compare and contrast essay and you've got 2 similarities or 2 differences, you're totally fine. If you're doing continuity change, you've got just continuities or just changes, that is fine as well. But here, he has a similarity that Christians and Muslims agree merchants should be honest in their dealings. And again, he's got 2 documents this time. Document 2 from a Christian, document 3 from a Muslim, and they're showing again that similarity. Okay, so it's a very quick and easy way to write those documents, and now he's used all 5 documents to support 2 different claims, and that is great. By the way, I get a question a lot from my students, and I've heard from other students around the country as well, is that are you allowed to use the same document for 2 different claims? So because notice here, Smith used 1, 3, and 4, sorry, 1, 4, and 5 in this one, and then 2 and 3 in this. So he didn't double up with any documents. But you are certainly welcome to do that. If document 4, for example, supports this claim and this claim, then by all means, talk about it twice. You're welcome to do that. But remember, if you talk about document 4 here and then talk about another part of it here, you do not get credit for using 2 documents because you've only used 1. You've only used document 4. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Don't think you can talk about it twice and get credit for using 2 documents. That's not how this rubric works. But remember, you've got to use at least 4 documents to support a claim. But you guys, you're going to use all 5 documents to support your claim. That way, in case you mess up on one, and there's always every time there's a DBQ, there's always that kind of one weird, wonky document that just doesn't seem to make sense or fit in there. But you're going to try that one anyway. And hey, if you mess up on it, that's fine because you've already used the other 4 correctly. So you're good to go. You're going to get the points for using 4 documents to support your argument. So please make sure you use all the documents. I hate to see it when grading AP tests, the AP reading, where a student uses 6 documents. Back in the old, we use 6 out of 7. Use 6, mess up on 1, it's only got 5 correct, and doesn't get that point. So make sure you're using all the documents. Also, one other thing that Smith did here, and it's kind of a small thing, but it can make a difference, is he's putting the document numbers in the paragraph. I'm just going to tell you a little trick of the trade here. Okay, when readers are grading these, it makes their life so much easier when you put the document numbers there. You are welcome to refer to the documents by the author's name. Like here he says Thomas Aquinas. You can put the title of the document. That's totally fine. But if you would please, it helps the readers out to put the document number in there somewhere. You can even put it like in parentheses after you're done talking about it. That's totally fine too. It just kind of helps the reader see it that you're talking about. Now, technically, you can never mention the number 2, but if you talk about Thomas Aquinas, this the reader will know you're talking about document 2, and yes, you will get credit for it. But it makes the reader's job a whole lot easier to put the document number. It puts them in a good frame of mind, and you want them happy when they're reading your essay. The same kind of goes for spelling and grammar. Notice on the rubric it says nothing about spelling and grammar. You are not going to lose points if you put a comma in the wrong place. But just keep in mind, the readers of the AP test do not know who you are. Your name is not on your test. They don't know how smart you are. They don't know how hard you've worked this year in this class. Show them how smart you are and show them how hard you've worked by using good grammar and spelling, and it'll help you on your exam, I promise. Okay, let's do a warm up for today. And what I'd like for you to do is there's a link down below me right there. You might have to click the see more button. It's titled Access Helpful Resources here. And it's a link to a Google Drive that we set up. In there, you've got copies of all the PowerPoints we've done over the last couple of weeks. You've got copies of some of the homework we've done. And under the review files, so make sure you click on review files, there's a document called CCOT Review Chart. Now, I'll give you a second to download it. If you want to go ahead and pause me now, that might be a good idea because I'm about to start talking about it. Pause me until you got downloaded. If you want to print it out, great. That way you can write on it. If you want to have it in front of you and then jot some notes on a piece of paper, that's totally fine too. But go ahead and title it Eurasia from 1200 to 1450 because that's kind of what we're looking at today. Is the continuities and changes brought about by the Mongols from 1200 to 1450. And really, we're only going to look at the first page of this today. I gave you both because I feel like this chart could help you as you're studying for this test and as you're reviewing and as you're trying to organize all your information. Because remember, this year's test, you are allowed to use your notes, but you only have 45 minutes to write this DBQ. That does not give you a lot of time, very little time at all, to go through all the notes that you've written this year. You probably need to organize and simplify your notes. And using a chart like this, I think could actually help you. So today I want to practice using this. If it works well for you, great. Make some more of these charts for other time periods and other regions. And you don't need to put a ton of detail into it. Put main ideas, put main events. That'll help jog your memory if there happens to be a DBQ about that time period. All right, so hopefully this one you have downloaded. And if you would, we're only going to look at the first column right here, the one that says basic features at the beginning of the period. So take a couple minutes. You're going to want to pause me again. And I want you to just jot down some bullet point notes, maybe some technologies and innovations that are important in this time period, some cultural developments that we see in governance as well. So look back at your notes in the class, look at your textbook if you need, look back at the last couple of videos we've done. Because like I said, all this unit 1 stuff that Smith and I have been covering would fit perfectly here. So go ahead and pause me now. I'll give you a couple minutes. When you're ready, unpause, and we'll go over some answers. Ready? Pause. Okay, possible answers you could have put down. And by the way, there are a ton of things that you could have put down, but I focus on just a few because I know that we're about to look at the Mongols and I want to think about, what the Mongols affected. If you have other stuff, that's great too. Okay, big technologies of the time. Stirrups for horses. Yes, stirrups have been around after Eurasia already. But I mentioned that because, as you may remember, horses are kind of a big deal for the Mongols. The whole riding horses and bows and arrows and all that. Also remember that yes, gunpowder is being used in China this time period, but there are no firearms or cannons. Yes, okay, but we'll get to that later as well. As far as cultural developments go, we've talked a lot already over the last week about religions, especially on trade routes. We know that Buddhism has spread into East Asia from India into China essentially, but also into Japan, Korea, and other areas of East Asia. We know that Islam spread from the Arabian Peninsula into South Asia, Southeast Asia, North Africa, and really all over the Indian Ocean basin. And then Christianity in Europe. And we mentioned this the other day that at this point in history, you've got Roman Catholics mainly in Western Europe, you got Eastern Orthodox in Eastern Europe. Protestants are nothing yet; they're coming later. There are a few pockets of like Coptic Christians in Africa, but the large majority of Christians at this point in history are in Europe. And then when it comes to governments, we talked about all the big empires and kingdoms. Again, Song Dynasty, the Abbasid Caliphate in the Islamic world. Also, we haven't talked Russia yet because there's not really a Russia yet, but there is a small kingdom that is beginning to grow. That is eventually going to become Russia. That is out there. If you didn't put that in your chart, that's fine, because honestly, it's not a huge part of the story in 1200, but as we know, it's going to become a huge part of the story later on. And if you put something about decentralization or feudalism in Europe, that would be great as well. All right, so now we've kind of set up what are things looking like. Now we can start talking about the changes and the continuities from this time period. Put your chart off to the side for a while. We are going to come back to it though at the end of this lesson. All right, so what do you need to know about the Mongols? Oh, so many things. I wish we had several class periods to go over this, but I'm gonna have to kind of narrow it down a bit, sadly. But so we're not going to get into all of the gruesome ways that the Mongols invaded cities and killed lots of people and all that. But let's focus on the trade routes and all that sort of thing first. Okay, as far as who the Mongols are, remember that they are one of those nomadic groups from Central Asia. They're probably the most famous, but they're just one of many of them. And we know these nomadic groups have been really important through history, going back to ancient history so far. As we talked about in the last couple of videos, they are big in making sure that trade is continuing across Asia and also the transfer of knowledge across Asia. But the Mongols are being led by Genghis Khan. Now, if you look at the childhood of Genghis Khan, it doesn't seem like he'd be the type that would be able to unify the Mongols. Remember, his father was actually murdered by a rival clan when he was a young child. So his mother raised him. He returns back to his clan and is able to unify all the different Mongol tribes together, which no one had really ever done before. Through his sheer force of will and personality, he's able to unify the Mongols and then, of course, begin to grow this new Mongol empire. Okay, take time out here for a second. When I think about theories of history, I've never been a big believer in the idea of like the great man or great woman of history. A lot of times when we teach history, we talk about these like amazing men or women who changed the world for good and also for bad. There's been plenty of people that have done obviously very bad things in this world. But oftentimes when you look at those people's impact on the world, there's bigger forces at play than just one person. Take for example like the Wright brothers. Okay, the Wright brothers are given credit for inventing the airplane. But guys, there were plenty of people before the Wright brothers that were trying to work on flight, and the Wright brothers used all of their research and their ideas to build their first airplane. And of course, the Wright brothers model didn't fly for very long, so it took other scientists and engineers many years later to get modern aircraft like we know. So okay, yes, airplanes have definitely changed the way we live, no doubt about it. But the Wright brothers weren't the only ones working on it. I mean, kind of consider this: if the Wright brothers never existed, we'd still have airplanes. Life would have gone on pretty much like normal. So again, we look at these like amazing men and women through history and say they changed the world, but really there's bigger forces at play. But you could actually argue that Genghis Khan might want to be those few people that did change the world on his own. And there are bigger forces at play, no doubt. But he's able to unify the Mongol nation and then begins the conquest of almost all of Asia. Guys, that's insane. No one takes over all of Asia. Okay? During this quarantine, my kids have been wanting to play Risk a lot, which is cool. I like Risk and all. And my 8-year-old always tries to take over Asia like it's the first thing that he does, and it never ever works. Even if he gets it, he loses it the next turn when his big brother takes it from him. Okay? No one takes over Asia in Risk or in world history. And again, okay, yes, the Mongols didn't take over all of Asia, but they took a large chunk of it. They defeated the Song Dynasty in China, the Abbasid Caliphate in the Middle East. They conquered their young Russian kingdom as well. And some have argued that yes, all three of those kingdoms and dynasties were kind of on the decline already before the Mongols. Okay, fine, but still, the Mongols defeated all of them. They were very skilled in horseback riding. They could ride faster than any army. They could shoot bows and arrows while riding horses, extremely deadly, and they're extremely ruthless as well. Which are time to get into stories of all the things the Mongols did. But you understand their reputation spread all over Asia. So even if people in one area heard the Mongols were coming, it's almost as if the Mongols had defeated them before they even arrived because everyone got scared and just simply gave up. All right, so you can see here the map of, like I said, this new Mongol empire that is created. Now, you probably learned about their Khanates in your class and all that. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It is important. But again, when you think about the big picture of what's going on during this time of the Pax Mongolia, where we actually see an increase in long distance trade, especially along the Silk Road, but also in the Indian Ocean and around the Sahara Desert as well, as part of this larger trade network. Because you need to remember, the Mongols weren't really producers of anything. They weren't out there buying and selling goods. That wasn't their thing. But they were very happy to sponsor long distance trade. It is, of course, fantastic to them. And remember, I've said this a couple times already. When you have strong centralized governments, you generally see more long distance trade. And the Mongols are no exception to that. Here we have a very strong empire, a very powerful leader. No one's messing with the Mongols. So if you're a merchant that's traveling across these trade routes, you actually can feel fairly safe. No one's going to attack you. No one wants to run afoul of the Mongol authorities. So with an increase in trade, we know what comes with that, right? We'll talk about more of this in a second, but spread of religion, culture, ideas, disease as well, as we're going to see here in a second. But you also have to consider where merchants went, especially on these land routes. Remember that oftentimes merchants didn't travel the entire distance of the Silk Road. It was extremely rare from someone in East Asia to travel all the way to Europe or Europe to East Asia. You remember the stories of Marco Polo or Ibn Battuta? Well, they're kind of the exception to the rule. They're important because they were one of the few people that traveled all over this area. Most merchants would only travel small distances and usually the same route over and over. But you start to see a larger migration of people as well because of the way the Mongols governed. Remember, as the Mongols came through and conquered areas, they were on the lookout for people with talents. If you were a talented engineer or accountant or military leader, they used those talents. They wanted those used for their benefit. But generally speaking, you were not allowed to stay in your area. So if they found you in East Asia and you showed a certain talent for military leadership, they would often ship you off to the Middle East and have you work there. So now we have a group of people traveling longer distances than ever before to new areas that have never been seen before. So again, we know what's going to come with that also. Spread of religion, ideas, disease, etc. So this time period, as the Mongols are conquering, is sometimes known as the Pax Mongolia. Because yes, you do see an increase in trade. You do see in some cases benefits to merchants. So hey, living under Mongol rule is not all terrible. There was money to be made as long as you're okay with, the Mongols coming in and destroying your village, burning down your house, killing everyone you love. Besides that, though, things are cool. All right, so let's talk about the results of all of this. And before we do, you've probably already read the joke here on the right. And one of the problems with doing this like online teaching is that I can't see your responses to this. So I'm just going to assume that everyone right now is laughing uproariously at my hilarious pun. Get it, stepdad? I know. You're all just doubled over in laughter. You've got tears coming down your eyes. It's almost like I can imagine y'all right now. Actually, no. If you're like my students, you're probably groaning and rolling your eyes right now at me and this terrible dad joke, and that's completely fair. I probably deserve that. But let's talk about the results of this Mongol conquest of almost all of Asia. All right, first off, through trade routes, we know that there is this movement of technology and knowledge, especially into Europe. Remember, the Mongols never conquer Europe. They get close. They're right there on the edge, but they never conquer. But still, that knowledge from the Middle East. So, for example, medical knowledge, knowledge of mathematics, Arabic numerals make their way into Europe. Gunpowder from China, those ideas start to make their way to Europe. And Europeans start to figure out how to make cannons and guns from that. We also, of course, see the spread of religious ideas because, again, that's what happens on trade routes when new people meet up. But here's what's interesting: is that we don't see a lot of like mass conversions to any particular religion. Remember, the Mongols were not very interested in spreading their religion. Honestly, when they conquered a new area, they were pretty tolerant of all religions because their idea was, just keep worshiping and doing what you want, because the Mongols knew that when you conquer an area, if you allow people to keep their religious practices and holidays, they're less likely to revolt. When you start taking away things like religion, they're really important to many people. That's when you start to get angry citizens and they start revolting. Plus, the Mongols were kind of open to all kinds of different religious ideas. You see some Mongol leaders who convert to Islam and Christianity and Buddhism because they have this idea of like, well, one of them has to be right, so let's just cover our bases and convert to all of them. So you do see religious ideas spread. People in Europe find out more about Muslims and Buddhists. People in East Asia find out more about Islam. There's a really interesting example of ideas of Christianity spreading to the Middle East. Because one of the central ideas of Christianity is the importance of the birth of Jesus. Christians hold it up as a major holiday. There's this big holiday in December that happens. There's stories told about it. There's paintings of the birth of Jesus, the three kings, all the stories. And so when those stories make their way into the Middle East, you even see some artwork depicting the birth of Muhammad in kind of the same way, like the birth of Muhammad in a manger with three kings and all of that. So again, kind of this Christian influence in the Middle East without everybody converting to a particular religion. So at the end of the day, you still see mainly Christianity in Europe, Islam in the Middle East, around the Indian Ocean, Buddhism in East Africa, but the ideas begin to mix through those trade routes. Obviously, we're going to see some new empires and dynasties because all the old ones are now gone. And after the Mongols finally leave, you start to see, like, for example, the Ming dynasty in China replacing the Yuan dynasty that the Mongols had established. But probably one of the biggest effects of Mongol rule is, of course, the spread of the Black Death or the plague, the bubonic plague. Now, you're familiar with this. You know that it spread through trade. And a lot of times people focus on the results in Europe because, yes, Europe was definitely hit by the plague, probably worse than any other area, killing a very large percentage of the population. But it wasn't just Europe. For some reason, students sometimes get this idea that just people in Europe died. Well, we know that's not the case, and that just doesn't even really make sense because of all the trade routes going on. It spread all through Afro-Eurasia. There were outbreaks of it all across, especially in China as well. So this was something that everybody was dealing with, and it comes about because of the increased trade that the Mongols promoted. So it wasn't that the Mongols were trying to spread the Black Death, because in fact, it pretty much decimated the Mongols as well. Well, I said the Mongols were trying to spread the plague, but also remember there were a few times when they kind of practiced biological warfare, like taking bodies that had died from the plague and using catapults to fling them over city walls in some of the cities they were trying to siege. So okay, maybe they did a little bit, but generally speaking, the plague spreads these trade routes that the Mongols had been encouraging. And then another result, and I put a question mark at this one because this is debatable among historians, but there's some that would argue that the ascendancy of Europe. We know that right now, before the Mongols, I said before, Europe was kind of the backwoods area of Afro-Eurasia. It was kind of off there in the northwest corner. There weren't any trade routes. There weren't very strong government systems. But think about the benefits to Europe from Mongol rule. They weren't conquered like other areas of Afro-Eurasia, and all that knowledge I was mentioning a second ago is making its way to Europe. So you can make the argument that Mongol conquering of Afro-Eurasia led to things like the Renaissance. It's not a direct connection, but it is kind of there. So we need to consider that as well. All right. So what I'd like for you to do now is to get that CCFT chart back out that you started at the beginning. And what I'd like for you to do is go ahead and fill out the rest of that first page. Like I said, I'm not going to do the second page today because I think that's probably too much to do today. And really, so far today, we focused on technology, culture, and governance. That's really all we've talked about. So doing the second page would be a little difficult. But I'd like you to take some time. This might take you 10, 15 minutes. But you're going to pause me, take as long as you need. Get out your old notes, get out your textbook, rewatch this video if you want. You can rewind it and go back. And now I want you to think about Afro-Eurasia in 1450. So on that column, the third column where it says basic features at the end of the period, think about Afro-Eurasia in 1450. And then let's think about the key continuities and changes. What changed over this time period? What stayed the same? And also let's think about the reasons for those changes and continuities. Let's do a little analysis with it as well. So go ahead, pause me, and through again the magic of video, I will be here when you return and we can go over the answers. I will see y'all when you are done. Okay, I put a lot of stuff on here. And again, you may have things that are different. That is totally fine. But let's go over some of this really quickly. Technology. If you think about continuity, that technological ideas and innovation spread through trade, that's something we see through world history from ancient times up until today. But it definitely was true from 1200 to 1450. But a change, you could mention the change of the beginnings of creation of firearms and cannons. And the reason why that happened, think about the reasons why, is again, the Mongols are bringing together these networks of trade and they're increasing the spread of knowledge, especially to Europe. When it comes to cultural developments, we talked about religions already at the beginning. And really, when you look at the end of the period, like I said, for the most part, where religions are really didn't change very much. So if we think about key continuities, there was not a mass conversion for any particular religion. But as I said already, you do see some blending of religious ideas, especially in the example art that I gave. You also think about culture, think about food. Plants are also moving around Afro-Eurasia more than ever before because it's increased trade. It's not like the Columbian Exchange, of course we'll get to later, because that's a huge moment where food and plants and animals are spreading. But think of it kind of a miniature version of that. But again, it really does go back to the fact that the Mongols were just simply not interested in forcing conversion among the people they conquered. That kind of makes them an outlier in world history, because if you think about other empires that have spread over time, then we generally do see forced conversion. We saw this already with the spread of Islam to certain areas. Some of it was through trade, but some was through forced conversion. Think about when Europeans first arrived in the Americas and began converting a lot of Native Americans to Christianity. We see that a lot through history. The Mongols are the exception there. And then we think about governance. We already talked about the major empires and dynasties and all that. And yes, at the end of the period, we have some changes with the Ming dynasty. If you think about the Islamic world, you may have mentioned the Safavids and the Ottomans. And yeah, they're kind of around in the 1450s. They're going to become a big deal later on. But after Mongol conquest, you do see a lot of disorder for a while there before these new kingdoms do emerge. For China, you had the end of the Song dynasty. The Mongols set up the Yuan dynasty. There's an overthrow of that into the Ming dynasty. It flows fairly straightforward. It's a little bit messier in the Islamic world. But you do start to see some stable kingdoms emerging in Europe. We've talked a lot about feudalism. And with the plague, that does, in a lot of ways, kind of end that feudal system. So as Europe is kind of recovering from the plague, and again, they didn't have to deal with Mongol conquest, you start to see the beginnings of modern European countries like we know it. Not exactly, because, it's a lot messier later on. But we're starting to see more stable government systems and kingdoms in Europe. And of course, the reason for all change is because, like I said, the Mongols took over all of Asia. And yes, I know they took over all of Asia, but close enough. It's still pretty freaking impressive. All right, so what did we learn about today? Okay, first off, key takeaways. Yes, the Mongols wrecked shop all across Asia for sure. But we need to think about the increase in trade that comes after Eurasia. Also, I want you to start thinking about how you're going to organize your notes. Again, if this chart helped you, great. Keep using it. If you want to modify it somehow, whatever's going to help you best for when you get that DBQ and you need like a really quick look at your notes. Because again, remember, for the DBQ rubric, you do have to bring in outside information. In fact, you can get 2 points this year if you have 2 pieces of outside information. And so it might be helpful to look at your notes, but you're not going to have a long time to flip through your notebook forever. You need to have things organized in your head and also in your notes. So we'll go over some other strategies over the next couple of weeks of ways you can do that. But just start thinking about how you want to spend this next month or so organizing all of your notes. All right, you do have some homework for tonight. I actually put it in that same Google Drive that you used earlier for the chart. It's entitled 2.2 homework. It is going to be a short answer question, 3 parts to it. You're going to be looking at these 2 pictures. If you have no idea what's going on in these 2 pictures, don't worry about it. There's a description in the homework, so you'll be fine with it. But Smith is going to go over all of that with you tomorrow. All right, one more thing before we go today. I've been talking a lot of religion. I've been thinking about that this week, especially, this is kind of a time period of the year with some pretty big major religious observances. Easter's past weekend, the middle of Passover, Ramadan's coming up. And one big thing I think about, whether it's talking about religious celebration or even a secular one as well, is the theme of community. That anytime we have holidays, like I said, whether religious or non-religious, community is a huge, huge part of it. And I feel like right now, that's hard for some of us, It's hard to experience that community with others. Yes, you're spending a lot of time with the people in your house, but you probably haven't seen your friends or your extended family in a while, and it's hard to feel connected with them. So I guess my word of encouragement today is to just take a second at some point tonight or tomorrow and reach out to somebody who is not in your house with you right now. Figure out a way that you can do a video call or just a regular phone call, or maybe just something as simple as a text to see how everybody's doing. Because we need that sense of community right now, especially when all of us are going through something as difficult as the coronavirus and having to stay home for it. So just a word of encouragement. Think about community. It'll help others. It's gonna make you feel better as well. It's gonna help you to re-encourage you. And that's my hope for each and every one of you. All right, y'all have a good evening. I will see y'all again on Thursday. Smith is gonna be with you all tomorrow night. Take care.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another evening of live streaming of review lessons for AP World History Modern. We've moved up to Unit 2 now, and we're talking about the Silk Roads, and we're talking about the Indian Ocean Trade Network, and we're talking about the transatlantic Trans-Saharan Trade Network. As a reminder, my name is Chad Smith. I'm an AP World History Modern teacher at MacArthur High School in Irving, Texas. Before we get into going about what we're going to learn today, let's take a moment and to write 5 documents. And he gave you a prompt asking you to evaluate the extent to which two religions view on merchants. So after you looked at those 5 documents, Christians and Muslims agreed that merchants were an essential part of the economy, and they agreed that merchants should be honest in their dealings, should not focus on just making a profit. Let's talk about 2 things real quickly. First of all, the prompt asks you to evaluate the extent the 2 religions differ in their view on Muslims. And this prompt and this thesis is only given similarities. Does that mean that this is an unacceptable thesis? No, because the extent that the 2 differ can be very little. And if it is in fact very little that the 2 are different, that must mean that there are similarities. So when you get a prompt and it asks you to evaluate the extent to which something was different or something was similar, it doesn't mean that you have to go with that type of a comparison. You can make the opposite type of comparison. Just be clear that you're making similarities or differences. I also want to point out words in this thesis that clearly demonstrate similarity. In this case, the word agreed is used more than once, and that word shares the common thread between Christians and Muslims. It's important to make sure that when you write a thesis, you have answers, but you also are It's important to make sure that when you write a thesis, you're using words from the prompt and you're providing direct answers. In this case, differences or similarities, and that those answers are clearly written, demonstrating comparison terms. You are also given the bonus opportunity to go down and turn this one thesis into 2 separate topic sentences, or to develop topic sentences. Topic sentences should look a lot like exactly what you put in your thesis, because you make the claims in your thesis, and then you take your topic sentences and you repeat those so you can flesh them out and demonstrate how the documents support those claims. So following that model, our topic sentences would look very much like they do in the thesis. Topic sentence number 1 says Christians and Muslims agreed that merchants were an essential part of the economy. And topic sentence number 2 says Christians and Muslims agreed that merchants should be honest and should not focus on just making a profit. Okay, we're going to spend the rest of the time talking about long distance trade routes in the period 1200 to 1450, but I don't want you to lose this information. Keep this information handy, because your homework today is going to be an opportunity to continue to work with documents. So keep this information handy. And remember, you probably didn't come up with the exact same thing that Mr. Logero or I come up with. So please take the time to talk to your own AP World History Modern teacher and get feedback on the answers that you developed. All right, I already previewed the lesson for you a little bit, but I want you to take some time and I want you to find common traits in the 2 different descriptions. Now, before I do that, it's going to be really hard to find common traits when you just read the first description. So what you're going to have to do in the first description is you're going to have to look for what characteristics, in this case, characteristics of the city being described. You're going to have to look for characteristics of the city, and then in the second document, you look for characteristics of the city, and then you compare your characteristics. Don't look for similarities in one document. You'll never, ever find it. So let me give you about 90 seconds here, and in these 90 seconds, I want you to read the document and describe the characteristics of the city, which in this case is the city of Hangzhou, a famous Chinese city near the eastern coast. Okay, let's take a look at the second document. The second document is still describing a city, but this time, especially in the second paragraph, is describing the city of Samarkand. So again, you're spending time looking to compare the traits of the cities in the 2 different descriptions. So again, this time you're looking for characteristics, and you'll be following that up by doing a comparison. Okay, I'm going to give you about 20 seconds to look at your 2 lists of characteristics and try to find some similarities. Okay, let's take a look. So there's lots of possible answers here, but some that stood out to me was that there are goods in both. There are goods in both that are being manufactured. In both cities, manufacturing is taking place. In the original document written by Marco Polo, a traveler, he said each guild, a guild of course is an organization of craftsmen, or to try to create circumstances that best suit that industry. Each guild had 12,000 houses in the occupation of its workmen. That's a lot of people making things. The second document by Decolonization said silk and other crafts are all produced here in abundance. So in both documents, goods are being made in both cities. Another truth is that both cities that were described as being extraordinarily extravagant cities. Marco Polo described Hangzhou as a city beyond dispute, the finest and noblest in the world, meaning even more amazing than the cities back in Italy, where he's sending his actual work and his writing. Decolonization described Samarkand as the richness and abundance of this great capital, and its district is indeed a wonder to behold. The final similarity is that in both places there were lots and lots of merchants and lots of trade happening. In Marco Polo's document, the number of wealth of the merchants and the amount of goods that passed through their hands were so enormous that no man could, for a just said, Turks, Arabs, Christians of all sects, Hindus all reside here. It's a reasonable inference that these people coming from all over the world are coming as merchants in order to sell their goods. And immediately he says the markets of Samarkand are filled with the merchandise imported from distant and foreign countries. So this is important reality about trade routes that we're going to talk about and review today. One of the most important and the growth of local economies, and the reality that many merchants as a result of their work wind up becoming migrants and developing new homes. We're going to spend time, notably, we're not going to be looking at one of the most famous long-distance trade routes, the Columbian Exchange, because it did not exist yet. Remember, in the time 1200 to 1450, the 2 hemispheres had not yet been connected and did not yet know about one another. You can see on the left side of the scope was dominated by the actual product of silk. Silk was one of the most important products on the Silk Roads, the long-distance trade routes that went from China all the way through Central Asia and reached into Europe. As a matter of fact, this painting of women making silk was a painting done on silk, just to demonstrate the silk in the Silk Roads trade network. In the middle picture, you see an example or an image of the Indian Ocean trade network. Dhows such as this were used to carry not only luxury items but also bulk items because they were able to carry much higher weights, and they were able to carry them along much longer distances. On the right side, you see one of the most famous products traded on the Trans-Saharan trade. You see gold. Some of the most prominent products traded on the Trans-Saharan trade network were salt for gold. 2 of the most important things somebody could have in the year 1200 to 1450. One extraordinarily useful, and the other a mere luxury item that demonstrated the great wealth. Let's start with the Silk Roads. You can see in this map the Silk Roads that reach all the way from the Chinese shores, all the way across South Asia into Western Europe, and even touching into the Arabian Peninsula and into Africa. The Silk Roads existed long before the year 1200. As a matter of fact, the Silk Roads trace back maybe even to about 1,000 years before the year 1200, where silk was a prominent product in high demand in places across Central Asia, but especially at the time, the Roman Empire. The Silk Road was able to be such an important trade route because of the security of strong governments. Most famously, in the 1200s, the Mongol Empire developed enough strength to have a large enough empire to cover almost the entirety of the Silk Roads, making it the most secure time in the history of the Silk Roads, and increasing the prosperity of merchants and states involved with Silk Road trade. But there were other innovative practices that helped to develop the Silk Roads as well. One important innovative practice was the idea of the caravanserai. Caravanserai is very similar to what we think of as hotel stops. The opportunity for people to stop and spend the night and maybe take care of their animals, have a meal, maybe have some entertainment. Caravanserai were an important reality of increasing trade along the Silk Roads. Another important innovative practice happened after the year 1200 during the Tang and Song dynasties. This was the idea of the introduction of paper money, or concepts of bills of exchange. Opportunity with written certificate that said this is worth so much, and people believed it because of the weight of the name that was on it, or because it by a successful government. These innovative practices help promote growth along the Silk Roads. One of the most important realities of the Silk Roads is that trade builds cities. I know that felt a little bit dramatic, but I wanted to feel dramatic because it's one of the most important realities of long distance trade. Long distance trade is dependent on the existence of cities. But also cities and even states can grow to massive amounts as a result of long distance trade. One of the ways that cities and states can become more powerful is by using the ability to tax, not only tax merchant activity, but the other economic activity that comes along when hundreds of merchants stop in one place and spend time trading their wares. There's two major examples of trade building cities along the Silk Roads. This is an example in China of a city called Kashgar. And down here we have an exhibit we just read about Samarkand in Central Asia. Result of trade on the Silk Roads. The Indian Ocean Trade Network was another very important trade network that existed in the time between 1200 and 1450. The Indian Ocean Trade Network also existed long before the year 1200, although not quite as long as the Silk Roads. The Indian Ocean Trade Network covered vast amounts of territory and was only successful because of people's ability to master monsoon winds. Monsoon winds were seasonal, often went in one direction for the next season. And it was merchants and maritime technicians' ability to master these winds and use them to plan out when and where they would be able to go that made trade in the Indian Ocean Network. Other maritime technologies that were incredibly important to the development of the Indian Ocean Trade Network. In the top left-hand corner, you see a picture of a Chinese compass, and on the right side, you see an astrolabe. Both of these were incredibly important devices when it came to navigation. The astrolabe helped use the stars in order to navigate paths and routes to get to destinations, and the compass helped make sure that the ship was traveling in the right direction. There were also a number of ship-building technologies that led to faster and bigger ships over time in the Indian Ocean Trade. But one of the most important ship technology was the development of the triangular sail, known as the lateen sail, which helped make it possible for ships to move more quickly, and like previously mentioned, make it possible for them to master the monsoon winds. The Indian Ocean Trade Network also helped build new cities. One of the most important examples of this was the Swahili city-states. Swahili city-states existed in Africa on the eastern coast. You can see my laser pointer right now pointing directly at the Swahili city-statism, as many places there were developed from Eastern African tradition mixed with Arabic traditions because so many merchants came from that region. But they're also examples of states that grew because of their ability to master trade and tax trade in the region. Another important is the Sultanate of Malacca. The Sultanate of Malacca was built here, and again, it was also dependent on its ability to tax the merchant activities, especially in its ability to create a navy and stop ships in the water as they were going through the Strait of Malacca here. It's important to note that this is called the Sultanate of Malacca because it is a Muslim state that was created here. And that's a really important reality for us to understand. As merchants move to new places, oftentimes they stayed in those places for long periods of time and developed their own communities there. These minority communities of people who are far away from their homeland is often called diaspora or diasporic communities. One of the most common examples used in the Indian Ocean is the example of Muslim merchant diasporic communities. But there are also many Chinese people who left China and developed new communities in Southeast Asia, and there are other examples of diasporic communities in the Indian Ocean Trade Network as well. Finally, today we're going to take some to talk about the Trans-Saharan Trade Network. The Trans-Saharan Trade Network was a trade network that went across the deserts of North Africa and engaged in trade just below the Sahara Desert, or I should say just south of the Sahara Desert, not just below, because that would involve some sort of mole people. So just south of the Sahara Desert. And like the other trade networks that we've learned about today, one of the most important realities of the Trans-Saharan Trade Network was that it helped to lead to the growth of new states, and that through the growth of those new states often harnessed trade and were able to take control of trade in those regions. The two most common goods traded on the Trans-Saharan Trade Network were salt from gold, but also commonly traded on the Trans-Saharan Trade Network were slaves traded mostly to Islamic empires to eat. So super important transportation technologies. There were also some super important transportation technologies that made the Trans-Saharan Trade Network more suitable. One of the most significant ones was the invention of a saddle that could be used to harness the ability of camels. Camels were much more able than horses or donkeys or other kinds of animals that were used on the Silk Road. Camels were much more capable of traveling through the desert of North Africa. And so caravans, such as the one you see on the screen here, were created using the saddle of the caravans, the saddle to harness the camels, both to help carry the luxury items that were traded along the Trans-Saharan Trade Network, and sometimes to carry the merchants themselves. Okay, so we had a very short lesson today to discuss some of the key aspects of long-distance trade routes between 1200 and 1450. If there's more, I strongly advise that you take the opportunity to go back and look at more information about these important trade networks. One of the reasons trade networks are so important in AP world history is because trade networks provide the connectivity that brings people from one region to another and helps to lead to greater interconnectedness of our world and the constant global process of globalization that brings about change and major events in world history. So take the extra time that you have today to go and maybe use Wikipedia or your textbook or the AMSCO book and learn more about these three important trade networks. So I told you earlier today that we were going to continue using the DBQ, the 5-document DBQ that Mr. Logero gave us on Friday. Now you have a thesis. A thesis is worth 1 point. So take the time to actually take the 2 potential claims that you've made in your thesis and flesh them out using at least 4 of the 5 documents to support your claim. Tomorrow at the beginning of the lesson, Mr. Logero is going to go over the potential responses. He's going to go over 2 potential exemplar paragraphs that will give you at least 3 more points on the AP World History 2020 DBQ. All right, well, that's all for today, buddy. Thank you so much for stopping in and taking some time to learn with us. Please remember to take the time to learn more information about these 3 significant trade routes, and please write 2 strong paragraphs using at least 4 documents to support the claims we've already made. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day of AP World History Modern live streaming. You may or may not know this, depending on your own schedule, but today is Friday, which means we get the next 2 days to just sit around the house and we don't have to go out and do anything. Well, okay, it's Friday, and that doesn't have the same meaning that it used to, but it does mean there's new music every Friday, and so we get to celebrate the likes of Kelly Clarkson, Kelly Rowland, and Demi Lovato today. So since we can't do that for the next 30 minutes, let's dig in here to a little bit of AP World History. Just another reminder, I'm Mr. Smith, and I am from MacArthur High School in Irving, Texas. Before we dig in too deep into today's discussion, let's review our homework assignment from Mr. Logero yesterday. Mr. Logero spent a lot of time talking to us about context and how to better understand context. So Mr. Logero gave us a prompt and challenged us to come up with some ideas that might help us provide context or the bigger picture picture for this, the bigger picture for this prompt. So let's take a second and look at the prompt. It says, in the period from 1450 to 1750, the development and interactions of belief systems often had political, social, or cultural implications. Develop an argument that elevates the extent to which belief systems affected at least two land-based states in Asia or Europe differently in this period. Now, when you get a prompt, if it's a prompt like this, or if it's a prompt that says evaluate the extent to which, or if it's a prompt that says evaluate the relevant significance of, no matter what the prompt says, it's important that you take the time to identify the most important word. What word in the prompt tells you what your answer should be about? In this case, the most important word is affected, because you're looking for effects, and you need to explain how belief systems affected states. So your thesis should contain effects. For example, belief systems affected states because land-based states had to deal with diverse belief systems that believe different things. That's an effect. But we're not looking to write a thesis right now. Instead, we're looking to provide overall context for this prompt. So we want to look at the idea of belief systems, or the idea of land-based states in Asia or Europe. And one of the most significant things for context here is the expansion or the rise of gunpowder empires, or the rise of gunpowder technology. This is important because, as we've learned, most of the land-based states of Asia during the period 1450 to 1750 were dependent on gunpowder and their exclusive ability to control gunpowder over the people who they conquered in order to gain power or control. Another example is that imperial expansion, or the expansion of empires, led to creating multi-religious states. So, as a matter of fact, for example, as the Mughal Empire expanded throughout all of India, it conquered a group of people who were Hindu. This is context, this idea that the Ottoman Empire and the expansion of the Qing dynasty and the creation of the Mughal Empire are all examples of religious diversity coming under the rule of one political state. Another potential response would be the expansion of global trade and communication paths. This helps lead to ideas like the expansion of empire and the spread of gunpowder technologies. Let's take a moment and read one possible paragraph that could be written to provide overall context for this prompt. After the fall of the Mongol Empire, new empires began to expand across Eurasia by using gunpowder weapons and controlling trade routes. However, as these states expanded, they began to rule subjects of multiple religions. For example, the Ottoman Empire, a Muslim empire, expanded into southeastern Europe, where the majority of the population was Christian or Jewish. Another Muslim empire, the Mughals, controlled South Asia, which was predominantly Hindu. So note that this paragraph actually used all three of the ideas in order to create a comprehensive idea of context that sets up a discussion for the thesis. All right, just like every other time when you do homework with us and you work on AP World History skills, your answers could be right. And just because we say one thing doesn't mean that your answer is wrong. So please take the time to reach out to your own AP World History Modern teachers and ask them for feedback regarding your own personal responses. Okay, let's dig into what we're going to talk about today. Take one moment and read the prompt below. Read the document below. As you read, I want you to consider, what is the author's primary claim? What claim is this author making? I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, so in this document, the author's primary claim is about what the effects of religion over man or over people, and the idea that no belief penetrates more deeply into the hearts of men than religion, or divides them more widely from each other. See, this author, who is the Catholic Chancellor of the Kingdom of France, I'm not great with French, so I'm not going to try to pronounce his name, is telling us that religion and religious differences can create a serious divide between people, even people who might have other common traits, like being from the same home, even from the same city. But religious differences can provide such a profound difference for those individuals that they can even lead to violence, as he says in the last sentence of the paragraph, that can produce rebellion. Later in the second paragraph, he begins to mention other religious terms, but he calls them devilish names: Lutheran, Huguenot, Papist. He says that they only breed faction or separation from one another, and they should only be called by the name Christian. This is important to set up our discussion today, because as we get into today's lesson, we're going to look at some important continuities and changes within various belief systems. In both the case of change and continuity, we're going to look at major divisions in beliefs. In the case of Islam, we're going to look at a division that had existed nearly from its beginning days. But in the case of Christianity, we're going to look at a major change as division takes place during the period 1450 to 1750 and sets up for major change. So let's spend some time looking at these two major religions and consider what are some continuities and changes within various belief systems. Remember, continuities and changes are important because not only are they an important way to understand history and the progression of history, but it's also important because it's possible that the College Board asks us to identify continuities and changes in our DBQ. So let's start by talking about before an event known as the Protestant Reformation. In the picture on the left side, you see a painting of Constantinople. He was an emperor of the Roman Empire who played a major role in creating Christianity as a part of the Roman Empire. And when the Roman Empire fell, Christianity had already been a dominant force across the Roman Empire. So as Europe entered a period that we now call the Middle Ages, or the medieval times, or the Dark Ages, as we look at that period, we know that one of the most dominant forces over people, oftentimes even more dominant than the political powers, the monarchs and the lords, was the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church had extraordinary power over the people. They could influence the actions and behaviors, governments, and individuals. And we can remember back to learning when we discussed Unit 1, we can think back to how the Catholic Church even had the power to persuade people to go and fight off in a distant land through the Crusades. So we know that prior to 1450, the Catholic Church had a massive amount of power in people's lives, both genuine power and more subtle influence over their actions and behaviors. In most states, as a matter of fact, the Catholic Church could tax people. And one of the most famous things that the Catholic Church did at the time was something called indulgences, where when people sinned or did wrong against God, in order to receive the appropriate forgiveness, they had to buy indulgences. That meant they could only get to heaven when they died if they had spent the appropriate amount of money during their lifetime. On the right side, you see an example of the power of the people in the church. You see an example of the power the church has over its people. In the 1300s, a man named Jan Hus was a leader of a movement against the Catholic Church, and particularly against what he saw as the poorly described necessity of the priesthood. He questioned the necessity of the priesthood and even the necessity of only keeping the Bible in the Latin language. In response for his objections to the Catholic Church, Jan Hus was burned alive, and you can see here in this image just before he's burned alive. That demonstrates the power of the Catholic Church. But much of this power changed after the writings of a man named Martin Luther. Martin Luther was a German monk, and as a German monk, he had the education necessary to read the Bible for himself. At this time in European history, it was actually really uncommon for people to be able to read the Bible for themselves. The Bible was exclusively written in Latin, even though that wasn't the original language for the Bible, or at least not all parts of the Bible. The Bible at the time was exclusively written in Latin language, and it wasn't allowed to be translated into other languages. But most people didn't speak Latin. They spoke what we call a vernacular, or a local common tongue, the early stages of English, French, or German. However, the Bible was translated in Latin, so many people had no access of it to themselves. They could only access the Bible through their educated priest. Martin Luther objected to many parts of the Catholic Church, and his objections were mostly about the corruption, what he saw as the corruption of the church, and the way the church had manipulated the words of the Bible in order to benefit the people or the leaders of the church, rather than to demonstrate the truth of Jesus Christ. So Martin Luther issued what he is called the 95 Theses, and rumor has it that he nailed the 95 Theses to the front door of a famous German Catholic church. He also had these published, and they were able to be printed because, as we talked about earlier, in the period 1200 to 1450, technology spread along trade routes, such as the printing block and printing methods came from China to Europe. So that by the 1500s, 1517 to be precise, when Martin Luther published his 95 Theses, they could be quickly replicated. Some of the key aspects of Martin Luther's objections to the Catholic Church include included the selling of indulgences and simony. Indulgences, as we spoke earlier, was people buying their forgiveness from God for their wrongdoing, and simony was people paying for church offices. The heart, however, of Martin Luther's rejection of the Catholic Church was in the phrase faith alone. See, he believed that it was one individual's responsibility to create a relationship with God and to earn salvation through faith alone. That it was through the idea of having faith in God that would provide salvation, not following a set of rules or paying for forgiveness, or as many of the other ways that the Catholic Church defined it. He also believed that because it was about faith alone, that everyone should have access to their own religion, that they could speak directly to God rather than speak to God through saints or priests. And he believed that the Bible should be translated into vernacular so that people could read it. One important reality of Martin Luther's concept of faith alone was that faith alone was also a woman's responsibility, that she could receive her salvation through faith alone, rather than having to depend on a male priest in order to help her get her salvation. This was important because it gave women access to their religion in a new way. It also helped encourage literacy for women and literacy for people across Europe in general. As the Bible was translated into vernacular languages, more and more people began to learn to read and write in the vernacular that they already spoke because they were interested in reading the Bible themselves. And Martin Luther actually preached that it was a woman's responsibility to raise her children in the Bible, and so that they were to learn how to read and write the Bible at home. Martin Luther caught a lot of followers, and he also encouraged other people to break away from the Catholic Church themselves. Some of the most famous examples are John Calvinist, who believed in a theology called predestination, and his followers known as the Huguenots. Another group was the Puritans, and another group was the Anglican Church, or the Church of England. You can see in this image here a stained glass window of Jesus Christ holding an English flag on the cross, showing just how different each iteration or version of Christianity could become. You might even remember learning as you grew up about the creation of the United States of America. You might even remember learning about colonists leaving Europe in order to come to America to escape religious persecution. What you may not have realized is that the religious persecution that took place was not between members of different religions, but between members of different branches of Christianity. These branches all came about as a result of the Protestant Reformation. Many years after the Protestant Reformation came a Catholic response, what's often called a Counter-Reformation or the Catholic Reformation. The Catholic response took place in many different ways. One important thing that the Catholic response included was what was known as the Inquisition. The Inquisition was an attempt to root out evil or people who weren't properly following the religious structures of Catholicism. You can see in this image here, you can see an example of what was referred to in Portugal as an act of faith. An act of faith, what here was punishing non-believers. So in this image that represents part of the Inquisition, the Catholic Church and the Portuguese government are ready to put to death people who had spoke out against the Catholic Church. Another example of the Counter-Reformation or the Catholic Reformation included the creation of the Society of Jesuits. Jesuits are a specific type of Catholic missionaries, and their goal was to seek out to grow the church in response to the many numbers of people it had lost as a result of the Protestant Reformation. At first, many Jesuits sought to continue their missionary work in Europe, but they also moved into new places, particularly into Asia. And many of the Jesuits brought technological and innovative concepts and goods from Europe to places like China and Japan. The third part of the Catholic Reformation was the Council of Trent, where the Catholic Church actually reviewed some of its theological principles and some of the criticisms against it, and took to changing those principles. It was at the Council of Trent where the practice of indulgences was ended. The Protestant Reformation and everything that followed as a result of it was more than just a religious reality. As a matter of fact, many political leaders had the legitimacy of their authority tied up in their association with the Christian Church, with the Catholic Church. And so those whose authority was put into question by the Catholic Church were quick to jump on Protestant sides, and those whose authority was bolstered by the Catholic Church were quick to defend the Catholic Church. One of the most famous wars across Europe that took place as a result of the Protestant Reformation is called the 30 Years' War. In this image, you can see a firing squad as a result of the 30 Years' War. Religious division took place in Islam as well as in Christianity, but this religious division between two Islamic sects known as Sunni and Shia actually goes back to the year 632, when the Prophet Muhammad died. When the Prophet Muhammad died, it was unclear to his followers who exactly should be the next leader, and there were two people who were offered up as the most likely and most appropriate. The Sunni followed Muhammad's friend, and the Sunni actually represented the majority of the Islamic religion. Followers of the Sunni sect believed that that the leader of Islam should be the person who is most qualified and who is elected by the elders of Islam. The Shia became a minority, and they believed in another person who to be the follower of Islam. The Shia believed that the leader of Islam must be in the bloodline of the Prophet Muhammad, and so he should be the most qualified person, but he must also be in the bloodline of the Prophet Muhammad. This distinction is very important as new Islamic empires grow in the period 1450 to 1750. One of the most important differences, in particular between the Ottoman Empire shown on this map in green and the Safavid Empire shown in this map on red, is the division between Sunni and Shia. The Ottoman Empire was a Sunni empire, and the Safavid Empire was a Shia empire. And remember, throughout time, since 632, these different groups of people have been following different leaders and recognizing different leaders as the preeminent leader of Islam. This means whenever leaders make judgment calls or make judgments about the appropriate decisions and behaviors in Islam, they're making different decisions and developing different law for Islamic people to follow. So this religious difference is not just religious, it's also political. As a result, there was a number of skirmishes and battles and wars between the Ottoman and Safavid Empire, who not only fought for territory along their border, but also fought because of their significant religious differences. In addition to the reality of different Islamic sects fighting with one another, there was also a newly created religion during the period 1450 to 1750. In India, under the rule of the Mughal Empire, the Muslim people represented maybe 20% of the population, and most of the population was Hindu. Probably about 77 to 78% of the population was Hindu, with only a small percentage of the population representing other various religions. The ideas of different Mughal rulers led to different responses to religious ideas. For example, some religious rulers, like Akbar, had strong ideas about religious tolerance, and others, like Aurangzeb, wanted to enforce the rules of Islam on the people of India. During the time of the Mughal rule, a new religion was developed called Sikhism. Sikhism is a religion that mixes together many of the concepts of India, including, most importantly, the monotheism of Islam and many different aspects that come from Hinduism. The founder of Sikhism is pictured in this image here, named Guru Nanak, and they believed in one superior being and followed the teachings of the 10 gurus, Guru Nanak and his 9 successors. Sikhism is important in world history because it's an example of an important and consistent trend throughout world history called syncretism. We've discussed syncretism in our lessons before, and we'll definitely discuss syncretism in our lessons again. Syncretism is when, because of migration, because of imperial expansion, because of long distance trade, different religious ideas, or even just different cultural ideas mixed together to create something new. Okay, let's take a moment and let's look at major changes and major continuities that took place between 1450 to 1750. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock, and I'm going to give you some time to try to answer this, to brainstorm everything we've discussed. My advice is first you go through and you brainstorm what you remember, and then if you need to, go back through your notes from our discussion today and brainstorm what changed and what stayed the same about belief systems during the period 1450 to 1750. I'll put 3 minutes on the clock. Take about 1 more minute to brainstorm major changes and major continuities in belief systems during the period 1450 to 1750. All right, since I don't have the opportunity to call on you and give you a chance to share some of your thoughts, let me share with you some of my thoughts. One major change that we talked about today was the existence of the Protestant Reformation and how the Protestant Reformation led to new branches of Christianity: Catholic, Lutheran, Protestant, Calvinist, and Anglican, all different examples of new branches of Christianity. And eventually, even more would add on to that. Another change is that the Catholic Church made changes of its own to make up for the losses associated with the Protestant Reformation. Many states go to war over religion, sometimes leading to new political leaders, and new syncretic religion in India called Sikhism. There are also a couple of continuities that we discussed today. Despite the Protestant Reformation, Catholicism remained a major religious force in many parts of Europe. So while they lost many members, they didn't become obsolete as a religion. Another example is that the division in Islam between Sunni and Shiism continued to lead to violence even before 1450, but especially between 1450 and 1750, as the Ottoman and Safavid Empire went to war with one another. Okay, we're going to do a little bit different of an activity for your exam practice today. It's been a week since we stopped to discuss exactly what your AP World History test will look like. And so I want to take the time to make sure that you're thinking about what you have to do on your AP World History test. Again, you're going to have one DBQ and 5 documents, but the rubric is a little bit different than the normal AP rubric. So this time, this weekend, I want you to spend time thinking about what do I have to do to get a point on my AP World History DBQ. So here's what you're going to write. Create a chart just like this one, and write out what's a short way to think of each point. I'll take number 2, for example. There's an easy one-word way to describe that point. It's the thesis point. So you can just call that thesis. But then in the third box, I want you to write what do you have to do to earn a thesis point? What do you, the student, actually need to put on in your essay to get a thesis point? So Mr. Logereau is going to go over this rubric with you at the beginning of the period Monday as you begin to discuss Unit 4, Maritime Empires. So Monday, we're going to start digging into the other major aspect of Unit 4, which is Maritime Empires. Thank you guys so much for spending this time with us today. We'll see you Monday. Hope you have a great weekend.
Hey everybody, welcome to another edition of AP World History Modern Review Sessions. My name is Mason Logereau, coming to you live from the Austin, Texas area, specifically Pflugerville, Texas, where we just found out on Friday that there's going to be no more school in the state of Texas for the school year. But we're talking more about that in a second. All right, on Friday, if you remember, Smith gave you some homework to take the weekend and look carefully at the rubric for this year's DBQ. Because of course, as you know, this year's AP test for world history, or if you're taking Euro or US history right now, same thing, it's going to be one 45-minute DBQ. And the rubric has been changed slightly. It is now out of 10 points instead of 7. Now, the good news is that all of the points of the rubric are the exact same ones from the old rubric, the same ones that you've been studying all year. It's just that the point values have changed slightly on those. So he asked you all to think of a short way to think of the point, and then what exactly is it that you have to do in the DBQ to earn that point? Now, we have talked about all of these different points in certain videos over the last couple of weeks. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about exactly what goes into a thesis statement or outside evidence. But we have been talking about that. Make sure you go back and watch some of the older videos to get more information. And we're still going to continue to talk about them. In fact, today, I'm going to talk a little contextualization with y'all and also talk to you a little bit about making a claim when it comes to causes of major events. We'll get there in a second. But let me run through these really quick. If you have any questions about the rubric or about exactly what's expected of you, please talk to your teacher. That's what they're here for. They can help you out. All right, the first 2 points, contextualization and thesis statement. Again, those should be in your introductory paragraph. Remember guys, if you write a good solid introductory paragraph with context and then an argument, you got 2 points right there off the bat. We're going to talk a little context today, but remember, when you think context, you need to think big picture ideas. Long distance trade routes, spread of religion, change of religions over time, government systems, things like that. And then you take those kind of big ideas and specify it down to getting to the topic of the prompt. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. Your thesis statement. Remember, you're simply making historical claims to answer the prompt being asked. Give you your answers. Now, I know that a lot of teachers have been telling me throughout the year 3 different claims. And I've been telling my students that throughout the year. I always tell my students at least 2, but always trying to shoot for 3 good solid claims in your thesis. But since this is your short DBQ this year, it's only 45 minutes. Again, you're only getting 5 documents instead of the usual 7. If you got 2 claims, you're set. Okay, don't worry about trying to make that third one because that's just going to be, I think, a little too much for 45 minutes. If you got 2 solid claims, you're set. Okay, I'm going to skip point 3 because actually you're going to end up doing point 3 when you do points 4 and 5. Because if you look at 4 and 5, it's about using the contents of the document to support your claim. Ideally, you're supporting the claim that you made in your thesis statement. So it's pretty straightforward. You make a claim in your thesis, and then you show how the documents support your claim, how they prove your claim. Smith did a really good job. Was it last week or maybe the week before? Sorry, all the days are running together now. When he was talking about comparing and contrasting, is oftentimes you can take 2 documents and show a comparison between 2 historical events or historical processes, and that's all you got to do. Take those documents, put them together, and prove your claim. Now notice you get 1 point if you can use 2 separate documents to support a claim, but you get 2 points if you can use 4 of them. So you need to aim to use 4 documents to make your claim. And if you do that, then you're actually going to get 3 points because you're automatically going to have done number 3 and number 4. So you've done 3, 4, and 5. And actually, I say that you only have to use 4 of the 5 documents, but this is important. You are going to use all 5 of the documents. You're going to mention all 5 of the documents and use them to support your argument. That way, if you do happen to mess up on one, it is totally fine because if you use 5 and you mess up on one, you've still done 4 correctly, and you're going to get all 3 of those points. So make sure you use all 5 documents. Every year, there's always this kind of one weird document that's hard to figure out that doesn't really seem to go with the rest of them, and students usually kind of have trouble with it. And hey, look, it's fine because if you have trouble with it, at least you gave it a shot and you still have 4 other ones, so you're good. In fact, anytime I tell Mark, I'll just count one out. There's one weird document that confuses everybody, which will be fine. Okay, point 6 and 7 is about outside evidence, something that is not in the documents, something that comes from your class notes, from your textbook, from your big brain, just as long as it's not in the documents. But remember, it also needs to support your claim. So you've got your claim in your thesis or your topic sentence paragraph. You've shown that documents 2, 4, and 5 all prove it. And hey, also by the way, here's another fact that also proves that claim. And remember, you can actually do that twice this year and get 2 separate points for it. Also, kind of remember, because students have asked us in the past, you don't need to like cite it or anything. You don't need to say according to the Stern's textbook, blah blah blah. Just this is not a research paper. Just put it in your essay and you'll be fine. All right, points 8 and 9. We're talking about sourcing of the documents. So remember, you got to be able to explain how the source's situation, audience, purpose, or point of view is going to impact your argument or how it's relevant to the argument. But remember, it's not enough just to identify the source or to identify the audience or the purpose. You need to take it a step further and say, so what? Hey, document 3 is a letter written to the king. Okay, cool. It's written to the king. So what? Why is that important? How does that help you better understand the document? How does that help support your argument? And remember, this year you need to do that for 2 out of the 5 documents. Okay? Now sometimes some students like to be a bit of maybe an overachiever and do it for all 5 documents or 7 in past years. I'm going to kind of warn you and say you may not want to do that because here's the problem. Sourcing documents is a tough thing to do. It's one of the harder points on here, to be honest. If you sit there and source all 5 documents, I think 1 of 2 things is going to happen, and neither one of them is really good. Either you're going to source all 5 documents really, really well, and if so, that's great because you'll get these 2 points. But that's going to take a lot of time to do well, and time is definitely going to be an issue this year, no doubt about it. Or the flip side, you might try for all 5 documents, but not do it very well. Maybe you just identify the audience without giving the so what. Well, if you do that, unfortunately, you're not going to get any points on the sourcing, and you've wasted again a lot of time. So I always tell my students for this year, yes, you have to source these 2 documents. If you're feeling good, try for 3, maybe 4, depending how time is going. But I wouldn't necessarily try for all 5 because again, I think you're going to be spending too much time on sourcing. That could be better spent in other places. But definitely go for these 2. 3 would probably be good. More than that gets a little iffy. But talk to your teacher, and your teacher knows you better than I do. Obviously, all of you are in different situations, so make sure you get some personalized feedback from your teacher, please. All right, the last one is the complex argument point. Okay, this is by far the hardest point to get on the rubric, no doubt about it. It is an extremely difficult point to get during a normal DBQ, during a normal AP test, during a normal school year. But you've probably figured out already, this is not a normal school year. This is not a normal AP test. This is not a normal DBQ. Okay? With only 5 documents and 45 minutes, doing a complex argument is going to be extremely difficult. So what I'm going to suggest to you, make sure you get those other 9 points nailed down. If you feel really good about the other 9 points, then start to think about complexity. But honestly, guys, I would not spend a ton of time on complexity if you need to do the other 9 points. Get those points first. They are much easier to get than this complexity. But if you are thinking about the complexity point, I think one of the easier ways to do it is have a however somewhere in your thesis. Here's claim A, however, here's claim B. That kind of shows the other side. And if you can do a really good job supporting it and showing some nuance in your argument, then you're possibly headed for that complex argument. In fact, I'm going to give you another way you can possibly do that here in a second. But again, I'm not telling you not to do complexity. I'm just telling you, if I were you, I would get the other 9 points first. Okay? But again, any questions you have about your own personal situation, you got to talk to your teacher about it. They got a lot more information they can share with you. And again, if you're confused by any of the points in this rubric, go back and watch the other videos we've done, or we'll still be talking about them for the next couple of weeks. All right, so what are we doing today? Today we're talking about European exploration, maritime exploration on the water from 1450 to 1750. Now, when I say European explorers in the 1400s, you probably automatically think Columbus, and you should. He's obviously the most famous and probably the most important. But there's a lot more to it than just Columbus, as we'll see today. So last week we kind of looked at some of the major land empires in Afro-Eurasia, the gunpowder empires, and all that. Today we're going to look at how European countries began expanding their empires overseas. Also, we're going to talk a lot about causes today, causes of historical events and processes, and focus specifically on the difference between a primary and secondary cause. And actually, I was just saying secondary about complexity in your DBQ. If there's a DBQ and it's about causes of an event, and you can talk about primary and secondary causes and give reasons why they're primary and secondary, you could be headed for a complexity point there. In fact, let's jump into that idea of primary and secondary causes right now in our warm-up. Okay, I made this chart that can help you with causes of a major historical event. And I turned it into a PDF that is in the Google Drive that we use for these videos. And there's a link to it right below me in the information section about this video. You might need to click to see more to get it. And it says something about resources, extra resources, or something like that. So if you would, go ahead and pause the video now, take a second, download this PDF. And if you want, if you have a printer, you might want to print off a couple of copies because we're going to be writing on these. Or if you'd rather just jot it down on a piece of paper, that's fine too. But take a second, and then I'll go over what each of these parts means. So pause me now, get set up, and I'll be here when we get back. Okay, this chart is used, if you notice, only for causes. We're not talking about effects today. I know that you always put causes and effects together. I get it. But today we're only looking at causes, but primary and secondary causes of a major event. If you're going to write an essay about causes, obviously the first thing you're always going to start with is contextualization. And as I was saying earlier, big picture processes, where the big picture things happening in the world, or in the region you're talking about, but they kind of narrow it down to the specifics of the event. And if that's a little confusing, don't worry, because I'm about to show you an example of what I mean. Or actually, I should say you're about to practice an example here. Okay, below that you have primary causes. Primary causes are the things that directly lead to the event. Primary cause happened, A caused the event. Notice there's an arrow. It is very obvious that A caused B. That's your primary cause. The primary cause happened, and it immediately led to the event. Secondary causes, though, those are not as straightforward. Secondary causes are more indirect. Secondary causes are things that, first off, they had to happen for this event to happen. They definitely caused the event, but it's indirectly, and it may not have been inevitable. In other words, you can imagine a world where the secondary cause happened, but that major event never did. Whereas with the primary cause, once the primary cause happened, that event pretty much had to happen. Now, also notice I have a box there with arrows in it, and I put arrows question mark because sometimes secondary sources have a one-to-one correlation. Secondary, I keep saying sources, don't I? Okay, I'm gonna keep screwing that up today. We're not talking about primary and secondary sources. That's a totally different thing. If I say sources, I mean causes. Okay. Anyway, sometimes there is a one-to-one correlation, secondary cause to primary cause to event, but most of the time it gets a lot messier. And I'll show you what I mean with an example here in a second. So here's what I'd like for you to do. Is we're gonna do a little practice with this, and we're gonna talk about something that all of you are sadly way too familiar with right now, and that is school closings. Now, I put school closings in Texas because, like I said, on Friday it was announced that schools in Texas are officially closed for the rest of the school year. Feel free, we're doing this to substitute your state, or if your state has not closed down schools for the year, just think about why you've been out of school so far. You don't have to do Texas if you don't want to. And I know some of you are rolling your eyes right now because you're thinking to yourself, oh gosh, closures from Texas, and people from Texas will just never shut up about being from Texas. And actually, yeah, you're kind of right. But remember, I didn't grow up here. Okay, I grew up in Louisiana and moved here to go to college, but I've been here for almost 25 years now, and I married a really nice Texas girl, and we raised 2 Texas boys, and I have 2 Texas dogs. So I feel like maybe I'm a Texan now. So, but I'll say this, I may be a Texan now, but I will never ever cheer for the Dallas Cowboys. I'll make that very clear to everyone. Okay, anyway, we're getting too far ahead. All right, so what I'd like to do is take a couple minutes and fill in this chart, thinking about school closings right now for the 2019-2020 school year. If you want to see what Texas, great. If you want to another state, that's fine too. But go ahead, pause the video, take about 4 or 5 minutes, trying to fill in as much of this as you can. If you're still a little confused about primary versus secondary causes, don't worry about it. I'll go over that here in a second. So ready, pause. Okay, here are your answers, or answers that I came up with. Again, yours might vary, and that is totally fine. If I had you write an essay about schools closing in Texas for the 2019-2020 school year, you start with your contextualization. Again, big picture topics. And notice I have some pretty big picture topics here. International travel, international migration is something you've been talking about all year long, but I'm making it a little bit more specific to our time period right now. Than in the year 2020, there's been more international travel than ever in history. International travel is cheaper than ever before. It's easier than ever before. I'd rather fly an airplane across the Atlantic than have to go on a boat for a couple of weeks. Okay? That helps with transportation technology. It also happens because our international economy is more connected than ever before. But of course, with that, we know the disease spreads. Disease spreads through travel and trade. Again, that is something that we've seen throughout history. Also, if you want to make it a little bit more specific to our topic, schools really spread disease. I mean, y'all know it. You've been in the hallways. There's not a whole lot of social distancing happening in high school hallways. Or have y'all been in elementary school lately? It is. There's just way too many bodily fluids. There's way too much touching, and there's definitely not enough hand washing in those places. And we know the diseases spread in schools. So that would be kind of my contextualization. Big picture. These are things that you have to understand if you're going to understand why schools are closing right now. Okay, then we move to our secondary causes. Secondary cause number 1. There is a coronavirus that has appeared on the scene and has begun spreading around the world. Now remember, you have to have that in order to close schools. There has to be the threat of the coronavirus. But that doesn't make schools in Texas having to close inevitable. It's quite possible this virus could have spread to other parts of the world, never touched Texas, and Texas schools would have gone on just fine. You also can think about lack of knowledge or preparation. Whether you want to talk about the federal level, the state level, the local level, however you want to get into it. I'm not going to get into this right now. I promise you I'm not going to get into politics right now because no matter what I say, I end up making like 40% of you mad. So we're just going to not talk about this. But also understand, yes, the full story has not been written on COVID-19. But we do know that we were not 100% prepared or have 100% complete knowledge of the situation. If we had, things would be a lot different right now. But both of those, again, are secondary causes. Yes, they're important, but they didn't lead to schools closing in Texas directly. But the primary causes, these are things that once they happened, you had to close the schools for the school year. One, as of this weekend, there are about 15,000 cases of COVID-19 in Texas. That's a lot. Schools have to close for that. Other primary causes, students and teachers and parents are simply afraid to send their kids to school. I mean, think about it. If your school just magically opened up tomorrow, would you really want to go to the building and be crammed into a classroom with a bunch of students? I don't know that I would. I don't know that I want my kids to go there. So school officials know that if they open up schools, attendance levels would be way down. And then also, let's just kind of be honest here. We're getting towards the end of the school year. Originally, Texas schools were supposed to open up like the middle of May. There would have been like 2 weeks left. So I think at some point, most school officials looked at it and said the school year is pretty much done. If this happened in October, we would have kept schools closed for a little while, but eventually opened them back up. But notice all 3 of those are primary direct causes of Texas schools closing for the school year. Without those, Texas schools would still be open or opening soon. Now, one other important note there, put the box. Governor Greg Abbott, he's the governor of Texas. He was the one that on Friday announced schools in Texas would be closed. I've seen in a lot of student writing, whether it be in my classroom or when I grade AP tests, students will put things like that as a cause of schools closing. Because the fact that Governor Abbott announced on Friday schools would close is not a cause. It is the event itself. It is the school closure. It would be like, okay, let's say I asked you to analyze the causes of why the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl this year. If you said one cause of the Chiefs winning is because they scored more points than the 49ers, well, that's the definition of winning. Yes, the Chiefs won because they scored more points than the other team. That's not a cause. That's the event itself. A cause of the Chiefs winning would be Patrick Mahomes is really, really amazing at football. That would be a cause. The fact that the Chiefs scored more points is the thing itself. So just be careful when you're listing out causes causes that you're not listing out another way to say the event itself. If you have this open as a PDF, leave it open because we're going to come back to it at the end of this session today. But let's get into history stuff now. And like I said, we're going to talk about European maritime exploration today, kind of the 1400s and 1500s. We're not going to get into the Columbian Exchange today. Smith is going to do that tomorrow. We're not going to talk about the Spanish conquering the Aztecs, Incas, all that. We're going to get to that later on in the week. Today, I just want to think about why do we see maritime exploration in the 1400s and the 1500s. And there's a couple of reasons why. First off, there's a lot of new technologies that begin to make their way to Europe, and Europeans begin to modify these technologies to create faster boats. By the way, I listed out a couple of different technologies. You don't necessarily need to know all of these. As long as you know one, you're in a pretty good spot here. But think about new types of boats. Caravel boats that are pictured here. There's lateen sails that for sails are more triangular. The point is that these new boat designs and sail designs are help making the boats more efficient when it comes to harnessing wind power. Because remember, we're still in a time where wind is the thing that's going to push boats. Well, I guess there's still oars for canoes, but if we're talking about large boats, it is sails. These are still sailboats. We're obviously not to steam engines yet. That's still a couple hundred years away in the Industrial Revolution. But these new designs make it more efficient to travel using wind power. The Portuguese become experts at building these very fast ships, and obviously having faster, lighter ships is important. It's important in trade because you can get from point A to point B faster. There's also, of course, a military advantage to it as well. Compasses. Okay, compasses are a thing that have been around for a while, and people in East Asia have been using them since almost the 12th century. But knowledge of compasses really didn't become widespread in Europe until around this time. And obviously, if you're out on the water and you need to figure out what direction to go, compasses are going to be there to help you. Speaking of being stuck out in the middle of the water and not knowing where you are, we know that for years and years and years before this, sailors have been using positions of the stars. But now you start to see better maps of the heavens being made. Sailors are getting a lot better at identifying stars and where they are to help them figure out where they are in the water. We also see an increased knowledge of wind patterns in the Atlantic Ocean. If you can figure out which way the wind is blowing at what time of year, or which way the water is blowing, you're obviously going to be a huge advantage. And that's one of the things that helps Europeans to actually eventually reach the Americas. Is that current and wind patterns in the Atlantic Ocean are actually fairly stable if you know what you're doing. And by the way, don't ask me to explain because I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to sailing. I prefer to just stay on land. But if you know what you're doing, it's pretty easy to predict wind and current patterns in the Atlantic Ocean. They're a lot more stable than say somewhere out in the Pacific where it's a lot more variable. But the point is, new technologies, new knowledge of this is obviously going to help increase maritime exploration. But wait a minute, where did these technologies and knowledges come from? Well, I'm glad you asked. Y'all remember the Mongols? Of course you do. The answer is always the Mongols. The Mongols are the answer to every question in world history. Okay, maybe not every question, but a lot of questions. Okay, we've talked plenty about the Mongols. They took over almost all of Asia. They got to the outskirts of Europe. They never really conquered large parts of Europe. But all the trade routes they reconnected began to make their way to Europe. And so of course knowledge from the Middle East, from East Asia, all are trying to make their way back into Europe. Also remember, this is the beginnings of the Renaissance in Europe as well. Now, when you think of the Renaissance, you probably think of art. And yes, art is a huge part of the Renaissance, no doubt about it. But the Renaissance also does foster a big focus on education, especially on science education and technology. Remember Da Vinci, you're known for his paintings and art and all that. He was a pretty prolific inventor as well. And so you're starting to see sailors tinkering with new designs for ships, floating sails, caravels, etc. Also, I brought the fact before that governments in Europe, especially in Western Europe, I should say, were pretty unstable before the 1400s. Kingdoms grew, kingdoms fell apart. It wasn't a very centralized government. But now, after the plague, as trade money is starting to come into Europe as well, we start to see more solidified and centralized governments. You start to see the makings of modern countries in Europe, like France, England, Spain is about to take several kingdoms and unify them into one country. Germany and Italy, they're still a ways away. Don't worry about them for now. But with these new governments, monarchs feel the need for more money because, of course, more money means more political power. How do kings get money? Through taxes. Where do you get taxes from? Through trade. So you see competition over trade routes. So we start to see this desire for more long-distance trade routes by Europeans. Also remember that most of these countries are fairly small when you think about it geographically. None of them is as large or powerful as, say, like the Ottoman Empire or the dynasties in China and East Asia. So again, there's a lot of rivalry between these kind of smaller states. The problem, though, with long-distance trade in Europe is that if you think about land routes from Europe into Asia go through those gunpowder empires we talked about last week. The Ottomans, the Safavids, the Mughals, etc. And by the way, those empires are totally fine with having European merchants travel through. Because again, if merchants are traveling through your area, that means more tax money. But Europeans don't have to be taken advantage of by those Muslim empires. They're being seen as taken advantage of by the Muslim empires. So they start to look to the water to figure out new routes to Asia. All right, so what happens next? Well, the Portuguese are some of the first to begin exploring new routes to Asia. The Portuguese begin by sailing around Africa. They start setting up outposts on the coast of Africa, as well as in South Asia, all along the Indian Ocean coast. But remember, for the Portuguese, it wasn't about buying and selling goods. It wasn't about being involved in trade routes. Because to be honest, the Portuguese didn't really have much that anybody in Asia wanted. For them, it was about controlling those trade networks. And they were able to do it because of their new technology, their faster ships. Also because, remember, the Chinese, after the death of Zheng had pretty much kind of mothballed their entire fleet. Remember, the Chinese had a giant fleet in the Indian Ocean that was pretty much gone by the time the Portuguese arrived. So that tells me if the Chinese had still been there in the Indian Ocean, the Portuguese arrived, the Portuguese would have been going around back home after they saw those huge Chinese ships. But there was a power vacuum in the Indian Ocean, and the Portuguese were able to move in and take control. And you're going to look at that some more tonight in your homework. Then, of course, we have the Spanish hiring Christopher Columbus to find a new water route to Asia through the Atlantic Ocean. Hey, Lojo hasn't told a really bad dad joke today. I get it because they were Pacific, because he's in the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, some of you are laughing. I know you are. Just admit it. It's fine. But Columbus, of course, is looking for Western routes to Asia. Instead, discovers the Americas. And after the discovery of the Americas, you then start to see the English and the French and the Dutch and others begin to start their own explorations, looking for possibly a Northwest Passage. Maybe there's a way to go around the Americas to the north to make their way to China. Of course, they don't find it, but of course, you do see these countries beginning to settle their own colonies in North America as well. Again, we're not going to get into that today. That'll come more later in the week. Okay, hey, remember this chart that we looked at 10 minutes ago? Let's look at it again. What I'd like for you to do is to go ahead and take a few minutes. If you want, copy this chart down again on your paper or print off a new one. I want you to take a few minutes and fill this in about European exploration in the Americas and Asia from the 1400s and 1500s. Okay, so start with your contextualization, the big picture, and then kind of narrow it down to 1400s and 1500s. Think about the primary causes. What are the things that directly led to European exploration? And then think about your secondary causes. What are the things that happened before the primary causes that needed to happen in order for European exploration to happen, but maybe they did not make European exploration inevitable? And by the way, if there are some arrows between your secondary and primary causes, great, draw. If there's no arrows, that's fine too. Maybe there's multiple arrows going different directions. Put that in as well. Okay, so go ahead and take about 5 minutes. Pause me now, and then when you're ready, start back up. Ready? Pause. Like, here are a couple answers that I came up with. Again, you might have something different, and that's totally fine as well. But if you gave me an essay about European exploration in the Americas and Asia, the first thing I would talk about is my contextualization. Like we were saying a second ago, knowledge from the Islamic world, knowledge from East Asia. If you want to throw in the Mongols, that's how I got here. That would be good too. I would also maybe talk about the Renaissance and its focus on science and technology. Because again, we're thinking about big picture ideas, transfer of knowledge from trade routes. But then I'm getting a little bit more specific. The knowledge came from the Islamic world, from East Asia to Europe through the Mongols. And then we talk about the Renaissance as well. It's kind of outcropping of that. All right, if you think about primary causes, the Portuguese are going to control Indian Ocean trade. That is going to make a direct cause into European exploration in the Indian Ocean. Columbus discovering America, of course, kicks off European exploration of the Americas and eventually conquest of the Americas. The British and French still looking for a way to find the Northwest Passage. There's another primary cause that sets off exploration as well. But then you got to think about the secondary causes as well. Okay, those primary causes directly cause European exploration to increase in the 1400s and 1500s. But what are the secondary causes of that? That's where you get into the new technologies, the new types of ships, the new types of sails. That's where you get into the rivalry among the European states, fighting over territory, fighting over resources, fighting over trade routes. And if you look at my arrows, I know that seems like a jumble of arrows, but each secondary cause, I turn arrows to 2 primary causes, but you could probably make an argument for different arrows going different ways, and that's fine. You also, by the way, could make an argument for no, that's not a primary cause, that should be a secondary cause. And listen, that's fine too. If you can back up your argument, you can frame these in different ways to make them secondary or primary causes. That's fine. But I really do want you to see the difference there. The secondary causes are still important. You wouldn't see European exploration of the Americas without that, but they did not make it inevitable. Or primary causes are the direct lead into it. Right? Also, I put one at the bottom again, think about what you should not put. I didn't put the Portuguese building settlements around the Indian Ocean because that is part of the exploration expansion and settlement in the Indian Ocean. That is the definition of the thing itself. All right, so let's summarize what we've done today. Hey, first off, big takeaway. If I say European maritime expansion, I'm not just talking Columbus. There's a lot more to it. Okay? Also, you make sure you understand the difference between primary and secondary causes. Primary causes are much more immediate. Secondary causes are a little bit more indirect. And obviously, all of this talk about maritime expansion is going to lead to new empires in the Americas and eventually in Asia as well. It's going to lead to the Columbian Exchange, but we're going to talk about that more in the next few days. All right, I'm going to give you guys some homework for tonight. We're going to look at a little bit of a DBQ. Actually, this is last year's DBQ. This was the DBQ on the AP test last year, but I took out a couple documents to make it a good old solid 5-document DBQ. And I turned it into a PDF. It is in the Google Drive down below, same place where you found the causes chart. So what I'd like you to do is download that, look over it, make sure you read the prompts carefully, make sure you look at all 5 documents. And then tonight for homework, I just want you to write the introductory paragraph. And like I said off the beginning, your introductory paragraph should have contextualization and a thesis statement. And with your thesis statement for today at least, let's make sure we have at least 2 solid claims. Now, some teachers tell you that you should put the document numbers in your thesis statement. You can if you want to. It's not necessary, but it's fine. And for tonight, since you're not writing out the full essay, you don't necessarily need to refer to all the documents, but when you write your thesis statement tonight, make sure that the documents do support the claims you're making. So that if I did have you write out the full DBQ, you would be able to say, hey, here in claim 1, documents 2 and 3 definitely support it, and 1, 4, and 5 support this claim right here. All right, so there's your homework for tonight. Smith is going to go over with that with y'all tomorrow. I will see you on Wednesday. Y'all have a good night.
Hey everybody, it is Tuesday, April 20-something, and welcome back to another live stream with AP World History Modern. This week you've been learning about, lately we've been learning about 1450 to 1750, and first we learned about land-based empires, and then some major belief systems and changes in belief systems, and now we're learning about maritime connections that were made as people began sailing through new territory and new waters around the world. As a reminder, I'm Mr. Smith, and I'm from MacArthur High School, which is a school in the North Dallas area called Irving, Texas. So before we get into too much today, I want to go over your activity from yesterday. Yesterday, Mr. Logereau gave you a DBQ. That DBQ was a 5-document DBQ with a prompt modeled after the type of prompts that we should get on our DBQ this year. As a matter of fact, it was an abbreviated version or an abridged version of the 2019 DBQ, so what last year's students wrote for their DBQ. And Mr. Logereau challenged you to write an introductory paragraph containing 2 points on our 10-point rubric. The first point that you're meant to achieve is your context point. The second point that you're meant to achieve is your thesis point. So let's read an example of a paragraph here. Now, before we do that, I want to tell you that this is called an exemplar paragraph, which means it's one of the best versions possible. As a matter of fact, this is so good, it was written by a teacher, and not me, but the better teacher of the two of us. So don't feel like you're inadequate if you don't look just like this. Your vocabulary might not be as strong, your sentences might not vary in sentence structure, but if you have the right ideas and the right concepts, then you're going to be on the right track. And always remember, take the time to check in for feedback with your AP World History teacher. If you send an email with your work in it and ask your AP World History teacher for some feedback, I'm sure that you'll get a better idea of the quality of your work and whether or not it would earn a point. One more reminder, on the AP World History test, there's no degrees. There's no A, B, and C. You either wrote a thesis or you didn't. And so it might be a good thesis, an okay thesis, or an excellent, outstanding thesis. All of those things are worth 1 point on the rubric. So don't get caught up worrying about the quality, or worrying about the sentence structure or the vocabulary. Focus on answering the prompts, because that's what the College Board is measuring your ability to do. So let's take a second and read this paragraph together. For centuries before the arrival of European merchants, the Indian Ocean had been the center of flourishing trade routes, connecting India to East and Southeast Asia, as well as with East Africa, Egypt, and Arabia. Notice that Mr. Logereau is going about providing context by introducing the reader to the ideas of the Indian Ocean. If the question says, how did the Portuguese change trade in the Indian Ocean? What effect did the Portuguese have? Then understanding the Indian Ocean before the introduction of the Portuguese provides context. However, context also needs to bring the Portuguese from Portugal to the Indian Ocean. So the next sentence helps make that connection. Portugal's naval advances, such as stronger ships, allow the Portuguese to engage in transoceanic trade and reach the Indian Ocean. Together, these 2 sentences serve as acceptable context and would earn any student 1 point on the DBQ. That's important because it's important that you understand that these 2 sentences work together and that independently, neither of them would be an acceptable example of context. But it takes both of these 2 sentences, the idea of introducing the Indian Ocean before the Portuguese got there, and then giving examples or evidence about how the Portuguese got there. That's context for Portuguese transforming trade in the Indian Ocean. The next 2 sentences are Mr. Logereau's thesis statement. They provide all the claims that he's going to go about providing throughout his entire essay. Notice that I highlighted part of this in blue. The part that I put in blue is a direct quote from the actual prompt. That's a really good way to go about writing a thesis. Take the words from the prompt and add the answer. Remember, the best writers, the most eloquent and well-received writers will tell you, from Dr. Seuss to J.K. Rowling, that the most important phases and steps of good writing come in the editing phase. You don't get the chance to edit or proofread or peer review your work. You are turning in a rough draft. And the College Board knows when they grade your DBQ that they're grading a rough draft, that they're grading your very first edition, the very first copy of the work that you've done. So it doesn't have to be perfect and it doesn't have to be beautiful or eloquent. It just has to be well thought out. You're showing the College Board your ability to make claims and support your claims with evidence, and then look at nuance within those claims. That's your skill here. Not being a strong writer, but your skill is making and supporting claims. So use the words from the prompt. The Portuguese transformed maritime trade in the Indian Ocean in the 16th century by taxing non-Portuguese ships that traded in the region. That's a major change that took place because of the Portuguese. Notice that it shows us something that the Portuguese actually did. It has to have an action of the Portuguese for it to show how the Portuguese transformed trade. However, the Portuguese never extended their control beyond a few ports and had to compete with Indian merchants and regional states, such as the Ottoman Empire and the Sultanate of Assad. Notice here that this thesis statement is what we would call a complex thesis statement, because it not only addresses change, but it also addresses what stayed the same, or continuity. By addressing 2 sides of that same coin, this author, Mr. Logereau, has provided us with a complicated thesis statement, which is going to help if it's well developed throughout the essay with earning that 10th point of a complex, well-developed response. So this means that this has 3 claims in it, so it should have 3 body paragraphs. The first body paragraph should have a topic sentence that talks about Portuguese taxing non-Portuguese ships that traded in the region. The second body paragraph should have a topic sentence that explains that despite the first change, Portuguese never extended their control beyond a few ports. And the third body paragraph should show that despite the introduction of the Portuguese, Indian merchants and regional states such as the Ottoman Empire and Sultanate of Assad remained prominent competition. Okay, don't get rid of this. We're going to spend some time throughout this week continuing to work on the different points of the essay. Right now, you've only got 2 out of 10 points. Hopefully, later in the week, you'll have a lot more points on this DBQ. So keep this, because it's going to continue to be your homework more than one time throughout this week until you have a well-developed essay. Take a minute and read this document. After you've read the document, I want you to think, what could provide context for this document? I'll give you about 90 seconds to read. Okay, take about 30 more seconds to think of possible ideas for context for this document. Okay, so here's some ideas I had that might provide context for this document. One idea that I had is what we learned about yesterday with Mr. Logereau. New maritime technologies promoted long-distance travel. That long-distance travel eventually led to the connection of the two hemispheres, the eastern and the western. And that connection is great context for the diseases that are being described here because they're brought over by Europeans to Americans. Another great idea about context here is the long history of isolation of the Americas. Before Columbus's voyage in 1492, the Americas were completely isolated from the European states, and as well as all of Afro-Eurasia really, which helped keep them isolated from many of the diseases that took place that existed for centuries in Afro-Eurasia. This leads us into our discussion for today. Maybe you remember from last week when we discussed trade routes like the Indian Ocean Trade Network, the Silk Road, and Trans-Saharan Trade Network. This very important idea about trade. This is going to come up over and over again from 1200 to 1900. So it's important for us to continue to remember that long-distance trade moves more than manufactured goods. Along with the goods come people, animals, plants, disease, culture and language, new technologies and ideas, and population and demographic changes as a result of both disease and new biodiversity. And that's true after 1450 as well as in the periods that we discussed before. After 12, so today we're going to talk about the Columbian Exchange, a brand new trade network that was created because of the connection of the two hemispheres. And we're going to look at the many effects of this new trade network and how this new trade network grew and changed the world around the world, really all of it, just everything. So let's talk about the Columbian Exchange. The Columbian Exchange, short definition, is the new trade network as a result of the connection of the two hemispheres. And it was largely between Europe, Africa, and the Americas. However, that doesn't mean that other parts of the world were left out. Crops and goods that came from the Americas moved into the Middle East, and silver that came from South America played a significant role in the economy of the Indian Ocean Trade Network after 1450, changing the economy of China and the Philippines and other parts of the Indian Ocean Trade Network as well. So the Columbian Exchange truly did change the whole world. However, the Columbian Exchange started because of the connection of the two hemispheres. So all of the things that you learned about yesterday with new maritime technologies, the causes that pushed Europeans to look out into the Atlantic Ocean instead of trying to cross through the Mediterranean into Asia and Africa, all of these things helped lead to the Columbian Exchange. Let's talk a little bit about the specifics about what moved around as a result of the Columbian Exchange. One of the most immediate effects of the Columbian Exchange was a massive spread of disease. See, well, that's not true. All of the Americas was completely isolated from all of Afro-Eurasia before the connection of the two hemispheres. And that meant the diseases that Afro-Eurasians had been carrying around for centuries as a result of long-distance trade routes and close connections to animals didn't exist in the Western Hemisphere. See, in the Americas, there weren't many long-distance trade routes. Trade was more localized because there were no large beasts of burdens before 1450. And as a result of that, there was a lot less connection of different people from different regions of the world. So there were less immunities and antibodies built inside the American people's bodies. So when the Europeans came over and they began to have contact with American people, a respiratory disease called smallpox spread from face-to-face contact. Smallpox wasn't the only disease that had a severe effect on the Native American population. As Europeans began to settle in the Americas, they brought what the College Board refers to as disease vectors. Disease vectors includes animals like rats and mosquitoes. And these rats and mosquitoes carry diseases like measles. And so with the diseases that came from the Europeans like smallpox and measles, the Native American population was nearly completely decimated. You may have learned of the importance of guns and gunpowder and the unique technologies that Europeans brought with them in order to conquer Native American societies. And while those tools were significant and important, nothing was more deadly than the diseases that Europeans brought with them and the diseases that spread amongst the Native American population with no way to fight those diseases. As a matter of fact, in some areas, up to 90% of the population may have been completely wiped out by disease. This disease played a significant role in the Europeans' ability to take over the territory and conquer even major empires like the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire. Another important reality of the Columbian Exchange is the fact that there were crops that existed in the Americas that hadn't been heard of or seen in Afro-Eurasia, and vice versa. Some of the most important examples are American crops like maize and tomatoes, potatoes, and even tobacco. These are some of the most, you can see pictures of some of these and the other crops in the top picture. Remember, the top picture are examples of crops that existed in the Americas that had not been heard of in other places around the world. And as these crops moved around, they played incredibly important roles. Obviously, you know about the importance of tobacco and its economic value as it was such an addictive substance and became something that people began to smoke and chew all around the world, and an extraordinary part of the cash crop economy. Remember, cash crop is when crops are grown to sell rather than grown for sustenance. Other important items that moved into the rest of the world included maize and potatoes. Such items were incredibly important in places where the populations were struggling. They helped revive the population of Europe after decades of decimation, more than a century since the Black Plague. It also helped keep the population growing in places like Africa, despite such atrocities that we'll discuss later, like the Atlantic slave trade, where more than 16 million Africans were kidnapped from Africa and taken to the Americas and sold into slavery. Despite the millions and millions of people who were taken out of Africa, the overall population of Africa remained stable and even grew as a result of many of the new cash crops and American crops that were brought to Africa and grown in Africa. Crops came from Europe and Asia as well, came to the Americas. Some examples of these in particular are fruits like bananas and apples and other citrus fruits that grew in America. But crops not only came as a result of the Columbian Exchange. As we mentioned before, millions of Africans were taken out of Africa, and along with them came such goods as okra and rice, changing the development of food in the Americas. Another important thing that came to the Americas were animals. Europeans brought with them pigs and cows and horses, which radically changed the economy and culture of the Americas. One of the most important cash crops in the Americas, important in terms of the economy of the Americas, was sugarcane. Sugarcane was widely popular around the world, and it grew throughout the tropical areas of the Americas, in the Caribbean and in the northern portions of South America, especially in Brazil. Sugarcane was a wildly popular good. However, it was an extraordinarily dangerous and difficult work environment. The heat and the constant work days and the year-round nature of growing and harvesting sugarcane led to an incredibly difficult situation for labor. At first, Europeans tried to enslave Native Americans, but as a result of the many problems that came from diseases, Europeans who came to settle in the Americas had a difficult time creating efficient slave systems in the Caribbean and South America. Such native slave systems worked in places like Mexico and, modern-day Mexico, but in Spanish America and along the western coast, where the Aztec and Inca empires had millions of Native Americans, leaving thousands even after the deaths as a result of diseases. Europeans looked elsewhere to meet their desire for free or coerced labor. And this is where they became involved with the African slave trade. Europeans traveled to the African coast where they would engage in trade in order to capture slaves and bring the slaves by the millions from Africa to the Americas, where they were sold into slavery to plantation owners, primarily in the Caribbean and in Brazil, where millions, if not 90% of all the Africans who were brought from the Americas, from Africa to the Americas, about 90% were taken to the Caribbean or to Brazil, where they worked most likely on sugarcane plantations. This brings us to another aspect of the Columbian Exchange. One important part of the Columbian Exchange is known as the transatlantic slave trade, or sometimes referred to as the triangle trade. The transatlantic slave trade was a gruesome reality of the development of the new economies in the Americas. Africans by the millions were taken from Africa and brought to Europe, brought to the Americas in order to participate forced to work in the economy, in the cash crop based economy. I didn't like that I used the word participate because that sounds sounds voluntary, and obviously this type of labor was not voluntary. It was an extraordinary degree of coerced labor. As Africans came to the Americas, they brought with them their ideas of culture and customs, and what is often called the African diaspora. We've talked about diaspora before when we talked about trade, and we talked about it in a voluntary sense. But the African diaspora is a much more involuntary idea. In this case, once again, you have people taken from their homeland and forced to live in minority communities or in new places where they didn't have power or say over their lives. However, in these minority communities, they held strongly to their local customs and cultures. And in the case of the African diaspora, many African customs and cultures mix together to create new ideas, because oftentimes people from local regions or the same tribes or the same kingdoms or the same customs were separated and spread amongst each other. And so they brought with them ideas such as language, food, and music. So let's talk a little bit and debrief about the Columbian Exchange. Take about 30 seconds to look at this picture. So what's the context for this picture? Well, the Columbian Exchange. The idea that horses didn't exist in the Americas prior to the introduction of Europeans into the American society. And the idea that corn didn't exist in Europe before the connection of the two hemispheres, and maize and tomatoes and potatoes and other crops were brought from the Americas to Europe. This is the whole concept of the Columbian Exchange. Okay, so here's the deal. Even though we spent our day talking about the Columbian Exchange today, I want you to continue working on your DBQ so that soon we'll have an opportunity to look at all the points and all the skills of the DBQ. So hopefully you've already downloaded the file 4.1, 4.2 homework and practiced with the documents and the prompts, because we looked at that already today. If you haven't, please remember that you can find that in the description. For this video, there's a link in the description just below the video. So I want you to take the claims that we made earlier today. Remember, we looked at the thesis, and the thesis had 3 claims in it. I want you to take those claims, and I want you to see what documents could serve to prove those points, and work to develop your paragraphs. They won't be very long paragraphs, because you only have 5 documents, and if you're going to spread them out into different claims, that's okay. And you don't have to have multiple documents in every single paragraph. But how can you use your 5 documents to support those 3 claims that we made in our thesis earlier today? Take the time to write out the paragraphs. We're going to add more to those paragraphs later, but it's okay, because right now we're just looking and learning. So take some time. Even though it's not about the Columbian Exchange, it is about maritime empires and the development of maritime economies. So I want you to go and begin to build these 3 paragraphs. All right, everybody. Hopefully you have an opportunity to review some important concepts. I strongly encourage you to look up the Columbian Exchange in your textbook or find more information. One of the truly most helpful sources when learning about the Columbian Exchange is the Columbian Exchange Wikipedia page. Take some time to go there and read about the goods that moved from one part of the world to another, and how those goods might have had an effect on the people living there. What populations grew, what populations shrank. Thanks so much for watching with us today. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and we'll get back with you at the same time tomorrow. Hey everybody, and welcome back to another AP World History Modern lesson. As they say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, which for me means it's 5 o'clock here, and it's time to do a live stream with you guys. So as you probably already know at this point, I'm Chad Smith. I'm a high school teacher in MacArthur High School, which is in the Dallas area, in Irving, Texas. And we're here to talk about AP World History Modern. Before we get into our lesson today and really start talking about what we're going to talk about in Unit 4, period 1450 to 1750, I want to just give you guys 2 really important reminders. When we first started this, we told you that our live lessons would end at the end of next week. And at the end of next week, we are going to finish going over all the material from Unit 1 to Unit 6. And that's what your test is. That's what could possibly be on your AP World History test. And we're going to come back for 1 more week after that. On Monday and Tuesday, you're going to do a DBQ. On Monday, Mr. Logereau is basically going to proctor a DBQ for you. We're going to simulate the experience as close as we can using the tools we have to what it will be like to do the AP World History test. And then on Tuesday, he's going to go over examples of how to successfully achieve the goals of that particular DBQ. Then we're going to repeat that exact same pattern on Wednesday and Thursday with me using a totally different prompt with different documents. So that hopefully throughout that week, you'll have the experience to go through as close as we can using the tools we have to simulate what it's like to take the AP World History test this year. And we're going to go through to help you, give you feedback and help you improve and get ready for your AP World History test on May 21st at 1 p.m. Central Time, which you should check your own time zone to see what that means for you. If it's not 5 o'clock where you are, then it won't be 1 p.m. when you take the AP World History test. So make sure you take the time to think about your time zones. Friday, Mr. Logereau and I are going to come on together, and we're going to give you some tips and tricks to help you be successful for your AP World History test. That's again happening the week of May 4th through 8th. Next week, we're going to continue working our way through the ideas of imperialism and industrialization. One more important thing for you to know: the College Board is doing everything it can to help you guys be ready for this unique version of an AP World History test and to be able to work from home in order to prepare for the AP World History test. So right now, in your AP classroom, there are several free practice DBQs. These DBQs are designed to model exactly what you're going to see on your AP World History test on May 21st at 1 o'clock or whatever time according to the time zone you live in. So here's an opportunity for you to go and actually practice doing this, and you can submit it to your own AP World History teacher, and they can look over it and give you feedback. So even if your teacher doesn't have to make these available to you. They are already available to you to look at. So let me show you how to find it. When you sign into your AP World History, to your AP Classroom, if you don't know how to get to AP Classroom, you can just go to Google and Google AP Classroom. The first link that pops up is going to take you to the sign-in page, and every single student who is prepared, who is already set to take the AP World History test, has an AP Classroom page already set up. So if you're taking the AP World History test, then you have AP Classroom. So Google AP Classroom, click on the first link, sign in, and this is what you'll see. You might have to scroll down a little bit to get to the link down here. Notice down here it says, whoops, sorry guys. Notice down here at the bottom of the screen, it has the class that you have, followed by the period that you're in, or maybe you don't call them period, maybe you call them hours or something else, and your teacher. And if you have multiple AP classes, then you're going to have to scroll down to the right one. And over to the right side, it says AP Classroom. This is where you want to click. You want to click on AP Classroom. When you click on AP Classroom, you will see a screen that looks like this. At the top of your screen, there's a whole host of announcements. And the very first announcement says practice answering free response exam questions. You can see that denoted here by 1 or 2 arrows pointing toward the link. So what you want to do is you want to click on that link, and it'll pull up this list of DBQs. You can go through and look at this list of DBQs, and when you click on begin, the DBQ will pop up on the screen, and you'll be able to look over. You'll be able to practice the DBQ on your own. You can handwrite your response, or there's a box at the bottom of this. If you scroll down under the DBQ, there's a box that place for you to submit your answer, type your answer, and submit. Remember, on May 21st at 1 o'clock Central Time, or whatever time in your district, in your time zone, like we're talking about the Hunger Games now, in your time zone, then you'll be able to handwrite or type. So if you begin practicing now, typing or handwriting, whipper one you prefer, then you'll be better prepared on May 21st at 1 o'clock Central Time to take the AP World History test. All right. I know that you guys had homework from Mr. Logereau yesterday, and since we're working day after day after day on writing an actual document-based question and developing a full-blown response, and it's not necessarily connected to the content of our lesson today, I'm going to skip over going over Mr. Lojo's homework, and we're going to come back to that at the end. At the end, we'll look at some different ways you could source the documents, and we'll look at a full BBQ as with the points that we've practiced so far, and then I'll give you your homework for tonight. So let's jump right into our warm-up. What I want you to do is I'm going to give you two documents, and I want you to read both the documents and look for similarities in the two documents. What is similar about the two regions that are being described in these documents? Now, I'll remind you, when you just read one document, you're not going to find a similarity. You have to read both documents to get a similarity. So my advice is that you read the first document and take keynotes about characteristics or descriptions, and then you read the second document and take keynotes about characteristics or descriptions, and then you compare what you see in your notes. So I'll give you about 90 seconds to read document 1, 90 seconds to read document 2, and 30 seconds to compare your notes. All right, go ahead and get to work. All right, I'm going to move on to the second document. Okay, now take about 30 seconds to look at your notes from the two documents and compare what descriptions or key characteristics you found. That way you can find some similarities between the two documents. All right, as always, I wish I could call on you guys and ask for some feedback, but since we can't do that, let's just take a minute and look at my thoughts. So I think that the most prominent similarity between these two documents is that they demonstrate great amounts of diversity in their region of the world. In the document about Mexico, you can see Spanish soldiers and Indian slaves, white residents and black slaves, mulattoes, which is not a term we're familiar with yet, and even Indians or Native Americans. And so there's lots of diversity in this city. In the document, in the second document, the document about the Mughal Empire, you also see great deals of diversity. You see a Muslim leader speaking, giving blessings to Allah and blessings from Allah, onto Muhammad. But you also see reference to the books of the Gospels, meaning Christian scripture, and the Old Testament, like the books of Moses and the Psalms, meaning Jewish scripture. References to different languages like Sanskrit and Persian, and a description of the Upanishads or the scripture of Hinduism. So the key similarity between these two documents is that they demonstrate a great deal of diversity. And that's what we're going to talk about today. The fact that whether we're talking about the land empires of Unit 3, like the Mughal Empire or China, or we're talking about the maritime empires of Unit 4, like the European states that expanded throughout the Americas, for example, New Spain or Spanish America, regardless of what type of empire we're discussing, we see constant growth of empires leads to more diversity within those empires, which means that the states have to find ways to deal with that diversity, to either bring diverse groups of people together in order to help them grow and assimilate with one another and develop a fruitful economy and productive society, or to keep them separated in order to have more control over them and have a stronger political state. So that's what we're going to look at today. We're going to look at the social structures of several diverse areas around the world. We're going to look at the Ottoman Empire. We're going to compare the Ottoman Empire to the Mughal Empire and ask the question, how did both of these states deal with ethnic and religious diversity as they grew and expanded? We're going to look at the Shing dynasty in China. We're going to look at we're going to look at Europe, Russia, and finally we're going to look at Spanish America, which of course we previewed here with a picture on the screen. So let's actually dig into it a little bit and let's talk about some of these empires and the social structures of these empires, starting with the social structure in the Ottoman Empire. So let's talk about two significant groups of elite people in the Ottoman Empire. One of the most important groups of elite people were called the Janissary, or known collectively as the Janissary Corps. Now, that's not a typo. That word there says Janissary coup, and I just said Janissary Corps, but we'll talk about the Janissary coups later. So what was the Janissary? Well, looking at the picture on the top, you can see the process of devshirm, or the process of the collection of Janissaries. Originally, Janissaries were young boys who were kidnapped by the Ottoman Empire, from the northern regions of the Ottoman Empire that were predominantly Christian. The young boys were enslaved and converted to Islam, but then when they grew up, they became important members of the Ottoman society. As a matter of fact, Janissary had elite power in the Ottoman military, particularly the protection of gunpowder weapons, and they had significant roles in the Ottoman bureaucracy. Over time, throughout the Ottoman Empire, as the Janissary Corps became members of elite society and they had positions of prestige, rather than Janissary boys being kidnapped from the Christian societies, Christian families were willing to give their young sons up to become Janissary because it was an opportunity for social and economic growth in the Ottoman Empire, and it brought prestige back on the family living back home. So the Janissary were one important example of elite members of Ottoman society. But oftentimes, as the Janissary grew throughout the Ottoman Empire, they would stage coups against the Ottoman Sultan. A coup is a rebellion from within. It's when members of a society, particularly leaders in the society, work together to create a rebellion against the ruler. In order to protect himself from the coups that were launched by the Janissary Corps, oftentimes the Ottoman would use the power of Timar. The power of Timar was the power of the Ottoman Empire to grant land to nobles and to soldiers, and in order to get their loyalty to the Ottoman Empire. The power of Timar was used in order to create an alternative elite class to the Janissary, and this elite class was an elite class that was loyal to the Ottoman and able to help prevent the coups of the Janissary Corps. The Ottoman social structure also contained a lot of religious diversity, particularly three monotheistic religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. One of the most important ways the Ottoman Empire used religious diversity was to be accepting toward different religions and to allow different religions to be an important part and a productive part of the Ottoman society. One example of this was the acceptance of exiled Jews. In the late 1400s and early 1500s, countries like Spain and England expelled Jews or exiled Jews out of their states, kicking them out of their states and creating refugees. Well, the Ottoman Empire welcomed these refugees into their empire, and oftentimes Jewish conclaves grew in the Ottoman Empire and helped produce important things like medicine and diplomacy in the Ottoman Empire, and maybe even were responsible for bringing the printing press from Europe into the Ottoman Empire. It may confuse you, having heard what you just did about the Janissary Corps, to know that the Ottoman Empire was generally tolerant and allowed Christians to practice their own religion within their own homes and societies. But remember, the Janissary Corps throughout time became something that families wanted their sons to be a part of. And so after the initial creation of Devshirm and the Janissary Corps, it became an honor to send your family to be a part of the Janissary. While there was a great deal of religious acceptance and tolerance for diverse religions in the Ottoman Empire, that was not an absolute rule. For example, Christians and Jews were required to pay the jizya, which is a tax against non-Muslims. Another reality about social structures in the Ottoman Empire was the fact that women played a significant role in the political structure of the Ottoman Empire. See, in most Islamic states, there was a disagreement. Okay, that's not the right way to put it. In most Islamic states, there was an understanding that a son would become the next ruler. But unlike European states, it didn't have to be the firstborn son or the oldest son. Instead, it was the favorite son of the ruler, the chosen son. Well, when Ottoman sultans had multiple wives and maybe even dozens of concubines, which is a word that means sex slaves, the ruler might have dozens, if not even 100 sons to choose from for choosing his successor. Often this meant that women, mothers, the wives of the sultan and the concubines of the sultan would vie with one another for their son to be the favorite son. This is an activity known as harem politics, named after the harem, which is where women in the Islamic Empire, wealthy women, particularly wives and concubines of a sultan, lived. They lived together in a harem, and this is where from this harem is where they would engage in these politics. One of the most famous examples in Ottoman history is a woman named Roxolana, who played the rare position of starting off as a concubine, but later becoming a wife. Her son, she was married to Suleiman the Magnificent, one of the early rulers of the Ottoman Empire, and her son became his successor because of the many things that she did to help his empire, including a very aggressive push for public works projects projects in increasing the infrastructure of the Ottoman Empire. Okay, so we spent a lot of time talking about the elite members of the Ottoman Empire. But the reality is, elite means just the select few. And so the majority of the Ottoman Empire is not a part of the Janissary Corps or the nobility that's created by the Timur. The majority, and certainly not involved in foreign politics, but the majority that makes up the Ottoman Empire is mostly merchants, peasants, and slaves. Merchants, of course, make up a middle class, a wealthy group of members of the Ottoman Empire who have money but no power. And peasants do most of the backbreaking work of the Ottoman economy, the agriculture and the construction that make up the strength of the Ottoman Empire. Finally, the Ottoman Empire had about 1 million slaves, most of which came from Central and Northern Europe or Northern Africa. Although most Ottoman slaves had different roles than we think of when we think of American slavery. When we think of American slavery, we think about slaves doing difficult outdoor agricultural labor. But slaves in the Ottoman Empire had a variety of roles that might include labor, but also included working in the government and teaching students and a variety of other types of roles. Let's move on and let's compare the Ottoman Empire's concept of religious acceptance to the Mughal Empire's concept of religious acceptance. So the question says, to what extent was the Mughal ruler Akbar's approach to religious diversity similar to that of the Ottoman Empire? Take a moment and read this quote from this. I can't pronounce the name of the author, you guys. So take a moment and read this document and come up with an answer to the question. I'll give you about 30 seconds. Okay, so hopefully you recognize that Akbar's approach to religious tolerance was very similar to that of the Ottoman Empire. As a matter of fact, Akbar actually went further than the Ottoman Empire by eliminating the idea of jizya, the tax created for non-Muslims in the Islamic Empire, and even promoting and supporting the growth of the new religion we talked about last week, which was Sikhism, a syncretic religion developed from both Hinduism and Islam. But Akbar's not the only ruler of the Ottoman Empire. Later in the Ottoman Empire, a ruler named Aurangzeb had the opposite idea about religious tolerance. And Aurangzeb actually became persecutionary towards non-Muslims, reinstating the jizya and actually making certain aspects of the Hindu faith illegal. All right, let's move on and let's talk about Qing China. The Qing dynasty is the last official dynasty in Chinese history, and it started in 1644. Now, of course, we don't know, maybe one day a new dynasty could rise, but up until today, there's not been another dynasty in Chinese history since the Qing dynasty. But the thing about the Qing dynasty is that it was not a Chinese dynasty. The Qing actually were an outside group called the Manchu, who invaded China from the north, an area called Manchuria. The Qing rulers came in, and the Manchu people very quickly separated themselves from what was known as the ethnically Han Chinese people. And the Manchu rulers ruled over a Han Chinese majority through separation and force, and by repressing the actual Han culture. One way that the Manchu rulers oppressed the culture of the Han Chinese people was to force Han Chinese men to adopt hair customs of the Manchu people. In the image here, you can see multiple different examples of what's known as the Manchu queues. Here you can see the braids that made up the Manchu queues. You can see a braid here on this gentleman. Back here you can see another braid over here. The queues were basically like long braided pigtails for the Manchu men. And Han Chinese men were required to demonstrate their loyalty to the Manchu Qing dynasty by adopting these queues. As a matter of fact, those who refused to adopt the queues were murdered or executed by the Qing government. As a matter of fact, all across China, there were Han Chinese who refused to adopt the customs and cultures of the Qing dynasty and refused to recognize the legitimacy of the Qing rulers as outsiders. When this happened, for example, in the city of Jiangyin, the Manchu dynasty actually used armies of Han defectors, Han Chinese people who saw that the best way for them to be successful in life and to meet their own needs was to actually follow the Qing dynasty or Manchu rulers. These defectors made up armies that were extraordinarily violent in their oppression of Han Chinese people who refused to accept the assimilation of Qing culture. In the city of Xiangyan, Han defectors killed almost 100,000 Chinese people who refused to accept the cultural changes forced upon them by the Qing dynasty. In Europe, the power of the elite was a class known as the nobility. Here's a fact of world history. All the way back to 8000 BCE, thousands of years before our class actually starts in the year 1200 CE, going all the way back to 8000 BCE, up until where we're going to be next week, about 1750 CE, one of the number one sources of power around the world was land ownership. If somebody owned land, they had the ability to control the distribution of food, and by being able to control the distribution of food, they were able to control people. The European nobles were landowners. By the way, they're not the only example of power through land ownership that we've looked at so far today. Earlier today, we looked at the Ottoman Timur system, which was a system that granted power to people by giving them grants of land, by giving them land ownership. So land ownership was a significant source of power in the period 1450 to 1750. These nobles, often also called the aristocracy of Europe, faced a number of different threats to their power. One of the threats to their power was the growing strength of the monarchies or the royalty around Europe. And these monarchies often used new technologies like gunpowder technologies in order to enforce their power and demonstrate their strength against the nobility, even using cannons and other gunpowder to take land away from noble classes. There are also some new ideas about class growing, foreshadowing a little bit to Mr. Logero's discussion tomorrow, but there are also some new ideas about class growing at the end of the period 1450 to 1750. Take a moment to look at the quote by Thomas More, an English statesman. He's speaking about noble class. Living in idleness and luxury without doing society any good no longer satisfies them. They have to do positive evil. Basically, he's saying they used to be fine being lazy bums. Now they actually seek to hurt people. These ideas, these changing ideas about class, are a growing threat to the power of the European nobility by the end of 1750. In Russia, an existing elite that faced threats throughout the period 1450 to 1750 was a group of nobles known as boyars. Like European nobles and like the Timur of the Ottoman Empire, the source of their power was land ownership. The majority of Russians throughout the Russian Empire were actually serfs, and serfs are very much like peasants. They do the long day, backbreaking work of agricultural labor. However, serfs were actually working small grants of land that they were assigned to by boyars, and these small grants of land, the serfs technically belonged to the land. So if a boyar sold off his land, he was selling off the serfs to another boyar as well. While the serfs were technically slaves, they lived a life without very much independent freedoms. And just like in Europe, and just like in the Ottoman Empire, the ones who had the least were the ones who had to pay the most taxes. The peasants and the serfs were the ones who were in constant debt to the government or the landowners because the greatest was expected of them in terms of production, even though they had the least in terms of salary or pay. Let's look at one more society before we finish our discussion today. This society is in the Americas. As a result of European expansion and settlement in the Americas, social structures became increasingly race or skin color based throughout the period 1450 to 1750. Whether it was in North America, where segregation, where slaves and Indians and Europeans were kept strictly separate from one another, or whether it was in South America, where racial mixing took place, but new social classes were created as a result of that racial mixing. In both parts of the Americas where European settlers, skin color played a major role in the establishment of social classes. So what are we looking at on the screen here? Because there might be a whole lot of words you don't know. And if so, that's perfectly okay. So who is the most elite member of society in the new South American system known as castas? Castas, the most elite member of society, were the Peninsulares. Peninsulares were white people who were born in Europe and came to the Americas to settle. They were even more elite than the Criollos, who were members who were also white people, but they were white people born in the Americas. Without that direct connection to Europe or the European Iberian Peninsula, get it, Peninsulares, they were not quite as elite as the Peninsulares. This is actually going to be really important when we move into understanding Unit 5 and future conflict in Latin America, because the conflict and the resentment that grows between the two different groups of elites, particularly the resentment on behalf of the Criollos, who are angry toward the Peninsulares for leaving them out of significant positions of power as a result of their lack of connection connection to the Iberian Peninsula where Spain and Portugal were. Next on our list is where we begin to see examples of racial mixing. Mestizos were someone who was a descendant of one parent who was white or European and another parent who was an indigenous American or Native American or American Indian. All different ways of saying the same thing. Of course, Indian is the least right way to say it because, as we know, that term originated from one of the original mistakes of European exploration. The next group or people in the social structure were mulattoes. Mulattoes had one white parent and one black parent, or one African parent. Next came zombos, one indigenous parent and one African parent. Next were the indigenous Americans, and finally the enslaved Africans. People were actually told, babies were told their status. Their status on the Casta system was proclaimed at their baptism when they were just a few days old, and their system set forth their entire life, what kinds of jobs they could have, where they could live, all the details of their life were set forth by the Casta system. So, and just like every other social structure that we looked at here, the lower levels of the system were the ones where the greatest burdens of society, whether it be labor burdens or tax burdens, were placed upon them, though they had the least. Okay, let's take a quick moment and debrief what we learned today, and then we'll take just a few minutes to look at our homework from last night and continue working on our DBQ. So let's look at different realities of social structures from 1450 to 1750. States adopted practices to accommodate the ethnic and religious diversity of their subjects. I want you to take about 30 seconds and come up with examples from our discussion of this statement, specific examples of this statement. Another way to say that is, I've given you a claim, states adopted practice to accommodate the ethnic and religious diversity of their subjects, and I'd like you to provide specific historical evidence to support this claim. Okay. All right, so here's some examples I thought of. The Ottoman tolerance of Jews and Christians, and the Mughal tolerance of other religions, especially Hinduism and Sikhism. All right, let's look at claim number 2. States utilize contributions of different ethnic or religious groups. All right, take about 30 seconds and come up with specific historical evidence to support that claim. Okay, here's some evidence that I thought of. The Jewish contribution to literacy and science in the Ottoman Empire. All right, here's claim number 3. States suppress diversity and limited groups' roles. Think of specific examples from our discussion today to support claim number 3. Okay, so here's what I came up with. Manchu treatment of Han Chinese and the restrictions based on castas. All right, expansion of states created new global elites. Can you think of it? Sorry, I don't know why I muted myself in the middle of talking. Can you think of any examples of new global elites created by the expansion of states? Okay, so here's what I thought of. The Manchu over the Han Chinese in 1644, when the Manchu expanded into China and conquered the Han Chinese and conquered, ending the Ming dynasty and creating the Qing dynasty, that was the creation of a new global elite. Another example are peninsulares and criollos in Latin America. The expansion of the Spanish Empire into the Americas, the establishment of Spanish settlers in South America led to the creation of new global elites. All right, here's our last claim. Power of existing elites fluctuated. Can you think of any existing elites we discussed today and how their powers might have fluctuated or changed or gone up or down? All right, so here's some examples I thought of. Russian boyars faced challenges from rising authoritarian control, and European nobility faced challenges from various social groups. Okay, so let's take some time and go over the DBQ that we've been working on this week. Yesterday, Mr. Legero asked you to look at some examples of sourcing the documents. I went ahead and added in some examples to our essay and put our essay, took what we've been working on in slides and put it in essay format. So what you're looking at right now is everything we've done so far this week. It's not yet a perfect essay, but it is everything that we've worked on so far this week. In the first paragraph, we have context and then our thesis, and then we have 3 body paragraphs where we've taken the 3 claims we made in our thesis and we've turned them into topic sentence. In each body paragraph, we're trying to prove the point, prove the claim we made in our topic sentence. I've taken my examples, our examples, Mr. Legero and I've taken our examples of sourcing each document and I've put them in blue and underlined them in order to make it easier for you to see them. They're not links, they just look like links. So looking at document 4 in body paragraph number 1, it says, though being a Muslim scholar, Al-Sakir is understandably hostile to the Portuguese trade pass system that targeted mostly Muslim traders. If he and his colleagues are the target of this system, then obviously he's not going to like the system. Calling it a system of persecution and saying it allowed the Portuguese to unjustly become rich. Notice that this is 2 steps in it. It describes a key aspect of the author, in this case, point of view, that the author is a Muslim and that changes his viewpoint. And then it says how that affects his writing, that when the author speaks, when the author writes in the document, he uses words like persecution and unjust in order to emphasize the problems that he has. Doing a source analysis is always a 2-step project and will never be complete if you merely identify the historical situation, intended audience, purpose, point of view. By merely identifying that thing, you've only done one half of the job. In order to do the other half of the job, you have to explain its connection to the argument or explain its connection to the document. It's the so what factor. Once you tell me the HI, P or P, historical situation, intended audience, purpose, or point of view, you have to answer the question, so what? Look at the third and final body paragraph. We've done the same thing with document 2. It says, of course, this Portuguese government official would have wanted to emphasize the positive effects of the Portuguese establishing trade posts since he is writing to his king. There again, it talks about the point of view of the author, a Portuguese government official, and it brings in his audience writing to his king. But it also expresses why it matters. The so what factor is that he's emphasizing the positive effects of the Portuguese trade posts. Now, I want to take a moment to remind you, you don't have to tell the reader if you're addressing historical situation, audience, purpose, or point of view. Looking at this one we just looked at, this author actually used both the point of view, his job and how that affects what he would say, and his audience, the king. That's okay. These are tools in a toolbox. And if you use the same tool every time, if you use a different tool every time, if you use multiple tools, if you use a tool and you don't know which tool you've used, it can still get the job done. So you don't have to worry about saying the intended audience is, and that means, although you can't. And if you're saying audience but you mean point of view, it's still okay as long as you analyze the source properly. All right, here's what you could have done with document 1 or document 3 if you wanted to approach those. The merchants who are giving this advice clearly stand to gain personally if the ruler of Calicut ousts the Portuguese, leading the authors to possibly exaggerate the negative effects of the Portuguese in Calicut. Notice again that this has 2 parts to it. The first part, it says the merchants who are giving this advice clearly stand to gain personally. That's the point of view. What is its effect? They exaggerate the negative effects. Look at document 3. Because the Sultan of Asa needs the Ottoman Sultan to take action, that's both audience and point of view, or purpose, I guess that's both audience and purpose, against the Portuguese, he appeals to the Sultan by emphasizing the ways the Portuguese have attacked Muslims rather than people in general. That is the so what factor. So all 4 examples we've given you today are examples that have 2 steps. Identify the historical situation, intended audience, purpose, or point of view, and then give the so what factor. Why does it matter? Okay, so if we're looking at our prompt, or excuse me, our rubric, we've accomplished already several points. We earned the context point in our introduction paragraph. That's also where we made earn our thesis point. Then we earned use 2 documents, and we also, because we used 2 documents, we automatically earned mention 2 documents as well. But we didn't just use 2 documents, we used 4 documents. So far we have 5 points. And then we also analyzed the source of at least 2 documents. So now we have 7 points. So what's left is for you to finish the essay by providing outside evidence at least 2 times. So again, go back in the drive and find the homework. It's labeled homework 4. I don't remember 2. 4.1 and 4.2, I believe. And you need to finish your DBQ by adding an evidence not found in the documents. And this is very important. You need to add an evidence not found in the documents. Evidence means that what you're saying is helping to prove the point of your topic sentence. If it's not connected to an argument, it's just a fact. And there's no rubric point for facts. You don't get points for facts, you get points for evidence. So provide at least 2 pieces of evidence not found in the documents that help support a claim. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to finish up tomorrow. We're going to finish up this DBQ so you'll have a solid example of a great response to this DBQ. And we're going to move on and begin Unit 5. Hope you guys have a great evening.
Hey everybody, it's Friday. It's 5 o'clock. Usually in normal times, on Fridays at 5 o'clock, I'm driving home from school, thinking about all the things I'm going to do during the weekend. But we're not in normal times, are we? So I'm not driving home. I'm at home. I'm about to teach you some history. But I do still have some very exciting plans for this weekend. I was thinking about maybe kind of just chilling at home and relaxing. I don't know, take a little break for a little while. All right, my name is Mason Loisero, coming to you from the Austin, Texas area at Pflugerville High. Now, hopefully you figured out by now that Mr. Smith and I are the two teachers that are leading these world history reviews. You can tell the difference between the two of us because Mr. Smith is the cool, hip teacher who talks about modern music. I'm the giant history nerd that tells really bad dad jokes. So it's easy to kind of tell us apart. All right, what are we talking about today? Today we are talking about what I consider to be the second most important topic in world history, and that is the Enlightenment. Because we all know what the most important topic is, right? Of course, it's the Mongols. Actually, if you think about it, my students, I think, get tired of me talking about three things during the year. There are three things I will not shut up about that they get really tired of. One is Buddhism spreading to East Asia over the Silk Road. Two is the Mongols. Three is the Enlightenment. I talk about those a ton in class, and I'm going to do that today as well. But I'll try and short it down as much as I can. But actually, we talk about the Enlightenment and how it led to all the Atlantic revolutions, the American, French, Haitian, South American revolutions. And we also talked about nationalism as well as a force that comes out of these revolutions. So you need to kind of know already about the Atlantic revolutions. Sadly, we don't have time to get into details about those today. I will bring them up. And we're also going to talk about how to compare and contrast two sources and how to think about kind of common themes that we see running through documents. So that, you know, if you had an assignment where you had like, let's say 5 primary sources and you had to put them together to, I don't know, make an argument of some kind, you could figure out common themes through them. So you put them together. But we'll talk about that some today. All right, before we get started, yesterday Smith asked y'all to come up with some outside evidence for this DBQ that we've been working on all week. So if you've not watched the Monday through Thursday videos so far, you need to go back later. Not right now, don't pause yet. Go back and watch those because really we have put together a DBQ step by step through the week. This is kind of our last part of it. So if you remember that the documents are in the Google Drive that's down below me, click to see more if you need. It's labeled 4.1, 4.2 homework, but we worked on intros and contextualization and thesis statement on Monday. Tuesday, we took the documents and made claims. Wednesday, we worked on sourcing. And then Smith talked to you all about outside evidence yesterday because on this year's DBQ, you need to have 2 pieces of outside evidence. Now, Smith talked about this a lot yesterday, but just remember, the evidence has to be relevant to the argument you're making. Ideally, the evidence is going to support the claim that you're making. It's another way to prove it that goes beyond the documents. But it can't just be a random fact you throw in there. Like here, we're talking about Portugal and the Indian Ocean. If you write, did you know that Portugal also borders Spain? Well, okay, yes, the country of Portugal does border the country of Spain, but that has nothing to do with Indian Ocean trade. It is not relevant at all really to this topic. Make sure it's relevant to your topic, and ideally that's supporting the claim you're making. So this is one paragraph that we looked at, and he did mention the fact that we use document 1 to support this claim that the Portuguese never extended their control beyond a few ports. But document 1 by itself doesn't really fully support the claim, doesn't really fully prove it. So you can see what he wrote in red. This is his outside evidence. And you can see there at the bottom, despite their attempts, the Portuguese attempts to control the Indian Ocean trade network, they never gained more than 50% of control of the spice trade because the people that are merchants already there in the Indian Ocean network were just not interested in Portuguese goods. Portuguese goods were not really that nice, especially compared to stuff coming from South Asia and East Asia. So the Portuguese used their fast ships, their powerful ships to control the ports, but they still never controlled a large percentage of it. Now notice here, Smith also puts never gained more than 50%. He does not put an exact number on it, like the exact percentage of the spice trade the Portuguese control. First off, I don't think you can put an exact number on something like that. That kind of number is going to fluctuate through time. Secondly, no one's expecting you to walk into the AP test knowing exactly how much of the spice trade the Portuguese controlled in a given year. That would just be way too much detailed information to expect you to know. So really my idea when it comes to outside evidence, be as specific as you possibly can. If you've got never gained more than 50%, that works, okay? The same thing goes for years. If you're talking about an event, you can't remember the exact year that it happened, that's okay, just get in the ballpark and it'll be fine. You know, you go, oh wait crap, I can't remember what year the French Revolution started. Don't worry about it, just put the late 1700s. That covers a large time period and you're good, okay? So be as specific as you can, obviously, but don't feel like you're expected to pull in exact numbers because no student's gonna be able to do that about every topic in world history on the AP test. All right, the other one, remember in this last paragraph, he used documents 2 and 3 to talk about other competition that the Portuguese had in the Indian Ocean trade networks. We're talking about other kingdoms in South Asia and Southeast Asia. And then at the end in red, this is the extra or outside information that Smith added, bringing in the Safavid Empire as another example of an Asian state that the Portuguese were in competition with. And that's perfect because the Safavids are never mentioned in any of the documents, but they're an excellent example of another state. There are plenty of states that are mentioned in documents 2 and 3, and here Smith is giving you another one. That's a perfect piece of outside information. So notice, at this point now, we have written an entire DBQ this week. We've gone through all the points. The only one we have not talked about is that complexity point, that 10th point. But like I said, that's a really, really hard point to get. You really need to focus on the other 9, especially this year with only 45 minutes to write and 5 documents. Getting 9 out of 10 is gonna be hard enough. You focus on that. If you feel like you have a way to get that complexity point, especially on this DBQ or any DBQ you might practice on for the next couple of weeks, talk to your teacher individually about that. That'll be a really good conversation to have with them about, hey, what do you think about using these, this kind of argument to make a complex argument? But really, I think for the large majority of you, you focus on those other 9 points and you're gonna be golden if you can do that. All right, let's talk some Enlightenment now. Woo! I do love me some Enlightenment, guys. I can tell y'all. All right, before we start, what exactly is the Enlightenment? Okay, yes, it is a philosophical movement from the 1600s. But let's think about this. Put yourself in the shoes of like the average person in the world in 1600. Does the average person have any idea that the Enlightenment is going on? No, not at all. No one woke up one morning and went, ooh, I think today's the first day of the Enlightenment. That is not how it happened, okay? In fact, I don't think the philosophers like Locke and Hobbes and Rousseau and Voltaire, they probably didn't even realize they were going through the Enlightenment, right? They're writing books of their own ideas, but oftentimes, especially when it comes to something like philosophy or art, these big changes, these big movements that happen, people don't realize it for much, much longer because we're not going to see the effects of the Enlightenment immediately in the 1600s. We're not going to see it until the 17 and 1800s. So just kind of keep in mind that we talk about the Enlightenment and we put maybe a time period in it, but that doesn't mean that anybody else knows what's going on. I mean, think about it this way. The average person's not reading philosophy books. Okay, pop quiz for you. Can any of you name a philosopher that's currently alive in the year 2020? Anybody? Yeah, see, I would have a hard time doing that as well. Oftentimes, the ideas of philosophers don't really seep down into public consciousness until much, much later on. And that's especially true in the 1600s. Because again, remember, okay, yes, there are books. The printing press has been around for a while, but they're still really difficult to make and they're extremely expensive. So most people don't own that many books. Plus, it's not like there's a Barnes and Noble at every mall in Europe in the 1600s, because also there are no such things as malls, but you get my point. Also, literacy rates are still fairly low as well. So really, nobody in the 1600s has any idea this is going on. But we're going to see the impact of it later on. All right, so what exactly are the beliefs of the Enlightenment? First off, it's a focus on reason. It's the idea that humans are really smart, we all have really big brains, we can observe the world around us, we can come to conclusions and new truths about the world around us. And it does kind of begin to downplay traditional religion. And by traditional religions, we're talking about Europe, we're obviously talking Christianity here, whether it be teachings of the Catholic Church or the new Protestant denominations. Now, let me be very, 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 very clear. No one in the Enlightenment is talking about atheism or anything like that. Okay? Most of these guys, well, almost all of them are still Christians. It's just that they're not really focused on traditional ideas of the church, like philosophy had been for so long, but really on human reason to understand truths of the universe. The idea that you don't need a holy book or you don't need a church leader to tell you how the world is operating. It's not a coincidence that the Enlightenment comes after the Protestant Reformation, which again was a pretty big idea questioning the church, right? And after the scientific revolution, Newton, Galileo, all those guys trying to figure out the universe, the fact that the earth revolves around the sun, not the other way around. So traditional church teachings have already been questioned. The Enlightenment's continuing that. And it also begins to question the ideas of government, the ideas of monarchies. Should there be such a thing as an absolute monarchy? And what is interesting is when you look at these first Enlightenment philosophers, none of them are really arguing for democracy necessarily, but just that monarchs need to be more in tune with their citizens. Okay, like I already said, it doesn't have an immediate impact in the 1600s. But later on, we're going to see big impact in politics and government, i.e. we're going to see a bunch of revolutions, has a big impact on economics. We're not going to talk about that today, so don't worry if you saw economics and got all scared. It's okay, we're not even going to really touch on it today. But also has big changes in gender roles as well, and feminism and gender equality, which again is kind of interesting because some of these original Enlightenment philosophers were not real big on the idea of gender equality or education for women. In fact, some of them were very much against it. But their ideas begin to seep down in public consciousness, and it does become a fight for gender equality, as we're about to see. As far as Enlightenment philosophers go, you should know about Locke and Hobbes and Voltaire. They're kind of the major big philosophers. But like I've been saying these other topics over the last couple of weeks, you don't need to know everything about them. If I were you, as long as you recognize those names, Locke, Hobbes, and Voltaire, and if you see them in the DBQ, you go, oh yeah, Enlightenment philosopher. And then make sure you know a little bit about one of them. Make sure that if there is a DBQ about something with the Enlightenment, that you can talk about one of these guys and give some outside evidence about what they wrote or about their beliefs. So nothing, you don't have to write a giant paragraph, usually a couple sentences or something like that would do you well. So make sure you know a little bit about one of them, and you can intelligently discuss them on an essay if you need to. Okay, so as far as major impacts of the Enlightenment as time goes on, as we move into the late 1700s and definitely the 1800s, first off, there really is just this kind of, the ideas of politics and governance kind of get flipped on their heads. The question used to be like, what can the people of the country do for the king? How can they serve the king? And it gets flipped around. How can the king and political leader serve the people? How can the king or political leader protect citizens' individual rights? That's a big part of this, is this new idea of individual rights, that everyone should be treated equally under the law, whether you're a poor peasant farmer or you're a minister to the king or you're the king himself. Everybody should be equal under the law, and the government should be there to protect those individual rights. And the individual rights kind of differ depending on who you're talking about, which philosophy you're talking about, what part of the world you're talking about. But in this country we have things like freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom from oppression from the government, that sort of thing. But it's almost like this new way of talking about governments and the roles of governments. And of course, as we're going to see here in a second, it's going to lead to revolutions in the United States and in France and in Haiti and all across South America and Central America. You also, over time, see the abolition of slavery and coerced labor. I mean, really, by about the mid to late 1800s, slavery is pretty much eradicated from the world. And sadly, I understand that there are still pockets of slavery even today. But the fact that it's pretty much gone is a big testament to the importance of the Enlightenment. Because when you look back at history, there have been forms of coerced labor and slavery going back to some of the earliest civilizations all over the world, and now it's pretty much gone. And again, that goes back to this idea of the Enlightenment and individual rights. That no, it is not okay for one human being to own another human being, or for one human being to force another human to work for them for no pay. It's like I already said, we start to see the push for women's suffrage, the right to vote for women in the United States, across Europe, and other parts of the world, and we start to see the modern feminist movement emerge because of these Enlightenment ideas. All right, the lady there on the right is Mary Wollstonecraft. So let's talk about her for a second. She was one of the early British feminists. Wrote a very important book called Vindication of the Rights of Woman. And so I'm giving you a quote here. And what I'd like for you to do is, in a second here, when I say go, you're going to pause the video. I want you to write about, just kind of jot down some notes. What's the main idea of the source? What's the point she's trying to get to? And also, jot down a couple of Enlightenment ideals that you see in this text. What are some ideas that you notice that came out of the Enlightenment that she uses? So take just a couple minutes to do that. Like I said, pause the video, and I'll be back here in a second. Okay, ready? Pause. All right, welcome back. Main idea here. First off, don't write something your main idea like, women should be equal to men. Well, okay, yes, women should be equal to men. And Wollstonecraft definitely said that, right? But that's a little too simplistic. You guys are AP students. You can do better than that. The point of this document is about education, that women should be educated in the same way as men. You can see that at the very first line, where she talks about the problems for women. She attributes it to a false system of education, because education is done by men who consider females rather than women. That was a major issue. Yes, some girls did go to school in England this time, but did not study the same subjects as men. And so we see here her call for equality in education. As far as Enlightenment ideals go, she says here women are rational creatures. Again, think about the idea of humans making their own observations and coming to their own conclusions. And yes, she is fighting for gender equality here, the equality of all people under the law. Again, another Enlightenment idea. All right, but let's talk about the Atlantic revolutions kind of briefly here before we get into other topics. Okay, there's kind of four, like I said, that you need to know, and they do sort of go in order here. So let's start at the beginning. 1776, the American 1775, 76, depending on how you want to say when the war started. We have the American Revolution. Guys, when you think about it, George Washington and that whole gang, they're kind of the original revolution hipsters. They were fighting to end colonialism and throw off the colonial masters before everyone else was, before it was cool, right? So American Revolution happens. America declares independence from England, no longer a colony, now its own country. Establishes democracy, one of the first major democracies we see in the world. Now remember that there were a lot of Frenchmen that came to the United States to help fight this war, and the French government gave a lot of support to the American colonists, mainly to kind of stick it to the British, because the British and French were enemies at the time. One example would be the Marquis de Lafayette, who's there at the top. And when those Frenchmen return back to France, they're full of these ideas of democracy and liberty and all that. And they're looking around the situation in France, where you have a king in Louis XVI who still considers himself to be an absolute monarch. And the people of France are starting to question that, like, what's the role of government? They're inspired by the Enlightenment, they're inspired by the American Revolution, and that of course leads to the French Revolution and the overthrow and eventually execution of the king. Now, I wish we could get more into the French Revolution. I really do, because y'all know that I'm a giant history nerd, right? Let me just kind of explain to you how much of a history nerd I am. I'll tell you a quick story. My little sister got married about 5 or 6 years now, and she got married in Memphis, Tennessee. So we did a family road trip. Me, the wife, the kids drove to Tennessee. It's about a 10-hour drive each way. It's about 20 hours total in the car. Now, my wife doesn't like to drive on road trips. It makes her tired. That's fine. I'm totally cool with driving, because the number one rule of a road trip is that the driver controls the radio. There's no arguing. The driver is in control. Everyone knows this, right? Because everybody else can put their headphones on. You got your own devices. Listen whatever you want. Driver has to control the radio. Well, if I'm in charge of the radio, I don't put music on. I put history podcasts on, because that's what I listen to in the car. That's what I listen to when I work out. I ran a couple of half marathons last year, and I listen to history podcasts the entire time. It's what keeps me going when I'm running. It's what keeps me going on road trips. And this trip to Memphis, I listened to a 55-part podcast series on the French Revolution. Each podcast was about 45 to 50 minutes long. So you do the math. You can figure out how long it took to listen to it. It kind of drove my wife nuts. I think she got kind of mad at me, but that's okay, because the driver's in charge. So yes, I wish we could sit here and talk about the French Revolution for the next couple of weeks, but sadly we cannot. But anyway, shout out to Mike Duncan of the Revolutions podcast. He does an incredible job with that. He actually covered all 4 of these revolutions. If you want to listen to more and you got the time, check him out. But anyway, the French Revolution, there's a ton of twists and turns. We're not going to get into it. Of course, the French Revolution eventually is going to lead to the rise of Napoleon. And actually, it's going to be craziness in France for the next 100 years, but we don't have time to talk about it. But the French Revolution is eventually going to lead to the revolution in Haiti, because remember, Haiti, or at the times known as Saint-Domingue, was a French colony in the Caribbean. In fact, it was a very lucrative colony for the French. But with the French government trying to handle all the revolution things, they could not hold on to this colony. And you have stories of what's happening in France. We're going to look at the Declaration of Rights of Man and Citizen here in a second. That's inspiring slaves in Haiti, like Toussaint Louverture, former slave in Haiti, to want to have independence and slavery there. So the Haitian rebellion actually begins as a slave rebellion, but eventually turns into an independence movement for Haiti. So now we have the United States that beat their colonial masters and the British. You have Haiti who beat their colonial masters and the French. And now you have the people of Latin America who are being controlled by the Spanish. They're colonies in Spanish. And we start to see a series of revolutions in Latin America, so all through South America into Central America. The main guy you need to know there, of course, is down the right, Simon Bolivar. And again, this is not one big revolution like the American or the Haitian. It is a bunch of several revolutions that go over several years. And eventually you end up with the major countries of Latin America that we know today. And it's pretty much the end of the Spanish Empire in the Americas. And yes, the Spanish tried to stop it, but also they're dealing with the issues of Napoleon, doing Napoleon things across Europe because of the French Revolution. So all these revolutions are kind of going hand in hand. But the big thing I want you to take away is how the Enlightenment inspired them. So what I'm going to do now, we're going to look at 3 separate documents from these revolutions. And by the way, the College Board says you need to know all 3 of these. This is not one of those deals where I tell you, make sure you know one of them really well. No, you need to know all 3. So let's start with one that you're probably familiar with the American Declaration of Independence. And what I'd like for you to do is what we just did a little while ago. Take a second, you're going to read it, you're going to write down the main idea, and also the more important thing, let's think about Enlightenment ideas that you see in the text. All right, ready? Pause. Okay, the main idea of this paragraph, and it's probably one that you've seen before, but we really stop and read it. It's about the power of the government and how the power of the government comes from the citizens, and the citizens have the right to change it. Notice there the 3rd line. Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And then a couple lines down from that is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. The power of the government comes from the people. It is from the bottom up, not from the top down. And then you see a couple of Enlightenment ideals here as well. Unalienable rights, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. That's straight from Locke. Of course, Locke had life, liberty, and property. Jefferson just changed it to pursuit of happiness, but that's straight from the Enlightenment. Or in that very first line, all men are created equal. That's of course an Enlightenment idea as well, and that is one that is going to inspire these other revolutions. Even if we think about the person who wrote this, Thomas Jefferson wrote this. Yes, the same Thomas Jefferson who owned many slaves wrote all men are created equal. Believe me, if you're in my class this year, I'd be dunking on Jefferson so hard for his hypocrisy. But yes, he's very hypocritical. But this is still important because it's the founding doctrine of the United States. And you can almost look at the history of our country country is trying to strive towards that ideal that all men are created equal. Are we there yet? No, not at all. We still got a lot of work to do, but you can see the striving for it throughout American history. Like I said, for world history ends up inspiring these other revolutions. All right, let's move on to the French Revolution. Again, you need to be familiar with the French Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizens. This is essentially their Declaration of Independence. It was laid out by the revolutionary government, their ideas to start the new government, and their ideals of what they want to start. So, same as last time. Pause the video, read, write the main idea, and then give some examples of Enlightenment ideals that you see. Ready? Pause. Okay, main ideas here. The biggest one. Government leaders need to protect the rights of citizens. And it says it right there in the second and third lines. Talking about the sacred rights that governments have to protect, and then when governments ignore it, that's what leads to public calamities and the corruption of governments. As far as Enlightenment ideals go, governments and individuals can be corrupt. This is something that a lot of Enlightenment philosophers talked about. You do have a need for a government, but you also need to have a need for checks and balances in the government, because individual leaders can be corrupt too if you give them too much power. That's one of the problems with having a monarch. And there is really a need for a written constitution. Because remember, in many monarchs across Europe, there was not a written constitution. And so kings could kind of talk about the idea of individual rights, but when push came to shove, there was nothing there to enforce it. So that need for enforcement to make sure individual rights are supported is important. And to make sure that everyone knows exactly what individual rights we're talking about is important. And that's why if you keep reading this document, the rest of it is just a list of rights that every French man and woman should have. Okay, one more document that you have got to know about. Again, these three you have to know about. And that is Simon Bolivar's very famous Jamaican letter, or it's also officially titled his letter from Jamaica. Now, this document's a little bit different than the first two because it's not setting forth a new government, but it is Bolivar's ideas on governance, even if it's not before he starts an actual new government. So again, take a second, read main idea and Enlightenment ideals. Ready? Pause. All right, welcome back. Main idea here. This is about colonies and colonial masters. The fact that the people of Latin America should be able to govern themselves. All right, remember they've been controlled by the Spanish now for the last couple hundred years, and it gets into the last couple lines. We could at least have managed our domestic affairs and our internal administration. We could acquaint ourselves with processes and mechanics of public affairs. He said because they were not, because they were being controlled by the Spanish. And the second line, we're still in a position lower than slaves. So the Enlightenment ideal here is the idea of self-government. That people in an area should be able to govern themselves, not be controlled by some sort of colonial master, especially one that's over across the Atlantic Ocean. All right, so now what I want to do is kind of put all three of these together. And you have a couple of ways of doing this. If you've written down some notes, hopefully you have. You can just look back at your notes. If you'd rather see all three documents together, down in the Google Drive that we talked about right below us, I put all three together in a document titled 5.1, 5.2 docs, and a very creative title there. But you can open that up and read all three together. But what I want you to do is kind of sense. I want you to write down what themes you sort of notice through all three documents. What's the connecting tissue between the three? So read over them again, look back at your notes, think about what we just talked about. What themes you notice going across all three? So take a few minutes, download the documents if you need. Ready? Pause. All right, something you can see in all three of them. First, again, as we've been talking about the importance of individual rights. That's definitely an Enlightenment idea. Secondly, the governments have to protect those individual rights. Now keep in mind, they're not specifically talking about which form of government does that best. Does it have to be democracy? Can it be a monarchy? Whatever. The form of government is not the important thing. It's that the role of the government is there to protect individual rights. As long as it's doing that, it's fine. And then the citizens have the right to overthrow those governments. In all three cases, we see major revolutions because citizens feel that their individual rights are not being protected by the government. So if you, for example, have all three of those in a DBQ together and you're trying to figure out what claims can we make here, well, you've got three of them right there. You can put all three of those together and make any of those claims from it. Okay, one more thing I want to talk about today. We talk about nationalism. It's an important topic that kind of comes out of these revolutions, but there's also a lot of other things that go into nationalism as well. And it is going to become a major force in politics in the 1800s and the 1900s. And it's going to lead to some, well, we'll get there in a second. But if we're going to talk about nationalism, we have to talk about the idea of a nation and the difference between a state and a nation. Because oftentimes we use those words kind of interchangeably, and they are two different things. So you need to make sure that you're using these terms correctly. So let's recap definitions real quick. If we're talking about a state, we're talking about a country. It is the thing that you see on a map. It's got a defined border. It's a blob on the map of a certain color. It is a different color than the other blobs around it. It has government. Usually that's a state. Okay? China is a state. France is a state. Brazil is a state or a country. Those are pretty easy to define. When you see it on the map, you know what it is. But when we start talking about nations, it starts to get a little tricky, and the definitions of those get really blurred. But if we're talking about a nation, we're talking about one has to be a group of people that are going to share usually a common culture, language, a common shared history, usually a common religion, although not always, and usually it's a group of people that are living in the same kind of geographic area. So if you think about nations, you can say the Chinese people are a nation. You can say the French people are a nation. Now, usually states and nations line up with each other. French people live in France, but that's not always the case because you got to start thinking about how people self-identify. Does everybody living in France consider themselves French? The answer is no. And there are people that are living outside of France that consider themselves French, even if they're not living in the French state. So when you start to get, usually it overlaps. When it doesn't, that can lead to some pretty serious situations, as we're going to see. Just make sure that you understand the difference between a state and a nation because it's a very important distinction there. All right, so we're talking about nationalism. We're talking about identity of a nation. That you say, I am French, I am Chinese, I'm American. That you identify as part of that nation. So why is it that we start to see nationalism in the 1700s into the 1800s and definitely in the 20th century as well? There's a couple things. One, remember a second ago when I said there were printing presses, but people weren't reading that much? Okay, that's changed. By the 1800s, literacy rates are much higher across the world. Books are being printed, they're cheaper to print. Plus, newspapers and magazines are getting printed to get news out. When you start to have publications that are being produced all over a country, you're going to see a standardization of the language. Think about all the different dialects of languages that are spoken. We have dialects right here of English in the United States. Smith and I are both from Texas. We probably keep saying y'all a lot. We probably don't even realize we're saying it. Some of you might live up north and going, oh God, what is he talking about? What's y'all? We have different dialects around, right? But when it comes to print and you're reading something, usually that's the standard language of the country. So you start to see that standardization of language across large areas. When you share a common language with people, you share an identity. There's a connection there. You share a common vocabulary. And so printing presses are helping bring people together through language. Also, as I've said, there is a decline in religious identity. Now, I'm not saying that religion's no longer important because that's definitely not the case. But we do see kind of decline in how people identify because now across Europe and other parts of the world, people aren't the same religion. You can't say that everybody in this area is Catholic or everybody in this area is Protestant. So if people aren't identifying with each other in a group by religion, they turn to nationalism. And again, there's been a lot of political upheaval. A whole bunch of revolutions. And really just, like I said, a complete overthrow of what government should be doing. For so long, when you looked at like a country like France, you knew that the people of France, the thing that they all had in common was their loyalty to the French king. But that's no longer the case. So then again, nationalism begins to develop. Okay, can nationalism be a good thing? Yeah, it can. There are some positives that come out of it. It can bring the people of a region together. Otto von Bismarck is there on the right. He's the one kind of got a lot of credit for German unification in the late 1800s. Remember, the area of Central Europe was just a whole bunch of little small kingdoms and principalities, and then Prussia. He brings it all together in Germany. There's German unification under German nationalism. Okay, that's good for now. German nationalism's about to get really bad, but for now. And when it does bring people together, it helps to limit the differences between people. So that inside a country, if you can identify as one nation, it helps with gender inequality or economic inequality. So you don't say, hey, we're men and women, we're different. No, we're all the same nation. Or we're rich and poor and therefore we're different. No, we're all the same nation. So it does bring people together. But nationalism has an extremely dark side that we're going to see in the 20th century because it can most definitely be a very bad thing. Because when you start to define a nation and you start to say, well, these people are part of my nation, then by definition, you're excluding those people over there who are no longer part of your nation. And when you do that, you go down a very dark road to racism and exclusion. And by the way, this is an issue that we're still dealing with in the 21st century. Even here in our own country, we're dealing with the fact of who is part of the American nation. And we start to say, well, these people are American, but these people are not. You're going to have some serious issues. And we see that even today. We also see it leading to both of the world wars. Nationalism was a huge part in causing World War I and World War II. Again, remember, one of Hitler's aims was to expand the German Empire, to help the German people, to help the German nation. Well, Hitler had a definition of who was German and who was not. And we know what happened to the people he didn't consider German that were living in Germany. Of course, we know that leads to the Holocaust during World War II. So when it comes to nationalism, it is a very serious issue. Again, that we're still tackling in parts of the world today. A couple weeks ago, I talked about the problems in India right now as well as they're going through that prime minister mode. It is still an issue that we need to look out for today. All right, let's summarize. First off, make sure you can understand the role of the Enlightenment and nationalism and how it played the Atlantic revolutions, with the Enlightenment kind of causing the revolutions. And then out of those revolutions, you do start to see nationalism developing. Again, out of the French Revolution, you see a French nation developing. Out of the Haitian Revolution, you see a Haitian nation beginning to develop. And obviously, when it comes to Enlightenment, make sure you understand the idea of individual rights and self-government. And then when it comes to taking documents, putting them together, think about main ideas, of course, of the document. But also keep an eye out for themes. Keep an eye out for that kind of what's that thread that runs through a couple of documents that you can use to make a claim when it comes to a DBQ. All right, here's some homework for the weekend. Smith is going to go over with you on Monday, and it is a short answer question, SAQ with 3 parts. Now I know that you're not doing an SAQ with this year's AP test. I am fully aware, but notice what's being asked here in these 3 questions. 1, describe an argument that the author's making. Hey, figuring out the main idea, figuring out the claim. That's kind of important. And then B and C are asking you for outside evidence. Again, that's going to be an important part of the DBQ rubric. You have to be able to take information either from your big brain or your notes and bring it to bear on a topic. So practice that over the weekend. Smith will go over it with you on Monday, and then I will see y'all on Tuesday. Have a nice weekend. Thanks for tuning in. Bye, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another day of AP World History Modern live stream. It's a Monday, the first day of the week, and this is technically our last week together for AP Live History, for AP World History Live. But remember, next week, even though we're not going to have the normal lessons and style of lessons that we've had since the end of March, we are going to come together every day at 5 o'clock, and we're going to work on specific AP practice. This is our last week for AP World History Live. Next week, we're calling AP Prep Week. On Monday and Wednesday, we're going to do our best to simulate what it'll be like to take the AP World History test in the year 2020. Then on Tuesday and Thursday, we're going to give you guys examples of acceptable answers to the DBQ that we gave you on Monday and or Wednesday. And of course, Friday, we're going to come together, Mr. Logero and I, and work together for tips and tricks to help you be successful in the AP World History test. On Friday, Mr. Logero says you can tell the difference between us because he's the history nerd and I'm the cool teacher. But I assure you, my students have already challenged that assertion that Mr. Logero made to let me know that I am in fact not cool. So he's the major history nerd and I'm just the regular nerd. So that's me, Mr. Smith, and I teach at MacArthur High School in Irving, which is a part of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Let's start off by going over the homework assignment Mr. Logero gave us on Friday. As Mr. Logero pointed out, this is an SAQ format of the question, which is not the format of the test you're going to take on May 21st at 1 o'clock Central Time. If it's not 5 o'clock where you are, then you're not taking the test at 1 o'clock. So if you're not sure about time zones, talk to your AP history teacher. Even though you're not going to do an SAQ, you are going to do these same skills. You are going to have to read a document and understand the message and how it relates to the prompt. And you're definitely going to have to provide outside evidence. So this first question says, describe one argument that the author makes about revolutions in the first paragraph. Excuse me. Here's some possible responses. The author argues that revolutions have been rare but momentous occasions in world history. The author, I'm not going to try to say that last name, you guys. You already know how it is with me and pronunciation. So the author argues that revolutions have impacts beyond national borders because people in other countries often seek to copy revolutions, or that revolutions influence people from other countries who want to imitate them. Another possible answer is that the author claims that revolutions are significant because people who oppose revolutions in one country still feel compelled to react to the potential threats that revolutions in other countries may pose. Let's go on to the next 2 questions where you'll have more opportunity to cross-reference skills with the DBQ. The first question asks you to provide one piece of evidence from the period 1750 that would support the author's argument about revolution in class. Now remember, this is called evidence beyond the document on the AP test or on the DBQ. And you can do this 2 times in your essay. If you provide 2 separate pieces of evidence and they can support any claim that you make throughout your essay, then you'll get 2 out of the 10 points. So this is a really important skill because that's going to help you be successful under DBQ. So here's 2 answers. You can support the author's argument by using the French Revolution because the French Revolution was led by members of the lower and middle class against the nobility. The same is true of the Haitian Revolution. The Haitian Revolution was a revolution of slaves against against French rule and the elite class in Haiti. So both of those are examples of lower classes rebelling against upper classes. The third question asks you to provide outside evidence that would challenge the author's argument in the passage. This will help you with the third, and what I would say is the absolute most challenging part of the DBQ. I think the most challenging point to earn on the DBQ is point number 10, what we call the complexity point. Complexity is extraordinarily hard to earn because unlike outside evidence, complexity cannot be earned in just 1 or 2 sentences. But complexity must be demonstrated throughout your essay. It must come in your claims, it must come in your response to your claims, and your support of your claims. And one way to earn the complexity point is to produce nuance in your argument and to show how while your argument is supported by evidence, there also is historical evidence that might challenge or modify your argument. And so this question here is helping you to develop the skill of developing a complicated or nuanced argument and supporting that nuance, supporting those details with evidence. So here's some potential responses. The American Revolution would challenge the author's argument because it was led by members of the elite class. The revolutions in Latin America challenging the argument because Creoles and did not have the same social structure or political power as the Peninsulares. They were elites with tremendous influence. So the Creoles who led the Latin American influence and the leaders of the American Revolution were both members of elite classes, thereby challenging the argument of the author. All right, let's get into today's lesson. I'm going to show you 5 pictures. I'm going to give you about 15 seconds to look at each picture, and as you look at each picture, I want you to think about what you see. What characteristics or details do you notice in each picture? I might pause for a moment to point out a couple of things as we go along, but basically I'm going to give you 15 seconds. That would be minutes, would be way too much time. 15 seconds with each picture, and I want you to think and guess the theme that we're looking at today. So let's take a moment and look. Okay, hopefully as you were looking at these pictures, you followed the theme of industrialization or the industrial period of world history. A couple of things I want to point out to you that I hope you noticed. One, I want to point out that these are factories, and these are factories where coal is being burned in order to produce more energy. We'll talk about that process a little bit later, but I want to point out that there is a group of factories in one location, and that they've grouped together, so in essentially a factory sector, or an area of the town that is made up of mostly factories. Also, we're not going to talk about this today, but notice how bad this kind of smoke must be for the environment. Here you see the same effect from the factories, only you see it on a ship. You also see much smaller ships almost looking in amazement at this steamship, mostly because they have to use human muscle and human energy to operate their ships, or the environment by depending on the wind, while this ship actually has the ability to turn on and off its energy source. Here you see many women doing what seems to be the same job over and over and over again. And it's important to notice that the workers here, the ones sitting at the stools, are women, and the ones who are standing over them, observing or supervising, those are the men. Here you notice children. Again, the same idea. The machines with the same function or task over and over and over again, but here 2 children working or preparing to work at these machines. Notice that these children working aren't necessarily dressed in elite clothing. One of them doesn't even have shoes. Finally, we see an image of the same idea of women working, having the same function or task, but it's important to note that these are not Western-looking people as we've seen in the other images. Instead, these are Japanese women. All right, let's take a moment and dig into our lesson for today. I want to give you 4 claims that we're going to seek to prove as we work throughout our lesson today. So as we go throughout the video, these are 4 specific claims that we're looking to validate with evidence and further understand. Number 1, the Industrial Revolution revolution started in Britain because of a unique set of circumstances. Number two, the Industrial Revolution spread from Britain to the rest of Europe and the United States. Later, it spread to places like Japan and Russia. As it spread, the global share of manufacturing shifted. The Industrial Revolution depends on new technologies, especially the steam engine, which uses coal, a new source of energy. And number four, governments used a variety of strategies from business-friendly policies and little regulation all the way to direct control in order to facilitate the industrial process. So let's dig into these ideas and seek to prove these claims with more evidence. Let's start with the beginning of the Industrial Revolution and how and why it began, particularly in Britain. So let's take a moment and let's look at these factors that are actually the exact wording and phrase that come from the College Board description of the world history curriculum. These exact wording and phrasing include proximity to waterways and access to rivers and canals, geographical distribution of coal, iron, and timber, urbanization, improved agricultural productivity, legal protection of private property, access to foreign resources, and accumulation of capital. But what does all of this mean, and how does it make the Industrial Revolution possible? So let's take a few minutes and start by looking at this map. On this map, you see the importance of coal fields and their relative significance or their relative closeness to industrial centers. And you can see how where it started, there's lots and lots of coal, and these significant amounts of coal made it possible for these multiple industrial centers to grow in Britain. Meanwhile, in the rest of Europe, as industrial centers came later, they're further away from the coal deposits. And that's an important reality because the geographic features, coal and iron and timber, made it possible for the Industrial Revolution to take place. It's also important that in Britain, it's an island and it's covered with canals and rivers. This is important for a couple of reasons. The first reason is because it makes transportation much cheaper and more possible. And it's important for transportation to be cheap and effective, and rivers make that possible far more than moving coal or goods over land. But another reality is that early factories didn't use coal at all. As a matter of fact, before the development of coal and coal-based energy, coal as an energy source, factories often used water. They had water wheels that would keep a wheel moving, which would produce the energy needed in the movement for a factory or machine. And so oftentimes factories and factory sectors were built near waterways, not just for the transportation, but because of the early dependence on moving water for that to work. So it's important to notice that many of these ideas work together, and none of them is independent from the other. They mix together to help develop an important movement or process in world history. Take, for example, urbanization. Urbanization is the process of people moving into and highly densely populating cities, and those cities growing. But urbanization can't be possible without some of these other things that are listed here. For example, improved agricultural productivity. The massive amounts of improved agricultural productivity that took place in the early 1700s as a result of new technology, as a result of crops and goods from the Columbian Exchange, as a result of new legal practices, like down here it says access to private property. All of those things helped increase agricultural productivity. And as we've mentioned before, and might even mention again, more food always means more people. And in the case of industrialization and preparation for industrialization, more people meant more workers, more people in the labor force. That was an important reality. It was a necessary factor for the progression of the process of the Industrial Revolution. It's also important to note here the enclosure movement of Europe. The enclosure movement of Britain, which was actually just building fences and forcing people not to use and grow on other people's lands. What this actually did was it destroyed the livelihood of many small farmers and forced them out of. You just heard my Missouri accent there. That was scared. Sounded like my mom. And forced them out of the small farming industry and into cities, thereby helping to improve or increase urbanization. Okay, a couple of other things here. A stable political government that made it possible for businesses and entrepreneurial or starting adventurous businesses to thrive and grow. And the idea of capitalism, the growth of the economic system of capitalism that focused on the existence of capital and using and risking capital in order to grow a business and be more successful. This encouraged competition, which encouraged innovative ideas, which helped lead to the development of many of the new technologies we'll talk about later. The one last thing was the fact that throughout the period 1450 to 1750, European states like Great Britain had been spreading their empire in North America and the Indian Ocean. And in doing so, they had developed new resources and they had access to many raw materials that were developed throughout the world. And those raw materials were brought back to Britain, and that's what they were able to use to manufacture and produce at extraordinarily high levels. It's also important to remember that the factory system that we looked at when we looked at a picture where there were many sectors or factories and how people seemed to be doing the same repetitive tasks over and over again led to a high degree of specialization of labor. Specialization of labor means different people in society are doing different jobs. And what it means is that people had very, very specific ideas about what it was that their job was supposed to be. Oftentimes, many jobs in the industrialization were non-skilled jobs, which were jobs that people were able to do with very little education or training. After the industrialization had burgeoned in Britain, it spread very quickly to other parts of Europe, spread to places like Belgium, and despite political instability, it spread to what we today call Germany, and eventually it even spread to France, despite the political instability there as a result of the French Revolution, which Mr. Lejeune spoke with you guys about on Friday. It also spread to the United States, where industrialization thrived as a result of many urban centers and an extraordinary population, which was able to produce human capital or a massive workforce. Eventually, industrialization spread to Russia, but in Russia, as a matter of mere geography and its extraordinary size, but also as a result of its absolute rule, its system of agricultural production that relied on nobles and serfs, industrialization spread through Russia very slowly. The government focused primarily on building railroads and getting exports out of Russia. So despite the fact that over the course of the second half of the 1800s, Russia's government was directing an industrial process, by 1900, Russia was still a majority agrarian society, meaning the primary function of its economy was agricultural and not industrial. It's not until 1917 in the Russian Revolution when a new government takes over and begins to actually transition the economy more thoroughly away from agricultural production toward industrialization. But we're not going to talk much about what happened after 1900 because, well, your AP World History DBQ is only able to be between 1200 and 1900. But if you're interested in learning more about Russia after 1900, please go back and look at the Unit 8 videos. All right, let's take about 2 minutes here and read this document. As you're reading this document, there's 2 questions at the bottom for you to think of. What was the role of the government in the process of Russian industrialization? And can you analyze the source? Remember, analyzing the source is a 2-step process. You use historical situation, intended audience, purpose, or point of view, and you figure out how that affects the understanding of the document or your answer to the question. I'll give you 2 minutes, and then we'll discuss. All right, let's take a second and look at the document. So what was the role of the government in the process of Russian industrialization? Well, the author here, Sergei Witt, spends a lot of time talking about how to continue the process of industrialization. And then at the end of the document, he makes his point, which is that he has a goal that he would like the audience to pursue. And that goal is if we carry out our commercial and industrial system begun in the reign of Alexander III consistently to the end, then we will come of age economically. See, when he says we, you look at the top and you can see that Sergei Witt is a member of the government speaking to the leader of the government. So for Sergei Witt, we means the government. What was the role of the government in the process of Russian industrialization? The process of Russian industrialization was directly sponsored and controlled by the government. The government made direct policies and the government took direct action. This is very different from in Britain or the United States, where, say, the government would give business-friendly policies. For example, the United States would give land grants to railroad companies, or patent protection, or protection of private property, but they didn't have any government-directed action. In Russia, the state directly controlled it. Now, the second question is, can you analyze the source? And when I analyze this source, I directly think about the fact, two things: purpose, or audience, and point of view. So I guess that's three things. So again, it's important to remember that the four ideas of historical situation, intended audience, purpose, and point of view are together a toolbox for you to use. And if you need multiple tools to get the job done, then you should use multiple tools. But if you only need one tool to get the job done, then you can only use one tool. You use the tools you need to get that job done. So here I think about the fact that this is a member of the government who has a goal, and he's trying to persuade the leader, the head of the government. And so because his goal is to persuade the head of the government to continue doing the government system of industrialization, it affects both his description of the potential flaws of non-industrializing, for example, the problems of being behind European trade, and also possibly he overemphasizes the benefits of things like Asia, trading with Asia, and especially he potentially overemphasizes in the very last sentence the results of continuing with the system, the government-run system. He says the inner prosperity of trade and finance will be based on two reliable pillars, and the relations between them profitable to both. He may be over-exaggerating the results of continuing such a system. Let's talk about how industrialization spread to Japan. Industrialization spread to Japan as a direct result of actions taken on behalf of the United States of America. See, the United States of America was interested in trading with Japan, but in the early 1800s, Japan was completely isolated from the rest of the world. They were so isolated, in fact, that if European sailors shipwrecked and landed in Japan, they could be arrested and potentially even executed by the Japanese government. The United States of America sent Admiral Matthew Perry to Japan, and Matthew Perry demanded to meet with Japanese government leaders and demanded that the Japanese government leaders open up Japan to trade. He wanted what was called the open door policy. See, Matthew Perry was a little bit savage in his introduction to the Japanese leaders. He brought them gifts such as a white flag folded and prepared. So that way, if the Japanese shogun or the Japanese military leader denied Matthew Perry's request for an open door policy, the Japanese would have a flag to use to surrender when America decided to force their hand. I believe in teenage talk, that makes Matthew Perry a bit savage. So the thing is, Matthew Perry could back up his threats because he had more firepower on his ships than they had on the Japanese coast. And so the Japanese shogun or military leader acquiesced and signed the treaty, what was known as unequal treaties, in order to establish open door policy with the United States of America. By the way, here you're looking at an image that shows you quite a point of view. This ship that looks as if it's a monster is what the Japanese call black ships and represents Matthew Perry's ship that was brought to Japan in order to demand open door policy. After this incident where the Japanese signed the unequal treaties, many members of Japanese society were upset, and this initiated what was called the Meiji Restoration. And the Meiji Restoration was the process of literally restoring or giving back power to the Meiji emperor. Meiji was the family name of the emperor. In doing so, in restoring the power to the emperor, they took it away from the military leader, the shogun. And they reorganized them in many aspects after Western Britain and the United States of America. So as a part of the Meiji Restoration came a 25-year thorough and complete industrial process. All right, so Japan took 25 years to have a successful industrial process. Take a moment and look at this document here. I want you to read this document and I want you to answer the questions at the bottom. What was the role of the government in the process of Japanese industrialization, and can you analyze the source? I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, let's take a couple seconds and look at this document. So a few things here. Over and over again, this author is telling us that the government actually overtook these specific efforts in the industrial process. The education, the establishment of various factories, direct supervision, and that the actual departments of the government actually overtook manufacturing in specific industries and sectors. Finally, the government begins the process of machinery, of using capital, which is another word for money that can be put into business, and for even the construction of the railway. So just like in Russia, Japanese industrialization was a state-directed and managed process. However, one important difference between Japan and Russia is the degree of success. While both of them were directly managed by the states, only one of them was able to successfully transition to a growing, thriving industrial economy. That was Japan. If I was going to analyze this source, I would point out the fact that this article is written by a former leader of Japan, but more importantly, I would point out that it was published in a United States magazine. Clearly, this article is used in order to prove to the United States that they made a mistake when they underestimated Japan and demanded the signing of the unequal treaties back in 1853. Back in the 1850s, I'm not 100% sure about 53 now that I say it. So because the author might be trying to prove a point to the Americans who had previously underestimated, they may be over-exaggerating the success of their own industries and the success of their government with the production of the industrial capacity. All right, real quickly, it's important to note that as industrialization grew in places like the United States and Europe and even in Japan, places that formerly had lots of manufacturing lost or decreased in their global share of manufacturing. Shipbuilding in India and Southeast Asia decreased. Same with iron in India. As a matter of fact, a lot of these have to do also with the relationship with Britain. Many of the places in the Middle East and Asia, in the Middle East and Southeast Asia, where there was a major decrease in their share of manufacturing, that decrease took place because they had new relationships with the Europeans, and in many places they were indirectly or directly colonized, and therefore their raw materials were being transported to Europe, where they were being manufactured there as a result of European industrialization. Let's talk briefly about some of the important technologies of the Industrial Revolution. We've already hinted at this by discussing the fact that maybe even the most important factor of the Industrial Revolution is that it is a new source of energy. Instead of human muscle or animal muscle or even the ability of the wind to move things, coal was developed as a new source of energy. Coal is an example of what we call a fossil fuel. There's a whole bunch of it in the ground. And as we looked before, a lot of it was in Europe. So coal is used in order to create steam, and steam is used in order to make different functions of something move, and that movement can create something like an engine. As a matter of fact, the engine is maybe the most important part of, or actual invention of the Industrial Revolution. The steam engine, which was powered by coal, was put into lots of things, put into factories to help make machines move, put onto ships in order to help make ships move, put onto carriages in order to make trains and make cars move, and trains move, excuse me. This was an important reality. The steam engine was maybe one of the most important parts of the Industrial Revolution. Another important invention of the Industrial Revolution was iron. In the late part of the 19th century, which is also the 1800s after 1850, in the early part of the 20th century, the early 1900s, especially in the United States, Britain, and Germany, there's a period of time known as the Second Industrial Revolution, where a new wave of inventions helped create new opportunities for people. Steel, oil, electricity, and communication technologies such as the telegraph and telephone all were examples of new technologies that were part of the Second Industrial Revolution. Lastly, in other parts of the world, there were much less successful efforts at industrialization and varying degrees that the government played a role in the industrial process. One of the most important examples is the Ottoman Empire. Remember, the Ottoman Empire was one of the 3 major gunpowder empires that were Islamic-run states in the period 1450 to 1750. And when the Ottoman Empire was growing, it was known as the strong sword of Islam. But by the 1800s, especially after 1850, the Ottoman Empire was better better known by its new nickname, the Sick Man of Europe. It's an extraordinary change for such an empire. Some of the problems that led to this change included ethnic nationalism, as various groups of people who were different from the Ottoman Turkic Muslims who were in control sought to find ways to get independence and create states that were homogenous or the same type. Other problems included corruption among leaders. One problem for the Ottoman Empire came in Egypt, and a rising nationalist leader named Muhammad Ali. In Egypt, leader Muhammad Ali became essentially the governor of Egypt and was ordained or supported by the Sultan, but primarily because the Sultan had no choice because of the power of the army that Muhammad Ali had developed. He began to reform Egypt, and based off of European models, particularly models from the French government, state of France. One important change that he made included taxing and an extraordinary overtaxing of people, especially small farmers and peasants across the state, so much so that they ended up having to forfeit their own property over to the government, which led to massive amounts of state-run cotton and agricultural production, and the process of state-run textile industrialization, where the government actually built factories in order to produce more textiles in Egypt, which was ultimately a part of the Ottoman Empire. All right, let's take a minute and let's go back and look at the claims we made at the beginning of the period, at the beginning of the lesson. I'm going to pause for 2 minutes, and I'm going to let you look over your notes. I want you to try to come up with examples or evidence that support each of these claims. So I'll give you 2 minutes, look at each claim, and try to come up with 1 or 2 pieces of evidence from our discussion today that support each claim. Okay, let's come up with some evidence here. The Industrial Revolution started in Britain because of a unique set of circumstances. We talked about convenient geography such as coal fields and iron and timber. We also talked about rivers and canals and access to waterways. We talked about demographic changes such as increased population and the process of urbanization. We talked about political and economic opportunities such as the accumulation of capital, the ability to make money so that you could spin it into a business and take a risk with some sort of innovation or new business idea. We also talked about the protection of private property and patent laws that helped to protect people's inventions from getting stolen. The Industrial Revolution spread from Britain to the rest of Europe and the United States. Later, it spread to places like Japan and Russia. As it spread, the global share of manufacturing shifted. We talked about how Europe and US followed the British model and where they had government-made opportunities without directly controlling the industrial process. We talked about how Russia was slow and late to industrial, and that by the end of 1900, their industrial process was not complete. It continued to be a majority agrarian society. We talked about how Japanese state-run rapid industrialization was successful and was a response to the American aggression in Japan. We also talked about the shift in manufacturing as iron in India decreased, as textiles in India and Egypt decreased, and other examples as well. The Industrial Revolution depends on new technologies, especially the steam engine, which uses coal, a new source of energy. We talked about the steam engine being placed on ships and trains in order to increase transportation, both of goods, raw materials, which was able to increase more manufacturing, of manufactured goods, which was able to increase trade, and of people, which helped to increase migration. We also talked about the technologies of the Second Industrial Revolution. Finally, governments used a variety of strategies from business-friendly policies and little regulation all the way to direct control in order to facilitate the industrial process. We talked about the business-friendly policies and little regulation of Europe and the US. We talked about direct control in Russia and Japan, and we talked about the attempts of the Ottoman Empire to develop the industrial process. Okay, if you look down in the description of the video below, you'll see a link which will take you to a Google Drive, and in that Google Drive, there's a document titled 5.3 through 5.6 homework documents. Tonight, there's 1 prompt and 2 documents. So what I want you to do is I want you to write a paragraph. Start your paragraph with a topic sentence that makes a clear claim. Use both documents to support your claims. Attempt to analyze the source of at least one of the 2 documents and add evidence from outside your brain. Mr. Lojero will go over an exemplar paragraph with you tomorrow. Before we go, I want to let you guys know you probably got an email, but I want to remind you that the College Board has recently partnered with a website and organization called Quill.org. Quill.org is an online tool to help you improve your writing skills. So if you go to quill.org/AP, you can create a free account that will help you to build your writing skills and help you with grammar and syntax. Now, while this is an extraordinary opportunity for you, I also want to remind you that grammar and syntax are not on your AP World History rubric. And when you take your AP World History test, you need to focus on the 10 points that are on the rubric because your readers, I know, I've been one of them for several years, know that they're reading a rough draft. However, this is an extraordinary opportunity and one I encourage you all to take advantage of. Thank you so much for watching with us today. Come back tomorrow at 5 o'clock where Mr. Lojero is going to talk to you about the social and economic realities of the Industrial Revolution. Thanks, guys.
Hey everybody, it's 5 o'clock. You know what that means? Time for another AP World History review session. And 5 o'clock usually means quitting time for people at work. We are just getting started. All right, my name is Mason Lojero. I'm coming to you live from the Austin, Texas area, specifically Pflugerville, Texas. And today we're going to look at what I put here as maritime empires, but really what we're talking about is European empires are expanding into the Americas and around the Indian Ocean in the 1500s and 1600s. We're also going to talk a little contextualization today, although honestly, I've been talking a lot about contextualization of entire essays, like I put in your introduction. We talked about that a couple times already. Today I want to think about more context of individual documents in a DBQ. So thinking about the historical situation of a primary source. All right, so just to kind of recap, if you hopefully watched the videos from Monday and Tuesday, if you haven't, you definitely go back and watch those. Not right now, don't stop me now, let's watch this one. But go back and watch because on Monday I covered all of the technological and political developments that we see in Europe that lead to European exploration. Yesterday, Mr. Smith from Dallas did a great job of covering the Columbian Exchange once, of course, Europeans arrived in the Americas. Although he did actually leave out one very important fact about the Columbian Exchange. So I'm gonna let you know about this one now. All right, Smith, what happened? You left out the most important thing, and that is that the term Columbian Exchange was actually coined by a very famous historian, Alfred Crosby. He's kind of a big wig in the world history circles. But here's the fact about Dr. Crosby. He was actually a professor at the University of Texas, my alma mater. So obviously that's the most important thing you need to know about the Columbian Exchange. Anyway, welcome. We're a great university. We have really fantastic professors, and we're great at football sometimes, or at least we used to be. But oh well. Okay. Anyway, let's get into it. All right. Before we start, Smith gave y'all some homework last night, and actually it was kind of built on the homework that I gave y'all on Monday. So remember on Monday I gave y'all DBQ. And by the way, if you haven't looked at it or if you forgot the documents, you might want to pause right now and download that again. It's in the Google Drive folder that we created for these videos, which is the link is right below me. Click see more, and then you'll see it, and it's under the review folder. It's labeled as 4.1, 4.2 homework because that's when we start all this. But it is a 5-document DBQ about the Portuguese in the Indian Ocean. And if you remember on Monday night, I had y'all write an introductory paragraph, so contextualization, and thesis statement. And then last night, Smith had y'all take the documents and write out paragraphs that would support the claims that we made in the thesis statement. So I want to go through a couple paragraphs that he wrote for y'all and kind of give examples of what went well in them. Okay, so the first claim that I wrote in the thesis statement was that the Portuguese were taxing non-Portuguese ships, and you can see that pretty clearly in document 4. So notice here, Smith wrote out a paragraph about document 4 explaining how it shows that the Portuguese were taxing non-Portuguese ships. Okay? Notice a couple things here. He gets straight to the point. He explains why the document supports the claim. He doesn't quote the document, which by the way, some teachers are like very anti-quote in the documents. I've heard some teachers say no, never quote. My feeling is you're welcome to quote if you want. There's nothing against it. I don't know that it adds a lot of value, but sometimes it can if you quote like a phrase or maybe even a half sentence at most. But please don't quote like big long sentences in these documents because then it just looks like you're trying to fill up space in your paper, which sometimes you might be if you don't know what you're writing about. But anyway, he doesn't quote. He just simply puts the document to his own words and explains how it supports the claim. The other nice thing he does, this is kind of a small thing, but it is important. Notice he puts the author of the document, which of course that's a good idea. But he also puts the document number in parentheses. Please make sure you put the document number in parentheses in your DBQ. You can refer to the author, you can refer to the title of the document. Those things are great, but at some point there, mention the document number. It makes life so much easier for the reader, and you want the reader in a happy frame of mind when they read your DBQ. Putting the document numbers makes them happy. Just a quick word of advice from someone who's read a bunch of essays in his day. Okay, the next one was about how the Portuguese never really extended their control, except for a few ports on the coast of Africa and some in South Asia. Okay, here he uses document 1, but Smith wrote a note here that is important to read and read, that document 1 does not fully support that claim. It goes part of the way, but it doesn't quite finish the job. This would be a great time to add some outside evidence, because listen, the Portuguese and the Indian Ocean, that's something that you study, that's something that you know about. You should be able to add in some outside information to finish making this claim. Now, we're not doing that today because, you were just using the documents, but Smith is going to talk to you all about that tomorrow. And then the final one here, you have documents 2 and 3 being used to show that the Portuguese are still having to compete with Indian merchants and other kingdoms and governments. Okay? Now, I know that teachers have been telling y'all all year long, you got to group the documents together. I've been telling my students the same thing. You start putting together a couple of documents, and you try and use 2 or 3 documents if you can to support your claim, kind of like Smith is doing right here. But guys, I'm going to be honest with y'all. With this year's DBQ, being it's only 45 minutes and you only have 5 documents, grouping those documents is going to be tough. Okay, it just is. So if you can, great. By all means, it'd be really good. Try and use 2 or 3 documents, put them together to support one claim. But there's always that one really hard document that doesn't really seem to fit with the other ones. It's fine if you use a document by itself to make a claim, just like Smith did in that first paragraph. There's really nothing wrong with that. Especially this year, I'd rather you have another paragraph with one document supporting one claim than trying to shoehorn it and fit it into a place where it really doesn't belong. As long as you're using the document to make a claim that answers the prompt, then you're going to get credit for it. Okay? So grouping documents is great. You should try and do it. But if you can't, especially for that one weird document, that's okay. Just write it in its own paragraph and you'll be fine. But ideally, you'd like to see something like this with 2 or 3 documents. But just remember that the readers who grade the AP test, they know that you're under time crunch. They know you only have 45 minutes. They know that you've been, outside the school building now for a month. So they understand if you're going to have trouble with it in that 45 minutes. We're not expecting a perfect polished essay. Everyone realizes that. Okay, now consider here. So far for this DBQ, over the last 2 nights, you've written your introduction that had thesis and contextualization. That's 2 points. And if you read out these paragraphs last night, you used 4 out of the 5 documents to support a claim. That's worth 3 points. Let's do a rubric. So you're already up to a 5 out of 10. And I know that 5 out of 10 doesn't sound that good because I think that's 50%. If you got that on a grade or something in your class, you would probably be upset getting a 50. But actually, remember on the AP test, getting a 5 out of 10 on this essay is doing decently well. Now, I have no idea what the score's going to look like this year. This is such a crazy year, so I don't know what to tell you. But I will tell you, last year on the 7-point rubric, the average on the DBQ was a 2.3. It's going to be a little bit higher this year because points are a little bit easier to get, and there's 10 of them, obviously. But understand, if you can get 5 or 6 points, I think you're going to be in a good spot. Now, I don't know what that's going to translate to for your AP test score. I've seen people trying to discuss it, trying to figure it out. I'm going to tell y'all, ignore what those people say because they do not know what they're talking about. No one knows right now what that means. Hey, I got a 6 out of 10 on the DBQ. What's that going to be for my AP test score? We don't know. That is not going to be figured out until after the AP tests are graded in June. So you're not going to know that when you walk into the test. So what I'm going to tell y'all, my biggest thing is just get as many points as you can. There's 5 points we've already gone over right the last couple days that are, I'm not saying they're easy to get, but they're within your grasp. Grab a couple more points from the outside evidence or from sourcing, and you can get up to 6, 7, 8 points and do pretty well. Okay, but just make sure you get as many points as you can in those 45 minutes. All right, so let's get into our action today, talking about these European empires that are expanding in the 15 and 1600s. Okay, I'll give you kind of a list of the major European players that you do need to know and the areas of the world they spread into. Notice for each of them, most of them were in the Americas and then somewhere around the Indian Ocean basin. You do need to know these major players. You do need to know kind of generally where they settled their colonies and where they took over. But beyond that, you don't need to know every single detail about all 5 of these countries and their new empires. In fact, what I would suggest is spend some time doing a deep dive of one of them. You pick one, whichever one you're interested in, do a deep dive of that and know one of them really, really well, because that could possibly be on-site evidence for the DBQ. If the DBQ has something to do with this topic, and you can bring in details about the French in the Caribbean or up in modern-day Canada, well, that's going to be really helpful. That's going to get you a few extra points on the DBQ. So don't feel like you have to know every single thing about all 5 of these. Instead, know a little bit about each one, generally where they are, and then do a deep dive on whichever one you're interested in. And that'll be plenty. Also today, as we're talking about this expansion of European empires, I'm not going to talk too much about its effects on Europe. Instead, we're going to look at the impact that it has on other parts of the world, mainly the area of Asia around the Indian Ocean, West Africa, and the Americas, where we're going to look. And the reason for that is because there's this temptation when teaching world history to kind of fall into the trap of being too Eurocentric. And I don't know if your teacher has talked to you about this before or mentioned in class, but I think it's important for you to understand because we're getting to that point in history where Europe is starting to become a major political, military, and economic power. We're going to see it here, we're going to see it after the Industrial Revolution, and it continues on until the 20th century. And I'll just tell you from personal experience, for a lot of teachers, when we were in school, world history was extremely Eurocentric. Okay, I took world history when I was in high school back in the day, but back then, world history meant we studied what happened in Europe and we studied the United States, and that was it. We barely ever touched anything in Asia or Africa or South America. It was Europe, it was the United States, it was a Western Civ class. But fortunately, over the last several years, there's been this push by historians to say, look, if you're teaching world history, then you should, teach everything in the world and not just in one continent. So today I want to take a special look at other parts of the world that are being impacted by this expansion of European empires. All right, so let's start with Asia, and more specifically, the area around the Indian Ocean. So that incorporates South Asia, Southeast Asia, also East Africa as well, because that coastline had a lot of ports. They're very important for Indian Ocean trade. Okay, we know that Indian Ocean trade has been a thing for several centuries before this. We've talked about it already before in these videos. You talked about it in class. The Portuguese arrive. After that, other European merchants begin arriving, and European merchants become the ones that in many cases are shipping goods to all these different regions of Africa and Asia. They're taking goods from, let's say, South Asia, from India, and bringing them to Southeast Asia or into China. They're also the ones that are bringing in silver. Okay, let's talk about silver here for a second, because it's an extremely important part of this long distance trade that you need to understand. Silver ends up becoming essentially kind of a worldwide currency that can be used almost anywhere to buy and sell goods. Now remember, gold has always kind of been a type of worldwide currency. Gold is valuable almost everywhere, but the problem is that gold is so rare that it's just not practical to be a real currency. And yes, I know the reason why gold is so expensive is because it is rare. But again, it's just not practical because there's not that much gold to go around the world. But once silver is discovered in the Americas, and once the Spanish and Portuguese begin building mines in South America to get the silver out of the ground, they start using it in commerce around the world. And the thing about silver is it's still fairly valuable, but there's enough of it to where it can be a practical currency. So now the Portuguese and the Spanish, as they arrive in Asia, have something that everybody else wants, and it ends up becoming a currency all around the Indian Ocean. Now you know that this is also the time that leaders of the Ming Dynasty in China began requiring that Chinese citizens pay their taxes in silver coin. Previously, Chinese citizens could pay their taxes in almost any type of currency, or in crops, or in animals, or anything like that. But now they're being required to pay it in silver. So now there's a huge high demand for silver in East Asia. So make sure you understand the importance of silver in all the Indian Ocean trade as well. We also though do start to see China and especially Japan begin closing themselves off to this European influence. Not completely at all, but for example, in Japan, there was only one port where European merchants were allowed to enter and exit and to sell goods. There were Christian missionaries that went to Japan, but after a while that was outlawed. Missionaries were not allowed. Christian missionaries were not allowed in Japan. By the way, if you want a really good book recommendation, the book Silence. It's absolutely fantastic. It's about a couple of Portuguese missionaries that traveled to Japan in the 1600s. They actually made a movie out of it a couple of years ago. Martin Scorsese directed it, and it had, what's the guy's name? The actor, that's Kylo Ren. Yeah, I'm talking about the driver. I'm Driver. That's the one. Yeah, all right, pretty well. I'm Driver's in it. I never saw the movie, so I can't recommend it. In fact, I heard it's pretty violent, so maybe you shouldn't watch it. But the book is fantastic. But anyway, what was I talking about? Okay, so we do see some countries trying to stop this European expansion into their countries. We also see empires like the Spanish and the Dutch begin taking over parts of the Spice Islands in Southeast Asia. But then we also see countries like England who are beginning to kind of sort of take over India, but not a complete takeover yet. We know that's coming, right? The British will eventually take over India. But remember, at this point, the Mughal Empire is still going strong in India. The British just cannot simply are not going to be able to beat them at all. But you do see the British start to set up port cities all along the coast of India. And from there, this is kind of slow encroachment, slowly moving into India, where eventually they're going to take it over. But make sure you understand the differences in how these empires are expanding and how much they have over the territory that they're colonized. Okay, real quickly, this box right here. This is from the DBQ that you've been working on the last couple of nights. This is, I believe, document 5. And this is actually from last year's AP test. This was the DBQ in last year's AP test. I took out 2 documents to make it a 5-document one. But I keep talking about that kind of one weird document. Last year, this was the one weird document. This is the one that drove students nuts. I was grading these last year for the AP test, and there were so many students that either skipped this document or messed up when they were talking about it. And even my own students later on were complaining, like, why is there a box? Why is there a picture of a box? What does that have to do with anything? In fact, if you have any friends that took AP World last year, ask them about the DBQ and ask them about the box. And I'm sure they're going to go on a long rant about it. But even though this box looks kind of weird, you're like, what does this have to do with the Portuguese or any of that? You can still use it in a DBQ. I mean, look at the description. We know that it's extremely expensive. It's got ebony, it's got ivory, it's got a lot of really expensive things in it. We also know from the tagline here that it was meant to be exported to Portugal. So that tells us a couple of things here. One, it shows us how involved the Portuguese now are in Indian Ocean trade. It also shows us that there's a really large desire or market for expensive goods from Asia in Europe. Wealthy Europeans are wanting to purchase really exotic imports from Asia. So even though it's just a picture of a box, there are things that I met about it. We can use it in our DBQ. So remember, that's what I've been saying. There's going to be that one weird document. Figure out a way to use it anyway. And hey, if you write something and it's wrong, that's okay, because you're going to use the other 4 documents correctly and still get the points. So it'll be okay. All right, let's talk about a historical situation real quick, because remember, that is one way that you can source a document on the test. Remember, for this year's rubric, you're going to have to source 2 documents, and you can get 2 points if you do it. But it's not just a matter of identifying the point of view, purpose, audience, or historical situation. You also need to kind of explain the so what of it, why it's important. So we're going to practice that today a couple times. Here, I've given you a prompt at the top: social and economic effects of the global flow of silver. What I'd like for you to do is to pause the video, read the document, and then you don't need to worry about making a claim or any of that right now. We're not doing these statements. But let's think about sourcing. If you were going to write this DBQ, how would you source this document? All right, so pause the video, take a couple minutes. When you're ready, unpause, and I'll go over the answers with you. Ready? Go. All right, welcome back. If we're going to talk about a historical situation, notice this is being written in China. He's talking about the fact that dye shops in China are now expecting customers to pay in silver because the dye shop itself also needs silver to go pay its taxes to the main officials. So if I'm talking about a historical situation, I'm definitely going to bring in the fact that the main officials are expecting taxes to be paid in silver. That means that everyone needs a hard currency. They need silver coins. And so now you see less of a bartering type of economy, where even if you went to the store, you used to be able to pay with, well, you can see there, rice, wheat, soybeans, chickens, whatever. But now customers are being expected to pay in hard currency and silver coins. So that's definitely a social effect of the global flow of silver. So notice I identified the historical situation, and then I explained why that's worked. I gave the so what of it, and I connected it back to the topic of the prompt. So that's what you need to do for, again, at least 2 documents. And as I said the other day, you might want to try for 3, because sourcing, it can be tough to do. And if you try for 3 and you mess up at 1, that's okay. If you still done 2 correctly, you can still get those 2 points. All right, let's move on and talk about Africa and the impact that European expansion had on Africa. And yesterday, Smith did a really great job of talking about the slave trade from Africa to the Americas. So we're not going to rehash that, but if you want more details on it, definitely go watch Smith's video from yesterday. But remember that even pre-European arrival, there had been a slave trade, especially in North Africa, where you saw people being kidnapped and enslaved and sent to places like the Middle East. But it was kind of a small trade. When Europeans arrived, the whole thing just explodes in numbers. And we see a massive forced migration of humans from Africa to the Americas. And there were some that went to Europe, and there were still some that went to the Middle East. But the vast majority went to the Americas. Okay, like I said, Smith talked about that yesterday, so I'm not going to go into detail on it. But let's think about the impact that it has on the people that remained in Africa. First off, you actually do see the rise of some larger kingdoms in Africa, like the Ashanti and the Kingdom of the Congo. You should be familiar with those for a couple of reasons. One, there's a massive, trade network going through North Africa, connecting them now to the Americas and still to the Indian Ocean. And it's not just slaves; it's also foodstuffs as well from Africa, and still the golden salt trade from West Africa across the Sahara Desert. So there is some money flowing into these kingdoms from all of this long distance trade. Also, we see a population increase in a lot of these centralized governments in Africa, because what you need to remember is that typically speaking, the people that were kidnapped and enslaved usually came from rural areas. If you were by yourself in a rural area, that was extremely unsafe. Typically, you did not see as many people being enslaved that lived in these powerful kingdoms or in urban areas, the whole like safety numbers type of thing. So as the slave trade begins to increase, you see a lot of people moving from rural areas into more established governments and into urban areas. So the population of these larger kingdoms is growing. Again, that means more economic and military power for these kingdoms. Also, remember that the majority of people that are enslaved were usually men. Of course, there were women enslaved as well, but the majority were men. So in parts of West Africa, you have now a gender imbalance, because again, most people that were enslaved came from West Africa, or at least a large number of them. So there are some regions where there are a lot more women than men. And so for the women that are staying behind in Africa, they're having to take on traditional male roles in those economies. So it's affecting social life among gender relations as well in Africa. And then we also really need to consider the impact that it has on the economy and the demographics of Africa. Now, a lot of times students think that the population of Africa declined this time because so many people were being forced in migration to the Americas. It's not that the population of Africa declined. In fact, the population of Africa over these couple centuries did increase. But the problem is that the population in other parts of the world is also increasing much faster. The population of Europe is exploding. So relatively speaking, the population of Africa is increasing at a much slower rate than other parts of the world, especially Europe and the Americas. So that's going to have an economic impact if you don't have as many people. Also consider that most of the people that were enslaved were usually pretty young. So if you have someone who's say 20, 25 years old, who's now being forced to go to the Americas, well, that's someone who is going to be working for the next several decades. So now the place that they came from is missing out on a bunch of economic production over the next several decades, and it's been taken from them. And then you got to consider with population, these are young men and women that are being enslaved, young men and women who would have stayed and had kids. So you're missing out on the possible kids that were born, and the kids of those kids, and the kids of those kids, on through the generations. So it has a huge negative economic and demographic impact on Africa, especially in West Africa. All right, let's take a second and do another sourcing. I've got a different prompt here for you, so take a look, make sure you read it. Here we're talking about African slaves and their descendants and how they're seeking freedom in the Atlantic world. And we have a Spanish governor in Costa Rica, because this of course was part of the Spanish Empire of the Americas. So again, I want you to take some time, you're gonna pause the video, you're gonna read the document, and then again think about sourcing, all right? Especially think about historical situation and what's going on here. All right, so go ahead and pause now. All right, welcome back. Possible answers that you could have mentioned here if we're talking about historical situation. You could have talked about the encomienda and hacienda systems of labor in Spanish America. You could have also talked about the racial structure of Spanish America. And Smith's gonna go into this a little bit tomorrow, so I don't want to go too far into it. But remember that in Spanish America, there was a very rigid class structure, or racial structure, I should say, set up depending on what race you were, whether you're Spanish, whether you're African, whether you're Native American, or some kind of mixture of different ones. And very rigid system based on all of that. And you can see it mentioned here in the very first sentence. We're talking about all the different groups and different races. You can also see examples of encomienda and hacienda systems in line 3. We're talking about living in Christian discipline. Because remember, Spanish overseers were put in charge of making sure that Native Americans in their area were working, but they were also expected to make sure those Native Americans were becoming Christian and practicing Christianity. So again, you can use that historical situation and bring it to bear on the document and explain that, and helps better illuminate the document and helps better understand the. All right, as far as the Americas go, if we're talking about regions of the world that were impacted by European expansion, I would say, of course, the Americas probably had the largest impact, no doubt about it. Yesterday, Smith talked about diseases that Europeans brought to the Americas, especially smallpox and others. So again, I'm not going to go through too much of that, but make sure that you go back and watch that video. But that, of course, leads to a massive, massive population decline. I mean, estimates vary, of course, but it could have been upwards of 90% of the population of the Americas in this time died from diseases that Europeans brought over. That's insane when you think about it. There was a great book I read a couple years ago, and I was trying to remember the name of it and the author today, and I cannot remember it. But he was talking about this idea that for so long, the story was told of Europeans like Columbus discovered America, and they tamed the wilderness, and they brought civilization. Okay, no, that's a bunch of baloney. And this author pointed out, he said, Europeans didn't tame the wilderness of the Americas, they created the wilderness. When 90% of the population dies off, then yeah, it's going to look like a wilderness. But we know that there were large civilizations and empires, like the Aztecs and Incas. They were almost wiped out because of Europeans, Spanish, and Portuguese coming into South America and Central America. Here the Spanish are thinking that they can conquer, and they conquered it pretty easily. Well, yeah, because 90% of the population died off from disease before fighting even started. And the Spanish had guns, and if you have guns and you have diseases, it's going to be a pretty quick takeover. Make sure you know about the different labor systems that we see in the Americas. We've already talked about slavery, or at least Smith did yesterday. Make sure you know about indentured servants also. People that came to the Americas and were willing to work for passage to the Americas. But in a lot of cases, they're working in some of the same conditions as slaves and turns into almost slave-like conditions. It's definitely a form of coerced labor. And then, as I mentioned already, you need about the Columbian and hacienda systems as well, that the Spanish organized labor of the Native Americans. But also consider the natural resources that were taken from the Americas. We already mentioned silver. The Spanish and Portuguese discovered silver underground in South America. They start building mines, they pump the silver out, then they start sending it across the world. So the Spanish and Portuguese kings are making a ton of money, and merchants are making a ton of money off of the silver. This isn't necessarily though benefiting the people of the Americas. So we talk about the rise of Europe in this time. And I said already, they're going to become economic and military powerhouse. These countries are. Well, yeah, they are, because they're enslaving people from some parts of the world. They're stealing natural resources from other parts of the world. When you do that, you're going to make a lot of money, and that's really what we see with the rise of Europe in this time. All right, let's do one more sourcing here. This is again a different prompt. We're thinking about the extent to which Christianity changed societies in Latin America. And this is being written by, it says, an emissary from the King of Spain. So think of like an ambassador, someone from Spain who's now traveling to Paraguay and South America and writing down what happened to him. So again, take a second, read the document, pause the video, read the document, and then think about how you might talk about sourcing for this document. Ready? Go. All right, here's one possible way you could talk about it. The fact that the author here is from Spain, like I mentioned, and he sees Catholicism as the true religion. In fact, he mentions it there in the third line where he says there was little true religion among the Indians. Now, that might not technically be a historical situation. That's probably more point of view. But either way, you can still be sourcing for a document. You're going to find oftentimes that when you start writing out the sourcing, you might start talking about historical situation. Sometimes that kind of bleeds into point of view or purpose or even sometimes audience, and that's fine. Okay, there's not going to be the reader in the grading your essay is not going to say something like, oh, well, this student said historical situation. This is obviously an example of purpose, so no way. No, if you're sourcing it, if you're giving correct information, you're bringing it to bear, you're linking it to the topic, then you're going to be fine. Okay, so don't feel like you have to label a historical situation or purpose. Just go into more depth about the document and you'll be good. All right, so what are we talking about today? First off, this expansion of European maritime empires impacts nearly the entire world. Some areas, of course, more than others, but there are very few parts of the world that are untouched by what's happening here. Also, I've talked plenty of context for full essays over the last couple of weeks, but it's still important to use historical situation as well to source those individual documents. You got to do at least two on the test to get those 2 points. And again, like I said, you might bleed a little bit into purpose, audience, or point of view, and that is fine. Also, one more thing I want you to think about. I've talked a lot about how to organize your notes for the CBQ because you are allowed to use your notes, but if you're like my students, you've got a bunch of notes from this year. It's going to be hard to go through those in 45 minutes because you're really not going to have a lot of time to sit there and read all your notes. If I were you, think about this topic and you could do some kind of graphic organizer, maybe like a compare and contrast of different regions and how they're impacted by European expansion. Maybe if you've done like a Persia chart, something a lot of teachers do those types of things, where you look at political, economic, social, cultural characteristics of an event, something like that might work as well. But you need some way that you're organizing your notes to get ready for the CBQ. One, organizing it, writing it down is going to help you remember it better. And if you have it in a really easy to read, easy to reach format, you could still use it on this year's DBQ. All right, you got homework tonight. Hey, it's the same DBQ that Smith had you look at last night, and I had you look at Monday night. It's almost as if we're writing a full essay this week. Huh, interesting. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot to mention, good news. Speaking of writing full essays, you're going to have a chance to write 2 of them in a couple of weeks. Yay, writing 2 full essays. Now, this is actually a cool thing. Next week, we're going to be finishing up these review videos as far as like reviewing old history content. But the week after, Smith and I are going to do some practice DBQ writing with you. So we'll still be the same time. We'll still be on YouTube like this. On Monday, I'm going to give you a DBQ and prompt. You're going to spend this time writing it. On Tuesday, I'm going to go over the scoring with you. But Wednesday, Smith's going to come on. He's going to do a DBQ with you. You're going to write it. Thursday, he's going to go over it. And then Friday, get excited because he and I are going to be doing this together. You're kind of going over last minute study tips, things you need to know about the DBQ and all that. So we'll cover all this later. We'll remind you about it. But the point is, you are going to have some time to write these 5 document DBQs in the 45-minute time period, the time limit that you have. So we're going to get you some practice, not next week, but the week after. We'll get you more details as we get closer. But for tonight, get back to the homework. Again, Google Drive, there's a PDF. It's labeled 4.1 to 4.2 homework. Pull it up. It's a DBQ. It's got 5 documents. And what I'd like for you to do tonight is to think about the sourcing. So pick 3 of the documents. You don't need to do all 5, but pick 3 and write down how you would approach that in your essay. Think about either point of view, purpose, audience, or historical situation. And then Smith will go over that with you tomorrow. All right. Y'all have a good night. Thank you so much for attending, and I will see y'all on Friday. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, it is Tuesday, it is 5 o'clock. Wait, why am I excited about Tuesday at 5 o'clock? Tuesday's not a special day, 5 o'clock is not a special time, but today is a good day because we talk about effects of the Industrial Revolution, and I do love that. We'll get that in a second. Hey, my name is Mason Legereau, coming to you from Pflugerville, Texas. In fact, hey everybody, my Panthers, I'm repping my P today in the Austin, Texas area. Now, I mentioned the other day that Mr. Smith, the other teacher who's been doing these world history videos, is the cooler one out of the 2 of us. He claims that he is not, and then I realized, wait a minute, he might be right. I'm the one that lives in Austin. He has to live in Dallas. So yes, I'm definitely much cooler than him. What am I thinking? If you live in Austin, you're great. It's a great city. All right, we are talking about the Industrial Revolution today. And all right, I said the other day that there were 3 things my students got tired of me mentioning in class this year. That is Buddhism spreading to East Asia through the Silk Roads, obviously the Mongols, and the Enlightenment. Because I mentioned those things over and over in class because they're really important. Now, my students did not get tired of me mentioning the Industrial Revolution because sadly, school ended in March, kind of. But if we were in the classroom right now and we were talking about the 20th century and we got to go into as much detail as we could about the 20th century, they would also get tired of me talking about the Industrial Revolution. But it's a big deal. It affects, all kinds of things in our world today, right? How we work, how we consume goods. Seriously, look around your room right now. I would bet that 95 to 100% of the things in your room right now were mass produced in a factory somewhere. From the smallest, cheapest things like pencils and pens to really expensive things like computers and TVs and cars. All of those mass produced in a factory somewhere. That's because of the Industrial Revolution. And we don't have any right into today, but consider the impact on the environment and the burning of fossil fuels leading to climate change. That all happens because of the Industrial Revolution. So there's some major long-term effects of this that we need to look at. But today we're really going to focus on more of the short-term effects of the Industrial Revolution. We're also going to continue talking about how to source a document in the DBQ, how to talk about the purpose, point of view, audience, historical situation, and all of that. And specifically, we're not going to talk about identifying it because at this point you should be able to identify the audience, but we're going to really talk about how to explain it, how to use the so what of it, and what exactly you want to write in your DBQ. All right, so let's start with warm up. We're going to go over the homework that Smith gave y'all last night. He gave you 2 documents, and he gave you a prompt about how Asian governments affected the spread of industrialization in their states. And he asked you to write 1 body paragraph with the topic sentence, using the documents, analyzing the source, and of course giving some evidence beyond the documents. So here's the paragraph that Smith wrote out. It's a beautiful one. It is perfect. But let's kind of go through it point by point so you can see what's expected of you on the DBQ. All right, as we've been talking about plenty already, each paragraph you want a topic sentence at the beginning. Give us a historical claim. And here Smith says that in Asian states, governments attempted, there's been attempted there because they didn't always do it, but attempted to take direct control of the industrial process. All right, that is a perfectly valid historical claim. But now, of course, you have to use the documents to prove it. And those next couple sentences he does. Notice he mentions document 1 and document 2. He's talking about China and the Ottoman Empire. And in both cases, he's showing how these documents prove that governments are trying to take control of industry inside their country. So he's used the documents then to support the claim. And then we get into the source, and he sources document 2. Now, we know that this document 2 is a letter to the Sultan. And he already said that in the sentence right above it, it must be directed by the Sultan. Or sorry, his report is intended to persuade the Ottoman Sultan to take action. So we know the audience is the Sultan. But it's not enough just to identify the audience. You have to give the so what. Like, okay, who cares? The audience is the Sultan. Why is that important? And then he shows the document includes a lot of flattery of the Sultan because they're trying to persuade him about the importance of railroads. So Smith then gives the so what of that source. And you're going to have to be able to do that to get that sourcing point. And remember, especially this year's DBQ, DBQ, that's an important one because you can get 2 points from sourcing 2 different documents. Whereas in the old rubric that we used in years past, you can only get 1 point from 3. So sourcing, I think, is almost one of those things where it's a little bit more important this year than maybe it is in previous DBQs. Now, because I also want to point out one thing about sourcing. Notice in here, Smith lays out his paragraph. It's well written, it's well organized. He's got the documents, explains how they're being used, and then he gets into the sourcing of the documents. It flows very well. It's beautiful. Okay, ideally, this is what you would do on the DBQ. But as we pointed out, you only have 45 minutes. The readers that are grading it know that you only have 45 minutes. They know it's not going to be the most beautifully organized essay you've ever. You're not going to have time to go back and edit it. And we understand that. So one suggestion that I'm going to make, and I don't think this is best for everybody, but it might be best for you. And I'm going to leave this up to you and your teacher. I want you to have a conversation with your teacher about your strategies for the DBQ. When I grade AP tests, I have seen some students who save the sourcing for the end of their essay. Basically, they try and get all the other points, the thesis statement, contextualization, use the documents, outside evidence, all that. And then if they have time, they kind of tack on the sourcing at the very end of the essay. Now, I hate to bring this up because as a teacher, I kind of cringe when I see it because honestly, it doesn't flow very well. It's not a beautifully well-written essay, but it does get the points if you do that. Remember, sourcing is not required that it has to be in this paragraph. There's only one thing on the rubric that has to be in a certain spot, and that's your thesis statement. The thesis must be in your introduction or your conclusion. Everything else technically could be theoretically anywhere else in the essay. So if you're a student who's having trouble with sourcing, you don't feel real strong about it, you might want to consider writing the rest of the essay, get all the other points, and then if you're done with everything else, if you've gotten all the other points, then adding sourcing on to the end. Now, if your teacher has taught you to put in the body paragraphs like Smith did here, then do that. Okay, if you feel comfortable doing this, do that. But talk to your teacher, have that conversation with them. I don't have a one-size-fits-all rule for sourcing that says, put it here, put it there, because all of you are different. But talk to your teacher, they know you well, they know your writing, they can help you out with that. But consider where you might want to put the sourcing in your essay. Just food for thought that you might want to consider. All right, the last part is the evidence beyond the document. Notice the documents that you had for last night's homework. You had one from China, one from the Ottoman Empire. And then Smith adds in Japan and the Meiji Restoration. And he talked a little bit about that yesterday during his class. So by bringing in Japan, he's bringing in another example of an Asian state that the government was taking direct control of industrialization. And that is perfect. If you can bring another example in to prove your claim, that's your evidence beyond the documents right there, because Japan was not mentioned in either of the documents. So Smith, A+, great job on this paragraph. All right, but let's talk about the Industrial Revolution. And let's start off first with the social impact of what's happening here. Okay, first off, we know that industrialization and urbanization really go hand in hand. As factories begin to pop up across Europe and later the United States and later Japan and other parts of the world, you see cities really growing up around them. And that makes sense, of course, because remember, factories need a lot of workers. If you work in a factory, then you have to live within pretty much walking distance of the factory. Remember, we're in a time before cars. There's a little bit of public transportation in some places, but not really. So really, you're walking to work. Okay, so you need a lot of people living in a very small area around the factory. That's kind of the definition of an urban area and city, right? Lots of people living very closely together. So cities begin to grow because there's a need for workers. And then, as Smith also pointed out, opportunities for jobs in farming and rural areas is starting to decline. I'm not saying it's going away completely, because obviously there's no need farmers for food, but job opportunities in rural areas are falling. Job opportunities in urban areas are growing. So you see people moving from rural areas to urban areas. So cities are continuing to grow. But that leads to a lot of problems. First off, remember, a lot of these factory jobs are not paying much at all. So workers don't have a lot of money to spend on housing. And so what you see is the rise of tenement buildings. So think of like apartments where it's multifamilies living under one roof, but extremely cramped, small rooms. In fact, in some of these tenement buildings, we're talking about rooms that are no bigger than like the average bedroom in the average American house today. But inside that one room, you might have 2 or 3 families living together. I'm talking about mom, dad, kids, everybody, 2 or 3 families. And then as you can see from this picture here on the right, a lot of women and also girls are doing sewing at night to make a little extra money for the family. So they need room in that room. They need space for all their work. So now you're even more cramped. And this really hit home to me how cramped and dangerous the conditions were. Because I went to New York City several years ago, and they actually have a tenement museum in Lower Manhattan. Which, by the way, if you ever go to New York, I would highly suggest you check it out. It was fascinating. And I know that you're thinking to yourself, yeah, Lotro, tenement museum sounds great. Because when I'm in New York, forget Times Square, the Empire State Building. Obviously, the first thing I'm doing when I got off the plane is I went to the tenement museum. Actually, it was really cool. I went with a bunch of teachers several years ago. I know, sounds really exciting. But what they've done is they've actually remodeled one of the buildings to make it look like a tenement from the 1800s. And so when you walk in, you're really hit with just exactly how cramped it is. The hallways are extremely cramped. It's dark because there's not much indoor lighting. There's not much outside light either. Like I said, the rooms are really small. It's dirty. It's dusty. And so you can already see the problems that are emerging. Obviously, disease is going to spread. Hey, did you know that diseases spread when people are living close to each other? That's been in the news lately. Obviously, social distancing is not a thing when you have 3 families living in one room. Indoor plumbing was not a thing in most of these buildings. If you were lucky to have indoor plumbing in your tenement, that usually meant you shared one bathroom with the entire hallway, not just with your family, the entire hallway of multiple rooms. So yes, disease is going to spread that way as well. We see an increase in crime in these areas too. So urban living was very difficult on the working class poor. We see a lot of changes in labor systems and how people work. Now, when you think of factories, you think of like dads went off to work, bringing his lunch bill every day. And yes, obviously fathers, dads went off to work. But because salaries for many factory workers were so low, moms and kids also had to go work to support the family. And child labor becomes a huge issue. Because you gotta remember, men aren't getting paid much at all in these jobs. Women are getting paid less than men, sometimes half or a third less. And kids are getting paid even less than that. So they're getting paid very little. And children are often having to do some of those dangerous work around, especially like working in mines. Things like coal mines. Mine work is extremely difficult and extremely dangerous. You're working underground, there's cave-ins, you're breathing out all that soot and dirt, so there's long-term medical problems. But kids are often used to that kind of work because a lot of mine work also means like going into small areas that adults can't reach into. And if you think about it, if you're a 10-year-old boy working in a mine, then that's probably gonna be your job for the rest of your life. Because obviously you're not going to school, you're not getting an education. There's not much of a way to get out of that type of job. In fact, there was this really important moment in the 1800s when several kids went before Parliament, the Congress in England, and testified about their day-to-day life and talked about their schedule of waking up at 4:30 in the morning and going to work, working all day with very little breaks at all. And then again, once they got home at night, the girls especially were expected to continue working, doing sewing, to bring extra money. And this is when the public really started to understand what a terrible idea child labor was. And you start to see laws passed in England and eventually other countries, either outlawing child labor or putting severe restrictions on it. You also start to see, though, when it comes to labor, the rise of the middle class. And this is kind of a new thing. And it's something that, in the year 2020, most of us are used to because most of us are in the middle class, right? I mean, I got a job, I'm doing okay, I'm not super wealthy. I think teachers are rolling in it, but I actually can find out we're not. But I'm doing fine, everything's good, I'm right there in the middle. And that's where most of us are. And you start to see the rise in the middle class because of new jobs that are available. Factories are being built. You need managers to run them. You need engineers to design them. You need accountants to count all the money. Goods are being manufactured. Well, somebody has to sell them. So you have shopkeepers that are selling them. All those jobs pay pretty decently well. You're not going to become super wealthy from being an engineer, but you're going to do pretty well. But the thing is, the middle class is a new thing that we really have not seen in world history very often. Through most of world history in most regions, you're either one of the economic elite, the top 2 or 3%, or you were everybody else. There wasn't much of a middle class, but now that's beginning to grow. Where these days, most people, of course, are part of the middle class. But again, it's a new thing because of the Industrial Revolution. And of course, the Industrial Revolution is bringing new transportation. Trains are making travel over land much quicker than before. Obviously, train will get you from point A to point B much faster than walking or riding a horse. And when you think about trade, trains can carry a lot more goods. You can put a lot more goods on a train than you can on, say, a wagon being carried by a horse. Not carried by a horse, dragged by a horse, but you get my point. Steamships are obviously going to make water travel much quicker. You can go faster in a steamship than you can in a boat that's being powered by wind. And of course, with a steamship, you can go any direction you want. You can go with the wind or against it, or if the wind's not blowing, you can still move. So obviously, we're going to see an increase in long distance trade because of this, and in migration. People are moving around the world now in bigger numbers because of the Industrial Revolution. Some cases, it's forced migration, as we'll talk about later, but also voluntary migration as well. All right, we also talk about a couple of economic responses to the Industrial Revolution, and the 2 big ones we talk about are capitalism and communism. When you think of capitalism, you need to know about Adam Smith. First off, he's a name that you do need to know and be able to recognize. Many consider him to be the father of capitalism. His most famous book is called The Wealth of Nations. You should know that as well, where he outlines the principles of capitalism. But the main idea behind capitalism is that governments should take a laissez-faire approach to the economy. Laissez-faire there, the French term meaning hands-off. That for the most part, governments should kind of remain out of the economy. Allow market forces to take care of issues like prices, or how much companies should produce, or how much should they sell. Those things should be up to consumers and to businesses, and leave the government out of it is the idea behind capitalism. Now, the idea of governments taking less of a role in economies, that is a big change from the other prevailing theory of the time in mercantilism. You remember in mercantilism, the idea was that governments should be making sure that companies in those countries are exporting more than they import. If the companies of a country are exporting more than they import, that means more money coming into the federal government, more money for the king, more military power, etc. Mercantilism is why you see countries really restricting trade with their colonies, only allowing those natural resources to go from the colonies to the mother country. So when we talk about capitalism, that really is a big shift away from mercantilism. But let's also consider that it doesn't mean a complete shift. Governments are not staying completely out of the economy, even in capitalist economies. First off, I don't know if you can think of there's not a really truly capitalist economy where the government's completely staying out of it, right? We still have countries, every country has some kind of tax system. There's always going to be regulations on companies, on just for safety for workers and things like that. There's always going to be a social safety net for the poor, whether it be healthcare, housing, things like that. So there's never a situation where the government's completely hands off. But yes, some countries are definitely more capitalist than others. Now, a capitalist would look at the Industrial Revolution and say this is a wonderful thing. We have more goods being produced than ever before, and a variety of goods being produced like we've never seen before. I mean, think about our country today in 2020. We as consumers do have a lot of options on what we want to buy. If I want to go to Best Buy and get a TV, wait, no, I'm not supposed to go to Best Buy. I will go online and want to buy a new TV. I can select from all kinds of different sizes, different brands, different styles. If I want to talk about a sound system with it, I can get all kinds of speakers, and I can customize it almost any way I want. So I can pick the perfect TV that's going to fit my budget. And again, you got to think about fitting your budget, right? If there's a TV on sale but it's too expensive, I'm not going to buy it. But that's where supply and demand comes in. But the point is, according to capitalists, the Industrial Revolution gave us those options to buy nice TVs. Those are available to us. So now I can go buy the best TV for me to be able to watch, something like LSU winning the national championship. Oh, did I just squeeze that in that LSU won the national championship in football this year? Yes, I did. Go Tigers. All right, so we talk about capitalism. That means we also have to talk about communism. All right, you need to know Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, often considered the fathers of communism. It's kind of weird. Everyone knows about Marx. That's a name that lots of people know, but everyone always forgets about poor Engels. That's okay. I'm actually going to show you a document from him in a second, so you won't forget. But when we think about Marx and Engels, first off, these guys are both Germans. They're living in the mid-1800s. They're living in the middle of the Industrial Revolution. For some reason, oftentimes, students think of Marx as like being Russian, and he wasn't. I think it's, because usually when we think of communism, we think of the Soviet Union, and I get that. But I want you to keep in mind, make sure you kind of understand the difference between Marx's view of communism and how it happened versus the communist revolutions of the Soviet Union and China, because there are some pretty big differences there. Things don't quite turn out like Marx predicted. Now, also remember for this test, you don't need to talk about the Soviet Union or Chinese Communist Revolution because those both happened after 1900. But I talk about more just for your own personal knowledge. But Marx and Engels both are living through the Industrial Revolution, and what they're seeing is that the problems of the Industrial Revolution, urban living, those things we talked about a second ago, low pay, dangerous working conditions in factories, all those problems are being put upon the poor working class. They're the ones that are really struggling. Yes, there are good things that come out of the Industrial Revolution, but all the bad things are now on the backs of workers. And so the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels both predicted that in the future there would be this revolution of workers around the world. The workers would rise up, they would seize the production, they would take over factories, they would take over farms, and then there would be this sort of utopia where everyone had what they needed and everyone, took care of each other. Now again, that's obviously not how it turned out, but that was the idea put forth by Marx and Engels. Now, one thing that does come out of this is you do see a lot of labor unions sort of being spurred on by the ideas of Marx and Engels to give workers more power. Remember, labor unions become a very influential force later in the Industrial Revolution to help workers to get better pay, better working conditions, things like that. And remember, unions, the one thing unions had going for it is the power to go on strike, to get every person in the factory to stop working. Because if you can do that, then management has to listen up. Consider it this way. If one factory worker says, that's it, I quit until I get paid more work, or until I get paid more money, well, the factory owner is going to say, okay, great, see ya, we're out of here, we're going to hire somebody else to take your place. One factory worker by himself has very little power. But if everybody's working together, obviously the factory owner cannot fire every single person. It's the same idea behind a boycott. If people want to boycott a certain company for whatever reason, you need a lot of people to boycott. If I say that I'm going to boycott Nike because of the conditions of their factories in Asia, well, if I'm the only one doing it, Nike's not going to care. They're not going to miss the money I paid for one pair of shoes. But if you get enough people behind it, then you start to make a difference. Same thing goes for a strike. They become very effective as labor unions begin to get all the workers in an area together. And you also see these ideas bringing about reforms for the poor in urban areas. So you start to see these urban areas getting cleaned up. You start to see sewer systems being installed underground to take waste out to help the spread of disease. You see government spending more for housing for workers so that families aren't squeezed into tiny tenements. So understand, even though things didn't quite happen like Marx and Engels predicted, you do see some people that are reforming based on their ideas. I really like this cartoon because it does a really good job of showing the communist critique of the capitalist system and the Industrial Revolution. So notice here at the bottom, I know that the captions are kind of hard to read, but hopefully you can see them okay on your screen. Down at the bottom you have all the workers, and notice how everything's being pushed down upon them. And it says we work for all, we feed all. One level up, you have the upper middle class and the wealthy, the bourgeoisie, as communists call it, saying we eat for you. By the way, speaking of bourgeoisie, don't forget that on the AP test, spelling doesn't count, which is really good. So if you spell bourgeoisie wrong, it's okay. You won't lose any points. Please don't ask me to spell bourgeoisie right now because if I had to do it off the top of my head, I think I would get some of those letters wrong. But that's okay. Give you a best shot. I've seen some very, let's just say, creative spellings of bourgeoisie over the years, but you'll be fine. All right, the next level up here, we have the military saying we shoot at you. And yes, governments did use military and police forces to break up strikes of workers. The government's argument was that some of these factories are essential for the national economy. Workers have got to be working. And yes, they would use violence and military tactics to get people back to work. Above that, you have the religious leaders saying we fool you. Well, oftentimes communists were very, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of worried about religious leaders using religion to keep workers where they work, to tell workers, God wants to use this factory, you're helping the economy. And people kind of accepting that, accepting their lot in life. And then at the top, you have the political leaders and the king saying we rule you, but really at the top is a large bag of money labeled capitalism. So again, this is a communist critique of the capitalist system that you would often see in the 1800s during the Industrial Revolution. All right, let's take a second and move away from the history content talk for a second. Let's talk about sourcing. Well, again, I'm making two documents. We're going to start this first one here. And I want you to think about how would you source this if you're writing a DBQ. So in a second, when I say go, I want you to pause the video, I want you to read over the document, and then I want you to think about, write out a couple sentences. How would you source this if you're writing the DBQ? So again, remember, you got to think about audience, historical situation, purpose, or point of view, or kind of a combination of any of those. But you don't just identify it. You have to also explain the so what. Okay? So this is from a company that's called Wheeling Company. They were writing this. They're a major company in Manchester, England, which is a pretty important industrial city in England in 1852. And here they are writing about Manchester, the city. So go ahead and pause the video now, read over it, and then write a 1 or 2 sentence sourcing of the document. And I will be here when you return. Okay, here's what I wrote. Again, you might have something different, and if you do, that is totally fine. And mine kind of gets at a purpose, but a little bit of point of view. But as we talked about before, sometimes purpose and point of view kind of bleed into each other. So if you do a little bit of some, a little bit of the other, that's totally fine. It's not like you have to label it. It's not like if you start with purpose and then end up with point of view, they're going to mark it wrong. As long as you're sourcing it, as long as you're talking about the importance, as long as you're bringing in some kind of outside thoughts to bear on it, you're good. Okay, so I put for purpose in that first city. Wheeling Company want to celebrate Manchester and show it the best light. Okay, that's purpose / point of view, however you want to talk about it. But then notice I also bring a little bit of historical situation, but a little bit of so what. Okay, Manchester was definitely a major manufacturing center. No doubt about it. These guys are right. Goods from Manchester did make it all the way around the world. And Manchester's home to two of my least favorite soccer teams, and Manchester United and Manchester City. But we're not talking about that right now. But notice the money coming into Manchester did not make its way to the workers who are working for low wages in dangerous conditions. Now, I would not expect the author of this document to bring this up because they're trying to show the best about Manchester. They're not going to talk about all the problems. So that's a limitation of the document that you could definitely bring into sourcing. Notice I didn't say he's biased, because I mentioned this in a previous video a couple weeks ago. I don't like using that word bias. Every document has some kind of bias. But you as a historian have to kind of look past that and think about the limitations of it. That's the job of the historian, to look past the bias and look towards the limitations. What can you get out of this document, but what do you need to be careful about with it as well? All right, let's try another one. I told you I'll come back to Friedrich Engels. This was something he wrote in 1844, again about the city of Manchester. So we're going to do the same thing again. You're going to pause the video here in a minute. I want you to read the document and then talk about the source, historical situation, audience, purpose, point of view for this. So ready, go. Okay, so again, I was thinking kind of about point of view here. I said Engels is writing a description of Manchester. He is accurate in this description, but he's choosing to focus on the worst working class areas. Not the entire city of Manchester was not as terrible as it points out here in this document. Yes, this was a really bad area, and yes, this is real, but it's not like that all over the city. But notice the purpose here. He's trying to highlight the problems of industrialization. He's hoping for reforms, or even possibly that worker rebellion that he and Marx talked about. So he's trying to bring the problems to the forefront. So notice here, again, we have limitations of the author. He is not telling you everything you need to know about Manchester, just like the first document wasn't either. So you have two pretty conflicting views here on what Manchester's like. Both of them are kind of correct, but also hiding a lot of things from you too. But again, as a historian, you have to take these together to figure out the historical truth. I think about this because one of the biggest, longest papers I had to write when I was in college at UT was on the role of the Catholic Church and stopping the Holocaust in World War II. And so I did whatever a history student does. I went to the library. I had a bunch of primary sources. I had some from Catholic sources that said the Pope was doing everything he could to stop the Holocaust. Well, that's not quite true. But I also had some anti-Catholic sources saying, oh, the Pope is totally cool with the Holocaust. In fact, he's helping Hitler out. Okay, well, that was definitely not true either. Okay, so you have two very extreme points of view. The truth is somewhere in the middle, but you have to be able to find it by doing your research. Same thing here with these sources. So think about limitations of these documents as well when you're doing the sourcing. Okay, one more thing I want to think about is the kind of overall economic impact around the world. First off, we start to see the rise of transnational businesses, companies that are doing business in more than one country. Remember, for so long, if you had like a small factory, you would make a few things here and sell it to the people in the neighboring areas. But now we've got these large factories. They're producing more goods than we've ever seen before. Well, they're producing too much to just sell to people in the area. They're looking for new markets overseas. And they also need more natural resources to put into the factory to get the manufactured goods. So you start to see this desire by European governments and European businessmen for natural resources and markets. Where can you find natural resources and markets? Well, we're going to talk about that more tomorrow and Thursday when we start talking about imperialism. In fact, on Thursday, I'm going to talk about economic imperialism. I'm going to talk about the importance of some of these natural resources, including, I'm going to spend a little time talking about bird guano on Thursday. And if you're not familiar with what guano is, we're talking about bird poop on Thursday. This is actually extremely important in the 19th century for farming. There was actually a series of fights over bird poop, and we'll talk about that more, but wait till Thursday for that. But the point is, companies are starting to do business all around the world. Now, that's something we're pretty used to today, right? You know that Nike doesn't just sell shoes and shorts and shirts to people in the United States. They sell them around the world. Apple sells computers to people all over the world. That's something that we're used to in the year 2020. But it is something that's beginning during the Industrial Revolution. And you also have this need for stock markets. Stock markets have been around for a while, but they become really important during the Industrial Revolution because factory owners need capital. They need money, investments to open up these new factories. It's not cheap to open up a factory. Well, selling stock is one way to get a very quick infusion of capital. Remember, when you buy stock in a company, you're buying a piece of ownership in that company. A very, 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 very small piece of it, but that money can be used by the company to go build more factories and to invest in. So in fact, this picture right here is the stock exchange in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And notice a couple things. One, it's extremely crowded. There's a lot of people there showing the importance of it. And if you look at the clothing, a lot of different clothing styles as well. Because these are people not just from the Netherlands, but from all over Europe and all over the world. Because again, we're talking about transnational businesses. These businesses are operating all over the world. Now, the other thing I want you to consider about the Industrial Revolution, people always think of it as a European phenomenon. And in a sense it is. It started there. You definitely see industrialization in Europe quicker than anywhere else. But we do see other places as well. The United States begins doing it pretty soon after the countries of Europe and pretty much followed that European model of, we say laissez-faire capitalist policies, but you also know the United States government was, pretty into helping companies invest and giving land for railroad companies and things like that. Yesterday, Smith talked about Japan and their industrialization in the late 1800s during the Meiji Restoration, kind of coming after Europe and the United States had already pretty fully industrialized in response to American expansion. And then in China and the Ottoman Empire, you do see some attempts at industrialization, but the economic elites of those countries were not really behind industrialization. And it kind of makes sense why, right? If you're an economic elite in one of those areas, you're doing pretty well. You've got plenty of money. Why would you want to see the entire economy change from what's been working for you? And so without the backing of the economic elite, manufacturing and industrialization is really slow going in those areas. And on Thursday, I'm going to talk to you about the problems that leads to for China and the Ottoman Empire. Hint, hint, Opium Wars and the Boxer Rebellion. But we'll get there on Thursday. All right. So again, I want you to be thinking about the major effects of the Industrial Revolution. We really talked a lot about the short-term ones, but just think about it in the world today, in your life. Think about the long-term effects as well. And then, as I was saying, sourcing. This is an extremely important skill this year for the DBQ. You can now get 2 points for sourcing. So keep that in mind also. All right. Your homework for tonight is already in the Google Drive. It's called 5.7 to 5.10 homework. You've got 2 documents there. All what you kind of work on is think about the sourcing for that. Okay? Don't just identify audience point of view, purpose, historical situation, but go a step further. Make sure you're explaining the so what of it as well. Hey, this person's writing to like, okay, cool. So what? All right. One more thing before we go. Smith mentioned this yesterday, but in case you didn't catch it, Quill.org does a lot of good lessons on writing, especially on writing skills. And right now they're offering some free lessons for AP students through the College Board, which is really cool. So if you need some work on grammar, syntax, that sort of thing, check out what they're offering at quill.org/AP. Now, Smith did bring up a very important fact yesterday. I've mentioned it a few times as well. Technically, spelling and grammar do not count on the AP test. I promise you. No one's going to read your essay and look at it and go, oh, they put a comma there, but there should be a semicolon. How dare they? And take all your points away. That is definitely not going to happen. Okay. But if you feel kind of unsure about your writing skills or maybe just want a little bit of help, go ahead and check out what they have. I think it could be helpful for you. So go to quill.org/AP, see what they have to offer. Don't worry too much about it because again, spelling and grammar don't count on the test, but it could be a little bit of a confidence boost for you. All right. Have a good night. Smith will be with you all tomorrow on Wednesday, and I will see you Thursday. Good night.